127. Some are happy, some are sad. When Wu Zhuwen saw those photos, he knew that he would be promoted soon. He smiled. Let's not talk about what hasn't happened yet. Go back to work. Okay. Lin Jiao turned around and left. As soon as she returned to her desk, Meng 11 handed her dessert. Are you all right? I'm fine. I wanted to help you, but I haven't passed my probation yet. I can't go against him. Although she was not short of money or jobs. However, she came to Xingheng because of a bet she made with her friend. She could not admit defeat because of someone else. I know. Lin Jiao, who did not care, smiled and said, "Thank you for the cake." When she smiled, it was as if a valley of peach blossoms were blooming in unison, dazzling people. Just looking at her, Meng 11 seemed to smell a fresh fragrance. She smiled back and started talking about what just happened. Will Pan Jun be fired because of that? He will. What about the home wrecker? Same. Lin Jiao typed on the keyboard. His wife came prepared. She'll definitely blow things up. Meng 11 was looking forward to what would happen next. She opened Xingheng's group chat and scrolled through it a few times before finally seeing someone mention this. They said that the other departments received the photos as well. His wife probably made a lot of copies of those photos. What a spectacular show. Immersed in gossip, the colleagues who were in no mood to work started discussing again. Suddenly, someone said, "Shush, they're coming out." With that, all the eyes were fixed at the manager's office. Pan Jun dragged his wife out. In just a short period of time, he seemed to have aged a lot. He looked gloomy and tired. "What are you all looking at?" He glared at the employees at the desk and said in a deep voice, "Continue working and stop poking your nose into my business. Stop putting on airs." His wife sneered. "You're almost at the end of your career as a manager. Who will listen to you? Shut up. You have the gut to do it, but why don't you have the gut to admit it?" Pan Jun, who was extremely angry, covered her mouth and dragged her away as quickly as possible, thinking with his wife gone, this matter would automatically come to an end. However, when he returned, Question Xiao, who had received the news, appeared in his office with the documents. At this moment, Pan Jun's mind was buzzing. He wanted to find explanations to get away with it, but when he met Question Xiao's eyes, he laughed awkwardly and could not speak a word. When Question Xiao finished what he had to say, Pan Jun packed his things and went to the Human Resources Department to resign. Some people were happy while others were sad. The sad one was gone while the happy one was called into Question Xiao's office. "Who do you think is suitable to be the assistant manager?" Wu Zhuwen said honestly, "I'm afraid Qin Jiao is not qualified yet to be promoted to that position. I didn't ask you to promote her." Question Xiao decided to make things clear. Whether she gets promoted or not will depend on her performance and the normal process. Wu Zhuwen's impression of Lin Jiao rose again. He was silent for a moment. "I think Zheng Yi is not bad. He's very serious about his work." "What's his current position?" "Supervisor." "He sounds like a good candidate." Question Xiao believed in his judgment. He put out the cigarette in his hand and said, "Finish the handover procedure as soon as possible." "All right." Wu Zhuwen sent him off. He stood in front of his desk and coughed twice before announcing the news. From today onwards, Zheng Yi will be promoted to the deputy manager of the planning department. Zheng Yi was stunned by the surprise. The applause around him pulled him back from his thoughts and reminded him that he was not dreaming. Under Wu Zhuwen's signal, he walked forward with a reserved smile. "Thank you for the promotion. Keep working hard in the future." "I will." Seeing that he was still in a daze, Wu Zhuwen did not intend to let him improvise a speech. "The supervisor position is empty now. Whoever wants to give it a try can write a self-recommendation letter and hand it in to Manager Zheng before Friday." "No problem, old Wu. Now that you are promoted to the manager, shouldn't you treat everyone to a dinner to celebrate? And Manager Zheng, you have to treat us too. I want to eat hot pot." "Ditto." Wu Zhuwen had this thought in mind already. He would treat the entire department to a meal tomorrow evening while Zheng Yi would do so on Thursday. "I'll go down with Manager Zheng." He ended the topic. "You guys go ahead and get busy." Seeing him walk out with Zheng Yi, many staff started to write a self-recommendation letter and decided to fight for the position of supervisor. Meng 11 looked away with disinterest. She picked up the mirror to touch up her makeup and looked at Lin Jiao from the corner of her eye. "Aren't you going to write one?" No, she just wanted to climb the ladder step by step and pave a good foundation for herself. As Lin Jiao replied to Pei Yulin's message, she asked, "Are you ready to write your very first proposal?" "Pretty much." "Then try your best to give it to Brother Jen before Thursday." Meng 11 suddenly sighed. "To be honest, I'm not very confident. You haven't even done it yet. But I don't even know where to start." Lin Jiao gave her some guidance again. She did not go into too much detail and only brought up a few key points for Meng 11 to think about. "Organize your thoughts first." "I'll try." Meng 11 had only typed 2 lines the entire morning and was already exhausted. "Senior, are you going to the cafeteria?" "I'm going out to eat with a friend." "Eat what?" "I'm not sure yet." Lin Jiao closed her laptop and went to the ground floor to meet Pei Yulin. They had endless things to talk about when they were together, such as Pan Jun and Jiang Yi. "I didn't even get to kiss him in the hot spring." Pei Yulin held Lin Jiao's hand and walked into the rice noodle shop. He dodged it. "No," she wiped the table. "There were too many people around. I didn't get a chance." "Then is there anything different about him this time? He seems to have become shy." "Why do you say that?" After ordering, Lin Jiao held the lemonade water the waiter placed on the table. "He rarely looked at me when I was in my swimsuit. And he didn't let me get too close." "Did he blush?" "Yes," Pei Yulin recalled. "But I think that was because of the hot spring." Lin Jiao couldn't figure it out either. She rubbed the glass with her fingers. "Ask Qian Yu on Saturday to help you analyze his thought process." "Yes." Pei Yulin had the same idea. She took 2 sips of water and sighed. "On Uncle's birthday, I can't bring him along." "Why is that?" "He has a full schedule this week." Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow. "Chuyeju can keep you company too." She tore open the wrapper of the chopsticks. "He broke up with Xia Nanrue last week." "He was dumped?" "No." After hearing the whole story, Pei Yulin shook her head and clicked her tongue. "Naive girls are more suitable for him." 128 You're tired of me. Indeed. Lin Jiao pushed the bowl to her. She rolled up some rice noodles. "He's too soft-hearted and indecisive. He can't handle Xia Nanrue." Pei Yulin agreed. She chewed on the beef. "I'll teach him a lesson the next time we meet." The so-called teaching a lesson was mostly just a quarrel. Lin Jiao could already imagine the lively scene brought about by the two of them. She finished the entire bowl of rice noodles and changed the topic to Jiang Yi. "When will he finish filming?" "The week after next." "Did the company arrange a new drama for him?" "No." Pei Yulin scanned the payment code. "He's terminating his contract with the company at the end of the month." "How much does he have to pay to terminate the contract?" 6 million. Lin Jiao was stunned for a moment. "That much?" She couldn't help but worry. "Does he have enough savings?" "He does." "Don't lie to me." "I'm not." Pei Yulin knew what she was worried about and said seriously, "He doesn't need my help." Seeing that she did not seem to be lying, Lin Jiao was slightly relieved. She threw away the tissue in her hand and walked out slowly. "Which company is he going to join next?" "Star River." "Then it'll be easier for you to find him." "That's right." Pei Yulin's eyes were filled with hope for the future. "I want to live with him in the future." Her smile was brighter than the stars. Lin Jiao listened to her plan quietly, hoping that everything she wanted would come true. "Jiao Jiao." Pei Yulin stopped outside the elevator and asked in a low voice, "Did you get the ring you bought?" "It'll arrive tomorrow." "Show me when you get it." "Okay." Lin Jiao gave her a look. After the other employees left, she went to the top floor alone. Pei Jai, who had been waiting for her, made a cup of black tea and placed it on the coffee table. He sat on the sofa and tapped his right hand on his knee a few times, listening to the sound of footsteps approaching. When that figure entered his vision, his distant and cold eyes were filled with warmth. "What did you have for lunch?" He reached out a hand and pulled her into his arms as usual. "Pork ribs and rice noodles." "The same noodle shop as last time?" "Yes." Lin Jiao wrapped her arms around his waist and looked up at him. "Are you busy today?" "Not really." Pei Jai picked up the cup of black tea. He fed her 2 sips. "I met with a partner this morning, and I have 2 more meetings this afternoon." Lin Jiao pursed her lips. She kissed the corner of his lips. "Then rest with me later." "Kiss me again." "Did you hear what I just said?" Pei Jai held the back of her head and gradually closed the distance between them. He tasted her lips until his mouth was filled with sweetness before pulling away. "Do you still want to drink black tea?" No, his slightly hoarse voice entered Lin Jiao's ear like an electric current. It made her whole back itch. She leaned into his arms. Manager Wu is treating us to dinner tomorrow. I can't have dinner with you. Then I'll pick you up tomorrow night. Pick me up and take me to your house. Don't you remember the letter of guarantee you wrote? Pei Jai pinched her cheek, his eyes filled with affection. It must be very late after dinner. Lin Jiao looked at him seriously. It's not safe for me to go home alone. She could always find a lot of excuses. Every time this happened, Pei Jai felt that the second clause of the letter of guarantee was ineffectual. I'll send you to your house. What if someone knocks on the door in the middle of the night? Ming Shen's security is top-notch. Usually, something like that won't happen. Lin Jiao could not refute him. She fiddled with the cufflinks on his sleeve and lowered her head in disappointment. You don't care about me at all. Pei Jai, who had guessed that this would happen, held back from falling into her trap. He changed the topic. Be a good girl. Let's go in to have a rest. You're tired of me. How is that possible? No need to explain. She sniffed, looking like she was about to cry. I know I'm not important. Out of the blue, she started acting. Pei Jai took a piece of tissue to help her wipe the non-existent tears. He patted her back cooperatively and coaxed. I'll take you to my house tomorrow, okay? Really? Absolutely. Lin Jiao stopped crying in a second. She put her arms around his neck and looked up. I want to sleep now. Not crying anymore. I already cried my eyes out. Pei Jai let out a low laugh. He carried her into the lounge and changed into their pajamas before hitting the bed. Good afternoon. He put his arm around her shoulder and kissed her forehead. Lin Jiao closed her eyes, feeling peaceful. She pressed against his chest and wrapped herself in that unique smell of his hash. The hot pot restaurant Wu Ziyuan booked was not far from Xinheng. After the employees of the planning department clocked out, they walked out of the hall and strolled along Sycamore Street. Meng 11, who was here for the first time, looked at the restaurants on both sides. Senior, which restaurant do you think is the best? About the same. What if you had to pick one? Lin Jiao pointed at the rice noodle shop. They have a variety of dishes. You won't get tired of it easily. Rice noodles. You don't like it? Yeah. Meng 11 looked disgusted and did not even want to look at it. Eating that kind of thing is no different from chewing plastic. Lin Jiao finally realized how picky she was. She followed Zheng Yi and the others into the hot pot restaurant. When she found a seat and sat down, she asked, then what do you usually eat? It depends. Meng 11 wiped the chair repeatedly. Most of the time, I eat Western food and seafood, such as snails, caviar, sea urchins, Bayan oysters, and bluefin tuna. Lin Jiao nodded casually. She took the menu from a female colleague. Do you want to eat any of these? No, Meng 11 did not like any of the dishes. She fiddled with the bracelet on her wrist. After Lin Jiao was done ordering, she complained, doesn't this shop even prepare aprons for us? They do. Where? The waiter will bring it over. Lin Jiao knew that Meng Qian would continue to complain for the rest of the dinner. In order to avoid being used as an emotional garbage dump, she put down her teacup in time and struck up a conversation with other colleagues. Guess who I saw? Zhuo Yuan, who had returned from the washroom, interrupted them with a smile. Who is it? Wan Rui. She raised her chin and pointed it at the corridor. I saw her wearing a waiter's uniform. Seriously, positive. Why is she working here? The two colleagues sitting opposite Lin Jiao were surprised. It was not that they looked down on waiters, but they did not expect Wang Rui to become a waiter. The salary here is not bad. Zhuo Yuan thought of the recruitment poster posted at the door. 5,000 a month, and food and accommodation are included. 129. Don't bring them to humiliate me. Is insurance included too? I don't think so. She's here. When Zhuo Yuan saw that figure, she quickly reminded them to end the topic. Wan Rui, who came in with a tray, was stunned when she saw the group of people. She placed plates of food on the shelf at the side and said indifferently, everything you ordered is here. Bring us a few aprons. Meng 11 frowned and called out to her before she left. Wan Rui did not like to be ordered around by her. She clenched her fists, took a few aprons from the cabinet, and handed them to Meng 11. Here, it's so dirty. It's a single-use apron. What do you mean it's dirty? Can't you see it with your eyes? Meng 11 pointed at the oil stains on it. It's all oily and stinky. I don't smell anything. Then at least you can see the old stains, right? She threw the apron to Wang Rui. How can you give me something that someone else has used? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Wang Rui, who was easily triggered, thought that Meng 11 was doing it on purpose. Meng 11 was confused. Are you kidding me? Why would I do it on purpose? Aren't you the one who failed at your job? If you think it's dirty, just get a new one. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Why did you talk to me with that attitude? Didn't you say it wasn't dirty? That's why I was showing you the oil stains. Wang Rui sneered. She stuffed the apron back into the cabinet. I've already left Xingheng. There's no need for you to make things difficult for me. Doesn't she have the right to make a request as a customer? How is she making things difficult for you? A female colleague chimed in to speak up for Meng 11. She pointed to the cabinet. Single-use apron should have a wrapper, but the one you took out didn't. Why is that? I didn't notice. Wang Rui took out a few unopened aprons from the second drawer. The service of this restaurant is too bad. Meng 11 crossed her arms. I won't come again. As you wish. I don't care. Wang Rui threw the aprons on the empty chair and stormed out. She has quite a temper. Is she delusional? Meng 11 doesn't even know her, so why would she make things difficult for her? She has always liked to play tricks on others, which was why she was fired. Don't let her spoil our mood. Qian Yongjun picked up a piece of tripe and said, let's eat first. The fragrance that came with the rising steam aroused the appetite of everyone present. They couldn't be bothered by someone unimportant. The sound of bowls and chopsticks colliding and the laughter lingering around made the entire private room even more lively. After paying the bill, Wu Ziyuan tucked his briefcase under his arm and asked with a smile, I live in the East District. Who wants a ride? Zhuo Yuan raised her hand. I'll go with you. Qian Yongjun, who was beside her, stood up and followed Wu Ziyuan, saying goodbye to everyone at the door. Tell us in the group when you get home. Got it. Seeing that they were heading different directions, Meng 11 pressed the car key twice. Senior, do you want me to send you back? No need. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up. How long until he gets here? About 10 minutes. Then I'll get going first. Meng 11 couldn't stand the smell of hot pot on her body and wanted to go home to take a shower. Seeing her drive away, Lin Jiao, who was about to walk down the steps, was stopped by a familiar voice. Lin Jiao. Wang Rui remembered the lesson from last time and did not dare to get too close to her. She stuffed her hands in her pockets. You suggested coming to dine here tonight to make a fool of me today, right? You're overthinking it. Who else would it be if not you? Lin Jiao tightened her jacket. I'm not interested in a stranger's whereabouts. Heh, do you think I'll believe you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Her nonchalant attitude made Wang Rui feel an indescribable sense of frustration, as if she was exploding with anger but couldn't vent it. Lin Jiao, can you let me off? She chose to give in, hoping for reconciliation. Did I make things difficult for you? No. Then what's the point of asking me to let you off since I've done nothing to you? Wang Rui didn't want to argue. She looked straight into her eyes. I hope you won't bring them to insult me again. You should really go to see a psychologist. Lin Jiao crossed the road before the traffic light changed. She ignored the roar behind her and got into the passenger seat of the Mercedes that had been parked there for a while. Who is she? A former colleague. The one who stole your proposal? Yeah. Lin Jiao took the juice from him. Ignore her. She has a mental problem. Peijai raised an eyebrow after hearing the whole story. He stepped on the accelerator. It's hard for someone like her to survive in society. Lin Jiao looked at Wang Rui, who was being pointed at by her boss, and could guess what she was about to face. Instead of Wang Rui, she was more concerned about him. What did you eat tonight? Beef noodles. Don't tell me it's instant noodles. No. Peijai turned the steering wheel to the left. Lin Jiao was relieved. She looked out the window at the night sky and only looked away when the neon lights disappeared. I'm so full. When they got out of the car, she held his hand and put it under her sweater. My stomach is bloated. When he suddenly touched her skin, Peijai felt like his palm was being burned. Do you want to take a walk with me? I don't want to walk. Then eat a probiotic tablet when we get home. Lin Jiao nodded. Okay. She placed a hand on her hip. Do I look like a pregnant woman? Not at all. Peijai pressed the elevator button. He put his arm around her shoulder and looked at her flat stomach. You'll look more like one if you stuff a pillow under your clothes. Lin Jiao smiled and followed him into the elevator. She suddenly asked, "Do you like boys or girls?" "I like both." "What if you have to choose one?" "I can't choose." Pei Jai pressed against the top of her head. "I like whoever you give birth to." Lin Jiao felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She stood in front of the living room and let him help her change shoes. "Uncle." After eating the probiotic tablet, she lay weakly on his chest. "Help me massage it." Pei Jai reached into her sweater with his left hand. He focused on rubbing her stomach while changing the channel with the remote control in his other hand. A song sounded, breaking the silence around them and accompanying them through an ordinary but warm night. 130. I like him even more than yesterday. Liu Ying Villa. A row of black cars drove into the underground parking lot of the hotel. A middle-aged man waiting at the elevator called over dozens of waiters dressed in the same suit. The waiters went forward and respectfully opened the car door for the guests, leading them to the garden in the backyard. Behind an arched door covered in green leaves, a long table covered in a white tablecloth was filled with wine and delicacies. There were 2 bonfires beside the long table. The raging flames were disturbed by the breeze, casting their dancing shadow on the projection screen. "Does anyone want to sing a song?" Chuyeju tested the microphone and said, "I'll sing a song for everyone first. Sing whatever you want. I will try my best. Sing us thinking out loud." Pei Yulan picked one that she thought was not well known, but she didn't expect him to be able to sing the full song. With a serious expression on his face, Chuyeju started humming the melody. He dragged out the last syllable, "And darling, I will be loving you till we're 70. The romantic atmosphere lasted until the end of the song. Lin Jiao was very supportive. "It's very nice." Seeing him walking over, she picked up the red wine glass on the table and clinked glasses with him. Chuyeju said humbly with a smile, "I'll be happy as long as you don't find it torturing." Ju Yinshan suddenly asked, "Jiao Jiao, when will my new girlfriend arrive?" "About 8 o'clock. There is still 1 more hour." He raised his wrist slightly and tapped the dial twice. Pei Jai looked up. "Are you planning to fall in love with her the first time you see her?" "Why would I? Then why are you in such a hurry? This place is too empty." Ju Yinshan pointed at his heart and said casually, "I need someone to fill it up." Question Xiao was speechless when he heard that. He picked up the petals that fell on the plate and asked out of curiosity, "What does your new girlfriend look like?" "I don't know yet." "You've never even seen her photo?" "Her looks are not important." Ju Yinshan looked at him seriously. "I care more about her inner beauty." "Do you believe what you just said?" Chuyeju swallowed a raw oyster and couldn't help but ask, "Why not? If she has a pockmarked face and love handle, will you still care about her inner beauty?" "The thing is that there are no such ifs." Ju Yinshan forked a piece of steak and handed it to Lin Jiao. "Jiao Jiao's friends can't be too bad." "That's true." Chuyeju lowered his head and picked up his food. "They can't be as bad as someone." "Chuyeju, who are you implying? Isn't it obvious?" Pei Yulan grabbed his ear and looked at him fiercely like she was going to devour him alive. "Say that again." "I wasn't talking about you." Chuyeju did not dare to provoke her again. Hearing him scream like a chicken, Lin Jiao burst out laughing. She chewed on the prawn and pushed away the food that was continuously put into her plate. "It's too much." "The last one." He forked up a piece of roasted chicken and fed it to her lips. He insisted on waiting for her to swallow it before starting to take care of his own stomach. Lin Jiao, who was always placed first by him, stared at his side profile and suddenly felt touched. When no one was looking, she secretly kissed the corner of his lips and said softly, "Uncle, I like you even more than yesterday." Pei Jai's heart skipped a beat. "Me too," he whispered into her ear, his words filled with love. They looked at each other and smiled. Ju Yinshan happened to see the scene. He leaned against the chair and clicked his tongue. "Can you consider the feelings of single people? Are you considered single?" "She's not here yet." "Of course I am. We're the real single ones." Chuyeju put down his knife and fork and clinked glasses with question Xiao. Pei Yulan said, "Me too." Although she did not want to admit it, the truth was right in front of her. "Don't tell me you two are still not together after so long." "Soon." Chuyeju could not bring himself to dash her hope. He sighed silently. When night fell, he followed them to the bonfire. "Do you want to play games?" He fiddled with the empty wine bottle and gave them a sweeping glance. "Wait a minute." Lin Jiao looked at Ju Yinshan after reading a message she'd just received. They are at the entrance. Ju Yinshan instantly sat up straight. He undid a button on his collar and adjusted it. Yaju, sit over there. All right. Chu Yaju made room for the newcomer. He looked at the two figures approaching under the dim light. Brother Yinshan, what's her name? Qian Yu. Ju Yinshan narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept past her voluptuous figure and stopped on that extremely exotic face. There was an indescribable familiarity. Qian Yu, who had deliberately dressed up, walked to their side and greeted them with a smile. When she met Ju Yinshan's gaze, she reached out to shake his hand and said nothing about having met him before. Sit down first. Ju Yinshan moved the chair and quietly closed the distance between them. His action made Qian Yu smile even more. She sat on the soft chair very reservedly and had no intention of talking to him, let alone looking at him. Before Ju Yinshan could figure out a topic to talk with her, Chu Yeju said first, Qian Yu, are you a mix? No. Her mother is a Uya. Pei Yulan poured a glass of champagne and handed it to her. No wonder her facial features are so well defined. Where is your hometown? Ju Yinshan rubbed the lighter and looked at her. Qian Yu took 2 sips of champagne. Eli, she looked down. Are you going to smoke? You don't like the smell of smoke. I don't mind. After confirming that she could tolerate the smell of smoke, he slowly lit a cigarette. His overly gentlemanly manner made Chu Yeju want to laugh. Let's play truth or dare, Chu Yeju suggested. You guys go ahead. Shen Yi ate the roasted chicken that the waiter had just served. I want to fill my stomach first. You didn't have dinner? I had an operation in the evening and didn't have time to fix myself something to eat. How about you, Qian Yu? I did. Qian Yu stared at the wine bottle in his hand. How do we play it? Chu Yeju explained the rules before handing the bottle to Pei Jai. The birthday boy first. Pei Jai spun it casually. Seeing that the bottle was pointed at Lin Jiao, he laughed and asked, Jiao Jiao, truth or dare? Dare, then give me a kiss. You can do that? Chu Yeju widened his eyes. He had reason to suspect that they wanted to use the game to display their affectionate love. Brother Pei, at least give him something more challenging. 131 Unchanging Birthday Wish. Pei Jai smiled. Kiss me twice. With that, he felt a warm and moist feeling on his lips. Lin Jiao kissed him twice. The smiles in their eyes were filled with love. Even the air seemed to have become sweet. Chu Yeju swallowed the dog food silently and asked question Xiao to continue spinning the bottle. The wine bottle rolling on the lawn slowly stopped, pointing at Ju Yinshan. I choose truth. What type of woman do you like? Elegant and generous. He looked at Qian Yu. That'd be better if she has a pair of beautiful eyes. Qian Yu remained calm, her expression unreadable. She stared at the spinning wine bottle, looking forward to him choosing dare. After the first round ended, Chu Yeju, who was the last to receive the bottle, started the second round. Seeing that the bottle was aimed at Qian Yu, he held back his laughter and said seriously, pick a person and ask him to do 10 push-ups with you. How? Sit on his back. Qian Yu was conflicted, not knowing who to choose. She first looked at Chu Yeju. Seeing that he was shaking his head and refusing with the excuse of feeling uncomfortable, she could only ask Ju Yinshan to do it. Mr. Ju, is that okay with you? Sure. Ju Yinshan was excited by being called Mr. Ju. He got down on the lawn without hesitation. He placed his palm on the ground. Count it. Okay. Qian Yu sat down on his back. She placed her right hand on his shoulder to stabilize herself, her charming voice lingering in his ears. Ju Yinshan's ears went numb from hearing it. He stared at the lawn and tried his best to ignore the softness in his back. When she counted to 10, he finally let out a breath. Brother Yinshan, are you tired? Chu Yeju handed them a cigarette and raised an eyebrow teasingly. Not at all. Chu Yeju turned off the alarm on his phone and leaned towards Pei Yulan. He whispered, another half hour. Where is it? In the trunk. Pei Yulan walked around and returned with several car keys. Who's going to help us bring it over? There are people downstairs. Chu Yeju dragged her to the parking lot. He opened a few trunks in a row and asked the waiter to move the boxes to the trolley. Why is the firework gone? Are you blind? Pei Yulan raised her chin at the trolley. They took it out already. Equals. Still 4 are missing. Go and look in the back seat. Chu Yeju still couldn't find it. Forget it. Afraid he wouldn't make it in time, he dragged her to the archway. Leave the things here for now, it's too far away. Pei Yulin asked the waiter to walk around to the back and hide the gift box under the long table. She panted, it's time to tell them. All right, Chu Yaju informed them one by one. When it was 5 minutes to midnight, he asked the waiter to bring the cake over. Brother Pei, let's sit over there. Fresh and plump rose petals scattered on the spotless tablecloth, and a few candlesticks were arranged evenly. The wine glasses were filled with red wine, decorating the table together with the rose petals. Pei Jai's eyes were filled with gentleness. He stopped in front of a dark grey simple cake and watched them light candles. Happy birthday to you, Lin Jiao hummed the tune. She looked at his face with a bright smile. Other than him, there was nothing else in her eyes. Make a wish. Pei Jai closed his eyes. He made the same wish that he had made for 4 years. May she be safe and sound. May her wish be fulfilled. May she be loved and taken care of. Surprise! When Pei Jai opened his eyes, Chu Yoju and Shenyi lit the firework. The colorful fireworks filled the sky, creating beautiful images. They all sent gifts to Pei Jai one by one. Lin Jiao, who was the last to send a gift, also took out a square box with a bow tie. She handed it to him with both hands. Open it. Pei Jai opened the box. Cartier's logo gradually appeared. He subconsciously thought it was a wristwatch. However, when he opened the box and saw a pair of rings, he felt like he had stopped breathing. Lin Jiao was a little nervous. Do you like it? I like it. Especially. Then I'll put it on for you. She carefully picked up the ring and asked him to reach out a hand. Where do you want to wear it? Left middle finger. Pei Jai's fingertips were trembling. He closed his eyes and felt the coldness of the ring pass through his fingers, his heart beating crazily as if it was wrapped tightly in turbulent seawater. He couldn't help but reveal a joyful smile. Picking up the female ring with a diamond embedded in it, he put it on her middle finger devoutly like a believer. The 2 rings pulled them closer again. Lin Jiao stood on her tiptoes. Happy birthday. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Their undisguised affection made everyone envious. Chu Yoju, who had recorded this moment, looked at the couple in the camera and sighed. It's so touching. President Pei, please. Shenyi picked up the cake knife on the table and handed it over. Pei Jai took out the extinguished candles. He cut 8 pieces of cake and held Lin Jiao's hand as they returned to the bonfire to prevent her from getting cold. Do you want to eat barbecue? He wiped the cream off the corner of her lips and asked gently. Yes. Lin Jiao took a bite of the cake and deliberately leaned over to kiss him. I want to barbecue it for you. Then I'll get them to send the ingredients over. Pei Jai asked Question Shao to inform the hotel employees. He tilted his head slightly. Do you still want to kiss me? Haven't you had enough of it? Far from enough. Lin Jiao satisfied him. She kissed him twice and wiped his cheek. Brother Yinshan and the others are here to drink with you. Pei Jai looked up and saw a few smiling faces. He took the glass of wine that was about to overflow and was about to drink with them when he was stopped. One at a time. Shenyi clinked glasses with him. I wish you two a long life together. Pei Jai downed the glass without hesitation. He looked at Chu Yoju, who was still thinking. You haven't figured out what to say yet. I got an idea. Chu Yoju cleared his throat. 132 You two are compatible. He raised his glass with a serious expression. I wish you all the best. Pei Jai smiled and downed the second glass. He moved his chair closer to the bonfire with them and chatted while barbecuing. A moment later, the fragrance of grilled meat spread. Qian Yu, Ju Yinshan, who was flipping the skewers, narrowed his eyes at the smoke. Do you eat meat? I grew up in Lin City. I don't have those taboos. Then try this. Qian Yu bit into a piece of pork belly and savored the fragrance. It tastes good. What else do you want to eat? Nothing for now. She handed him a tissue to wipe the oil off his hands. You eat too. Chu Yaju happened to see their interaction. I suddenly realized. He quickly swallowed the beef in his mouth and continued. You two are quite compatible. Pei Yulin looked at them with a face as red as the setting sun and added, you two can try to get to know each other better. Did you drink too much? Chu Yaju asked out of concern. No, not at all. Your face is especially red. Pei Yulin took out a mirror to take a look. She refused to admit that she was drunk. I'm like Chu Yaju. I get flushed easily but it doesn't mean I'm drunk. Cut it out. Chu Yaju threw away the skewer. He leaned closer to look at her blurry eyes. If you're not drunk, I'll take your surname. I'm really not drunk. Pei Yulan picked up the wine bottle and said with cockiness, if you don't believe me, let's compete. It's boring to just drink. Then let's play games. Chu called everyone to join. After 3 rounds, Pei Yulan was still sober, but Lin Jiao was a little drunk. Uncle. She grabbed Pei Jai's collar and sat between his knees. I want to eat corn. Pei Jai delivered it to her mouth. He lowered his eyes and watched her chew the corn one by one. He asked gently, are you sleepy? I'm not sleepy. She was just hungry. Lin Jiao ate 3 skewers of vegetables and finally felt full. Wipe my mouth. I did. I didn't notice it. Pei Jai could only wipe it again. He deliberately slowed down so that she could see the tissue on her lips. Don't drink so much next time. Got it? Lin Jiao looked up at him, her clear eyes seeming to be filled with stars. She was so obedient that Pei Jai wanted to bully her. He touched his forehead with hers, his breath fragrant with wine. Don't look at me like that. Why? I'm afraid I won't be able to help myself. Lin Jiao nodded slowly, not quite understanding what he meant. She sat up straight and looked at the others. Who lost? Questioned Xiao. Is his alcohol tolerance good? It depends on who is competing with. Pei Jai hugged her waist tightly and pulled her closer to him. He raised an eyebrow. You still want to drink? 133 Washing her feet. What if he's competing with me? Lin Jiao did not seem to hear his question. His alcohol tolerance is better than yours. No, she bit his earlobe and scolded him in a muffled voice. Reorganize your words. The warm touch was like an electric current that ran from Pei Jai's spine to his limbs. With a stiff back, he turned his head to avoid her lips as he grabbed her chin. You're better than him. How much better? Much, much better. He'll get drunk after 2 glasses. Lin Jiao was satisfied. She rubbed his ear and watched it turn red. Did I hurt you? It doesn't hurt. Pei Jai pulled her hand away. He lifted his chin in Qian Yu's direction to distract her attention. Qian Yu lost. Brother Yinshan will drink it for her. Ju Yinshan had indeed helped her drink a lot. He wiped the wine stain off his lips and whispered into Qian Yu's ear, do you still want to play? His fragrant breath brushed past the tip of her nose. When Qian Yu met his eyes, her heart skipped a beat, but she did not show it. What about you? If you want, I'll play with you. Then let's play 2 more rounds. Okay. With Ju Yinshan helping her cheat, she rarely lost in the following rounds. As night fell, the light emitted by the bonfire became weaker and weaker. The group of people also became sleepy due to alcohol. Brother Yinshan, where's the room card? Chu placed his hand on Shen Yi's shoulder and helped him walk unsteadily. Upstairs. Does everyone have a room? Who else do you want to sleep with? Pei Jai carried Lin Jiao into the elevator and pressed the floor button. With Shen Yi. Shen Yi glanced at him. Don't even think about it. He didn't want to be tortured by snoring all night. Are you still my bro? No. I want to sleep with Qian Yu. Pei Yulan leaned on her shoulder, finding it hard to even open her eyes. Qian Yu helped her walk out. She took the room card from the waiter and turned to look at Ju Yinshan. Mr. Ju, good night. Good night. Ju Yinshan waited for them to close the door before dragging his tired body to the other side. The sound of doors closing could be heard one after another. Bright moonlight shone into different rooms from all directions, wrapping figures in hazy light. Jiao, sit down. Pei Jai placed the towel in the basin and sat up straight with her in his arms. I'm done washing up. I haven't washed your feet yet. Here you go. Lin Jiao slowly raised her feet. With her eyes half closed, she reached to the back of her waist with her right hand to unbutton the bras and pull it out. Pei Jai, who was still taking off her socks, was suddenly covered by something. He removed the bras on his head and looked at her fair shoulders. Pull up the collar. Lin Jiao did it unwillingly. She held her collar with 2 fingers and slowly pulled it up under his dark gaze. Done. Good. Pei Jai held her ankle. He looked at her delicate feet. His fingers brushed past her thin Achilles tendon and landed on her round ankles. Holding her feet in his hands, he slowly put them into the warm water. Lin Jiao curled her toes. She tickled his skin and whispered, it tickles. 134 Dreaming again. Pei Jai, who was tickled, did not even complain. He pinched her toes and passed his fingertips through the gaps between her toes to wash them patiently. Lin Jiao, who could not move, stopped curling her toes. Under his gentle massage, She closed her eyes in enjoyment. Seeing that she was about to fall asleep, Peijai wiped the water off her feet and passed a hand through the gap between her waist and arm. Jiao Jiao. He held her waist and rubbed her soft skin. Change your clothes before you sleep. Lin Jiao subconsciously lifted the hem of her shirt. Before she could expose an inch of her skin, Peijai turned around and handed her the pajamas. Come up and keep me company. She didn't even bother to button the pajamas and got into bed. Peijai lifted the blanket and got in, using his strong arm to pillow her. He kissed her on the forehead, just like how he did every other night. The moonlight pouring down from the window gradually weakened. Day and night changed shifts. Birds in the mountains flew past the balcony under the glaring sun and let out high-pitched chirps. Chuyeju, who was the first to wake up, turned on the stereo and played a random song at max volume. With a cigarette in his mouth, he pushed open the glass door of the balcony and looked at the towering mountain in the distance. It's a typical sensation. Feeling this sensation, my love. He hummed to the melody, waking up the others. Chuyeju, shut up. It's a typical sensation. Seeing that he wasn't going to stop, Pei Yulan walked to the balcony with the pillow and threw it to the right. Are you crazy? Chuyeju accidentally dropped the cigar on the pillow and stepped on it to keep the fire from spreading. His flustered look made people want to laugh. Pei Yulan fought back the laughter and said to him, "Don't be such an annoyance so early in the morning. Did I disturb you?" Another pillow was thrown at him. Chuyeju kicked the cigarette butt away and was finally angry. Do you have to always be so childish? What? Pretending to be deaf? He picked up the pillow, grabbed the railing with one hand, stood on tiptoe, and threw it back at her. In such a manner, a pillow fight broke out. The music and noise made Peijai, who was leaning against the bed, no longer sleepy. He stood up and put on his sweater. When he turned around, he saw Lin Jiao searching for something. He asked in confusion, "Jiao Jiao, what are you looking for?" "A stick." "Where did the stick come from?" "I don't know either." Lin Jiao lifted the blanket and couldn't find the stick anywhere. She knelt by the bed. "How strange. Did you dream?" Peijai tucked her hair behind her ear. Lin Jiao thought for a moment and felt that he was right. Maybe. "Did the stick chase you in your dream?" "No," she asked Peijai to bring the clothes over and planned to get changed first. "I can't even remember." Peijai kissed her lips. "Then change first." He walked to the balcony with a cigarette and lighter to watch the pillow fight that had yet to end. Seeing that Pei Yulan was exhausted, Chuyeju threw away the pillow and could not be bothered to play with her anymore. He lit another cigarette and asked when he saw Peijai, "Brother Pei, where are we going today?" "Back mountain. Ride the cable car." "Yes." Peijai blew out a puff of smoke. "Wash up and go downstairs to eat." Chuyeju returned with a few pillows. He tidied his messy hair and turned off the music before leaving. 135 Surviving in the wilderness. The midwinter sun was warm. The group followed the quiet mountain path and gradually walked to the cable car. They got into the two cable cars one after another and rode higher and higher. "Are you afraid?" Ju Yinshan looked at Lin Jiao and Qian Yu. "No. This height is still acceptable." They looked out of the window and saw the clear stream and dense trees. A breeze slipped in from the window, blowing their hair into a mess and quietly stirring their hearts. When the cable car stopped, Ju Yinshan came back to his senses. He pushed open that door and stepped out, waiting for them to follow along. "Is there no staff up here?" "No." "Then how are we going to get there?" "There's a sign behind you." Peijai gestured for him to move to the side so that he could see the words. He waited for Chuyeju and the others to get out of the car and walked along the road, getting closer and closer to the forest. The road in the forest was not easy to walk. There were many dead branches and rocks, leaving a faint sound and trace wherever they passed. The birds flying overhead occasionally blocked the sun. Their cries echoed in the forest, making the surrounding atmosphere inexplicably strange. Pei Yulan zipped up her jacket. "I feel like we're surviving in the wilderness. To be honest, it's quite exciting. Do you think there are wild boars here?" No question. Shao pushed aside the dead branches in front of him. "But there are many poisonous spiders and centipedes." "No way." "Really?" When he pulled a long face, his words were much more believable. "That's why I told you not to show your ankles. Don't scare me. Look at the tree if you don't believe me." Chuyeju really found a spider. He leaned closer to take a look and asked Shen Yi, Is this a poisonous spider? No, Shenyi said indifferently. Even if you see a poisonous spider, as long as you don't touch it, it won't bite you. Lin Jiao, who was most afraid of spiders, had goosebumps just by hearing their conversation. Uncle. She edged toward Pei Jai and said softly, let's walk faster. Do you want me to carry you? No need. Pei Jai diverted her attention. Jiao Jiao, find the sign. Yes. Lin Jiao looked around. They followed the signs and finally walked out of the winding road and stopped by the stream. About 3 to 4 meters from the surface of the stream, there was a single wooden bridge held up by a steel rope. There were only a few dozen wooden stakes on the bridge, but each stake was separated by a distance. Just looking at them made one nervous. I'll go up and try it first. Chuyoju tied the safety rope on the steel rope and walked to the wooden stake. He raised his right foot and took the first step. After stabilizing his footing, he turned around and said, this wooden stake is not wide enough. It's not easy to step on. Look down, not high. I'm sure you'll be fine. Wait for me. Pei Yulin followed closely behind, one hand holding the steel cable as she stepped forward. She looked at the clear stream and was okay with the height. It's indeed not high, but looking at it for too long makes me dizzy. Then don't look. Chuyoju waited for her every 2 steps so that he could save her in time if she was too stupid to miss her step and fell into the stream. He stopped in the middle and shouted at the people on the other side of the bridge, why are you still standing there? 136 Strange Cave. Ju Yinshan helped Qianyu put on the safety rope. He gazed into those eyes, gentlemanly and considerate. Tell me if you're afraid. Yes. Qianyu stepped onto the first stake. She seemed to be a little unsteady as she grabbed the steel rope and took a step forward. After crossing a few wooden stakes, she felt inexplicably dizzy. Mr. Ju, can you help me? Ju Yinshan leaned towards her. When he held her left hand, an unprecedented feeling welled up in his heart. Don't be nervous. He comforted her gently with a smile. I won't let you fall. The warmth of his palm wrapped around Qianyu. She looked at his back and the throbbing feeling was even stronger than last night. Even the last trace of nervousness was gone. When they reached the middle, Pei Jai held Lin Jiao's hand and slowly stepped on the wooden stake. Jiao Jiao, don't look down. He knew that her fear came from the wooden stake, so with every step he took, he would turn around to wait for her. A scene suddenly flashed across Lin Jiao's mind. Uncle. She pushed aside the hair stuck to her cheek. Do you remember the French restaurant we went to before? I remember. The glass bridge over there is even scarier than this. Pei Jai let out a low laugh. He reminded her again, steady your step before stepping forward. Lin Jiao pulled herself back from her thoughts and walked forward carefully. Question Xiao, who was following behind her, stared at the fish that jumped out of the stream. Shenyi, look at the one on the right. It's so fat. You want to eat it? Yes, but I can't get it. Shenyu's gaze landed on his waist. He stepped on the wooden stake on Question Xiao's left. Compared to that, fixing the broken safety rope is more urgent. Whose safety rope? Yours. Question Xiao turned around. F*CK. His shocked voice made the fish in the stream jump even more happily. Even the water splashing seemed to be mocking him. I'll get Chuyoju to send one to you. Shenyi picked up the strap on his leg, his expression calm. This height should be fine, but you'll definitely break your bones if you fall. To be safe, he shouted across the bridge. Hearing the voice, Chuyoju walked back. He handed the safety rope to Question Xiao. How did you break it? Did you tear it? No, it broke itself. The quality is too bad. I'll talk to them when we get back. Question Xiao looked at the fat fish and reluctantly stepped down the wooden stakes with them. Where should we go? I don't know. There are no more signs. Qianyu saw the red ribbon and said, there's a piece of paper on the tree. She pointed at the tree behind Lin Jiao. It's too high. We need 2 people to reach it. Who wants to volunteer? Chuyoju squatted down against the tree trunk. There were only 3 women present who were considered light. Pei Yulin reluctantly sat on his shoulder. She hugged his head and clamped his face with her forearm when he stood up, afraid that he would accidentally throw her out. Pei Yulin, let go of your hand. It's your honor to be hugged by me, okay. Chuyoju felt frustrated. He raised his chin at the branch, not in the mood to argue with her. How are you going to get the thing if you are holding me with both hands? Then stop wobbling. Pei Yulin reached out her right hand and grabbed the ribbon. It's indeed a map. Ju Yinshan unfolded the piece of paper and carefully looked at the icons and routes on it. Which way should we go now? The right way. They walked along the mud road on the right and stopped in front of a cave covered by dense flowers. There was no light in the quiet cave. Not only was it impossible to see the end of it with the naked eye, but it also gave people the feeling that they were staring into an abyss. You guys go first. Shen Yu stepped aside and extinguished the cigarette. I'll walk in the back with Question Xiao. Then I'll walk in front. Turn on the flashlights. Pei Jai held Lin Jiao's arm and followed behind the others. When they walked deep into the cave, the sunlight that shone on the cave entrance completely disappeared. Ah! Pei Yulin, who stopped at the fork, screamed. She grabbed Chu Yoju's sleeve and pointed to the left. A shadow floated past. You must be mistaken. I'm not. There really is a shadow, Lin Jiao said with uncertainty. Maybe it's a staff member. She stood on her tiptoes and looked around. Is anyone there? Question Xiao shouted. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. However, no one responded. He shone the flashlight inside and suggested, why don't we go over and take a look? I wouldn't dare. What are you afraid of? Hide behind me. Chu Yoju pulled Pei Yulin, who was as timid as a quail, behind him, his eyes filled with mockery. He shook the flashlight on the wall and looked up when he heard the sound of water dripping. Pa-ta! A few drops of water landed on his forehead. He wiped it casually and was about to tell the rest of them when he heard a piercing scream. What happened? Blood. There's so much blood on your face. Where did you get the blood on your face? Ju Yinshan was frightened by that bloody face, let alone Qian Yu. It dripped from above. Does it smell like blood? No. Chu Yoju sniffed his fingertips and smiled. It's probably theatrical blood. When he smiled, it was even more terrifying. Lin Jiao handed him a tissue. Wipe yourself first. She really did not want to face that spooky face. When Pei Jai, who was observing the stone wall, caught sight of a white figure, he pulled Lin Jiao into his arms. He reminded her gently, there's something on the left. Qian Yu did not dare to look in that direction. She walked closer to Ju Yinshan and held his wrist when she was about to turn the corner, looking for a sense of security. This made Ju Yinshan excited. Don't worry. He stood in front of her in a protective posture and stared at her carefully. Nothing strange so far. It's a dead end. Can that stone door be opened? I don't think so. Shen Yu stared at the uneven stone door. He touched the bumps and said with interest, there are 3 buttons on it. I think. Chu Yoju pressed the button closest to him. Ju Yinshan turned around. What do you think? 137 Unexpected encounter with the dolls. What followed was a strange cry. Ju Yinshan had expected this to happen, so he quickly pulled Qian Yu back to the edge of the wall. They held their breaths and waited for the mystery to unfold. Occasionally, they would look at each other. Why isn't the thing here yet? Question Xiao was impatient. He rubbed his ears and clicked his tongue. The horror effect here is terrible. I think so too. Shen Yu raised his hand and pressed the second button. Just as he was about to wonder what would follow, a cold wind blew past and a few dolls with long hair fell from above. The dolls swayed in the air with a smile on their bloody faces. Damn, this is 2F** King scary. Their hair is still dripping with blood. Their eyeballs are falling out too. The eyeballs dropped to the ground and rolled around. Everyone was overly stimulated by the scene. Ju Yinshan hugged Qian Yu, who was hiding in his arms, and took a few steps to the right, trying to get away from the swaying dolls. He was not in the mood to feel the warmth of her body in his arms. As he walked, he reminded Pei Jai to be careful not to fall. Shen Yi, press it again. Pei Jai wrapped Lin Jiao in his jacket and moved to the stone door. He lowered his head and comforted her. Don't be afraid. We'll be out soon. It's open. Shen Yi pushed aside the hair in front of her eyes. He kicked the arm of the doll that was blocking the way. This door will close automatically. Hurry up. Seeing that the stone door was gradually descending, the group of people bent down and successfully reached the other end. The creepy sound disappeared. The moment the stone door closed, they had time to catch their breath. Damn it! Question Xiao stepped on one of the eyeballs that had been brought over and patted his jacket up and down. My jacket is stained with fake blood. Mine too. How annoying. Can you wash it off? I think so. Pei Yulin felt something on the back of her neck and grabbed a handful of hair. She was so disgusted that she felt nauseous. Chu Yaju. She turned her back to him, her voice still trembling. Help me find if there's any on my back. Chuyeju searched in her hood and found a broken nose. That's all. He threw it far away. There are candles over there. We can turn off the flashlight. Lin Jiao looked up at the rows of candles not far away, her facial expression gradually returning to normal. She followed them unhurriedly, occasionally admiring the murals carved, and the fear in her heart was greatly reduced. Seeing that she had relaxed, Peijai retracted his gaze from her face. Yinshen, is there a vending machine outside the cave? Ju Yinshen took out the map. Yes. He pointed at one of the icons. After we get out, let's rest. How much longer do we have to walk? Soon, I think. Under the guidance of the candles, they passed through 2 stone doors and stopped in front of 3 wooden boxes. There was a sign beside the wooden box. The task was very simple. As long as they could take out 3 keys, they could leave. Chuyeju knocked on the box. He tilted his head to listen to the movement inside. After confirming that there was no strange sound, he was relieved. Shall we open them one by one? Yes. Shinyu stepped forward to help. When he saw that the first box was filled with mealworms, he immediately walked away. I can't do that. He couldn't stand insects the most. Just looking at them made his scalp tingle. What is it? Mealworm. Peijai approached the wooden box. Jiao Jiao, do you have a bag in your totes? Is a makeup bag okay? Sure. Lin Jiao poured out the cosmetics. She handed him the bag and watched him reach his hand in through the hole. I think it's in the upper left corner. She endured the discomfort and helped him find the key among the insects. Peijai pinpointed HTE key accurately. He shook off the mealworms that were crawling on the bag and threw the key on the tissue. Open the next one. A sizzling sound was heard. When the light shone on them, more than 20 black snakes stuck out their tongues and stared at Chuyeju's face, scaring him so much that he quickly closed the wooden box. What is it this time? Snake. Let me do it. Ju Yinshen rolled up his sleeves. He had caught snakes with his grandpa many times in the past and was already immune to them. Qian Yu frowned. Don't you want to use the bag? No need. They're not poisonous. Then be careful. Yes. Ju Yinshen pushed aside the black snakes without fear and found the key. He pulled away the snakes that were wrapping around his wrist. His smooth handling of the snakes made Qian Yu admire him even more. He opened the 3rd wooden box and found the last key among the ants. We can finally go out. When the door opened, Question Xiao felt much more relaxed. He handed them a cigarette each and walked out while humming a tune. When the sun poured down, the fresh air was brought to the tip of their noses by the wind and brushed past gently. The sound of birds chirping lingered in their ears, accompanied by the rustling of the trees. They sat at the table and enjoyed the moment without being disturbed by the outside world. They chatted and laughed at times, making the atmosphere even livelier. Qian Yu tightened the cap of the mineral water bottle and called her besties to the washroom. They stood in front of the mirror to touch up their makeup. She opened the air cushion. I think your brother is quite manly, especially when he's finding the keys. Do you like him? Very much so. He's been protecting you the whole time. Pei Yulin washed her hands. He's probably into you too. Not yet, Qian Yu said truthfully. So far, he is only slightly into me. That's better than nothing. That's true, but it won't be easy to keep him interested in me. Then what do you plan to do? Lin Jiao pursed her lips and looked at her in the mirror. Play hard to get. Aren't you afraid he'll give up? If you play it well, he won't give up. Qian Yu had always been confident in controlling men. Pei Yulin was in no hurry to ask her for tips. She was more concerned about something else. How far do you plan to go with Brother Yinshen? You want to hear honest words. Why would I want lies? Qian Yu smiled and said, before yesterday, I only wanted to get him and have him. Like encountering a challenging prey, she only wanted to catch him and win his heart. And now, it's different now. She turned to look at Lin Jiao. To be precise, it's your interaction with Peijai that changed my mind. Lin Jiao seemed to understand the emotions in her eyes. She pulled out a tissue and wiped the water off her fingertips. You want to have a future with him? 138 She's not good enough for Ji Yu Quan. Kind of. Qian Yu abandoned her usual attitude towards love. I've decided to take it seriously this time. What if he doesn't? Then enjoy the moment. After all, life was unpredictable. There was no need to seek trouble when it was time to enjoy. You have a good outlook on life. Pei Yulin followed them out. Unlike me, Has Jiangyi contacted you in the past 2 days? We talk occasionally, but normally just a few words. I suggest you find a chance to confess to him. Qian Yu pushed aside a few strands of hair by her ear. Try to find out what he thinks. What if he rejects me? Don't think too much about what hasn't happened yet. Lin Jiao helped her adjust her hat. Maybe he'll agree immediately. Pei Yulan took a deep breath. That's true. She walked to the table, listened to them talk about the following schedule, and forgot all about Jiangyi. Let's go. Chu Yeju led the group of people to the third checkpoint. When the setting sun faded bit by bit from the horizon, they rode the cable car down the mountain. Good times passed quickly. On Sunday afternoon, they bade farewell to the villa and set off on their way back. Is there a traffic jam? Lin Jiao, who was sitting in the back, looked up and asked Question Xiao. It's an accident. Is it serious? It's not particularly serious. Question Xiao stuck his head out and happened to see a figure. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the man standing in front of the BMW on the left. After confirming that it was him, he quickly closed the window. What's wrong? He acted like a sneaky thief and inevitably caught Pei Jai's attention. Nothing. Question Xiao turned around and winked at him. It's too bloody. Don't look out. Pei Jai looked out nonetheless and saw a familiar face. Afraid that Lin Jiao would be too stimulated, he held her waist and lifted her up on his knees. Jiao Jiao, it's time to change the toiletries at home. Towel and toothbrush. Yes, and a few bottles of detergent. This conversation successfully diverted Lin Jiao's attention from looking out the window. She leaned against Pei Jai's chest. Uncle, do you want to eat steak tonight? I'll make it for you. All right. Pei Jai rubbed the ring on his finger. When Question Xiao stepped on the accelerator, Pei Jai looked at the man and woman beside him through the window with disgust and disdain. Ji Yuquan, who seemed to have noticed something, frowned. Seeing that the unfamiliar car was driving towards the highway, he pulled back his thoughts and drove to the other side. Tian, when they got out of the car, he held Su Tian's hand. Don't worry, my parents are very nice. Will they like me? Definitely. Su Tian walked along the corridor of the tea house to the door of the private room nervously. She gripped the string of the gift box tightly. When she saw the old couple, she smiled sweetly. Dad, Mom. Ji Yuquan pulled out a chair and asked her to sit down first. This is my girlfriend, Su Tian. As the head of the family, Ji Chenjia exuded an aura that made him seem unapproachable. Good, have a seat. He picked up his teacup and gestured for his wife to talk to them. Zhang Wanlian adjusted the cloak on her shoulder and smiled. Where does Miss Su work? I just returned to the country. I haven't found a job yet. Which country did you study in before? Spain. Su Tian held the glass of water with both hands. I studied business administration there. Master degree? Yes. She paused for a moment. If I have time in the future, I'll consider pursuing a doctor's degree. Zhang Wanlian nodded in understanding. She pushed the snacks on the table forward and asked Ji Yuquan, have you seen her parents? Not yet. Aren't you high school classmates? You've known her for so many years, but you've never been a guest at her house. Her upbringing is very strict. Ji Yuquan handed a cigar to his father. I've only been to her neighborhood. Is it far from our house? Far. She's in Boyan district close to the outskirts. Zhang Wanlian couldn't remember the name of the villa area in Boyan district, so she asked, is her house located in the residential area developed by Hongyuan Real Estate? No, her house is behind the farmer's market. Is there a neighborhood over there? Ji Yuquan nodded. It's an old neighborhood. He looked at Ji Chenjia. Dad, you should have been there before. Zhang Wanlian was now sure of her family background. She ate the pastries slowly and chatted with Su Tian out of courtesy. Quan. Ji Chenjia stubbed out his cigarette and looked at the time on his phone. You said over the phone that you have something to tell us. What is it? Tian and I, Ji Yuquan held her hand and said very solemnly, are preparing to get married. The word shocked was not enough to describe how Ji Chenjia and his wife felt. That is not gonna happen. Zhang Wanlian was the first to speak. Why? Marriage is not something you can decide alone. She made herself clear. A marriage that doesn't match can't last. Su Tian's face turned pale. She felt like she had been splashed with cold water. Do you think I'm not good enough for him? It's not about whether you're good enough or not. Zhang Wanlian gave her some face. You and Quan are from two different worlds. Seeing her eyes turn red, Ji Yuquan's heart ached. Mom. He held Su Tian's waist and pulled her into his arms. Aren't you being too unreasonable? You call telling the truth unreasonable? What era are we in now? Why are you still so old-fashioned? It's not like she could choose to be born in a rich family. Zhang Wanlian was furious with her son. Ji Chenjie patted her on the back to calm her down and looked much more serious. He said in a low voice, different family backgrounds mean different views on everything. The impact is very significant. Do you understand? Our views are very similar. That's only for now. As soon as Ji Yuquan met his eyes, his thoughts became chaotic. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. His silence made Su Tian even more afraid. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Uncle, Quan and I are truly in love. In the future, marriage doesn't just need love to be maintained. The difference between you two is not only your family background, but also your personal ability and social circle. I'll try my best to keep up with him. As long as he needs me, I'll share his burden at any time. Please don't break us up, okay? Share his burden. Ji Chenjie sighed at her naivety. If the GU Corporation is in danger one day, what do you think you can do to share his burden? 139 Putting the marriage on hold. Su Tian had never thought about such a question, let alone give an answer immediately. Before Ji Yuquan could speak up for Su Tian, he was interrupted by Ji Chenjie. Su Tian, I'm not saying you are not good. He tapped his fingertips on the table. The truth is right in front of you. There's very little you can do. Su Tian did not want to give up just like that. She sniffed. Are you saying he can only marry girls who can help him in business? No, Ji Chenjie was just making an example. Quan is still young. He still has a long way to go in the future. We don't want him to have a family that will drag him down. Are you that sure I'll drag him down? If you look at the problem and gap between you two honestly, you will know that I'm telling the truth. Chenjie, it's about time. Zhang Wanlian did not want to waste any more time and reminded him that it was time to leave. All right. Ji Chenjie put down his teacup. Before he left, he patted Ji Yuquan on the shoulder. Don't let me hear you mention marriage again. What he said was no different from a warning that made Su Tian's life with Ji Yushin in the future impossible. Su Tian couldn't help but cry. She looked at the silent Ji Yuquan with a tear-stained face. Quan, what should we do? I'll talk to them when I have the chance. But Uncle doesn't want you to bring it up again. Ji Yuquan sighed silently. We need to wait. He held her cheeks gently. They just can't accept it for the time being. How long do we have to wait? I'll try my best to persuade them before the new year. Before the new year? Su Tian bit her lower lip. Then can we still get married at Christmas? Let's put the marriage aside for now. Ji Yuquan did not dare to go against Ji Chenjie. He kept his eyes level with hers. Tian, as long as I persuade them, we can get married at any time. Su Tian felt extreme heartache. She hugged Ji Yuquan's waist tightly. Quan, you must not let me down, promise me. What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Yuquan's feelings for her had never changed. I'll solve all the problems. Trust me, okay. It's not that I don't believe you. She had gone all out in this relationship and was just afraid of losing it all. Don't think too much. Ji Yuquan knew what she was afraid of. I won't let you suffer. Okay. Su Tian stopped crying. She followed Ji Yuquan out of the tea house and gradually calmed down. Quan, I want to spend more time with Auntie. Then I'll take you home when I have time. Ji Yuquan walked down the steps and opened the driver's door. They both knew that this was not a good time to meet. Su Tian did not ask for much. She put on her seatbelt and looked at the phone in his hand. Who sent you a message? Songjin. What's wrong? Ji Yuquan held the steering wheel with one hand. He said that He-Chi is drinking again and wants us to go over and take a look. He-Chi had not been doing well recently. Ever since he was hospitalized, he had been losing his assets in bulk, and he had lost most of the money he had earned before. Is his father really not going to abandon him? Su Tian asked worriedly. He won't. Ji Yuquan drove into the neighborhood. Just because he doesn't care about his son at this stage doesn't mean he won't care in the future. Why do I feel that he values his illegitimate children more? As long as He-Chi's mother is still married to his father, those two illegitimate sons won't be a threat to him at all. What if? A vibration from his phone interrupted Su Tian. As she listened to Ji Yuquan talking over the phone, she roughly guessed that he was about to leave. Are you going to sign the contract? Ji Yuquan nodded. Help me calm him down. He leaned forward and kissed her lips. I'll pick you up later, then be careful. I know. Su Tian got out of the car. She took the elevator to He Chi's apartment and pressed the doorbell. Songjun opened the door. Where's Brother Kwan? He has something to do at the company. Su Tian smelled the strong fragrance of wine on him. You drank too? No. Songjun led her to the living room and said helplessly, I got the smell from him. He Chi was sitting on the ground, staring at the television in a daze with unfocused eyes. There was a pile of empty wine bottles at his feet. The liquid that flowed out of the bottles wetted the carpet, mixed with the cigarette butts and footprints that were scattered everywhere. What's wrong with him this time? Su Tian sat down beside Songjun and frowned at him. Songjun lowered his voice. His father brought those two illegitimate sons to a banquet last night. Then they came over to say something that provoked him. Yes, he lit a cigarette. He's too impulsive. If it were him, I wouldn't even give a damn to those two bastards. He's always been like that. There is nothing you can do about it. Anyway, I've said everything I could. If he wants to dig his own grave, I can't help. Su Tian leaned over and snatched He Chi's wine bottle away. When he looked over, she said gently, He Chi, you can't drink anymore. Tian, have you had lunch? Afraid that he would do something intimate, she closed the distance between her and Songjun to remind him that someone else was present. Only then did He Chi realize that Songjun was also there. He held back the affection in his eyes and rubbed his hair dejectedly. Not yet. What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout for you. Don't trouble yourself. What kind of trouble is this? Su Tian swiped open the screen and chose a nutritious meal for him. Songjun took this opportunity to drag He Chi to the bathroom to wash up. He Chi, you have to pull yourself together, he advised earnestly. If this continues, it will only benefit them, understand? My mind is in a mess. Don't talk about it with me. He Chi put down his razor and returned to his room to get changed. He did not want Su Tian to see him like that. Don't worry, I'll figure it out in a few days. You'd better be. Songjun did not say anything else. He cleaned the ashtray. I'll take you to see 2 projects tomorrow. If you think it's good, invest in it with me. I don't have enough money now. How much do you have left? 6 or 7 million. He Chi opened the takeout that had just arrived and sat back down cross-legged on the carpet. That's more than enough. Songjun helped him do the math. Invest in one first. When you get back the capital, you can invest more. He Chi was silent for a moment. I can't invest everything I have now. He did not dare to take the risk again, nor did he dare to let his savings run out. 140 He will hide this secret. Of course I won't ask you to invest all your capital. Songjun lowered his head to look at his phone and replied to his girlfriend, at most 3 to 4 million. Invest what? Real estate on the east of the city. He Chi asked for more details. Seeing that Songjun had done a lot of research on this project, he was slightly relieved. Then come and pick me up tomorrow. My car is broken. No problem. Songjun turned off the screen and looked at Su Tian. Is Brother Kwan still coming? I think so. Then I'll get going. You two can talk. He Chi sent him to the door. He turned to look at Su Tian, who was scrolling through her phone, and slowly walked towards her. Tian, I have a headache. Does it hurt badly? Yes. I'll get you the medicine. Su Tian was about to find the first aid kit when he pulled her into his arms. She cried out in panic. When she looked up and glared at him, her expression was adorable. Let go of me. No. He Chi pressed his forehead against hers and breathed on her cheek. Did you miss me recently? No. I don't believe you. Take the medicine first. Su Tian did not want to discuss anything else with him. Your health is the most important. She was wearing a lot of clothes, and He Chi could not feel her soft waist through the coat. He turned up the temperature in the room and touched her lips with his index finger. Kiss me and I'll be cured right away. I can't. Why? I made it clear to you last time. Su Tian slapped his hand away. This is wrong. It's not like anyone knows. It's all the same. He Chi's eyes darkened. He retracted his hands and walked towards the bedroom alone, looking like he was angry. Up to you. His hunched back made people pity him. Su Tian sat in the living room for a long time. She felt uncomfortable as the room temperature rose and took off her coat. She knocked on his door with a cup of warm water. Seeing that there was no response, she pressed the door handle. He-chi. She placed the medicine box on the bedside table and looked at him. Don't be like this. Like what? You can't force a relationship. Even if we can't be a couple, we can still be friends, right? He-chi stood up and locked the door. He held her hand and lay on the bed, his possessiveness growing. I don't want to be friends with you. Soo-taeun, whose wrist was restrained, could not move. She looked into his eyes and said, He-chi, you should consider my feelings. You have a crush on me, don't you? There is no possibility between us. She did not deny it. He-chi suddenly smiled. Taeun. He touched her beautiful lips. It's okay. I'll hide this secret. His intimacy made the situation uncontrollable. Realizing that it was too late, Soo-taeun hurriedly pushed his shoulder, but it was more like she was playing with him. She regretted being intimate with him last time, but at the same time, she felt an extreme joy. He-chi, you bastard. She looked up and scolded him, her eyes filled with tears and more charming. He-chi lost his mind. A strange excitement overwhelmed him, and he tightened his grip on her hand. Taeun, I love you. He kept repeating it in her ear, every word filled with love. Time passed quietly in an ambiguous atmosphere. When the afterglow of the setting sun lit up the mess in the room and brought some rationality back to them, a series of sad sobs sounded. Soo-taeun, who was leaning against his chest, cried with red eyes. Her pitiful gaze made He-chi feel guilty. It's my fault. Don't cry, okay? What do you want me to do in the future? I'll take the responsibility. Soo-taeun did not need that. Go. She kicked his knee, but the force was like a tickle. I don't want to see you ever again. With a beauty in his arms, He-chi could not bear to leave. He coaxed her patiently until she stopped crying before saying, Baby, no one else will know about this. Why should I believe you? Because of my love for you. Cut it out. Soo-taeun dodged his kiss and was actually not worried at all. Give me the clothes. No. What do you want now? He-chi held her and moved up. He caressed her waist longingly, his voice still hoarse. Call me hubby again. No. Be a good girl. Call me for the last time. Soo-taeun refused to let him have what he wanted. She put on her clothes and returned to the living room. Just as she picked up her phone, she saw a WeChat message. He's here. Where is he? I'm not sure. A few more minutes before he gets here, I think. He-chi sat lazily at the other end. He held a cigarette in his mouth and waited for Ji-Yu-kwan to appear. When the doorbell rang, he put on a dejected look. Are you all right? The first thing Ji-Yu-kwan did when he entered was show concern for his friend. He had no idea that he was cheated upon. I'm not dead yet. Don't talk about dying. He took off his jacket. Why did you turn on the heat? He-chi said casually, it's too cold. He handed Ji-Yu-kwan a cigarette. Have you settled your matters? Yes. Ji-Yu-kwan picked up the wine bottle at his feet. He found a topic to talk to He-chi about and tried to get him to talk about his current difficulties. When he found out that they were going to see a project tomorrow, he said tactfully, let me know if you need help. He-chi was too embarrassed to ask him for help. Not for now. He drank half a glass of water and looked up, revealing a few scratches on his neck. We'll talk about it when it's confirmed. All right. Ji-Yu-kwan lit the cigarette and looked at his neck. Where did you go to have fun this time? I didn't go out. Then what happened to your neck? Only then did He-chi react. He touched his neck and said, a girl came to me last night. She scratched me. You are starting a new relationship. Not yet. She treats me as her lover. Lover. Ji-Yu-kwan thought of what happened in Bo-yu. I advise you not to get yourself into trouble. It's not what you think. He swallowed the words that were stuck in his throat. She doesn't have a boyfriend. Ji-Yu-kwan did not understand his kink. I'm going to the washroom. He did not ask further. Clean yourself up. We'll go out for dinner later. As soon as he entered the washroom, Soo-taeun leaned over and grabbed He-chi's ear. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Then what do you mean? I was just joking. He-chi held her hand and raised his chin to kiss her lips. Baby, don't think too much. Don't touch me. Soo-taeun moved to the side, facing the washroom to avoid being seen. Her attitude did not stop He-chi. He held the back of her head and enjoyed being intimate with her. Do you want the pill? When he left, he suddenly asked, if not, I'll buy it for you. I am. Soo-taeun knew what pill he was referring to. She heard the sound of water coming from the washroom and quickly took out an air cushion to reapply lipstick. Sit further away. 141 to WeChat SOS. When Ji Yuquan came out, he did not find anything unusual. He held Su Tian's hand and drove them to a nearby Chinese restaurant. I'll park the car. You can order first. Okay. Chi followed the waiter into the private room. As soon as he sat down, he put his arm around Su Tian's waist. Baby, I feel terrible. Why? I want to hold your hand openly too. Su Tian frowned. I'm sorry. She flipped through the menu and said in a low voice, I can't do what you want. Chi saw how troubled she was. I won't force you. He was already satisfied to have gotten this far. Are you free tomorrow night? I'm not sure yet. Then I'll wait for your news. Su Tian replied softly, take a look at it. She handed him the menu and lowered her head to drink her lemon tea. Ji Yuquan, who had found a parking spot, came in. While waiting for dinner, she said to Su Tian, Tian, I'm going to Bin City on a business trip on Friday. When will you be back? About next Monday. 3 days was enough for Chi to do whatever he wanted. He picked up his phone and searched for a suitable place to develop his relationship with Su Tian on the app to prepare for Friday. Ji Yuquan called out to him again, who are you chatting with? Why are you so engrossed? No one. What did you just say? The dishes are ready. Only then did Chi notice the delicious food on the table. He turned off the screen. The discomfort in his stomach made him suddenly lose his appetite. Excuse me, the washroom is on the left. Su Tian looked up and reminded him in a normal tone. Even so, Chi could feel her concern. Got it. He opened the door and had just taken 2 steps when he was bumped into by a man in a baseball cap. I'm sorry. The man was wrapped up tightly, leaving only his eyes exposed. His sneaky look made Chi, who had experienced inhumane torture in the boxing arena, extremely vigilant. Which private room are you dining in? Chi raised his guard and looked at him. Why? Just asking. The second last. Did I hurt you? No. Chi turned around and left. His strange behavior made Jiangyi even more confused. He subconsciously classified him as someone mentally ill. He did not pay attention to him anymore and walked straight to the second last private room before knocking on the door. Please come in. A female voice made Jiangyi feel that something was wrong. He hesitated for a moment before pushing open the door to see his client. It's you? Are you surprised? Jiang Yingna rested her chin on the back of her hand and looked at him with a smile. Jiang Yingnua was the daughter of the owner of Kaiyu Entertainment Company. In the first half of this year, she met Jiangyi at a banquet. She was infatuated with his personality and started pursuing him. Unfortunately, he was unmoved. After being humiliated, she stopped giving him help he desperately needed. She originally thought that he would turn around and beg her, but who knew? What's the point of doing this? Jiangyi took off his baseball cap and looked impatient. I asked you to come over to talk business. Where's the brand that I'll be cooperating with? They have something on at the last minute. I'll negotiate it with you. Jiang Yingnuo threw a document in front of him and gestured for him to sit down. Are you representing the brand? Read the document first. Jiangyi suppressed the frustration in his heart. He roughly read the information about the brand. Are they sure they want me to endorse it? They're still screening. Jiang Yingnuo looked at the cup of tea that was specially prepared for him. She pushed the teacup in front of him, her expression unreadable. You can fight for it. Fight for it. Jiang Yi's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Miss Jiang, I don't have a habit of using my body to trade for opportunity. The reason why he had been in the industry for so long but still a D-list actor was mostly because he was unwilling to do things under the table. Jiang Yingnuo knew this very well. However, she, who had everything she wanted since she was young, could not allow others to go against her wishes. Calm down. Her voice was gentle and comforting. I'm saying you can fight for it with your ability. Jiangyi took off his mask. He picked up his teacup and took 2 sips, trying to calm himself down. I'm not taking on this endorsement. Why? I just don't want to. He was about to terminate the contract, so there was no need for him to get involved with Kaiyu at the last minute. Jiang Yingnuo did not insist. She calculated the time and chatted with him before the drug took effect. When will you finish filming? Does it have anything to do with you? I'm one of the directors of Kaiyu Entertainment after all. Don't I have the right to ask? She was using her status to pressure him again. Jiang Yi had had enough. He was furious, but he could not just leave like that. He could only answer truthfully. How did you find this film crew? Online. I thought someone helped you. Jiang Yingna tried to sound him out. How could Jiang Yi not tell? With the cigarette in his mouth, he said sarcastically, I'm not as capable as you. Can't you talk to me properly? I'm afraid not. Jiang Yingna's patience was challenged. She looked at the time again and tried her best to hold back the urge to flare up. She found a topic to talk about. Have you found your next drama? No. Jiang Yi suddenly felt an abnormal dizziness. He pretended to be calm and casually looked around the private room. Where's the menu? I'll ask. When Jiang Yingna stood up, the screen on her back was completely revealed. From the bottom of the screen, he saw a few pairs of leather shoes. Jiang Yi knew that he was set up. He pinched his thigh hard. While he could still manage to stay awake, he swiped open the screen of his phone. What do you want to eat? Jiang Yingnuo flipped open the menu. Anything. How about some dishes and soup? Okay. Jiang Yi's attitude was still cold. He opened the film group chat in front of her and waited for her to walk to the opposite side before flipping through the list of people who could help him. Do you want roast duck? Jiang Yingna looked up, not noticing anything wrong with him. No. Tomato brisket. Another one. Jiang Yi's fingers trembled even more. He swiped past Yan Chaifeng's profile picture and clicked on the chat box below him before sending his current location and typing, I'm drugged. Help me. Stewed pork ribs with potatoes. When Jiang Yingna's voice sounded again, he was barely conscious. Before Jiang Yi fainted, he used his last strength to put the phone back into his pocket and zip it up. Seeing him fall to the side, Jiang Yingnuo quickly went forward to hug him to prevent him from accidentally knocking into something. She shouted at the screen, come and help. 4 burly men walked out in unison. They carried Jiang Yi to the back door and into the car that had been parked there for a long time. 142 Saving Jiang Yi. At the Pei residence, Pei Yulin, who had just put on a face mask, lay on the bed with a pillow and was about to send a message to Jiang Yi. She thought about it for a long time and was about to start the topic with dinner when she felt her phone vibrate. 2 messages popped up. She stared at the words drugged and help me. Her mind went blank, and she felt like someone had pressed the pause button. Pei Yulin, who bumped into the cabinet, did not even notice the pain. She grabbed her car key and ran downstairs. Yulin, where are you going? Bai Ying, who was watching a drama, turned to look at her when she heard footsteps. I have something to do. Put on your coat first. It's cold outside. Pei Yulin couldn't care less. She tore off the face mask and called Pei Jai the moment she got into the driver's seat. Uncle. She put on her seatbelt and said with a sobbing tone, send a few people over to help me. What happened? Something happened to Jiang Yi. After hearing the whole story, Pei Jai frowned. Where is he? He quickly walked to the sofa and whispered to Lin Jiao to call Question Shao. Changchun Street. Pei Yulin turned on the speaker and said as she looked at WeChat, his location has been changing. She did not dare to imagine what Jiang Yi was going through. Just looking at the location was terrifying. Question Shao will be there soon. Pei Jai's voice seemed to have a magical power that could calm her down. Don't worry. Okay. Pei Yulin took a deep breath. She turned on the GPS and stepped on the accelerator. He called in, I have to go. Question Shao drove towards Changchun Street. While talking with Pei Yulin, he used another phone to call for help. Did they stop now? They stopped moving. Pei Yulin waited for a moment to make sure the location didn't change before telling him, he's at the South Elm Hotel. Xingheng has a partnership with South Elm. Wait for me in the hall. I'll talk to them. When will you arrive? In 5 minutes. Question Shao hung up and met up with the 3 men in black at the entrance of the hotel. He hurried in and spoke briefly to the lobby manager before following him to ask the receptionist, which room are they in? 8022. Give him the room card. The manager urged and turned to look at Question Shao. Mr. Question, do you need our help? No need. Question Shao left after getting the room card. He found Pei Yulin at the elevator door and looked at her squatting posture in confusion. Are your feet numb? Pei Yulin shook her head. She stood up against the cold wall. When she walked into the elevator with him, her palms were sweating. Brother Question, I'm a little afraid. What are you afraid of? I was afraid that he would be raped. No question, Xiao was very sure. It hasn't been long since they arrived here. At most, they will only have stripped him naked and won't have time to do anything else. His words greatly comforted Pei Yulin. She walked to the door of room 8022 and looked back at the men in black. Can they fight? 1 against 3 is no problem. Xiao opened the door. The sound made the burly men in the room instantly vigilant. They looked in the direction of the door. One of them subconsciously took out an electric baton from his waist. Who let you in? Xiao gestured with his hand. The men in black behind him rushed to the burly men at lightning speed and grabbed their arms a few seconds later. With their mouths and noses covered, they kept struggling, as if they wanted to make a commotion to remind the people in the bedroom. However, Pei Yulin had already pressed the door handle. When she saw the unconscious Jiang Yi lying on the bed with his belt pulled open by a woman, revealing half of his boxer shorts, an uncontrollable anger instantly rose inside her. Who are you? Jiang Yingna knelt beside him, her hands still on his waist. She did not look guilty at all. Pei Yulin, who was walking step by step towards the bed, became even more furious. Pa! A crisp slap echoed in the room. Pei Yuhan, who had slapped someone for the first time in her life, seemed to have gone mad as she grabbed the woman's hair and dragged her out of the bed, slapping her non-stop. When Jiang Yingnuo came back to her senses, she immediately fought back. She used her nails to scratch the back of Pei Yulin's hand and tried to shake her hand off. Without giving her a chance to hurt Pei Yulin, Xiao quickly kicked her back, making her unable to move. He raised his chin at the bed. He's not in good condition. He needs to be sent to the hospital for gastric lavage. Pei Yulin asked him to help Jiang Yi put on clothes. She stepped on the back of Jiang Yingna's hand and crushed it until she screamed, "I'll settle this score with you later." Jiang Yingna, who was in so much pain that she was sweating profusely, lay on the carpet and stared at her hatefully. Her weak voice was filled with threat. "Before you hit me, you should find out who I am. Why do I care who you are?" Pei Yulin glanced at her arrogantly. Even in her pajamas, her aura was not something a small potato like Jiang Yingnuo could compare to. However, in her anger, Jiang Yingnuo lost her ability to think and was still arrogant. She pointed at Jiang Yi. "If you dare to take him away, I won't let you off." Pei Yulin did not even bother to look at her. She picked up the baseball cap on the cabinet and asked Xiao, "Does she mean she wants the Pei family to go bankrupt?" "Probably. Sigh, there are too many people who overestimate themselves." Xiao sighed too. With boss's temper, he'll probably throw her into the sea to feed the sharks. "Won't it hurt a lot?" "It doesn't hurt. She'll just die in the blink of an eye." As the conversation went further and further away, the burly men quickly got up from the ground. They carefully walked to the bedroom door and looked at the stunned Jiang Yingna. After hesitating for a long time, one of them asked, "Miss Jiang, do you want us to chase them?" "Go chase yourself." Jiang Yingnuo came back to her senses and threw a pillow at them. "Get lost." After venting her anger, she was overwhelmed by an uneasiness as she recalled the conversation she just heard. She immediately called her father, asking, "Dad, how many Pei families are there in Lin City?" "Only the one in the east of the city." "Do they have a daughter?" "No." Hearing her ask about the Pei family, Mr. Jiang's tone became serious. "Did you offend the Pei family?" His words made Jiang Yingnuo heave a sigh of relief. How is that possible? She looked like she had just been pulled out of the abyss. Her hair was covered in sweat. "I'm not stupid." "Then why are you asking this?" "I'm just curious." Mr. Jiang said earnestly, "Yingna, a person like Pei Jai is not someone our family can afford to offend. Don't have any designs on him." "I won't." Jiang Yingnuo knew her limits. She called back the burly men who had yet to leave. "Go to the filming site and keep watch. As soon as they appear, inform me immediately." 143 She wanted to touch his abdomen. "Uncle, how long before you arrive?" Lin Jiao, who was rushing to the hospital, looked at the time. Pei Jai turned on the turn signal, right away. He drove along the not-so-wide street to Tongji Hospital and stopped under the inpatient department. The hospital was wrapped in darkness, giving off a sense of desolation. In the empty corridor, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. "Yulin." Lin Jiao glanced at the bed and asked in a low voice, "How is he?" "He had just done the gastric lavage." "Is it serious?" "Nothing serious at the moment." Pei Yulan wrapped the blanket around her tighter. She looked at Jiang Yi, who was in a deep sleep, and the scene that happened in the hotel appeared before her eyes again. Jiao Jiao. She held the paper cup with both hands. You have no idea how disgusting that woman is. She forcefully did it with Jiang Yi. She almost made it. Hearing her describe the situation of Jiang Yi being stripped of his pants, a trace of disgust flashed across Lin Jiao's eyes. She held Pei Yulan's hand and stroked the scratches. How did you get these? She scratched me. Did you fight with her? To be precise, I hit her. Pei Yulan raised her head slightly and drank half a glass of water. Her face is swollen from being slapped by me. Lin Jiao could imagine how angry Pei Yulan was at that time. She turned to look at Pei Jai. Uncle, ask the nurse for a bottle of disinfectant. All right. Pei Jai stood up and walked out. When he returned with the disinfectant, he bumped into Question Xiao, who had just finished a call. Have you found out? Of course. He was always professional when it came to tracking people down. Question Xiao walked up to them and explained the relationship between Jiang Yingnuo and Jiang Yi. At the mention of the contract, Pei Yulan clenched her fists again. This is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. Lin Jiao was also very angry. She ruined someone's future because of her own selfish desires. How can she say that she likes him? She's only fit to be a tramp in bed. Pei Yulan received Pei Jai's warning gaze and did not dare to say another cursing word. She changed the topic. How many people has she done that to? 7 or 8. Those people didn't expose her. It's all voluntary exchange. Question Xiao said, Jiang Yingna will provide the resources, and they will sleep with her in exchange. How old is she? I didn't ask that. He paused for a moment. It looks like he's about the same as you. Lin Jiao did not expect her to be so young. She did not ask further and was more concerned about Pei Yulan's thoughts. What do you plan to do? Let's talk about it when he wakes up. Pei Yulan sighed. With our current relationship, I can't make a decision for him yet. Then what about your injuries? I'll just take it that I was unlucky. After giving Lin Jiao a look, she pretended to be pitiful. Anyway, no one will stand up for me. Lin Jiao instantly understood what she was up to. She lowered her head and rubbed the edge of the paper cup. If it were me, no one would stand up for me either. What about your boyfriend? He doesn't even care about his niece. Why would he care about me? Pei Jai chuckled helplessly. He held Lin Jiao's waist tightly and raised her chin slightly. Who says I don't care? He kissed her lips as if there was no one around. You two can do whatever you want. You said it. Of course. Lin Jiao pushed his shoulder away. She discussed with Pei Yulan for a long time about the plan of retaliation before leaving. Uncle. When she got home, she leaned against Pei Jai on the sofa. You have to be more careful when you eat with others in the future. Pei Jai knew what she was worried about. Jiao Jiao. He stroked her long hair. I won't let that happen. What if? Question Xiao will be by my side at every social gathering. Once there is something fishy going on, I can leave at any time. Therefore, there was no what if. He would not allow what if to happen either. Lin Jiao looked up. Anyway, you have to promise not to drink anyone's wine, smoke anyone's cigarettes, or meet anyone alone. I promise. Pei Jai agreed seriously. Just as he was about to change the topic, he heard her voice again. But if you're forced to do that kind of thing, I won't blame you. For a moment, Pei Jai really felt that she liked and cared about him. He moved his palm up inch by inch and held the back of her head through her soft hair. There are no ifs. I only belong to you. Burning breath spread out over Lin Jiao's face, and her lips were sealed by him. She caressed the skin on his neck and placed her fingertips on his chest to listen to his heartbeat. When the vibe was just right, she suddenly thought of something and lowered her eyes. I want. Pei Jai was alarmed. You don't want to? He stood up to leave while his rationality was still in control. I'm not done yet. Then continue. Lin Jiao leaned close to his handsome face like a seductive nymph. I want to touch your abs. Can I? Why did you suddenly bring this up? I heard from others that abs are very nice to touch. Pei Jai guessed from whom she heard that. I'll let you touch it another day. He pulled the blanket over his abs. Which day? On the day I think is right. Give you another chance to reorganize your answer. Lin Jiao looked like she would not stop until she got an exact time. Pei Jai knew that he could not get away without giving her the answer she wanted. After your next checkup. He pushed aside the hair on the back of her head to look at the wound. Okay, Then you have to let me touch you a few more times. How many times exactly? 10 times. Lin Jiao hugged his neck, thinking that he would like this kind of interaction. If you think 10 times is not enough, I can add a few more. It's enough. Pei Jai did not want to play with fire. In order to prevent her from coming up with new tricks to torture him, he raised his chin at the pile of birthday gifts and asked her to open them. Lin Jiao opened the box of baccarat first. She took out the pair of crystal glasses from the box and looked at them through the light. She did not forget to ask him, "Guess who sent these?" Xiao, Pei Jai said with a glance. Lin Jiao carefully placed the cup on the coffee table and opened the second Burberry box. 2 scarves came into view. Just by looking at the style, she knew that they were from Qian Yu. "Uncle, do you have the same scarf?" "No." "Then we'll wear it when it turns cold." Pei Jai smiled. "I'll listen to you." After replying to Xiao's WeChat message, he continued to watch her unwrap the gifts. After matching the gifts with people, Lin Jiao walked to a sealed cardboard box. She used a pair of scissors to cut open the tape and looked at the small boxes inside. She raised an eyebrow and said, "Chu Yeju gives the most gifts." 144 Yulin's confession. "What are there?" Pei Jai took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and slowly lit it. "Let me see." Lin Jiao picked one up. She opened the plastic bag and took out the black leather whip. "A whip? What?" "A whip with rivets on it." Pei Jai caught the whip she threw at him. He stared at the rivets on the whip and choked on the smoke he had just inhaled. A light cough sounded, and the smoke in front of him covered the emotions in his eyes. "You choked." Lin Jiao handed him a glass of water. When that pair of clear and innocent eyes looked over, Pei Jai really could not bring himself to tell her what the whip was meant for. He took 2 sips of water. "I'm fine." Just as he was about to ask her to come over, he saw her open another box. There are actually hair clips. Lin Jiao played with the 2 hairpins that were connected by a golden chain. She fiddled with the bell under the bow and listened to it ring. "It's too noisy. I can only wear it at home." Seeing that she was putting a hair clip on her head, Pei Jai took a deep breath and suppressed the frustration in his heart. He patted his lap. "Come here. I haven't finished unwrapping it yet." "Do it later." Lin Jiao retracted her hand from the box. She threw herself into his arms. The bell hanging by her ear rang softly. "Are you not happy?" "No. He just wanted to beat Chu Yaju up." Pei Jai stubbed out his cigarette and placed his hand on the clip. "I'll help you take it off. Then be gentle." "Yes." Afraid of pulling her hair, he could only slow down and take it off bit by bit. Lin Jiao lay on his chest and picked up the whip beside her. "We don't have a horse." "Why would we need a whip?" "He's being stupid." Pei Jai threw the hair clips back into the cardboard box and forbade her from fiddling with it. He patted her waist. "It's time to take a shower. Then go back to your room and wait for me. Do you want to watch a drama?" Lin Jiao nodded. 30th episodes. She raised her chin to give him a kiss. "Don't forget." "I won't." Pei Jai watched her walk into the bathroom. He took out the things in the cardboard box and looked at them in turn, lingering between throwing them away and not throwing them away. If he threw it away, he would inevitably feel regretful. If he didn't, after thinking for a long time, Pei Jai moved them to the study and locked them in the safe. When the time came, it would come in handy. The hazy night was like a white veil that scattered on the glass window in the ward, making it look dreamlike. Jian Yi, who had fallen into a nightmare, was sweating profusely. He tried his best to escape from the trap set by Jian Yingna, but his limbs were tied up. He fell to the ground weakly, letting that disgusting face get closer to him. Just as he was about to give up, he heard a soft voice that dispelled the darkness bit by bit. "Jian Yi?" Pei Yulin, whose wrist was held, met his vigilant eyes. She held a towel in her other hand and gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Are you feeling unwell?" The moment Jian Yi saw her face clearly, the shackles on his body seemed to have disappeared. He looked around and his gaze landed on her hand. "I had a nightmare." His voice was hoarse. Pei Yulin turned around and poured him a glass of water. "It's fine." She turned up the brightness of the night lamp and tried to dispel his uneasiness. "You are safe now," Jian Yi said weakly. "What time is it?" 3:30. "Have you been up all night?" "Yes." Pei Yulin was afraid that he would be worried, so she did not mention anything about her falling off her chair while nodding off. She stuffed his hand under the blanket. "Rest for a while." You still have a checkup at 10. What about you? I'll sleep on the sofa. Jiangyi looked up and to the right. Seeing that there was only a blanket on the sofa, he sighed to himself. He moved to the side. Come up. What? Come up and sleep with me. Pei Yulan suspected that she had heard wrongly. She asked again to make sure that he meant what she thought he meant. Isn't it too crowded? Don't worry. He measured the width of the bed with his naked eye and said with certainty, this bed can fit both of us. Pei Yulan climbed into bed. She placed her hands on her abdomen and stared at the ceiling without moving, her body stiffening. Jiangyi, who could barely hear her breathing, was afraid that she would faint from holding her breath. You can relax a little. I can't relax. Then try turning off the lights. Pei Yulan reached out to turn off the night light. She bit her lower lip and changed the topic. Jiangyi, how many times have you been in a relationship? Once. When did this happen? Second year of my university. Jiangyi looked at the ceiling with her. We broke up after dating for more than 4 months. Why? It was Valentine's Day at that time. She thought the gift I sent her was too cheap and that I embarrassed her. Pei Yulan took a guess. Lipstick. A pair of earrings. He still had a rough impression of them. From Swarovski. Swarovski used to be very popular. Pei Yulan did not find it cheap. I've worn it before too. Her friends are all using big brands like Gucci and Dior. Swarovski is nothing. Jiangyi paused for a moment before continuing. Most importantly, I didn't have much money at that time and couldn't give her much. Do you still like her, then? No, he turned to look at her and asked about her love life. How many times have you been in a relationship? Twice. Both in less than 2 months. Was it just for fun? Sort of. Pei Yulan recalled. They can't give me the feeling I want. After a while, I lost interest. How kind of feeling are you looking for? Something that feels like a crush and compels me to marry him. What else? Like I want to cling to him whenever I can. She did not look at him, but she was talking to him. And hug him to sleep and kiss him. Jiangyi understood. When he recalled the scene of her unintentionally hugging and kissing him, a smile flashed across his eyes. He turned around to face her. What kind of hugging? The face-to-face kind. Then shouldn't you turn around? Pei Yulan's heart raced. She slowly turned around and moved towards him like a snail. When he put his hand under her neck and wrapped it around her shoulder, she blushed visibly. Jiangyi. She pressed against his chest. The moment she got closer, her voice trembled. Yes, I like you, I know. He wasn't an idiot. Jiangyi held her waist. When he realized that her back was stiff again, he smiled and said, why weren't you so nervous when you hugged me before? It's different. Pei Yulan tugged at the corner of his shirt and took a deep breath as he patted her back. She looked up. Jiangyi, you. 145. So are you mine now? Perhaps because the atmosphere was just right or his embrace gave her courage. She met his gaze and asked, do you have feelings for me? Yes. Jiangyi did not hesitate. He held her hand and placed it over his heart. This place isn't made of stone. Pei Yulan felt his heartbeat and her mind seemed to have exploded with joy. She looked into those eyes that had her in them and stammered in excitement. From when? From the time you kissed me in the filming site. Even after so long, he still remembered how quick his heart was beating. Jiangyi held her hand tightly. Speaking of which, he only realized how he felt about her the day they went to the hot spring together. He pressed his forehead against hers. At that time, many men looked at you. I was especially unhappy. Is that why you were so harsh to me? In what way was I harsh to you? Pei Yulan muttered, when you asked me to wrap myself up in a towel, I thought you hated me. How is that possible? Since he had already told her about his feelings, Jiangyi did not think there was a need to hide anything at this point. He said slowly, I was just too anxious. Then why didn't you tell me? I wasn't ready. Pei Yulan looked at him in confusion. She was still immersed in happiness. She asked him directly, is there anything holding you back from telling me? A lot. Such as, our family backgrounds and financial situations are very different. I'm not sure I can make your life better. Jiangyi explained the reality that they had to face. He said seriously, even if I climb to the top in my field, I won't be able to reach the level of the Pei family. Do you understand? How could Pei Yulan not understand? She said firmly, Jiangyi, I don't want to live a particularly luxurious life. We can work hard together on material things. He tightened his grip on her waist. What about your family? Do they have any requirements for your boyfriend? No. Pei Yulan hugged him back. My father was especially poor when he was young. Before he got married, he was financially supported by my mother. I heard from others that the Pei family has been very rich for 3 generations. Why would this happen? That's because Grandpa wants them to earn money with their own hands, not rely on him. No wonder. Jiangyi had a basic understanding of the Pei family from what she said. He pushed aside the strands of long hair that were tickling his collarbone and tucked them behind her shoulder. Did you tell them about me? I mentioned you. What did they say? They said I'm useless. Pei Yulan told him what Pei Jun said before. He won my grandmother's heart in just 2 months. Jiangyi chuckled. He lowered his head to kiss her forehead, the uneasiness in his heart completely gone. You're not bad either. The warm touch was like a feather brushing past Pei Yulan. She felt an itch all over her body. So, are you mine now? What? Do you want to start your pursuit all over again? I don't want to. Jiangyi stopped teasing her. He moved down a bit to look her right in the eyes and asked softly, Yulan, can you be my girlfriend? His sincere gaze made Pei Yulan want to cry. She nodded and hugged his neck, her red eyes sparkling. Okay, why are you crying? I am happy. Jiangyi did not expect her to be such a crier. He coaxed her for a long time before she stopped crying. He held a tissue to the tip of her nose and asked her to blow her nose. Do you want some water? No. Pei Yulan picked up her phone. I'll tell them the good news. They're all asleep at this hour. They'll be notified the first thing upon waking up. Jiangyi did not stop her. He pressed against the top of her head and could see her joy with every word she typed. Yulan. He suddenly thought of something. Did you add Yan Chaifeng on WeChat? I did. Then block him first. Pei Yulan did as she was told. When she was typing on her moments, she asked, you don't want him to know that we're in a relationship? Yes. Jiangyi's eyes darkened. It was him who arranged for me to meet Jiangying Nuo. Why did he do that? He's afraid of losing his job. That's disgusting. Pei Yulan turned off the screen. I always thought he was very good to you. I didn't expect him to be such a nasty person. How can you tell he's good? The last time you were hospitalized, he was especially anxious. It was as if the sky had collapsed. Jiangyi sneered. He's suitable to be an actor. Then, he asked, how did you take me out of the hotel? Pei Yulan told him what happened. When he heard her slap Jiangying, Jiangyi frowned. Are you injured? No. No. He pulled out her right hand. When he saw the scratches on the back of her hand, he felt extremely sad. Does it hurt? No, I can't feel a thing. Pei Yulan was still all smiles. In order to prevent him from feeling guilty, she changed the topic naturally. When you get discharged. Before she could finish, he kissed her gently. Jiangyi closed his eyes, as if he wanted to put all his feelings into this long kiss. As the kissing became more passionate, Pei Yulan felt a chill run down her spine. She seemed to have stepped into the clouds and kept falling. She fell until she couldn't take it anymore. Jiangyi pulled away in time. He patted her back to help her breathe. Don't you know you need to breathe to live? I forgot. Pei Yulan lowered her head. She leaned into his arms, wanting to stick to him as much as she could. Let's do it again when we wake up. You'll forget it if we start over. I swear I will not. Jiangyi did not believe her at all. The first thing he did when he woke up was to confirm if Pei Yulan had forgotten about it. In the end, it doesn't count this time. Pei Yulan repeated the kissing with him again and again with a red face. Jiangyi knew she did it on purpose. To punish her, he gently bit her lower lip. Are you still pretending? He rubbed the top of her head, but there was no sign of anger on his face. Pei Yulan did not panic at all after being exposed. You bite me. She touched her lower lip. It hurts. How much does it hurt? Very much. Jiangyi pursed his lips. Before he could speak, he heard a knock on the door. Please come in. Shen Yi happened to see him tidying Pei Yulan's collar. He raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? 146. Not just because of her. Pei Yulan introduced them to each other, her eyes filled with joy. Hearing her emphasize the word boyfriend, Shen Yi said teasingly, congratulations. I hope you two have a child soon. It's still too early to talk about children. It's not a bad thing to plan ahead. He walked up to Jiangyi and listened to his heartbeat. Pei Yulan did not continue. She stared at the stethoscope on Jiangyi's chest and asked when Shen Yi moved it away, is his heart rate normal? It's normal. Shin Yu flipped open the medical record. Go downstairs and do a routine checkup. How long will it take to get discharged? Tomorrow. He reminded him, you can eat after 8. Make sure the food is light for the time being. Jiang Yi noted it down. Thank you, you're welcome. Shin Yu valued seniority as much as Ju Yinshin. I'm your uncle after all. Uncle. Yes, your uncle has to get back to work now. Seeing him leave, Jiang Yi asked Pei Yulin, how many uncles do you have? I have only one uncle called Pei Jai. Then him? He wants you to take advantage of him. Pei Yulin lifted the blanket and got out of bed with him. Ignore him. Jiang Yi walked into the bathroom and looked at her through the glass in front of the sink. Did you leave your house without a coat last night? I didn't have time to grab one. Then I'll go out and buy one for you. No need. Pei Yulin squeezed toothpaste on the toothbrush and handed it to him. Jiao Jiao will bring it to me. Jiang Yi retracted his foot that was outside the door. After washing up, he gave Pei Yulin his coat and went downstairs to do a checkup. The routine checkup was not time-consuming. He pressed the cotton swab in his elbow and looked up at the clock on the wall while waiting for the bleeding to stop. Yulin. He threw away the cotton swab and was about to order takeout for her. What do you want to eat? I'm going out to eat. Pei Yulin was afraid that he would get more hungry watching her eat and did not plan to eat in front of him. She sent Jiang Yi back to the ward and stood on her tiptoes to kiss the side of his face. Watch TV for a while. I'll be back soon. Jiang Yi nodded and watched her leave. As soon as he lay on the bed, a handsome man came in with a gift box. Jiang Yi, and you are? I'm your Uncle Chu. Chu Yaju happened to be nearby and came over to visit him. He had not heard Pei Yulin call him uncle for so many years and only wanted to get back the feeling of being an elder from Jiang Yi. After hearing him introduce himself, Jiang Yi asked out of curiosity, how old are you? 26. Same age as me. Chu Yaju did not care about age. Niece-in-law. His eyes were filled with love from an elder. Do you want an apple? I'll peel it for you. Jiang Yi felt his scalp tingle from the way Chu Yaju looked at him. He lowered his eyes and looked at the arm he was holding. He felt a little uncomfortable. I can't eat yet. Then do you want some water? I'll pour it for you. I just had some. Chu Yaju still poured him a cup. He placed his elbow on the guardrail and sized him up. Niece-in-law, are there many people chasing you? Not many. Then do you know anyone especially beautiful around you? Jiang Yi thought he wanted to find out more about him. He said sincerely, I won't get involved with other women. You can rest assured. That's not what I meant. Chu Yaju said, I'm still single. You know what I mean? Got it. He patted Jiang Yi's shoulder. Uncle likes someone more sexy, like Jolie. Angelina Jolie, right. Jiang Yi really did not know anyone like that. He recalled what his former classmates looked like. They probably already had families. I'll tell you if I see a girl like that. Chu Yaju nodded in satisfaction. Like a bee, he nagged Jiang Yi for a long time. Niece-in-law, tell me if you encounter anything dangerous next time. All right. Seeing that he was about to leave, Jiang Yi got out of bed and sent him to the door. I'll treat you to a meal on Saturday. No problem. Chu Yaju gave him a flirtatious look, which successfully gave Jiang Yi goosebumps. Hearing him leave while humming a song, Jiang Yi rubbed his buzzing ears. He had finally experienced what a chatterbox Chu Yaju was. He turned around and looked at the gift box on the bedside table. He shook his head and chuckled. At noon, the golden sun shone in from the window, adding a trace of warmth to the cold ward. A series of footsteps broke the silence. Pei Yulin walked to his side with Lin Jiao. She put down the shopping bag in her right hand and stared at the hanging 4-drip bottle. Did the nurse just hang this for you? Jiang Yi replied. She said there's another bottle. Has Qian Yu been here? Lin Jiao dragged the chair over. No, Jiang Yi had seen their photo and vaguely remembered Qian Yu's face. But Chu Yoju came. Did he come to take advantage of you? Sort of. He sat up straight and wanted to laugh when he thought of what Chu Yoju had said. He's very enthusiastic. Pei Yulin could imagine how shameless Chu Yoju was. On the account that she was in a good mood, she did not scold him and changed the topic. When you get discharged, we'll go and terminate the contract. Okay, not now. Why? I can only get paid after the shooting of this drama is wrapped up. Jiang Yi did not avoid the problem of money. It won't be until next Monday at the earliest. At that time, I don't have to pay so much liquidated damages. His honesty greatly improved Lin Jiao's impression of him. She relayed Ju Yinshan's words. Brother Yinshan said that he will arrange for a lawyer to meet you tomorrow. Jian Yu was stunned. Although finding a lawyer for him was nothing, he really did not know how to thank them. Seeing that he was still silent, Lin Jiao roughly guessed what he was thinking, so she said, "It's normal for friends to help each other. Don't overthink it. We hope you can take us as friends too." Pei Yulin held his hand the next second. She looked into his eyes with a smile. "Jian Yi, they didn't help you just because of me. You should be able to feel it." Jian Yi let out a breath and nodded at Pei Yulin. "Are you treating us to a meal on Saturday?" Lin Jiao opened WeChat and changed the topic. "Did Chu Yeju tell you?" "Yes." She looked up. Brother Yinshan asked if you can change it to Friday. He has a date on Saturday. "Sure." Jian Yi sent Pei Yulin the location. "Yulin, forward it to them. I'll just create a group chat." Pei Yulin found it too troublesome to send a message to everyone. When she created the group, she did not forget to invite Question Xiao in too. "Brother Question carried you out last night." 147 I have to give him sweetness. Which one is him? The one with the name Wild Cricket. Jian Yi's lips twitched. He thanked everyone in the group chat before sending them the location of the restaurant. "Landlord, Mr. Jiang will pay for all the expenses on Friday. Let's get drunk. PL, at Yi. What time? Wild Cricket, what's happening? Is something good about to happen? At Yi, at LAN. Landlord, do you have 3G internet? Wild Cricket, 5G. /picture/. Yi, we're already together. Sleepless Lin City, TSK. Kicking over dog food.jpg. Yi, at PL, 6:30 p.m. As Jian Yi replied, he asked Pei Yulin who each person on the group chat was. "What are you guys chatting about?" Qian Yu yawned and walked to their side. "My phone keeps vibrating. About Friday. How's Jian Yi doing?" "Much better." Jian Yi looked up, his brown eyes flashing with a friendly smile. He was born handsome and gave off a gentlemanly feeling. Qian Yu looked at him and Pei Yulin repeatedly. The more she looked at them, the more compatible they looked. She leaned back in her chair and said, "You and Jiao Jiao are no longer single. I'm the only one left. How long do you plan to reel in the fish?" "Before the new year." "Soon." Lin Jiao leaned against the railing. "Before you two are officially together, can you accept him kissing you?" "It depends on where." "On the face." "That's fine." Qian Yu played with her fountain pen. "It's all right to give him a reward now and then to keep him hooked. I don't think he can wait until the new year." Pei Yulin picked up the fruit knife. Get ready to be kissed by him." "No." She lowered her head and slowly peeled an apple. "Get ready for his sudden confession. Let him be." In order to get a long-term relationship, Qian Yu could only endure it. "I won't accept it anyway." Pei Yulin cut the apple into 3 pieces. She handed the apple to them one after another and looked at Jiang Yi happily as he wiped her hands. "What if he keeps pestering you?" "I'll disappear." "How ruthless. How can I change him if I'm not ruthless?" Qian Yu said indifferently, "I don't want this relationship to die too early. He really needs to change." Lin Jiao did not want him to continue hanging out with different women, so she agreed. She swallowed the fruit in her mouth. "His suitor called me at noon today." "What did she say?" "She wanted me to create an opportunity for them." When Qian Yu found out that the other party was an actress from Star River, she asked casually, "Is she beautiful?" "I don't remember." "Jian Yi, do you know her?" "I've seen her a few times," Jian Yi said truthfully. "She looks alright and has a different style from you." "What kind of style?" "On the cute side." Then he's definitely not interested. Pei Yulin had seen so many of his ex-girlfriends and knew his type well. Qian Yu did not take it to heart. She threw away the tissue in her hand and straightened her back to stretch her shoulders. "Have you dealt with that person?" "You mean?" Pei Yulin swallowed the word B*tch in her throat and coughed lightly. "Not yet." "Who's doing it then?" "Brother Question. I have to go." Lin Jiao still had work in the afternoon and could not stay outside for too long. "Be careful on the way." "Okay." Not long after she left, Qian Yu also returned to the office. Pei Yulin, who was in the ward, walked around to the other side and crawled into the blanket. "Are you sleepy?" "Not really." Jian Yi took 2 sips of water. He held her waist and stared into her almond-shaped eyes. "Who is the person you are talking about?" "Brother Yinshan." "No, the one you want to deal with." Pei Yulan said in a low voice. Jian Yingna. She did not avoid his gaze. Uncle said she must be punished. Are you in charge of coming up with ideas? Pretty much. Jian adjusted the pillow and lay down with her. Jian Yingna, who had no idea about this, was still lying in a hotel with a new actor. Perhaps everything that happened last night made her feel too frustrated, so she could only find some relief from this new one. She wanted to suppress all the unpleasant memories, including her complicated feelings towards Jiang Yi. Buzz, buzz. In the evening, a series of vibrations broke the silence. The call was from her assistant. Her voice was trembling with anxiety. President Jiang, you're on the trend. What trend? About you using your power to bully female celebrities. Jiang Yingnuo quickly opened Weibo. She played the most trendy video. When she saw the female celebrity kneeling down to wipe her shoes, kowtow to her and slap her, her mind went blank. Who did it? She said with a ferocious expression. Does the public relations department eat your *T? Are they not going to do anything about it? They can't remove this trend. The assistant said with trepidation. At the moment, this only solution is to create other trends to divert the public's attention. But even that didn't work. Then contact the company and ask them to delete it. I can't get in touch with them. Jian Yingnuo took a deep breath. She tightened her grip on the blanket, wishing she could tear it apart. Keep calling them. Money is not a problem. One more thing. Speak. They threatened that they will release other content at 9 tonight. The assistant was so nervous that her toes curled up. Do you know the content they are referring to? How would I know? Jiang Yingnuo scolded over the phone. She kicked the blanket away and was about to put on her clothes when the man lying beside her carried her up from behind. He said sweet nothing to her in his usual way, making it difficult for her to shake him off. Baby, don't think too much. Let go of me first. I can't. Jiang Yingnuo looked into his eyes and calmed down slightly. The trend is about to explode. I'm not in the mood. It's fine. They'll take care of it. What if they can't? Don't you still have your father? The man carried her to the bathroom and said indifferently, it's not like he will abandon you, but he'll scold me. It's just a scolding. It won't hurt. Jiang Yingnuo was still uneasy. She stood under the shower and raised her chin against the warm water. She asked him, what do you think the rest of the content is? It's no content. What do you mean? They want to blackmail you. He squeezed out shampoo and applied it on her hair. Otherwise, why would they wait until 9? 148 Terminating the contract. Jiang Yingna frowned. Her sixth sense told her that things were not simple, but at this moment, she did not have time to guess. The sound of water flowing in the bathroom was enough to cover the vibration of the phone coming from the double bed. Baby, when the man carried her out, her phone was dead. Do you want a charger? Not for now. Are you that afraid of looking at the trend? I find it annoying. Jiang Yingnuo did not want to face it. She leaned into his arms tiredly. When the clock struck 9, she immediately asked him to look at Weibo. It's not out yet. Refresh it. He swiped the screen and kept refreshing. When it reached 9:02, a rising trend entered his vision. Jiang Yingnuo, the showbiz tramp. Mr. News, how strong is Caillou Entertainment exactly? Threatening to kick their employees if they don't follow the rules. There were 3 chat records below the words. The male actor's face was blurred. People could only see Jiang Yingna threatening him to meet her at the hotel in an arrogant tone. B*TCH. Vomit.jpg. I can tell how hopeless the actor was just by hearing the conversation. Jiang Yingnuo is too inhumane. The chat history can be faked. Be careful not to be led astray. I'm not speaking up for her, mind you. Mr. News loves to post fake news. He probably took money from someone to demean Jiang Yingna. Caillou Entertainment will close soon. Smile.jpg. Is the new trend coming up? Jiang Yingna, who did not know anything, hugged his waist and fell asleep. No, the man closed the comment section. He did not take those screenshots to heart and did not want her to worry about it, so he did not say anything. Then keep refreshing. Yeah. He swiped the screen casually and was about to leave Weibo when another trend popped up. Jiang Yingnuo, naked photo. Gossip Entertainment, shocking. 3 men in one night? The sluttiest in the entertainment industry. Yingna is really insatiable. Picture. The photos caused an uproar among the netizens who were eager to see how things would turn out. While their scolding and analysis made the man feel disgusted with Jiang Yingna, he also realized that the situation had become uncontrollable. He looked down at Jiang Yingna in his arms. Out of fear of offending her, he could only charge her phone after she fell asleep. The door was closed in the early morning. The 3 stacks of banknotes on the bedside table disappeared with the man's deliberately light footsteps. When Jiang Yingna woke up, it was too late. She put on her sunglasses and rushed to Caillou. The moment she entered the president's office, she was slapped by Mr. Jiang. "I'm disgusted by you." He kicked her between the knees, making her kneel in front of him. "You still have the cheek to come to the company." Caillou Entertainment Company's stock price has plummeted. "Those people outside are still laughing at me. You've embarrassed me." Jiang Yingnuo burst into tears. "Dad." She went forward and hugged Mr. Jiang's leg. "I know what I've done wrong. Please help me." "Help you? I still have a lot of mess to clean up at the company. How do you want me to help you?" Mr. Jiang pushed her away. He sat on the sofa and smoked one cigarette after another, looking like he had aged 10 years. Yingna. After venting his anger, he regained his rationality. "Who did you offend recently?" "No one. They're obviously coming at you. Think about it carefully. Don't leave anyone out." Jiang Yingnuo's thoughts were still in a mess. She opened the recent chat history and analyzed the men and women she had threatened. As more and more people were eliminated, the assistant sent a WeChat message: "Jiang Yi is here to terminate the contract." As soon as Jiang Yi's name appeared, Jiang Yingna suddenly thought of the Pei family behind him. She gulped. She didn't want to believe it, but she had to face it. "I think I know who it is." "Who?" "Jiang Yi." Mr. Jiang held his heart after hearing the whole story. After taking the pill, he didn't even have the strength to slap or scold her. "What's her name?" Jiang Yingnuo tried to calm him down. "I don't know." She asked carefully, "Didn't you say that the Pei family doesn't have a daughter?" "Indeed, they don't." Mr. Jiang thought she was asking about the head of the Pei family, so he didn't think about their granddaughter. He took a few sips of water. "His granddaughter doesn't show up often. I won't know until I see Jiang Yi." Jiang Yingnuo was so nervous that she was sweating. She followed Mr. Jiang to the conference room. When she saw that there was only a middle-aged man beside Jiang Yi, she felt a little relieved. "Please sit." At this juncture, Mr. Jiang couldn't put on his usual airs. He sized up Jiang Yi and then looked at the middle-aged man in the suit. "You are?" "I'm Jiang Yi's lawyer." The lawyer took out a business card and handed it to him with a smile. Mr. Jiang stared at the words Star River Legal Department. His head felt like it had been hit by a gong, and even his ears were ringing for a moment. He knew the relationship between Star River's boss and Pei Jai. "Mr. Jiang." He put down the business card with trembling hands and softened his attitude. "Just tell me what you want." Jiang Yi told him about terminating the contract. At the mention of the compensation, the lawyer said, "The liquidated damage set by Caillou Entertainment has already exceeded the limit stipulated in the labor law. Don't worry about the liquidated damage." Mr. Jiang did not care about the millions. He only wanted to minimize the losses. Jiang Yi refused. "No need." He knew what he was up to and said bluntly, "Let's do it according to labor law." "Then how much can you pay?" 2 million. The lawyer did the math for Caillou Entertainment and asked him to sign the contract. After the entire process was over, Jiang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He flipped through the contract and the pressure that had been building up for 3 years completely disappeared at this moment. "Mr. Jiang." Seeing him stand up, Mr. Jiang immediately approached him. "I apologize to you on behalf of my daughter." Chairman Jiang, who had always been high and mighty, bowed in front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi could not take his bow. "I'm sorry." He turned around and looked at Jiang Yingnuo. "Your apology means nothing." "Then what do you want?" "I don't want anything." Before Jiang Yingnuo could rush up, Mr. Jiang slapped her again. "Apologize." She held her left cheek and burst into tears as if she had been humiliated. Her pride and self-esteem were trampled upon mercilessly. There's no need to force her. Jiang Yi did not need an apology. He picked up the contract and turned to leave. Even Mr. Jiang couldn't stop him. "Jiang Yingna, do you want to anger me to death?" Jiang Yingnuo couldn't stop crying. She swallowed the blood that seeped out of her lower lip and grabbed Mr. Jiang's hand tightly. "There's still a way." 149 just for fun. What way? Send me overseas. She did not want to stay in Lin City anymore. Or rather, she could not stay any longer. Send you overseas and the problem we are facing will be solved automatically. You're thinking too simply. Mr. Jiang placed his hands behind his back. I'll get them to invite reporters over. Apologize in front of the camera. No. Jiang Yingnuo raised her voice. Don't you know what an apology means? How can I live like this? Of course, Mr. Jiang knew. However, for the sake of Caillou, he had to push her out. Otherwise, things would not end well. Yingna, I'm not negotiating with you. Must you force me like this? I'm teaching you to take responsibility. Jiang Yingnuo sneered. Am I really your daughter? Why are you making a scapegoat out of me whenever something happens? Didn't you cause this situation yourself? But you, President Jiang, the police are here. An employee hurriedly ran into the conference room and gestured for them to look out. One of the police officers stepped forward with handcuffs. He handcuffed Jiang Yingna's hands and forcefully took her away under the pretext of illegal drug use. Dad, help me. Jiang Yingna, who had come back to her senses, turned to look at him with red eyes. She did not deny it from the beginning to the end, making Mr. Jiang even more certain that she really used illegal drugs. He closed the door in disappointment, not even bothering to look at her. While Jiang Yingna, who was crying until she almost fainted, was brought back to the police station, Caillou made two announcements to the public. Firstly, Caillou apologized to all the victims harmed by Jiang Yingna and offered to compensate them. Secondly, he would cut ties with her. No matter which one it was, it caused a huge commotion on the internet. Everyone, including the employees of Star River, was gossiping. Jiang Yingnuo was actually arrested. You just found out? Her father even cut ties with her. This reversal is too dramatic. That's right. Both the father and daughter are ruthless. Jiang Yi, who had accidentally heard their conversation, stopped in his tracks. As he walked to the cafeteria, he smiled under the mask. Jiang Yi, over here. Zhu Yinshen, who was standing in front of the table, raised his hand. It was lunchtime. When the employees and celebrities sitting in the hall heard his voice, they couldn't help but look up at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, who received many gazes, quickened his pace and walked to his side. He took the plate and chose dishes with Zhu Yinshen. President Zhu, do you usually eat here? Call him Brother Yinshen, Zhu Yinshen corrected him. Then, he answered his question. I paid a high price to hire the chefs in the cafeteria. Their culinary skills are not inferior to those outside. No wonder so many employees are dining here. From this alone, Jiang Yi could tell the difference between Star River and Caillou. Under Zhu Yinshen's recommendation, he picked up a lot of dishes and only went to find a seat when his plate was full. Do you have any requirements for your agent? Zhu Yinshen asked. It's best if my agent is a male. Are you afraid that Pei Yulin will get jealous? Yes. Jiang Yi took off his mask. It's easier to get along with men. Zhu Yinshen looked around. He pointed at a man wearing glasses. He's very down-to-earth and capable. How many celebrities does he have? There was one, but that celebrity thought he was too stubborn, so he found another agent. Stubborn in what way? Jiang Yi secretly sized up the man in glasses. He found him quite friendly-looking. He wants his celebrities to use their ability to climb up the social ladder, so he'll reject many social events. Zhu Yinshen chewed on the food. Those who want a shortcut can't get along with him. Those who don't are too rare. I have the same thoughts as him. Jiang Yi was in a difficult situation, but his initial intention had never changed. He needed someone like him, not like Yang Chaifeng, who was easily corrupted by greed. Him then. Zhu Yinshen said, I'll get him to talk to you after the meal. All right. Just as Jiang Yi was about to turn around, a celebrity walked over. She put her hand on Zhu Yinshen's shoulder. Yinshen. Her delicate voice was extremely irresistible. Why? I want to endorse Blue Nile. Du Wei leaned over with a smile. Can you help me with it? Go look for your agent. I did, but he can't. Zhu Yinshen pulled away the hand on his shoulder with a cold expression. Nor can I. Du Wei did not notice the change in him. She did not lower her voice and acted coquettishly to him like before. Yinshen, can you stay with me tonight? We've already broken up. We can be friends even if we break up. I'm not interested. Zhu Yinshen had always disliked talking to people he was tired of, let alone sleeping with them. He pointed at the door. You should go. Du Wei's eyes widened. She had once thought that even if they broke up, she would remain a special one. She did not expect to be treated as such today. Yinshen, did you ever like me? She asked subconsciously. No. Then why did you choose to be with me? Ju Yinshen raised an eyebrow. For fun. He smiled coldly. Du Wei, whose fantasy had been shattered by these two words, no longer treated him as her ex-boyfriend. All right. Afraid that she would be mocked by the other celebrities, she quickly composed herself. President Ju, enjoy. Help me throw it. Ju Yinshen opened the wrapper of the cigarette box, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it to her. He asked Jiang Yi, do you smoke? Yes. Jiang Yi glanced at Du Wei's increasingly ugly expression and couldn't help but admire his ruthlessness. He lit the cigarette Ju Yinshen handed over. He did not intend to linger on this topic, but he heard Ju Yinshen say, we already broke up and she actually still had the cheek to ask for resources from me. Ju Yinshen fiddled with the lighter. She's just like those women. They don't know what's good for them. She thought you still had her in your heart. I think she's still asleep. Jiang Yi was speechless. He was sure that the rumor about him was true. He leaned back in his chair and blew out a stream of smoke. Are your exes all from Star River? Mostly. Don't you find it awkward? No. Ju Yinshen crossed his legs. In any case, we have no feelings for each other and won't come into contact again. Jiang Yi looked at him through the smoke and asked after a long pause, do you have feelings for Qian Yu? What kind of feeling do you mean? Love. Ju Yinshen thought of what Lin Jiao once said about not asking for anything in return in a relationship. He still couldn't reach that level yet. He shook his head. Only a good impression. A good impression is a prerequisite for liking someone. At least, it was much better than for fun. 150 Burning the bridge after crossing it. Do you think she likes me? I'm not sure. Jiang Yi pretended not to know. He reminded Ju Yinshen, if you put in the effort, she should like you. Okay. Ju Yinshen seemed to understand. He stubbed out the cigarette between his fingers and called the man with glasses, who had just finished eating, to go upstairs. The man was called Wu Rui. He was a year older than Jiang Yi and had a steady personality. He was an easygoing person. Under Ju Yinshen's instructions, he brought Jiang Yi to look around the company first before introducing some celebrities and agents to him. How many celebrities are there in Star River? Jiang Yi asked when they went to the office. 139. How many A-lister are there? 13, Wu Rui said slowly. 24 B-listers. 59 C and D-listers. What about the rest? They are either trainees or waiting to be kicked out. Jiang Yi roughly understood. He told Wu Rui about his current situation and emphasized, I don't want any rumors to spread between me and other celebrities. Sure. Wu Rui did not want that to happen either. He asked, are you considering setting up an affectionate persona? How? Call her in front of the public at all times, tell them how you fell in love with her, and then express your love. Forget it. Jiang Yi frowned, not wanting his feelings to become a topic of conversation. That's too hypocritical. I can't do that. Wu Rui had almost figured out his personality. He poured a glass of water for Jiang Yi. Then let's not set up a persona. Let's rely on our ability and work. Okay. Do you have a lot of female fans? I'm not sure. Jiang Yi rarely read the comments and did not care much about this. Wu Rui could only scroll through Weibo to find out. He figured out his fan base and type as soon as possible before coming up with a plan. In the meantime, tell your fans that you want to fall in love. Then, you can slowly make it public. Can't I just say it out loud now? Aren't you afraid she'll get all the hate? Jiang Yi had seen how far crazy fans could go. Just the thought of them criticizing her was hard to accept. He rubbed the cup. How long do I have to wait? I'm afraid she'll feel insecure if I put it off for too long. The end of the year at the earliest. Wu Rui had a family and could definitely understand his worries. He put his hand on Jiang Yi's shoulder. In this day and age, there are too few celebrities as responsible as you. Maybe they haven't met the right person yet. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and did not comment much. He then discussed the script with Wu Rui. I prefer suspense, action, and history. Suspense. Wu Rui opened the drawer under the desk and found the script. I happen to have one. When will the audition be held? Next Friday. Jiang Yi left after talking to him about the details. On the way to his apartment, he reported to Pei Yulin about his upcoming plans, including hiding their relationship for the time being. It's fine, Pei Yulin understood. She comforted him instead. It's just next month anyway. You don't have to be sorry. Jiangi couldn't help but smile. He held the phone close to his ear. Look at the calendar first and choose a time you like. I want to choose with you. Then I'll pick you up from work at 6. Pei Yulin felt like she had been fed a spoonful of honey. She agreed softly. Where are you now? On the way back to the apartment. Can you move all your stuff out today? I think so. Jiangi chatted with her until the taxi stopped. He walked into the apartment Caillou provided for celebrities and took the elevator to the 5th floor. Caillou Entertainment had always adopted the method of classifying their celebrities by giving them different floors. Jiangi pushed open the door. He looked at the home, and a sense of oppression overwhelmed him again. The memories home left him were not pleasant. He could only remember the 3 years he spent wandering and suffering in this tiny space. Jiangi? The room was not soundproof, so Yan Chaifeng's voice could be heard clearly. The knock on the door brought Jiangi back to his senses. He approached the door in 2 steps. As he pressed the door handle, he asked, "How did you know I was here?" "I saw you just now." Yan Chaifeng placed his briefcase on the coffee table. He sat down and stretched his shoulders. "I have an adventure variety show here. Are you interested? I terminated my contract with Caillou." "What? Why didn't you tell me?" "There's no need." Jiangi took out the suitcase under the bed and packed his things slowly. His cold expression stunned Yan Chaifeng. "What did I do to offend you?" His face fell, as if he was dissatisfied with his sudden change in attitude. "Don't you know?" "Know what? Make yourself clear." Jiangi took off the coat hanger. "Have you forgotten about lying to me about meeting Jiangi Nuo?" "That's not lying." "Then what is that?" "She wanted to see you to talk about business." Yan Chaifeng's tone was light. "You don't know her true motive." "It doesn't matter what her motive is. What matters is what you can get out of it." Jiangi smirked. "To you, I'm just a tool for you to achieve what you want, right? Don't make it sound so bad." Yan Chaifeng puffed on his cigarette. "We complement each other." Hearing that, Jiangi couldn't help but laugh. He put the folded clothes into his suitcase and turned to get his daily necessities. "If there's nothing else, you can leave." Yan Chaifeng was already used to his bad temper and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. "Have you found your next company?" "Why? I think Star River is not bad. Tell Miss Pei about it so that we can continue to work together. Can't you talk to them yourself?" Jiangi did not stop packing. All he wanted was to get out of here as soon as possible. "I can't. Not good enough. Star River doesn't lack agents." Yan Chaifeng started to plan how to get in through the back door. "And I still have to bring 2 celebrities over. Do you think Star River is my company? I can sign whoever I want. Given Miss Pei's relationship with you, I'm sorry." Jiangi refused directly, not wanting to show any mercy. "I can't help you." "Jiangi, are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing it? You were the one who burned the bridge first." "She's already arrested." Yan Chaifeng knew what he was angry about, but he couldn't understand it. "What's the point of holding on to it?" "There is no point." Jiangi put down the key. "I can't get through to someone like you." Hearing the sound of luggage being dragged, Yan Chaifeng finally realized that he had angered him this time. 151 She would get tired of him sooner or later. He suddenly got all emotional. "Jiangi, on account of me helping you for 3 years, can you help me one last time? Didn't you say that we complement each other? Now you speak as if you helped me more than I did. It was all because of me that you were able to reach where you are today." Jiangi mocked. "Isn't it your job to find resources for celebrities? Didn't Caillou give you a salary?" Yan Chaifeng met that pair of cold eyes and did not know how to refute him. He grabbed Jiangi's arm. "Jiangi, you saw what happened to Caillou Entertainment. I have no future here. That's your business." Jiangi was not that kind-hearted to help someone who harmed him. He opened the cage that had locked him up for 3 years and lifted the suitcase to cross the threshold. Yan Chaifeng, who was standing in the dark, stared at him angrily. "Jiangi, the Pei family won't always be your backer, so she'll get tired of you sooner or later." Jiangi imagined Pei Yulin putting her hands on her hips and telling him arrogantly that she was tired of him. He chuckled. "I actually don't mind. Is it very funny?" Yan Chaifeng did not hear him clearly. He thought that Jiangi was mocking him, so he raised his voice. You'll cry in the future. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Jiangyi disappeared around the corner with the sound of a suitcase being dragged. He abandoned everything about Caillou Entertainment and walked forward under the warm sun, not looking back at all. Xingheng Corporation. When it was time to get off work, Pei Yulin, who had forgotten to bring her makeup set, quickly went to the planning department. She called Lin Jiao, who had just finished working, to sit in the resting area for a moment. Jiao, which color do you think I should apply? Red, Lancor or YSL? Lancer. Lin Jiao lowered her head to rummage through her bag and found mascara for her. The color will be lighter. Pei Yulin put on lipstick in front of the mirror. She pursed her lips and could not stop smiling. He moved his things into Mingshan Mansion this afternoon. Star River also provided apartments for their celebrities. Jiangyi did not want to live in an apartment anymore, so he rented Ju Yinshan's apartment in Mingshan last night. Of course, he paid for it himself. You have an idea in mind? Lin Jiao seemed to be infected by her joy and smiled unconsciously. Yes, but I want to wait until next month. He might not even agree next month. It's fine. Pei Yulin widened her eyes and brushed her mascara up and down. I'll use the trick you used. Lin Jiao picked up the blush brush and applied a thin layer on Pei Yulin's cheeks. Are you going to the new product launch tomorrow? Yes. Pei Yulin closed the air cushion. I heard that all the employees who joined this year will participate. Right. Then you'll have another wave of love rivals. I got used to it. Lin Jiao's smile did not change. Who wouldn't be tempted by an outstanding man? Pei Yulin nodded. That's true. She picked up the cup and took 2 sips. When will you two make it public? At least next year. Why? I haven't reached my goal yet. Lin Jiao put away the cosmetics. I don't want to be disturbed at this stage. The goal to be promoted to supervisor. Right. That's easy for you. With your performance by far, you'll be promoted at the end of the year. Pei Yulin was very confident in her ability. I hope so. Lin Jiao smiled and opened WeChat. He's waiting for me. Then let's go downstairs first. Pei Yulin said goodbye to her on the first floor and ran out. Under the ginkgo tree diagonally opposite Xingheng Hall, a man in a woolen jacket attracted the attention of many female employees. His figure was slender and the ratio was flawless. Even though he was wearing a mask and a baseball cap, the aura he exuded could still make him noticeable in a crowd. Jiangyi ignored the gazes around him. When he caught sight of a familiar figure, his eyes lit up. The moment their eyes met, he quickly went forward to hold Pei Yulin, who was pouncing on him, and wrapped his arms around her waist. Jiangyi. Pei Yulin looked up at him, her eyes filled with excitement and shyness. Have you been waiting for a long time? Not long. It had only been 20 minutes. He took a step forward. Shall we eat first? Where are we going to eat? There's a revolving restaurant near the television tower. That location has a good night cityscape. Pei Yulin got into a taxi with him. She leaned against his shoulder and let the scent of cedar enter her nose. Is the house cleaned? Not yet. Jiangyi played with her chubby hand. I haven't cleaned the kitchen and cloakroom yet. You can cook? Yes, I'll cook it for you next time. How about Saturday? Pei Yulin couldn't wait to try his cooking. I happen to have time. What do you want to eat? I'm not picky. Not picky. Jiangyi pinched her cheek. Who said she didn't like pork trotters last time? Pork trotters are different. Different in what way? I'm sick of it after eating it for more than 2 months. Pei Yulin pulled his hand away. And you ordered it? Okay. I thought you liked it. After all, she had been staring at someone else's pork trotter soup at that time. Jiangyi pulled himself back from his thoughts and focused on the first half of her sentence. Were you recuperating from an illness before? No. Why? Then why did you eat pork trotters for more than 2 months? Seeing his worried expression, Pei Yulin did not intend to lie to him. She whispered into his ear, Shenyi said it was very useful, so I tried it. Jiangyi did not expect this to be the reason. He looked straight at the windshield and asked out of curiosity, did it work? Yes. Pei Yulin could visibly see some improvement and even shared it with him. Compared to before, no need to go into detail. In any case, it's better than before. She swallowed the words she had yet to say and used a tactful way. Okay. Jiangyi did not ask further. He got out of the car with Pei Yulin and strolled to the revolving restaurant with her. What are we going to do after dinner? To watch a movie. Which type of movie did you book? Pei Yulan followed him to the seat by the window. A comedy. Jiangi pulled out a chair for her like a gentleman. After she sat down, he walked to the opposite side of the square table. Have you been to the cinema recently? 152 Never cheated. I haven't seen movies in a long time. Pei Yulan put down her bag and sized up the elegant environment of the restaurant. There was a floor-to-ceiling window beside her, and she could see the city that was wrapped in the afterglow. It'll be even prettier at night. Jiangi took off his mask and followed her gaze. Have you been here before? No. He spread out the folded tablecloth and handed it to her first. This is the first time. Pei Yulan could tell that he had put in a lot of effort in choosing this place. It was because of this that she was even more immersed in the feeling of being doted on by him. I want all your firsts. Can I? What about yours? I'll give it to you too. Jiangi nodded. Sure. He stared at that sweet face. Tell me what you want us to do together. You can do anything with me, right? I can. Pei Yulan said what she wanted to do the most at the moment. I want to wear a couple outfit and wear a couple's accessory. We don't have time tonight. Jiangi looked at the watch on his wrist. Let's go shopping on Thursday. No hurry. She pondered for a few moments before throwing out another heavy question. Have you ever worn a couple's clothes with her? No. What about the accessories? I think we used the same phone case. His previous relationship was too long ago, so Jiangi couldn't remember it clearly. Seeing that he really could remember, Pei Yulan couldn't help but rejoice. Custom made? No. Then I want it custom made. Jiangi, who did not smell jealousy, agreed with a smile. He looked at the food cart and waited for the waiter to bring the dishes to him. Do you usually eat a lot of Western food? Not much. Pei Yulan picked up her knife and fork. I always eat Chinese food at home. Then I'll take you to eat hot pot next time. Sure. She forked up the beef tartar. Usually, hot pot restaurants that look old are the best. How old? Like the paint on the walls is almost all gone. Jiangi went online to search for the restaurants that looked old. I've been to this one. It's good, right? Yes. Surprise flashed across his eyes. Do you eat in that alley often? Pei Yulan nodded. Not just there. I've been to almost all the old shops nearby. I thought you wouldn't visit this kind of place. Because my family is rich. You can say that. Jiangi gave her an example. I have a classmate whose family background is not as good as yours, but she eats delicacies every day. If we choose a 3-star hotel for dinner, she will complain. She's spoiled by her father. Pei Yulan had seen many similar people, but they did not get along. She took 2 sips of water. If I were to eat delicacies every day, my parents would have kicked me out of the house. He started to be interested in her family who had brought her up so well. He smiled. Is that so? Yes. Pei Yulan told him about how she was beaten up when she was young. Just listening to the things she described made Jiangi feel pain. He cut the steak into bite-sized pieces and pushed the plate to her. Does that mean your uncle never hit you? He doesn't. Then why are you afraid of him? He'll put mental pressure on me. Pei Yulan chewed and swallowed the steak. She could not describe the feeling Pei Jai gave her. I'll show you his masterpiece in the future. Alright. Jiangi was interested in everything about her. He was willing to spend time getting to know her and walking into her life to become indispensable. The sound of the silver fork touching the plate was heard from time to time, but when the night fell, it stopped. The late autumn night arrived silently. The neon lights flashing outside the window were like stars in the night sky, blooming brightly. Pei Yulan held her chin and turned to look at the beautiful scenery below. The French windows reflected her figure, making her look like she was covered in a veil. For a moment, Jiangi really wanted to record this moment. He clicked on the camera to adjust the angle and quietly framed her side profile and the French window. Are you taking photos of me? Pei Yulan looked at him when he was done taking photos. I was taking photos of the light. Really? Of course not. Jiangi stopped teasing her. He showed her the photo. It is not bad. Do you like it? I like it. Pei Yulan walked to his side and kissed his cheek while no one was looking. She admired the photo again. Your photography skills are really good. It's even better than my selfies. You're not suited for selfies. I don't look like myself in the selfies. And you don't know how to find an angle. Then take more photos of me in the future. No problem. Jiangi rubbed the top of her head. After he sent her the photo, he held her hand and left the restaurant. Behind the television tower was a shopping mall, and on top of which there was a cinema. Although it was not the weekend, there were still many people sitting in the waiting hall. Pei Yulan whispered into his ear, their intimate interaction attracting a couple who passed by. Yulan, Ji Yuquan sat down on the empty seat on their right. Long time no see. The familiar voice made Pei Yulan stop smiling. She glanced sideways at the woman and had a rough idea who she was. President Ji Yu, aren't you going to introduce us? This is my girlfriend, Sutian. Sutian? The Sutian who seduced you even though she knows you have a girlfriend. Ji Yuquan's expression changed slightly. He patted Sutian's back and comforted her with his eyes. I was single when we started dating. Why do I remember that you hugged her at the airport before you broke up with your ex? Isn't it normal for friends to hug each other? Pei Yulan sneered. To you, only having sex with someone else is considered cheating, right? You've misunderstood. Sutian interrupted. Quan never cheated on anyone. We were just normal friends. Are you trying to tell me that the person he loves has always been you, so there's no such thing as cheating? That's not what I meant. Stop pretending in front of me. Pei Yulan glanced at her disdainfully. You know best what you mean. Yulan, you don't have to be so aggressive. Ji Yuquan did not flare up on Lin Jiao's account. He pulled Sutian into his arms. Seeing is not necessarily believing. Only you and me know the truth. What others think doesn't matter. 153 He had put in efforts in those 2 years. Seeing that he was not going to admit what he had done wrong, Pei Yulan clenched her fists. She resisted the urge to splash the coke on them and looked at them with a fake smile. Ji Yuquan, you really don't deserve her. Ji Yuquan seemed to understand what she meant. He met Pei Yulan's mocking gaze and said disapprovingly, I also put in a lot of effort in those 2 years. You still have the cheek to tell me that you've put in a lot of effort. That's the truth. Pei Yulan had never seen such a shameless person. It's the fact that you hurt her very badly. Ji Yuquan did not deny it. He could not erase the pain he had caused Lin Jiao, so the guilt in his heart had always been there. Sutian, who did not want him to divert his attention to other women, hugged him. Quan, let bygones be bygones. Her act of innocence was disgusting to Pei Yulan. It's disgusting. She broke free from Jian Yi's arms and said, the B*TCHY smell is too thick. Let's find somewhere else to wait. Let's sit over there. Jian Yi raised his chin to point in a direction. He put an arm around her and walked away. As soon as she sat down, Pei Yulan bit the straw and took a big sip of cola. It's really unlucky to meet that adulterous couple. Who did he betray? Jiao. Jian Yi's expression froze. He did not seem to expect it to be Lin Jiao. After confirming it again, he looked at them. There's something wrong with his taste. Indeed. Pei Yulan looked at Sutian with disdain. She's inferior to Jiao in every aspect. There's no way they can be comparable. Jian Yi had always been good at reading people. Her expression just now did not escape his eyes. He fed Pei Yulan a piece of popcorn. She's quite scheming. I can't believe that Ji something can't tell. How can you tell she's scheming? When Ji said that he had put in a lot of effort in those 2 years, she didn't look happy. Later on, she was very anxious to divert his attention. I didn't notice it just now. Pei Yulan turned her head away in annoyance. They're not worth your attention. Jian Yi kissed the side of her face through the mask. Don't be angry. His breath brushed against her skin through the thin cotton cloth like a feather, making her feel itchy. Pei Yulan's anger seemed to have dissipated. When she heard the notification sound from the stereo, she picked up the coke and followed him to the screening room. The adulterous couple watched the same movie as them. However, their seats were too far apart and it was not easy to see faces in the dim environment, so it did not affect Pei Yulan's mood. As the opening song ended, a scene that made people burst out laughing appeared. The laughter coming from the surrounding people was different. Immersed in such an atmosphere, it was easy to forget all the unhappiness. Jian Yi held her hand the entire time. Occasionally, he would look at her. Even without saying a word, they could feel each other's presence. A comedy was playing on the screen. A romance movie was playing in the room. It was the same for couples in love. No matter where they were, they could capture the joy that lingered around them. If you look at me again, I'll kiss you. When Jian Yi caught her peeping at him, he leaned over and whispered into her ear. His straightforward gaze made Pei Yulan blush. She moved closer to him, looking for an angle to raise her chin that no one else could see. For you to kiss. Jiangi pulled down his mask without hesitation. He covered her slightly pouting lips, closing the distance between them. The mixed sweetness of Coke and popcorn seemed to have a special attraction, making them immersed in it and unwilling to leave. When the lights above their heads suddenly lit up and a conversation entered their ears, Jiangi pulled himself away from the sweet whirlpool. He rubbed her lips. Do you want to see the bonus scene? No. Pei Yulin helped him pull up his mask and walked out of the narrow aisle. They ignored Ji Yuquan and Su Tian and disappeared into the night in a taxi. The driver stepped on the brakes at the entrance of an alley in the old district. Jiangi walked under the moonlight with her, enjoying the autumn breeze. He had never sent her home before. This was the first time he saw a place uniquely different from all those modern skyscrapers. Yulin. He looked around at the brick wall on both sides. Where do you live? We have to turn a few more corners before we can see it. A quadrangle courtyard house. No. Pei Yulin pushed aside the strands of hair on the side of her face. My house is an ordinary residential building. A house? Yes. She lowered her eyes and looked at the two shadows elongated by the street lamp. It's only got 2 floors and not too big. Your entire family lives together. Uncle doesn't live with us. A black cat suddenly entered Jiangi's line of sight. He pursed his lips. Before he could ask if she was afraid, he heard her say, he lives outside with Jiao Jiao. That's good. Seeing that his reaction was calm, Pei Yulin deliberately emphasized, I'm very envious. Jiangi walked around to her right to block the cat who was staring at them. You're different from him. I don't recommend you move out. How is it different? He's a man. He can protect himself. Pei Yulin was stunned. She looked at his serious expression and burst out laughing. I'm saying I'm envious of Jiao Jiao. Jiangi raised an eyebrow. He thought about what she had just said and wanted to confirm it. What do you envy her for? She can see someone she likes at any time. So? I haven't shacked up with anyone before. Pei Yulin tried to test his reaction. I want to try. Her hint was obvious. However, Jiangi wanted to be responsible for her. He said seriously, it's too early to live together. When do you think is the right time? At least after we've been dating for 6 months. Lin Jiao was right. If she discussed it with him, it would definitely not happen next month. Pei Yulin was lost in thought, trying to come up with a plan to persuade him. Her silence could easily cause Jiangi to misunderstand. He held her hand tightly and chose to give in. How about 5 months? No. Then when do you think is good? Pei Yulin threw the question back to him. Think about it yourself. When did they start living together? A week after they started dating. That soon? Jiangi found it hard to believe, but he knew that she was not joking. Do they sleep separately or together? Pei Yulin looked up. What do you think? 154 long expectation. Jiangi did not know the truth, nor did he know how suffering Pei Jai was during this period of time. Instead, he gave the idea of living together a serious thought. Based on the current situation, he would most likely be with the filming crew all the time. If they lived separately, they would definitely not have enough time to spend with each other. Yulin. Jiangi stopped in his tracks. Can we live together after I finish filming my next drama? How long will it take before it finishes? Until January. The time he gave was very close to what Pei Yulin originally had in mind. Sure, she said seriously, you have to keep your word. You can't change your mind at the last minute. Jiangi put his arm around her waist. I won't. He paused for a moment and said, but I think it's best to sleep separately at the beginning. Why? I want to take it one step at a time with you. Only by taking every step seriously can our relationship last. Pei Yulin could tell from his eyes that he wanted this relationship to last forever. Okay. She leaned on his shoulder and continued walking. I'll listen to you. A smile appeared in Jiangi's eyes. He sent Pei Yulin to the entrance of the courtyard. I have to film tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I can't be with you. Then I'll see you on Friday. Yes, I'll pick you up from work on Friday. Pei Yulin pulled him to the right and hid somewhere the janitor couldn't see. Can I get more kisses? Yes. Jiangi leaned over and kissed her. They kissed against the tiled wall and did not even notice a car driving over slowly. Seeing that they were kissing non-stop, Pei Zicheng cleared his throat to remind them. The sudden sound broke the lovey-dovey vibe. Pei Yulin opened her eyes. The moment she saw that smiling face, She felt her ears turn red in a second. Hearing her call the man Dad, Jianqi quickly turned around and took off his baseball cap. He stood up straight. "Hello, uncle." Only then did Pei Chisheng see his face clearly. Unlike other parents, he was not in a hurry to ask a bunch of personal questions the first time they met. "Where did you go?" "Near the television tower. There's a fireworks show tonight." No, Jianqi reported what they did together. He was so nervous that his back was tense. Looking at Jianqi, Pei Zicheng felt like he behaved exactly like him the first time he saw his father-in-law back then. He turned to the side. "Do you smoke?" "Yes." "What brand?" Jianqi took out the cigarette box from his pocket. Before he could answer, his sleeve was grabbed. He understood what Pei Yulan meant and quickly handed one to Pei Chisheng. "I'll light it for you." "No need." He wanted to wait until he was in the shower. Pei Chisheng looked like he didn't want to smoke, but he actually hid the cigar in his pocket. "Do you want to go in and sit for a while?" Jianqi did not even prepare a greeting gift and was too embarrassed to go in. "It's too late today. I'll visit you again next time." "All right." Pei Zicheng did not insist. "Then I'll go back first." "You two go on." The moment the car disappeared from sight, Jianqi leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. He put on his baseball cap and rubbed Pei Yulan's head. "You should go home too." Pei Yulan agreed with a red face. "Tell me when you get to Mingxin Mansion." She said good night to Jianqi and turned to walk into the courtyard. Seeing her disappear around the corner, he slowly lit a cigarette and left the alley with a smile. The luminescent moon was gradually replaced by the warm sun. A group of media people registered at the door and followed the crowd to a conference hall that could accommodate hundreds of people. Xinheng Corporation held new product launch events very often, but the president only attended 2 a year. Therefore, there were more reporters than usual this time. "Why isn't President Pei here yet?" Meng 11, who was sitting in the third row, raised her chin and looked around. "It doesn't start until 10 sharp. Won't he show up early?" "Not usually." Lin Jiao turned off the phone screen and took 2 sips of juice. She looked at the PR department employees who entered one after another and greeted Pei Yulan. "Jiao, you're here so early." "It's not early at all." "Where is he?" Lin Jiao paused. "Coming soon." "Shall we have lunch together?" "All right." Pei Yulan looked at her colleagues and found that most people had arrived. Not long after they ended the topic, the curtains in the conference room automatically closed, completely blocking the sunlight that was projected on the LED screen. When the clock struck 10, the host appeared. He held the microphone and gave an opening speech that lasted 10 minutes before explaining the new product type. "President of Xinheng, Mr. Pei Jai, please come on stage." He turned to the left, causing everyone to follow his gaze. A round of applause sounded. The man walked straight to the podium and barged into their line of sight with his back facing the LED screen. He was wearing a custom-made suit with his collar buttoned to the top. At the same time, he exuded an aura of dominance, making people want to submit to him. "Good morning, everyone." He raised his hand to push the gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose and glanced down. His cold gaze and sexy voice instantly won the hearts of many women. They looked at that godlike face and were stunned for a long time, like someone had pressed a pause button on them. The host broke the silence. "President Pei, please introduce the new product to everyone." Pei Jai retracted his gaze from the third row. He looked at the LED screen. The smart robot Xinheng introduced this time is specially designed for old people who live alone and have difficulty moving. Not only does it have the ability to check heartbeat, blood pressure, and so on, but it can also deal with a series of problems in life. After he was done introducing the robot called Xiao Heng, the robot came on stage to greet everyone and let the host test different functions. Its omnipotence shocked everyone present. A reporter asked, "President Pei, what's the pre-sale price of Xiao Heng? Is it the same as the selling price?" 36,000, same. "Is there a discount for disabled people?" "Of course." Pei Jai placed a hand on the edge of the podium and stood casually. "The first 300 people who have a disability only need to provide a piece of evidence to get the robot for free." Another reporter asked, "Are you worried that it might be copied?" "Xinheng's legal department is not to be trifled with." "Then what drove you to do that? What do you think?" Pei Jai looked at him indifferently, not wanting to answer such a stupid question. 155 Scum and Gentlemen. The reporter realized that this question was meaningless. He asked another question to hide his stupidity. How's Xiao Heng's balance? Will it fall? Page Ai raised his chin at the screen. Are you short-sighted? You can't even see it from this close. I'm sorry. The reporter received a mocking gaze from his colleague and was too ashamed to even lift up his head. After he sat down, the other reporters asked about many details that were not mentioned on the screen. This included the number of robots that would be sold, the price of repairs outside the warranty period, and the type of sales online and offline. After answering patiently, Page Ai looked at the reporters in the front row again. Any other questions? A female reporter raised her hand. She stared at his middle finger. I noticed that you're wearing a ring. Are you engaged? After she mentioned it, many people looked at the well-defined left hand. There were even photographers who zoomed their cameras in on it. Page Ai subconsciously rubbed the ring. He casually looked at Lin Jiao and smiled. Not yet. You mean you're in love? Right. This word from him shattered the fantasies of many women. The reporter seemed to have heard the sound of many hearts breaking. She asked on their behalf, can you tell us who she is? It's not my personal interview today. Page Ai did not intend to reveal too much in public. He gave the host a look. I hope everyone will pay attention to Xing Heng's new product. After receiving the message, the host took 2 steps forward. When he finished speaking, the slender figure disappeared from sight. The media, who was busy reporting, took this opportunity to summarize the report and did not forget to mention Page Ai's relationship. As for the women, they gossiped with each other. All kinds of voices mixed together, making the surrounding environment even noisier. Not many people even noticed that the host had left the stage. Lin Jiao zipped up her bag and glanced at Meng 11, who was still staring at the empty podium. She said, I'll get going first. Meng 11 was brought back to her senses by this voice. She knew that Lin Jiao was going to eat with someone else, so she did not say anything. See you in the afternoon. Lin Jiao gave her a smile and left the chair. She left the hotel with Pei Yulin and got into the Mercedes-Benz to go to a nearby restaurant. The elegantly decorated private room was filled with sandalwood. The melodious melody brushed past their ears when they sat down. It was not noisy and brought people a sense of peace. Uncle. While ordering, Pei Yulin looked up at Page Ai. You look good wearing glasses. Really? Page Ai wrapped his arm around Lin Jiao's waist and twirled a strand of her long hair around his fingertips. He said calmly, in what way? Like the combination of a scum and a gentleman. Scum? Not the scum in a bad way. Pei Yulin thought about. She looked at Lin Jiao for help and lowered her head to swipe her iPad. You do look good with glasses on. Lin Jiao said sincerely. She tickled his palm. I like it a lot. 156 Not within your concern. Page Ai rested his chin on his hand. How much do you like it? There was an ambiguous glint in his eyes, but she could not see the meaning behind it through his glasses. Very much. Lin Jiao, who had one foot in a trap, was still unaware. I can't like it anymore. She raised her chin to touch his thin lips, and he saw her fair and fragile neck. Page Ai really wanted to leave a kiss mark on her face. However, the current situation did not allow it. He caressed her ring with his finger. Then I'll wear it as often as possible just for you. It's not good to wear it outside. And why is that? It's easy to attract women. Lin Jiao looked into his eyes through the lenses, not hiding her possessiveness. Page Ai chuckled. Then, I'll only wear it in front of you. If not for the fact that the place was not suitable, Pei Yulin suspected that they would do something unspeakable right here right now. She raised her hand that was holding the iPad. Brother question and I have done ordering. See if there are any dishes you like. Page Ai took it casually. While he scrolled through the pictures of the dishes and chose 2 main dishes and desserts, Lin Jiao was chatting with them. The food was served a moment later, and the atmosphere in the private room was lively. Their topics changed very quickly, but no matter which one they talked about, they all had endless things to say. I'll answer this call first. Question Xiao, who was about to scan the QR code to pay, received a call. He pressed the answer button and heard an inexplicably familiar female voice. Assistant question, do you have time to talk? And you are? Yao Qianing. I'm afraid I won't have time to meet you. Just talking on the phone will be fine too. Question Xiao looked up at Page Ai. He followed them out, his tone not changing much. What do you want to talk about? All the media outlets are reporting that he has a girlfriend. Aren't you going to deal with it? That's the truth. Yao Qianing suddenly sneered. Who is she? It doesn't matter who she is. What matters is that this matter is not within your concern. You mean I have no right to ask? No question. Xiao got into the driver's seat and lowered the volume a few times. I'm going to drive. Is there anything else? Put him on the phone. He's not here. Yao Qianing did not believe it at all. She took a deep puff of her cigarette, trying to suppress the frustration that surged up her throat. Arrange a time. I want to see him next week. Xiao was about to decline when he heard her say, on behalf of the Yao Corporation, I want to discuss a business with Xingheng. What kind of business? We'll talk in person then. When exactly do you mean by then? Yao Qianing clicked on the mouse and looked at the flight information sent by her assistant. Tuesday. Tuesday's schedule is full. Then Wednesday. She hung up without giving Xiao a chance to refuse. Seeing that he wanted to curse, Pei Jai raised an eyebrow and asked, who called? A representative of a company. Xiao did not mention Yao Qianing's name. She wants to discuss business with Xingheng. Did you make an appointment with her? Not yet. Pei Jai did not ask further. After all, there were too many companies that wanted to discuss business with Xingheng. They needed to filter through many layers to confirm their qualifications. 157 There is no feeling between them. After lunch break, Lin Jiao, who had left the CEO's office, rushed downstairs to start a new round of work. She was busy completing the task given by Zheng Yi, her fingertips moving back and forth on the keyboard. Let me tell you something. Zhuo Yuan, who was sitting behind her, started gossiping with the surrounding employees. What? Pan Zhun and Zhao Lan have registered their marriage. So soon? Sun Haoran felt that it hadn't been long since that incident. I thought he couldn't get a divorce. Ailey, who was on his right, pursed her lips and said, once a man makes up his mind, he will get a divorce no matter what. I pity his first wife. Indeed. Zhuo Yuan picked up the glass of water. Pan Zhun is really ruthless. He would rather give out more than half of his assets than continue living with her. Don't tell me Zhao Lan is pregnant. I think so. No wonder he's in a hurry to get remarried. Ailey opened the WeChat message sent by the receptionist and walked to Lin Jiao's side. She lowered her voice. Someone is looking for you downstairs. Who? A Mr. Yang. Lin Jiao frowned in deep thought. She thanked Ailey and put down her work to go downstairs to see Mr. Yang. Yang Jingshun, who was sitting on the sofa in the hall, saw her and quickly waved at her. He stared at that unfamiliar and familiar face and felt that she had become prettier after not seeing her for a while. Lin Jiao, are you still angry? His clear voice was filled with uncertainty. For what? It was indeed not my intention to leave without saying goodbye last month. I explained it to you on WeChat, but you didn't reply. The afternoon after Yang Jingshun booked the concert tickets, he was called to go overseas temporarily. At that time, he was too busy to contact her. Later on, he sent her a WeChat message, but she did not respond to him. Therefore, as soon as he returned to Lin City, he rushed to see her to prevent their relationship from worsening. I didn't pay attention to it. Lin Jiao's memory did not want to admit that she had a blind date with Yang Jingshun. She automatically classified him as an ordinary friend. You don't have to come over because of this. Her expression did not change, and she did not look angry at all. Yang Jingshun heaved a sigh of relief. Are you free tonight? He stuffed his hands into his jacket pockets. Why? I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Jiao shook her head. I have to spend time with my boyfriend. She lit up her phone screen. Let's have dinner next time. Hearing the word boyfriend, Yang Jingshun couldn't help but find it unbelievable. He stared at the glowing ring and had to accept it. When did this happen? It's been a while. Lin Jiao did not understand the emotions in his eyes and did not care. Is he good to you? Very good. She rubbed the work pass on her chest and tried to end the conversation. I still have proposals to finish. I'll go upstairs first. Yang Jingshun, who was consumed by regret, called her again. He knew that it was too late. Nothing he said could change this situation. He only asked, can we still be friends? We've always been friends. Then can you reply to me on WeChat in the future? Seeing that he cared so much about replying to WeChat, Lin Jiao could only apologize again for ignoring him. She then replied, I will. Yang Jingshun felt much better. He crumpled the movie tickets in his pocket and looked at her gently. Go ahead, I'll see you another day. All right. Lin Jiao smiled and said goodbye to him. She found Yang Jingshun on the WeChat list. Not only did she not see his message, but she also realized that he was also blocked. She thought that she had deleted the message and blocked him by mistake. She did not think about it at all and got back to work after unblocking him. Senior, help me take a look. Before submitting the proposal, Meng Qi sent her a copy. You just finished editing it today. No, she moved the chair closer to her. The one brother Jen beat back has been edited. Lin Jiao scrutinized it from beginning to end. When she made some suggestions, Meng 11 was staring at her ring in a daze, as if she was not listening at all. Did I make myself clear? She looked down and raised an eyebrow. Only then did Meng Qi come back to her senses. Yes, very clear. Then edit it. Where? Product content. Lin Jiao pointed out what she needed to edit and did not repeat her suggestion. She then closed the document. Are you feeling unwell? Why are you out of sorts all day? No, I was thinking about something. If you have something urgent to deal with, you can tell Brother Zheng and ask him to approve your leave. It's not necessary. Meng Qi opened the takeout bag on the table and took out a box of cakes. She picked up the spoon and ate slowly. Senior, the wedding ring you're wearing is Cartier's, right? Right. President Pei is wearing the same one. What a coincidence. Lin Jiao pretended to be surprised. She lifted the lid of the cup. I didn't even notice the ring he was wearing at the press conference. It's indeed hard to see from that far away. How did you know then? The media has already exposed it. Meng Qi showed her a close-up photo. Lin Jiao, who was not suspected, was relieved. Cartier is very popular. It's no surprise that we have the same one. Indeed. Meng Qi fiddled with her bracelet. She swallowed a spoonful of cake. I heard from a friend that President Pei's girlfriend was chosen by his family. Lin Jiao was speechless. She knew very well that before Pei Jai made their relationship public, there would be many speculations and rumors, so she could not be bothered to take it to heart. Does your friend know his family? She took 2 sips of fruit tea and continued typing. No, she heard it from someone else too. The rumors will change after being spread a few more times. What you hear might not be true, but I think it might really be the case. Meng Qi recalled the scene in the morning again. When the reporters asked him, he didn't want to talk about it. The occasion was dedicated to the new products. Personal matters about him shouldn't be brought up at all. It wouldn't hurt to answer some, right? Lin Jiao found it hard to continue this conversation. She could not understand Meng Qi's thoughts, nor did she plan to argue with her. Meng Qi did not mind not getting a response. She continued, in my opinion, there is no feeling between them. And, that's all. Lin Jiao had a guess. She turned to look at Meng Qi, as if she did not want to miss any of her expressions. Do you like President Pei? Not really. Meng Qi smiled. She did not hide her thoughts. I'm only interested in his appearance, but that's it. Hearing that someone was interested in her boyfriend, Lin Jiao felt complicated. She took a deep breath. You want to chase him? 158 Unusually needy. How is that possible? Meng 11's short hair that hung on her shoulder swayed slightly. I don't have the habit of destroying people's relationships. Lin Jiao played with the ballpoint pen on the table. Then are you going to keep the feeling in your heart? No, Meng Qi did not like to have a crush. She met Lin Jiao's gaze. A relationship without feelings won't last long. I can wait. Waiting for what? Wait for them to break up. Lin Jiao paused. She grabbed the ballpoint pen and felt an indescribable pain in her heart, like someone was clenching it. They won't break up. Her voice was filled with certainty and displeasure. Why? There are very few people in his circle who can be loyal to each other. It's just not right to want people to break up. Meng 11 caught the change in her mood. She lowered her eyes slightly. I know it's not right, but I can't help but say it. Then don't tell me. I'll only wait 2 months. She muttered to herself, if they haven't broken up, I'll forget it. Lin Jiao did not respond. She placed her hands on the keyboard, but her frustration was like a net that trapped all her thoughts. Under the urging of time, the sun became weaker and weaker. The colleagues who clocked out of work left one by one. The elevator door by the corridor opened and closed. When Lin Jiao arrived at the parking lot, she walked to the A3 and pounced into his arms. She leaned close to his chest. I miss you so much. What happened? Pei Jai pinched her chin and raised her face to see her expression. He asked softly, who bullied you? No one. Lin Jiao cupped his cheeks and closed the distance between them. I just miss you. Why do you look so sad then? Do I? Pei Jai sensed that she was different from usual and was lost in thought, trying to figure out what might have happened. His absent-mindedness made Lin Jiao even more dissatisfied. She pulled his tie down and kissed him. Jiao Jiao. Pei Jai whispered into her ear, if there is anything, don't keep it to yourself, okay? He pulled out the long hair that had entered her collar. His cold fingers caressed that face, and every touch was filled with gentleness. I'm not trying to hide. Lin Jiao leaned on his shoulder, as if she wanted to be glued to him. She pursed her lips. How long will you like me? That depends on how long I can live. Pei Jai raised a hand and carried her to sit on his knees. He stared at her side profile. If I live long enough, I can probably like you for another 60 years. How can you prove it? My heart and body can prove it. A smile appeared in Lin Jiao's eyes. She pointed at his heart and asked, what if you have a change of heart one day? I don't think that's possible. Pei Jai was afraid that his glasses would poke her, so he took them off first. He tapped the tip of her nose. There is no space in my heart for someone else. Lin Jiao bit his index finger, leaving a series of teeth marks before letting go. What if you're tired of me and decided to replace me? 159 He would love her with his heart. I don't see that ever happening. Pei Jai turned his head away from her. He leaned over and whispered into her ear, but even if that really happens, I will not let anyone take your place in my heart. Lin Jiao's heart skipped a beat. His breath brushed past the skin on her neck, making her feel numb and itchy. She stared at her heart that was covered by her shirt and pretended to be very fierce. Remember what you said. Pei Jai sucked her earlobe. I will. A trace of a smile flashed across his eyes. I'll let you feel it slowly. Feel what? My loyalty. I want to feel it at all times. Lin Jiao needed him to give her a sense of security. All right. He held the back of her head with his palm. Can you tell me what happened now? There are rumors circulating that I'm a girlfriend thrust upon you by your family and that there are no feelings between us. What else? They think you'll dump me. Lin Jiao did not mention breaking up at all. Pei Jai knew that she held back from telling him something even worse. He suppressed his anger and smiled. They think too highly of me. You're the only one who can dump me. I won't dump you. She met his gaze and looked at him as intently as he did. It's not on the letter of guarantee. Then I'll add it tonight. And record a video of you saying that too. Pei Jai wanted to use all kinds of methods to keep her by his side. Lin Jiao agreed without hesitation. When they returned home after dinner, she sat at the coffee table like a good student, facing the phone on the stand. She picked up her pen. It's starting, right away. Pei Jai adjusted the distance and pointed the camera at the letter of guarantee before asking her to write. What do you want me to write? Write what you think you should. Lin Jiao wrote down the 6th clause in slow motion. In order to let the camera capture it clearly, she raised the guarantee letter and gave a close-up before reading it from beginning to end. She looked at Pei Jai, who was looking at her through the camera, with a smile on her face. He smiled. Who does Lin Jiao like? I like Pei Jai. Who is Pei Jai? Lin Jiao's boyfriend. Lin Jiao placed her hands on the coffee table and kissed his lips under the camera. A light kiss was enough to make the atmosphere warm. She muttered, and Lin Jiao's future husband. Will you leave Pei Jai? No, no matter what. What if you go back on your word? Pei Jai wrapped an arm around her waist and patted her butt. His actions made Lin Jiao blush. She met his dangerous eyes and her cheeks started to burn. You hit me. You want me to hit you? No, I said you hit me just now. Does it hurt? Pei Jai spanked her again, making her lower her head in embarrassment. He pulled her to his side and sat on the carpet with his knees bent. You haven't answered me. It doesn't hurt. She just felt embarrassed. The last question. I'll do whatever you say. Lin Jiao couldn't think of anything for a moment, so she let him make the decision. At the thought that he could do whatever to her, Pei Jai had some thoughts he shouldn't have. He brushed aside the long hair on her face. After suppressing the thought that was about to shatter his rationality, he swallowed his saliva. You said it yourself. 160 As long as you're around, no matter where we go. What do you want to do to me? Out of curiosity, Lin Jiao swayed her hips and leaned into his arms. Don't move your butt. I'm just finding a comfortable position. Pei-jai, who was used as a cushion, shook his head helplessly. He held her waist tightly and touched her face. I want to make you cry. Can you bear to? It depends when. Lin Jiao seemed to understand. The movie she had seen flashed across her mind, and her face turned red. Seeing that she was so shy that her eyelashes were fluttering, Pei-jai was especially curious about what was on her mind. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Lin Jiao turned off the phone that was recording. She returned to his arms and played with the sleeve out of habit. There are still 4 days until my period. Are you feeling unwell? Pei-jai's memory of menstrual period was not good, so he suddenly tensed up. He placed his palm on her stomach and was about to ask when she said, "No." She seemed to be forming her words. The first few days before and after periods are safe. And then, you don't have to wait until that day to punish me. Pei-jai suddenly smiled. He pressed his forehead against hers meaningfully. Do you think I have that much patience to wait until that day? Then what do you mean? If you go back on your word. He deliberately paused. I'll make you cry even harder than usual, but I haven't cried yet. Do you want to cry so much? Didn't you want to? Lin Jiao glared at him and buried her head in his neck shyly. The more she acted like this, the more Pei-jai wanted to bully her. I do want to. He rubbed the soft flesh of her waist through her knitted shirt. But not now. Why? There's still a blood clot on the back of your head. Xinyu said that it's more suitable for you to exercise after you recover. Why didn't you say so before? Lin Jiao did not know that the blood clot would have such a huge impact. Didn't I say it? Maybe I forgot. Then how long will it take me to recover? We'll know when the checkup results are out. Pei-jai leaned against the sofa and looked at the clock on the wall. He said, "It should be soon." Lin Jiao caught the anticipation in his voice. She touched the ring on her finger and stopped thinking about the blood clot. If you feel uncomfortable, I can help you. Help me? Yes, like you know. Pei-jai narrowed his eyes. He bent his fingertips and pinched her soft cheek. Where did you learn it? In the movie. How many movies have you seen? I don't remember. Lin Jiao looked up at him and then looked away. Not many. Pei-jai picked up the phone beside him. He opened the cloud disk that he had never paid attention to and found a few movies of that kind. 5 is indeed very few. He scrolled down, his eyes darkening. Do you like comics more? I haven't seen half of them. Lin Jiao snatched the phone away in embarrassment and threw it aside. She said seriously, I saved them out of habit. Pei-jai stared at that beautiful face. He suddenly carried her to the sofa, stood up, walked to the window, and took out a cigarette from the cigarette box. The roller of the lighter made a faint sound as the flame burned the cigarette butt, causing the fragrance of cypress to mix with the smell of smoke. You're not allowed to watch it without my permission in the future. He looked over through the smoke, his expression unreadable. Lin Jiao nodded without replying. She held the glass with both hands. When she was drinking water, she glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Then should I delete them? There's no need to delete them. Aren't you afraid that I'll watch it secretly? No, Pei-jai said with a faint smile. I can see when you last watched it. You'd better not let me catch you red-handed. Lin Jiao did not plan to dance on the tip of a knife. She played the Korean drama that she had yet to finish watching. A romantic melody came from the speaker, quietly calming Pei-jai down. He hugged her waist and lay on the sofa, enjoying an ordinary and warm night. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. A few low-key cars were parked at the entrance of Xuan Shan Club on Peachbrook Street. The waiter led the guests past a koi pond and to the 6th floor. There were only 2 private rooms on the 6th floor. The private rooms had complete entertainment facilities. In addition to the dining room, the open garden, and the pool hall, there was also a row of game consoles and karaoke equipment. There were all kinds of flowers planted in the garden. As soon as one approached it, a breeze that carried a faint fragrance would brush past their nose, making them feel refreshed. Jiangyi sat at the long table with white candles. He leaned forward slightly and handed Pei-jai a cigarette. Uncle, what do you want to drink? Red wine. Seeing that his hand was trembling, Pei-jai said casually, when will you join the production team? I'm not sure yet. Jiangyi poured a glass for Lin Jiao. The audition is next Friday. What type? Suspense. He sat back down and held Pei Yulin's hand. It's a movie this time. The filming period is not long. Can you be free during the new year? Pei-jai took a sip of red wine. My father wants to see you. Jiangyi was slightly stunned. Yes, he continued, I'll take a break until February next year after the filming is over. That long? There are very few resources recently, coupled with the fact that I just entered Star River. I still need to prove myself. Then let's go out for the new year together. Lin Jiao had always planned to go on a group trip, so she took this opportunity to ask, where are we going? I haven't decided yet. She looked up at the glass door. I'll discuss it when they get here. Okay. Jiangyi was fine with anything. He put his arm around Pei Yulin and whispered into her ear, where do you want to go the most? As long as you're around, I don't mind where we are going. Pei Yulin looked up at him and smiled in satisfaction. She did not hide her love and joy. It was like a warm current that gently flowed through Jiangyi's heart. He kissed her forehead. Me too. That's enough. Ju Yinshan, who had been fed dog food the moment he entered, couldn't stand their lovey-dovey interaction. He pulled out the chair beside Jiangyi and looked around the garden. Where's Qianyu? Still on the way. Have you made any progress? Question Xiao asked. Not yet. Your progress is abnormally slow this time. I have no choice. Ju Yinshan clinked glasses with them before continuing. She's very busy this week. He wanted to make progress, but unfortunately, he could not even meet her. Then do you usually talk on the phone? No. Pei Yulin, who knew the truth, looked at him seriously. I think you should spend more time on her. How? First of all, give her more of your time. Even if you have nothing to say, you can make a few calls. Ju Yinshan rested his chin on his hand. What else? 161 Beyond Ordinary Friends. If she doesn't have time to meet you, you can send flowers and lunch to the hospital. Personally, Pei Yulin drank the champagne Jiangyi handed her and frowned. Otherwise, do you still want the delivery man to send it? Ju Yinshan actually thought so. In the past, he only needed to wave at those women and they would come. He never needed to do anything himself. I'll give it a try. Perhaps driven by curiosity, he was not averse to treating her in another way. If you want to be serious this time, then be serious. Pei-jai looked into his eyes. Don't be like before. I know. Your girlfriend is here. Question Xiao saw Qianyu and turned around to remind Ju Yinshan. Hearing footsteps approaching, Ju Yinshan pulled out the chair on the left and looked in her direction. When their gazes met, Qianyu gave him a gentle smile. She took the wine glass from him and drank with the rest of them before talking about the interesting things that had happened recently. How many surgeries did you do today? Ju Yinshan leaned to the left and stared at her side profile. 2. Did they take long? Not really. Qianyu smelt alcohol on his breath and couldn't help but feel her heart race. Her expression did not change. Average 2 hours for each. Is 2 hours considered a big surgery? There's no difference between big and small. There's only a difference between high and low risk. Is that so? Ju Yinshan smiled. He smiled roguishly, and his unique charm was revealed in a second. I don't know much about surgeries. Qianyu just wanted to say that he broke the rules. It's normal. She swirled the red wine glass and suppressed the urge to kiss him. What did you major in university? Finance. Why aren't you in the finance field then? I'm not interested. Ju Yinshan lit a cigarette. Learning finance was what my parents wanted me to do. Qianyu could guess that Star River was his dream. She clinked glasses with Ju Yinshan. As it was not appropriate for them to only talk to each other, they joined the conversation with the rest of the people. The lively atmosphere lasted until Chu Yoju appeared. He cursed as he walked into the dining room. Bo Yu was shut down last night because of 2 bastards. Ju Yinshan frowned when he heard that. What's going on? They were arrested by plainclothes police officers when they were playing something in the private room. Then, they asked me to close down my business. What kind of things? Marijuana. Chu Yoju was furious. This is the first time people had the ball to do that in Bo Yu Club. Pei-jai was silent for a moment. Did someone instruct them to do it? No, he drank half of his glass. But they were brought in by a friend of Songjin's. Songjin. Pei Yulin was shocked. She observed Lin Jiao's expression and asked, was he also at Bo Yu last night? At first, he was there. When the 2 bastards started having fun, he left with the girls. And when did plainclothes officers arrive? About half an hour after he left. Jiang Yi, who had read many scripts, had a guess. Is it possible that he reported it to the police? It's very likely. Ju Yinshin had the same guess as him. Songjin left at a very good time. So you mean he has a grudge against those two and is deliberately using this trick to put them behind the bars? Yes, you can check again. Songjin is quite good at finding places to set up his trap. Question Xiao was certain that he was the one who did it. He clicked his tongue and said, "Isn't he afraid of offending you?" Chuyeju took out his phone and sent a WeChat message. He sneered. His master Song. Why would he care about a small fry like me? He is no freaking master, why not? He's rich and handsome. His lackeys have infiltrated every corner of Lin City. F***ck him. Question Xiao had never seen someone so arrogant. He'll fall to his death sooner or later. The more Lin Jiao listened, the more puzzled she became. She bit the tip of her chopsticks. Is the Songjin you're talking about the Songjin I know? That's right. Why do I feel that it's a different person? How is it different? Page I was very curious about her impression of Songjin. He keeps a low profile and has a simple private life. Simple. Lin Jiao's impression of him was indeed that. He rarely changes girlfriends and doesn't mess around with the women in the club. He's so good at pretending. Chuyeju did not expect him to have two faces. Pei Yulin did not expect this either. She swallowed the food in her mouth. Although I rarely hang out with them, he does give me a much better feeling than He Chi. He's too good at pretending. Shen Yu felt disgusted at the thought of what he saw in the surveillance footage last time. He picked up the cigarette box on the table. He's been pretending all these years, but none of you noticed it. I think he deserves to be the Oscar Best Actor. That's all he can do, pretending and lying. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. Ju Yinshin could not understand. Isn't he tired of pretending in front of everyone? Not everyone. Qian Yu suddenly remembered the first time she saw Songjin. I think he only pretends in front of us. Why? Because of Jiao Jiao. That bastard likes Jiao Jia. Chuyeju's face was filled with disdain. I'm not sure, but he definitely has a good impression of me. Did he tell you that? I can tell. Qian Yu wiped her lips. The degree of concern and care he shows towards Jiao Jiao exceeds that of an ordinary friend. Why didn't I notice? Pei Yulin was shocked again. His affection for Jiao Jiao is very short-lived. When I saw him last year, he was no longer interested in her. Then why is he still pretending? He's just used to pretending. It's very difficult to take off a mask after wearing it for too long. Jiang Yi had seen too many similar people in the entertainment industry. He put food into Pei Yulin's bowl. It's like building a persona. Over time, it's very easy to forget who you really are. Ju Yinshin nodded. Indeed. He looked at Chuyeju again. How long will Bo Yu be closed for business? 3 days. That's not too bad. Take this as a lesson. Shen Yu comforted him gently. Be careful in the future. Don't get caught again. Chuyeju lit the cigar. I won't. It was impossible for him to fall in the same place twice. How do you plan to deal with them? Question Xiao drank the last mouthful of soup before putting down his chopsticks. They'll have to compensate and get beaten up. Including that bastard. 162 Taking advantage. Of course. Chuyeju was not the type to suffer in silence. None of them can escape unscathed. Question Xiao then slammed the table. When the time comes, I'll help you teach him a lesson. No problem. Chuyeju raised his glass and drank with them. After everyone ate their fill, the stars shone brightly through the glass corridor. Several overlapping figures stepped into the karaoke hall and officially started their nightlife. At the thought of the group trip, Ju Yinshin took the microphone from Chuyeju and walked to the front. His gaze landed on Qian Yu and Shen Yi. Are the two doctors on duty during the new year? I don't think so. Shen Yu reminded her. It's not your turn to be on duty this year. Qian Yu suddenly remembered that new doctors would only be required to be on duty from the 3rd year onward. She swallowed the watermelon in her mouth and turned around to ask, what about you? I won't either. Hearing that they were all free, Ju Yinshin, who wanted to use this trip to get close to Qian Yu, was finally relieved. He sat down and asked, where do you want to go? Anywhere is fine. Milan, Prague or Sydney. They were all talking about different places. It was really difficult to make the call. For the sake of fairness, Lin Jiao picked up an empty wine bottle and placed it on the coffee table. Whoever the bottle aims at will draw lots. Then I'll write it down first. Chuyeju, who was especially enthusiastic, asked the waiter for a pen and paper and wrote down the different destinations. Who's going to spin the wine bottle? Let's play a game. The winner will spin it. After a short game, the winner, Ju Yunshin, sat at the long table and spun the bottle in his palm clockwise. The spinning wine bottle made a faint sound. It circled on the table twice before it slowly stopped, aiming at Jiang Yi. Take whatever you want. Shen Yi pushed the crumpled paper ball in front of him, looking forward to the result. Jiang Yi grabbed one based on his instincts. Under everyone's gaze, he opened the paper ball and said, Italy. Have any of you been there? Pei Yulin took out a piece of paper and wiped the wine stain off the table. No. I passed by once. Does it count? Of course not. Hearing that they had never been there, Chuyoju became even more excited. When do we leave? On the third or fourth day after the new year. On the third day then. It only took them only a matter of minutes to settle the destination and the date of departure. President Pei. Shen Yi stared at the man opposite him and smiled maliciously. Are you going to cover our expenses this time? Ju Yunshin and Chuyoju instantly understood what he meant. The former raised an eyebrow. We've been brothers for so many years. It's not too much to ask you to cover the expenses, right? This was not the first time Pei Jai had seen them doing that. He pointed at the 3 bottles of beer on the table, one for each of you. After downing it, every expense on this trip will be on me. It's nothing. Ju Yunshin downed it first. He glanced sideways at the others. You can send your ID numbers to question Xiao now. Worried that Qian Yu and Jiang Yi would be embarrassed, Shen Yi whispered, it's rare for President Pei to be so generous. We have to take advantage of him. That's right. Question Xiao crossed his legs and grinned. Only a fool doesn't take advantage of others. 163 Push him down when he was not paying attention. Jiang Yi felt at ease in an environment where people were sincere to each other. He sent a string of numbers to question Xiao. Brother question, are you going to book a flight now? No. He raised his head. There are so many people anyway. We'll take a private plane there. Uncle has a private plane. No, but his cooperation partner has one. Pei Jai glanced at him. You sure know how to make arrangements. His voice was filled with laughter, but it sounded more like he was teasing him. Of course. I've never been on a private plane before. Pei Yulin really wanted to experience it. Will his cooperation partner provide us a captain too? I don't think they will. Ask Shen Yi to find a captain. Chuyoju raised his chin at Shen Yi. He knows many people. It won't be a problem to find 10. Question Xiao turned around and discussed with Shen Yi. They chatted about the trip for a long time before playing all kinds of drinking games under Ju Yunshin's lead. The number of empty wine bottles piled in the corner gradually increased. The strong smell of alcohol that filled the karaoke room floated towards the gaming hall as they moved places. It was very easy to get drunk by changing places to drink different wines, but there were 2 types of behaviors when people were drunk. They were either more excited or more tired. Lin Jiao, who was tired, nestled in Pei Jai's arms and narrowed her eyes to look at her surroundings. She played with his watch. I'm thirsty. Pei Jai fed her 2 sips of water. He adjusted her coat and gently pushed a few strands of long hair behind her ear. Jiao Jiao, let's go home first, okay. Understanding what he meant, Lin Jiao nodded and then shook her head. She leaned forward and grabbed Pei Yulin's sleeve. I want to talk to Yulin. Then let's talk as we walk. Pei Jai bid goodbye to the others and carried the 2 drunkards out with Jiang Yi. Jiao Jiao, you have stars in your ears. Where? Pei Yulin pointed at her earrings. Her breath landed on the back of Jiang Yi's neck, making him feel itchy. Get uncle to help you take it off. Lin Jiao hugged Pei Jai's neck tightly. No, she suddenly lowered her voice. Are you going to sleep with Jiang Yi tonight? Yes. Then be careful. She patted Pei Jai's shoulder and said incoherently, he found out that I crawled into his bed. Did he kick you out of bed? No, but he doesn't shower with me. Go in quietly. Pei Yulin raised her chin and suggested, push him down when he's not paying attention. Can you push Jiang Yi down? I don't have to move at all. Jiang Yi, who was treated as an invisible person, coughed twice. He shook off the images that occurred in his mind and tried to divert her attention. Yulin, do you want to sleep for a while? You don't want to sleep with me. How is that possible? They were not even living together, so there was no question of whether he wanted to sleep with her or not. Close your eyes first. I'll call you when we get there. His gentleness made Pei Yulin stop making a fuss. Pei Jai also coaxed Lin Jiao to calm down. Jian Yi, are you bringing her back to Mingshan Mansion? No, Jian Yi was going to call Pei Chisheng later on. He said goodbye to Pei Jai. Uncle, be careful on the way. Alright, Pei Jai asked him to send a WeChat message when he got home. He carried Lin Jiao into the back seat and drove slowly back to Red Maple Forest. 164 Date. Tongji Hospital. After a series of checkups, Lin Jiao followed Pei Jai to the office to wait for the results. Shen Yi. She sat on the sofa facing the sun and looked up at him. Do you usually work overtime? Not really. Shen Yi refilled their teacups. My time is flexible. I don't have to come if there's no surgery. Then how many do you have today? 1. Pei Jai took the teacup and took 2 sips. He opened the cigarette box and threw a cigarette in Shen Yi's direction. When did you go back home last night? About 3 or 4. Shen Yi smoothed out the wrinkles on his white coat. Yaju and Question Xiao threw up twice. Where's Yunshen? He left early with Qian Yu. Lin Jiao's curiosity was piqued when she heard that they bumped into Xianan Rue. Did she say anything when she saw Chu Yoju? She was with another man at that time. Shen Yi placed a hand on the edge of the sofa. She's dating again so soon. It doesn't look like a serious date. He briefly described what he saw. It's probably 2 people getting what they want from each other. How did Chiyoju feel? He said he wanted to throw up. Lin Jiao could imagine the expression on his face. After chatting with Shen Yi about what happened last night, she was distracted by Qian Yu who suddenly appeared. Are you working overtime today too? No, I came to get something. Qian Yu sat down beside her. Are the results of your checkup out? Not yet. I'll go and take a look. About 15 minutes later, he came back with the report and carefully read it. How is the injury on her back? Pei Jai tapped his knee anxiously, eager to get the answer he wanted. She's recovering quite well. Shen Yi met his long and narrow eyes, but there's still some blood clots. How long will it take to remove them? According to the current situation, it'll be all gone by the end of next month. Pei Jai relaxed. He held Lin Jiao's hand tightly, looking forward to the next month. How will she react after the blood clot is gone? Shen Yi understood that he meant what would happen after her memory became normal. She might have a headache, or she might not have a reaction at all. How bad will the headache be? Slightly. He put down the report and said seriously, are you ready? Fully. Ready for what? Lin Jiao looked at Pei Jai in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. Pei Jai leaned over and whispered into her ear, exercise. His breath was like flames that brushed past Lin Jiao's skin. She pinched his waist. Mind your words. They can't hear us. Pei Jai felt the itch on his waist and stopped teasing her. He chatted with them in a good mood. When Shen Yu was about to undergo surgery, they left the office with the report. Qian Yu. Lin Jiao stopped at the door and turned to look at her. Where are you going? We can drop you off. No need. He's coming to pick me up. Are you two going on a date now? That's right. Qian Yu pushed aside the long chestnut hair on her shoulder and raised an eyebrow. I'll talk to you girls about it tonight. Lin Jiao smiled. Then I'll wait for your good news. She held Pei Jai's hand and said goodbye to her before disappearing from the car. Not long after they left, a modified grey Porsche stopped at the entrance of the hospital. After Qian Yu got in the car, Zhu Yinshan stepped on the accelerator and headed straight to the bowling alley to start the date. There were many people who came to bowl this weekend. The waiter led them to the reserved lane before serving them wrist guards and tea. I'll help you put it on. Zhu Yinshan lowered his head and gently put the wrist guard on her wrist. The ear stud on his right ear reflected a faint light under the light, quietly disturbing her calm eyes. Qian Yu's gaze landed on the side of his face for 2 seconds. When the smell of tobacco on him was far from her nose, she regained her usual composure. Do you come here often? Sometimes. The reason he chose the bowling alley was because she had never played it before. He wanted to use this opportunity to get close to her. Zhu Yinshan placed his right hand on the watch strap. He took off his watch and handed it to her. Can you keep it for me? All right. Qian Yu put the watch into her bag. Why don't you demonstrate first? Zhu Yinshan picked up a 12-pound ball. He bent down slightly and waved his right arm back. He repeated it a few times and aimed at the bowling pins in the distance. With a soft rolling sound, the blue ball rolled towards the bowling pins and knocked down the 10 pins that were arranged in an inverted triangle. Strike flashed on the screen. He instantly attracted the attention of the bowlers in the hall. The three girls sitting nearby also started discussing. "Ah, he's really handsome. He looks like a bad boy. One look and you can tell that he's not to be trifled with." Qian Yu, who had accidentally overheard their conversation, looked at Ju Yinshan. She had to admit that he was indeed mesmerizing. She pulled herself back from her thoughts and looked at him with admiration. "Are you sure you only came here occasionally? Why are you so good at it?" Ju Yinshan was mesmerized by her gaze. "It's just luck." He held her hand casually. "What color do you like?" "Black." "Then try £9 first." Qian Yu took the bowling ball from him. She adjusted her posture at his instruction. "Don't laugh at me if I miss." Ju Yinshan chuckled. "I won't." He bent down to maintain the same height as her. "Pay attention to your balance. Don't use too much strength." "What else?" "Swing your arm back and forth 5 times before throwing the ball." Qian Yu did as he said. She focused on throwing it forward and looked at the black ball rolling diagonally towards the pins. "Mr. Ju, it seems to have stopped." Seeing that the ball had stopped in front of the pins, Ju Yinshan retracted his gaze and got another ball for her. "It's fine." He stood behind her and taught her how to adjust her posture. "Bend a little more." Qian Yu lowered her eyes and glanced at the palm on her forearm. Her lips curled up slightly. She bent down further. "Can you throw the ball with me? I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength." Ju Yinshan naturally would not refuse. He brushed his chin against her shoulder and inadvertently closed the distance. "Remember this angle." When Qian Yu heard his voice entering her ear, she felt an itch. She tilted her head and closed her eyes. "Mr. Ju, can we knock the pins down this time?" "We sure can." Ju Yinshan swallowed hard. He looked down at the woman in his arms and was moved by her dependence and trust in him. "I'm sure 1 or 2 will be no problem." 165 Unlike other women. "I think I heard something." She tugged at his shirt and urged gently, "Hurry up and take a look." Ju Yinshan looked up. 3. He patted her back. "I'll walk you through it twice more." Qian Yu picked the ball. She learned very slowly. She first let him walk her through it twice, then take the initiative to do it herself. After showing her how it was done 3 times, he let go of her waist and reduced the frequency of contact. "Qian Yu, are you tired?" Seeing that the clock on the wall was pointing to 4, he put down the ball first. "Not really. Come and rest." Qian Yu sat at the square table with him. She picked up the teacup that was emitting steam. The mist covered her eyes, making her look mysterious and gentle. "Mr. Ju." She swallowed 2 mouthfuls of fruit tea. "Other than bowling, what else do you like to do?" "A lot." Ju Yinshan leaned back in his chair and said casually, "For example, golf, rock climbing, and archery." "So versatile." "Not bad. I can't compare myself to a pro player, that's for sure." Qian Yu placed her elbow on the table. "Pro players are taught by famous coaches. You naturally can't compare to them." She was not like other women who praised him in order to please him. Instead, she wanted to tell him the truth. Ju Yinshan admired her sincerity. "You're right." He rubbed his wrist guard and smiled even wider. "I'll take you rock climbing next week." "How about that?" "What day next week?" "It depends on your schedule. Then I'll pick a time and tell you." Qian Yu wanted him to keep thinking about her and was not in a hurry to agree. She swiped open her phone and replied to 2 WeChat messages. While it was still early, she went to play 2 more rounds of bowling with him. It was easy to get closer to each other by doing the same thing. When they left the bowling alley and went to a nearby restaurant, they talked much more enthusiastically than when they first met in the afternoon. The Chinese restaurant Ju Yinshan chose had an elegant environment. The mahogany screen across the dining table and the lanterns hanging on all sides gave off an antique feeling. He stopped in front of the second-to-last screen by the window and pulled out a chair for her gentlemanly. "There are no private rooms in this restaurant. We can only sit here." "It's fine." Qian Yu looked around. "Their renovation is not bad. I rarely see one with a similar style." He walked around to the opposite side, picked up the iPad, and handed it to her. "Their dishes are even better. Why don't you recommend 2 first? I usually order pork trotters with black pepper, crab spring rolls, and roast duck with caviar." Qian Yu found the dishes he mentioned from the signature dishes. After placing the order, she asked him, "Are the lychee shrimp balls delicious?" Jiao said it's delicious. Ju Yinshan took off his jacket. "Try ordering 1." Qian Yu put down the iPad. You, Yunshin. A beautiful woman walked over and interrupted Qian Yu from continuing. Chaoru sat down beside Ju Yunshin, her clear voice filled with affection. I haven't seen you in a long time. She was Ju Yunshin's ex-girlfriend and was with him even longer than Du Wei, but the reason for breaking up was the same. He got sick of her too quickly. You're not filming. Ju Yunshin's expression was calm. He looked at her as if he was looking at an employee. I just finished filming. Chaoru seemed to have just noticed Qian Yu and asked with a smile, are you a new actress at Star River? No. You're very beautiful. After praising her, she reached out to Qian Yu. My name is Chaoru, Yunshin's ex-girlfriend. Qian Yu. Qian Yu shook her hand politely. She ignored Chaoru and started talking about unfinished topics. Do you come over with Jiao Jiao often? Not really. Ju Yunshin took 2 sips of lemonade. She prefers to eat with me in the cafeteria. Star River's cafeteria? Yes. He met Qian Yu's gaze. The food in the cafeteria is more to her liking. Indeed. Chaoru turned to look at Ju Yunshin. Jiao Jiao seems to like braised pork the most. Pork ribs. Then I remembered it wrongly. Aren't you going to accompany your friend? Ju Yunshin raised his chin in the direction she was coming from, feeling very annoyed. I want to be with you. No need. His coldness made Chaoru pout. She deliberately pretended to be aggrieved. Then I'll come and find you in a few days. What for? You know what I mean. Ju Yunshin did not understand what she was up to, but Qian Yu, who was watching, understood it clearly. She suppressed the emotions in her eyes and did not pay attention to Chaoru, who was walking away. How long did it last? About a month. Ju Yunshin did not have a good memory in this aspect. You two just broke up a while ago? No, seeing that she was expressionless, he was slightly relieved. It happened in the first half of the year. Qian Yu teased, she still has feelings for you. Impossible. Ju Yunshin did not believe that she would still miss him after breaking up. Why not? We're not in contact. He tapped on the screen of his phone. I don't have an ex-girlfriend on WeChat either. Just like Qian Yu, he did not like to keep the contact details of his old lovers, let alone have anything to do with them. She stared at the delicacies the waiter brought to the table. What will you do if she comes to you again? If she knows what's good for her, she won't come to me. Ju Yunshin restrained himself and did not say anything too harsh. His clear attitude made Qian Yu stop asking. She reached out her chopsticks to pick up a piece of pork trotter, but he grabbed her wrist. This is very hot. Ju Yunshin picked up a few pieces for her and placed them in a porcelain bowl before pushing the lychee shrimp ball forward. Thank you. Qian Yu enjoyed his thoughtfulness and smiled. Mr. Ju, pass me the tissue. Ju Yunshin handed it to her. From the frequency at which she picked up food, he found her favorite dish and made a mental note of it. Qian Yu. He put down his chopsticks and pointed at the television tower in the distance. There's a fireworks show tonight. Do you want to watch it? Qian Yu really wanted to. However, she knew what it meant to do things step by step. She did not plan to do much with him in a day. I'm sleepy. She covered her mouth and yawned. I didn't sleep well last night after drinking so much. Ju Yunshin suddenly realized how inconsiderate he was. Then we'll see another day. He called the waiter to pay the bill and looked at her gently. The fireworks show is available every week anyway. Qian Yu stood up. Okay. Before she left, she looked out expectantly and muttered, we'll definitely watch it another day. Hearing her mutter, Ju Yunshin smiled and rubbed the top of her head. They walked out of the restaurant against the setting sun and let the day end as night fell. 166 Yao Qianning's hostility. At Xingheng Corporation, Yao Qianning, who was standing at the front desk of the hall, pushed up the sunglasses on her nose. How did it go? Please wait a moment. It's been 5 minutes. Because it's lunch break now. Assistant question might not be in the office. I'll help you ask around. The receptionist's attitude was flawless. Yao Qianning suppressed her impatience and continued to wait with a frown. After another 5 minutes, she finally got through to the assistant's office. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. This way, please. Yao Qianning turned around and walked into the elevator to the top floor alone. She stared in the direction of the CEO's office and was stopped by Question Xiao, who suddenly appeared. Miss Yao, the boss is still taking an afternoon nap. It's 1:30 now. Yao Qianning raised her right hand slightly and pointed at the watch on her wrist for him to see. We don't start work until 2 o'clock. She crossed her arms. Assistant question. The last time I came to Xinheng was also at this time. That was last time. Question. Xiao stood at the door of the CEO's office. I have no reason to lie to you. Yao Qianing did not believe him. Afraid that she would not be able to see Pei Jai today, she knocked on the door twice when Question Xiao was not paying attention. Question Xiao quickly grabbed her wrist. It's not appropriate for you to do this. Let go. I'm sorry. He retracted his hand, and the smile on his face disappeared. Please move to the assistant's office. What if I don't? Yao Qianing raised her chin, as if she would not stop until she saw Pei Jai. Then I'll have to call the security. You can try. Just as they were in a deadlock, Pei Jai opened the door impatiently. What is the commotion about? As soon as he appeared, Yao Qianing's attitude changed. She took off her sunglasses and revealed her beautiful face. Question. Xiao insisted on telling me that you were resting. I'm indeed resting. Really? I thought you wouldn't take an afternoon nap. Pei Jai looked at Question Xiao, who was secretly rolling his eyes, and gestured for them to come in together so that they would not bicker again. He threw a cigarette to Question Xiao and pulled out the chair behind the desk to sit down. What do you want? Yao Qianing stared at his face and fell into deep thought. At the end of the year before last, she returned from studying in England and met Pei Jai for the first time at her father's birthday party. At that time, he was especially dazzling. The women who were invited to the banquet were all looking at him and discussing him, including her. She originally thought that with her father's relationship with Pei Jai, marrying him wouldn't be a problem. Unexpectedly, she was suddenly told that he was in a relationship. Miss Yao. Question Xiao received a look from Pei Jai and knocked on the table. Boss is talking to you. Yao Qianing came back to her senses. She looked down at the glass he was holding. Why is there a lipstick mark on it? I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it. Who did it? My girlfriend. Pei Jai took 2 sips on the spot stained with lipstick. When he said girlfriend, his voice was extremely gentle, but it dealt a huge blow to Yao Qianing. She clenched her sunglasses and started talking to him about serious matters in order to control her emotions. I came here this time to discuss a collaboration with you. On what? The second generation Xiao Heng you mentioned at the press conference. Pei Jai put down the glass. Other companies won't participate in the design of the second generation of Xiao Heng robot. You're mistaken. Yao Qianing did not even think of participating in the design. I mean, I want to invest. How much? 500 million. Pei Jai suddenly smiled. Are you kidding me? No. Yao Qianing looked at him seriously. Based on the current market, no company can offer more than the Yao Corporation, right? Pei Jai did not answer. Question Xiao. Tell Miss Yao about Xiao Heng robot sales. As of 8 o'clock last night, we sold a total of 10,000 units for a total of 3.6 billion. Question Xiao did not forget to add, 10,000 units is only pre-sales. The sale will officially start next week. Yao Qianing's expression was complicated. She couldn't imagine how much profit the second generation of Xiao Heng would make when the sale officially started. After weighing the pros and cons, she said, I'll add another 500 million. It's not about how much you add. Pei Jai blew out a puff of smoke and said bluntly, Xiao Heng series doesn't accept investments. Xinheng had enough capital, and the talents he had were among the best in Lin City. There was no reason for him to give a piece of cake to others. Yao Qianing was silent for a long time. She knew that this piece of cake was not easy to grab, but she still wanted to fight for it. Are you free tomorrow? I'll get my father to talk to you. No. What about the weekend? Pei Jai lit his cigarette. No matter who comes, I won't change my mind. Yao Qianing knew that there was no room for negotiation, so she could only watch as the cake disappeared. She pursed her lips. Pei Jai. A lazy and soft voice came from the lounge. Come in, right away. Pei Jai stubbed out his cigarette. He strode into the lounge, took off the coat hanging by the wall, and put it on for Lin Jiao. What time is it? Lin Jiao bit his chin, leaving a faint mark on it. 3 minutes to 2. Then I'm going back to my station. There's no hurry. Pei Jai kissed her lips. That woman outside is very annoying. Can you help me chase her away? Did she harass you? Looks like she's preparing to do it. Hearing this, Lin Jiao instantly perked up. She wrapped her arms around his neck and wrapped her long legs around his waist. Carry me out. All right, Pei-Jai smiled. He held her butt and walked back to the desk in such an intimate posture. I'm sorry, I was dressing her just now. Yao Qianning's eyes were red with jealousy. She stared at that vixen-like face and cursed in her heart dozens of times before calming down. It's fine. She put the broken sunglasses into the satchel. Miss, what's your name? Lin. Lin Jiao sensed her hostility and didn't want to waste her breath on her. She leaned against Pei-Jai's neck and said softly, Pei-Jai, my hand is numb. Which hand? Left hand. Pei-Jai held her fair hand. Yao Qianning took a deep breath and asked, does Xingheng have any projects I can invest in at the moment? You have to ask question Xiao. Pei-Jai was busy serving the person in his arms, so he kicked the hot potato question Xiao. 167 The person in the information is back. Question Xiao did not want to take it at all. He smiled, not for the time being. You can wait until the new product is released next month. It can't be brought forward. You decided to invest without even looking at the new product. Yao Qianning choked. Xingheng is not a small company. I have absolute faith in you. But in business, nothing is certain. I suggest you wait a little longer. That way, you'll be responsible for the investment you make. When Question Xiao was serious, he was completely different from usual. Not only was he sensible, but he was also persuasive. He emphasized the word responsible, making Yao Qianning, who was from the Yao Cooperation, unable to insist. All right. She glanced at the woman in Pei-Jai's arms and gritted her teeth. Doesn't Miss Lin have to work? He doesn't let me work. Lin Jiao looked up, meaning that Pei-Jai was very clingy. The scene of them looking at each other lovingly was extremely glaring to Yao Qianning. Yao Qianning couldn't stand it anymore. I have 2 meetings in the afternoon. I'll take my leave first. I'll send you off. Question Xiao stood up first. Seeing him close the door of the CEO's office, Lin Jiao picked up her glass and took 2 sips. Brother Question is always reliable. Indeed, Pei-Jai had always agreed with his ability. Otherwise, he would not have kept him by his side. Is what he said true? No, he kissed her wrist. There are many projects she can invest in, but I'm more inclined to let other companies invest. Why? They are not as influential as the Yao Corporation, so they will be more sincere and it's easier for them to agree with Xingheng's ideals and accommodate our needs. Lin Jiao thought of Yao Qianning's attitude towards investing and indeed did not feel her sincerity. She looked at the clock. I need to go back. Pei-Jai, who received a kiss, removed his hands from her back and watched her disappear. He opened the folder and seemed to have thought of something. He called Question Xiao over. Have you settled everything? Are you referring to the rumors outside? What else? Yes. Question Xiao guaranteed that no one would dare to spread rumors about their relationship. I thought you were talking about Su Tian. Is the person in the information back? He'll be back on Friday. Pei-Jai flipped through the documents calmly. Then tell him where Su Tian is. All right. Question Xiao went to get it done. Lin City, which had cooled down again, was shrouded in dark clouds. Raindrops fell from the clouds and hit the market behind the CBD with the cold wind. Su Tian, who was carrying a lot of shopping bags, was held by Hejia as they walked to the door of the hall on the first floor. She stared at the rain on the road and frowned in frustration. Jia, try and see if you can get a taxi. Hejia opened the taxi hailing app. 29 people in line. I think we'll have to wait a long time. It's fine. Line up first. Why don't you ask Brother Quan to come and pick us up? He's still in a meeting. In order to hide their secret relationship, Su Tian did not mention He Chi. There seems to be an umbrella shop on the 2nd floor. Go up and buy 2. You're not coming? I have too much stuff in my hands. She changed to a kind tone. Sorry to trouble you. Hejia looked at the distance between the door and the roadside and agreed reluctantly. She didn't want to get drenched in the rain. Not long after she went upstairs, a middle-aged man holding an umbrella slowly walked over. Are you Miss Su? And you are? Mr. Xiao's assistant. He raised his chin at the Range Rover by the roadside. Please follow me. Su Tian walked to the car with an inexplicable expression. She looked in through the half-open car window, wanting to see the man clearly. Mr. Xiao, why are you looking for me? Get in. I don't even know you. Why should I get in the car? He sneered. Su Tian, have you been living so happily these days that you forget who your master is? That spine-chilling voice suddenly woke up the memories hidden in Sutian's heart. 2 words flashed across her mind. Xiao Song. Sutian, who was pushed into the back row by Xiao Song's assistant, met that face that made her both happy and afraid. Why are you trembling? Xiao Song leaned over and approached her, breathing into her ear. Why are you in Lin City? Am I not welcomed? No. Sutian gripped the shopping bag tightly, her expression nervous, but she did not dare to push him away. She asked weakly, where are you taking me? Xiao Song held her chin and raised it. He used a lot of strength to leave a mark on her skin. Have you forgotten the rules I taught you? I didn't forget. What do you do when you see me? Sutian could not withstand the pressure he exerted on her and instantly became as obedient as she was in the past. She didn't care about her dignity. Woof. Only once. Woof, woof woof. Only then was Xiao Song satisfied. He kicked away the shopping bags that were scattered on the ground and looked at the bag that was vibrating. I'll give you a minute to answer the phone. Sutian only used 30 seconds to tell Hejia the reason for her sudden departure and stopped making a sound. She stopped asking him where they were going. Mr. Xiao, we're here. The assistant drove into the parking lot of a high-end residential building. Bring the things. All right. He picked up the shopping bags and took the elevator to the 8th floor with them. Mr. Xiao, what do you want to eat tonight? 2 steaks. Xiao Song stood at the door of 802 and pressed the fingerprint lock before asking his assistant to put down the things and leave. He sat on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth and glanced sideways at Sutian. Who asked you to sit? Sutian stood opposite him. Under that teasing gaze, she knelt on the carpet. I'm sorry. Why do you apologize? I shouldn't have left without saying goodbye. Xiao Song flicked the lighter. If I remember correctly, the agreement doesn't expire for another year. Yes. It was impossible for Sutian not to remember the agreement she had signed willingly. There are 13 months left. I heard you're in a relationship. No. Xiao Song, who was still smiling a second ago, slapped her cheek. Yes or no? His dark expression made Sutian afraid. She hugged his leg and looked at him with her extremely deceptive eyes. I don't love him. I'm just playing with him. Did the agreement allow you to play? It's not allowed. Xiao Song brushed away the hair on her cheek. He blew a puff of smoke at her. Is it okay for you to play with someone else with my money? Sorry. Sutian's eyes turned red from the pain. She choked and said, I'll compensate you with double that money, okay. Why? Do you want to cut ties with me? She wanted to say something but hesitated, making Xiao Song raise his eyebrows in interest. Tell me what's on your mind. I won't blame you. Sutian suddenly clenched her fists. She hoped to say goodbye to her previous life, so no matter if what he said was true or not, she did not want to let go of this opportunity. I want to terminate the agreement. With that, she bent down as if she had used all her courage. 168 Restricted by the agreement. Xiao Song smiled. Because of him? He was not bad-looking. When he smiled, he gave off a gentle feeling. No. Sutian was mesmerized by his gentleness and took the initiative to hold his hand. She looked at him affectionately. Song, you know that the person I love has always been you. So, I want to be with you. I want to live the life of an ordinary couple with you, not a relationship controlled by that agreement. Ordinary couple. Xiao Song's smile widened. He clearly saw through her, but he still asked, is this some kind of a trick? Sutian was stunned. How can that be? She interlocked her fingers with his. I'm serious. Are you serious about being my girlfriend? Not only your girlfriend, but also your wife. Xiao Song had not heard such a joke in a long time. He placed his hand on the back of her head and blew a puff of smoke at her face. Do you think you're qualified? What? I have money and status. Why should I be a couple with a piece of trash like you? Sutian's face turned pale. Tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Don't you like me anymore? When have I ever liked you? You said before that I was very important. Xiao Song's gaze was cold. You're indeed important to me in business, but you're not indispensable. I don't believe you. Sutian pretended to be heartbroken. Song, I don't believe you've never liked me. I have never touched you, and you still think I'm in love with you. His words were implying that she was dirty. Sutian felt like she had been thrown into the sun and was roasted by the scorching sun. She smiled sadly, trying to use the word love to get away with it. But I really love you. When Xiao Song heard the doorbell, he went to get dinner. He placed the steak on the table. Su Tian, what's the trick you are playing? I'm not playing any tricks. You'd better not ruin my appetite. He threw another piece of steak at the foot of the table. Do you still remember how to eat? Su Tian cried as she replied. She maintained her kneeling posture and moved to the foot of the table. She lay on the ground and used her mouth as a knife and fork. Song, can I drink water? Is Song how you are supposed to address me? I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Song gave her a bowl of soup. He looked at her and cut the steak in front of him. Meet someone with me tonight. Su Tian had a rough idea what would happen tonight, but the fear in her heart made her not dare to resist. She bit her lip. How long will it take to end? Are you in a hurry to go back and find him? I'm just asking. Xiao Song did not give her an answer. After eating the steak, he asked Su Tian to crawl into the bathroom to touch up her makeup. When night fell, he brought her to the underground boxing arena in the city center. The dimly lit arena was extremely lively. The audience who came to watch the boxing competition sat on all sides of the boxing ring, cheering for the boxers they liked. Brother Dao, beat him up. Fan Yanwen, who was sitting at the table behind the man with the crew cut, shouted at the top of her lungs. Ever since she was expelled from school, she had been hanging out with girls outside the school and got to know many powerful people. Among them was Brother Dao in the boxing ring. The reason she fell in love with Brother Dao was very simple. If she couldn't get the best man, she wanted the most baddest man she could find. Sister Wen, her best friend, smiled and nudged her. Brother Dao is looking at you. I know. Fan Yanwen caught the affection in his eyes and continued to shout with a red face. The high-pitched cheers made the crew-cut man, who was waiting for his friends, bring his 2 lackeys to the VIP viewing room. Boss, they are here. A lackey who came in with wine and braised food reported to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Song walked into the VIP viewing room with the obedient Su Tian. Peng. He smiled and shook hands with Tian Peng. How have you been? Not bad. Tian Peng had known him for many years, so they were more than just ordinary friends. He placed a hand on his shoulder and casually lit a cigarette for him. Are you going to leave anytime soon after coming back this time? I'm not leaving. Then what about your business overseas? Someone will take care of it for me. Xiao Song had 2 large nightclubs in Spain, and business was booming. He clinked glasses with Tian Peng. I plan to go back every 6 months. Is the person you found reliable? Very reliable. Tian Peng was relieved to hear that. He drank half a glass of wine and his gaze landed on the woman on Xiao Song's right. Your girlfriend. She's here to accompany you. Xiao Song turned to look at Su Tian. The message was obvious. This was not the first time something like this had happened. Su Tian, who had signed an agreement for money and interest, naturally knew how to fulfill her obligations. Just like when she was in Spain, she played the role she was given and walked over shyly with a glass of wine. Brother Peng, let me toast you. Many men could not refuse a woman like her who looked innocent. Tian Peng happened to like this type. He knew very well that Su Tian was not a decent woman. After clinking glasses with her, he put his arm around her waist. Your waist is quite thin. His teasing made Su Tian blush even more. She was too embarrassed to look up. She sat in his arms as intimately as a lover. Brother Peng, you haven't drunk yet. You want me to drink it so badly? I drank it all. Then feed me. Tian Peng enjoyed the taste of being fed wine by a beauty and looked at Xiao Song in satisfaction. Xiao Song said bluntly, she's yours tonight. Only tonight? You can keep her a few more days if you want. Forget it. Tian Peng was just joking. After all, it was easy for him to lose his interest after trying something once. Hearing that, Su Tian heaved a sigh of relief. She fed Tian Peng a piece of apple from the fruit plate and looked at him pitifully. Brother Peng, stop tickling me. Tian Peng did not retract his hand that was rubbing her waist. Shut up. He swallowed the apple and started chatting with Xiao Song. Have you thought of opening a branch in Lin City? I'm already preparing for it. What are you short of at the moment? I'm short-staffed. Xiao Song came to see him partly for matters related to the branch. I don't have many people in Lin City I can use. Leave this to me. Tian Peng had been in Lin City for a very long time and did not lack people. Xiao Song raised his glass. Thank you. He glanced at the boxing ring through the transparent glass. Do you have matches every day? Yes. Tian Peng leaned back and followed his gaze. There are more matches this weekend than usual. Can I place a bet? Of course. Xiao Song looked at the boxers warming up in the boxing ring. He bet $1 million on instinct. When the two boxers both threw a punch, he asked Tian Peng, "What do you think of the one on the right?" 169 Lin Jiao's promotion. His performance is not very stable, Tian Peng said, but there are times when he wins. That's normal. Xiao Song only bet $1 million to return the favor. He did not care who won or lost. After enjoying a boxing match, he decided to leave first to give Tian Peng time to have fun. "Shall I send her back to you tomorrow?" "No need." Xiao Song put on his coat and smiled evilly. "Have fun." Su Tian, who was left behind, followed Tian Peng along the long corridor outside the hall and finally entered a lounge. She listened to the door close and took the initiative to kiss Tian Peng's lips, losing herself in the intimate atmosphere. The curtains that blocked the light made people forget time. Tian Peng was finally tired of her on Sunday afternoon. "Where do you live? I'll get someone to send you back." "I'll go back myself." Su Tian endured the discomfort and kissed him before leaving. When she returned to Lu Fu Bay, she happened to meet Ji Yu Quan, who was changing his shoes and preparing to go out. Tian. He went forward and put his arm around her waist, his voice as gentle as ever. "Did you have fun with your friends?" "Yes." Su Tian smiled. "I originally planned to come back on Monday, but I missed you too much." "I miss you too." Ji Yu Quan kissed her forehead, feeling their warmth in each other's arms. The affection he expressed made Su Tian feel at ease. She heaved a sigh of relief and looked up at him. "Where are you going?" "The company." Ji Yu Chenji had arranged a lot of work for him recently, making his time especially tight. Ji Yu Quan rubbed the top of her head. "I'm not sure when I'll be back. Go to bed early tonight. Then can you take me home to see your parents next week?" "I'll try my best." "Okay." Su Tian tightened her grip on her bag. She stared in the direction Ji Yu Quan left and sat on the sofa tiredly, gradually falling into deep thought. Based on the current situation, there was only one way for her to get rid of Xiao Song, who was not short of money. She had to marry to Ji Yu Quan. As long as she married into the Ji Yu family, with the Ji Yu family's influence in Lin City, Xiao Song would need to think twice before doing something. However, it would take time to persuade Ji Yu Quan's parents. Before that, she could only choose to listen to Xiao Song. Late autumn had passed and it was early winter. Every month on the first day, the planning department would hold a monthly meeting. In addition to summarizing the work, there were also various commendations. Zhen Yi hosted the monthly meeting. He announced the new personnel changes. Sun Haoran will be promoted to the supervisor of the planning department from today onwards. Lin Jiao and Ailey performed well last quarter. After discussing with Manager Wu, we decided to appoint the two of you as team leaders of Team 5 and 6. A round of applause sounded. Wu Ziyuan congratulated them one by one, encouraged the other employees, and asked Zheng Yi to arrange work. The planning department's task at the end of the year was not heavy, but it did not mean that they could slack off. After listening to the arrangements carefully, Lin Jiao followed her colleagues back to her desk. She opened the WeChat interface and sent a message to Pei Jai. "I've been promoted to team leader. Slap.jpg. I sent the wrong sticker." Lin Jiao quickly deleted the sticker and sent another sticker with a smug face. "It's useless to take it back. Slap.jpg. I'm ignoring you.jpg. Pei Jai stopped teasing her. "What do you want to eat tonight? Let's go out and celebrate. Rub your head.jpg. There's a new Chinese restaurant near the CBD. It looks good. /picture/. Alright, I'll book it immediately, then I'll get to work first. Hug.jpg. Lin Jiao put down her phone and chatted with her colleagues before getting back to work. She typed on the keyboard and spent the entire day completing 2 proposals before heading to the parking lot in a good mood. Jiao. Pei Jai picked up a wine-colored gift box from the back seat. "This is your promotion gift. When did you buy it?" "In the afternoon." Lin Jiao opened the gift box and saw a camellia brooch. The brooch was decorated with pearls and round diamonds. It was a little retro and elegant. "Thank you." She leaned to the left and wrapped her arms around his neck. "I like it very much." Pei Jai lowered his eyes. "Only thanks." He placed his palm on her butt and patted it twice in dissatisfaction. Lin Jiao felt that he was addicted to slapping her, but whenever he had the chance, she suppressed her embarrassment and kissed his lips. Just like every time before, she was immersed in it. She would never get tired of kissing him. Is this enough? She looked into his long and narrow eyes to calm her racing heart. It's not enough. Pei-Jai rubbed her lower lip and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank me a few more times when we get home." His straightforward gaze made Lin Jiao blush. "I'm hungry." She sat back in the passenger seat. "Let's go." Pei-Jai listened to her. He put on her seatbelt and stepped on the accelerator to drive to the restaurant near the CBD. The environment of the Chinese restaurant was good. The waiter led them into an independent private room and briefly introduced the signature dishes before leaving them alone. "Do you have to be out socializing the day after tomorrow?" Lin Jiao swirled the red wine glass and took a sip. "No, why? My mother wants to see you." She pursed her sparkling lips. "Uncle Xu is free too." Pei-Jai nodded. "Where do they live?" "Near the municipal government building. That's not far from Xinheng." He asked what they liked and suddenly said, "I heard that your grandpa's birthday is around the corner." "Yes, his birthday is on the 25th. How does he plan to spend it?" "I'm not sure." Lin Jiao held her cheek with one hand and looked into his eyes. "I'll ask him in 2 days." Pei-Jai changed seats before the waiter entered. He sat on Lin Jiao's right and held her waist as he watched appetizing dishes being placed on the dining table. "Jiao Jiao." He blew on the hot tofu before feeding it to her. "When do you think you can be promoted to supervisor?" "March next year." Lin Jiao knew the promotion model of the planning department and was very confident in herself. Pei-Jai did not doubt her ability. He swallowed a piece of crispy duck meat. "Do you have any other plans after being promoted to supervisor?" "Yes." She turned to look at him. "I think what I can learn from the planning department is too limited. I want to change departments." "Where to?" "Make a guess." Pei-Jai looked at her for 2 seconds. With her career orientation, the first thing he thought of was the office on the top floor. "General manager office." "That's right." Lin Jiao smiled. She fed Pei-Jai champagne. "I'll probably apply for a transfer in April or May. Will you take care of me in the future?" 170 It's not certain who's the fish. After being fed 2 mouthfuls of champagne and 3 pieces of meat, he said, "I can take care of you, but how are you going to thank me?" "I can let you kiss me, that's all." "I can let you kiss me in the bathroom." Seeing that he was not satisfied, Lin Jiao continued, "Or you can tell me what you want." He suppressed the darkness in his eyes. "After you completely recover, I'll show you what I want." Sensing danger, Lin Jiao did not ask further. After dinner, they returned home in the cold wind. A theme song came from the speakers. After cutting the fruits, Pei-Jai took out 2 silver forks from the box and went to the living room to watch a movie with her. "Jiao Jiao, what do you want to drink?" "Wine." Lin Jiao looked in the direction of the wine cabinet. "Is there any more fruit wine at home?" "I think so." Pei-Jai turned around and walked back. He removed the cap of the fruit wine and handed it to her. At the same time, he lifted the blanket and lay on the sofa. "What are you watching?" "It's called After." "A romance movie?" "Yes, the story of a scumbag and a good girl." Lin Jiao took 2 sips of wine. "Yulan sent it to me." "To you?" "That's right." She opened the chat history. She said that this movie hasn't been released in our country yet. When Pei-Jai saw Pei Yulan's message, he could not help but feel suspicious. He opened the search engine and entered After. As he scrolled down, he saw many inappropriate comments. "Jiao Jiao, watch it next time." He pressed the pause button in time to prevent the scene from popping up. "Why?" "Not suitable for now." Lin Jiao took his phone and looked at the comments. She played the video in the bottom right corner and was just beginning to enjoy the swim scene when the screen went black. "I'm just curious." She bit the mouth of the bottle and looked away guiltily. "Then you find one. Curiosity kills the cat." "I'm not a cat. You can be a fish if you want." Pei-Jai kissed the top of her head, his voice low and filled with laughter. His meaning was obvious. The fish eaten by him. "It's not certain who's the fish." Lin Jiao bit his chin and let him be the fish first. She pointed at the television. "Are you still going to find a movie or not?" Pei-Jai pulled her into his arms and found a comedy that they had never seen before. He rested his chin on the top of her head affectionately, occasionally toasting her and laughing with her. As night fell, the lights in the house went out. Lin Jiao, who was sleepy from the alcohol, curled up in the warm bed and slept until 8 o'clock sharp. In a daze, she moved into his arms. As if sensing something, she suddenly opened her eyes. In order to confirm that what she felt that day in Luying was not a dream, she placed her left hand behind her back and frowned. Jiao Jiao. A dangerous voice came from above her head, and she subconsciously grabbed it. Pei Jai clenched his fists tightly. His dark eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of ink, making it impossible to see through his expression. You scared me. Lin Jiao turned around and glared at him. Pei Jai's gaze landed on those red lips, his last bit of rationality fading. He asked hoarsely, who's scaring who? You scared me. Lin Jiao did not notice the veins on the back of his hand, nor did she care about this. She smiled and told him about her discovery. Do you still remember when I was looking for something in Luying? You found it? Yes, let me show you. Afraid that he would be caught off guard, Pei Jai pulled the blanket over their heads. He observed her expression and saw that her face was visibly flushed red. His rationality was completely gone. Jiao Jiao. He rubbed her waist and said in a strong and gentle tone, you only have one choice. Which one? The one you said a while ago. Lin Jiao felt like her face was being roasted by a fire. She closed her eyes and covered his lips with hers. The clock on the wall was still moving. Ding ding. The alarm went off for the 4th time. Pei Jai strode into the bathroom and came back with a towel. He hugged Lin Jiao, who was like a quail, and the smile on his face widened. Jiao Jiao, it's 8:40. Lin Jiao immediately sat up. She looked at the clock and glared at him with her blurry eyes. You still have the cheek to tell me that? Sorry, will you do it again next time? Pei Jai held back his laughter. I won't. After wiping her fingertips, he carried her into the bathroom to wash up. Open the window. Lin Jiao picked up the crumpled paper on the carpet and walked towards the fitting room. Pei Jai raised his hand and pushed open the window, letting in the fresh air. It will be 9:30 by the time I get to the company. Lin Jiao got into the passenger seat and took out an eyeliner. She aimed the tip of the pen at the end of her eye and was about to draw when she realized that her hand was sore from doing it. It's all your fault. Pei Jai apologized again. He leaned over and rubbed the top of her head. Don't worry, you won't be deducted until you're more than 3 times late. That's not what I care about. Then what's bothering you? I can't do eyeliner. Lin Jiao drew a crooked stroke on the back of his hand. Only then did Pei Jai understand what she meant. Jiao Jiao looks good without makeup. In order to appease the angry cat, he kissed her and coaxed her. Drive. Lin Jiao smiled. She tilted her head to look at the afterimage that flashed past the window. She carried the breakfast Pei Jai bought outside Xingheng and strode to her desk. Senior. When Meng Qi handed her the documents, she asked, were you in a traffic jam? No, I overslept. Then look at this after you are done eating breakfast. All right. Lin Jiao took 2 sips of milk before unwrapping the cake. Have you modified your proposal? Not yet. Meng Qi was having a headache. She pointed at the document on the computer screen. I really don't know what I can do to make it better. Didn't Brother Zheng point it out for you? But he didn't make it clear enough. Lin Jiao moved her chair to her desk to guide her. Even though Meng Qi had said something she did not like to hear last time, she had never thought of stopping helping her. Meng 11 noted down the key points Lin Jiao mentioned. She sighed in frustration. This job really killed a lot of my brain cells. 171 Mr. Xu dotes on his wife. It's the same for any job. Lin Jiao pursed her lips and continued eating the cake. It's different. Meng Qi opened the thermos. If I go home to inherit the family business, I definitely won't have to deal with this. Inheriting the family business also requires learning. No need. Her take on things was too naive. There are many people who can do things for me. Lin Jiao shook her head speechlessly. She threw the empty cake box into the trash can and stopped talking about Meng Qi's family matters. Change your proposal first. Sigh. Meng Qi shook her head. When she looked at the screen, she asked suddenly, how often does President Pei go to the cafeteria? I'm not sure. I think it's too difficult to meet him. Lin Jiao smiled and typed on the keyboard without saying anything. She glanced at the ring that reflected light and focused on work. Day and night alternated. The setting sun on Thursday evening dyed the clouds red and decorated the sky. A Mercedes-Benz drove west under the neon lights and stopped at a residential building behind the municipal government building. The second year after Xu Taiyao and Lan Ying got married, he bought a house here to make it easier for them to get to and from work. Although the environment was not comparable to a high-end neighborhood, the property prices were still very high. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the apartment on the left on the third floor. Hearing this, Xu Taiyao walked to the entrance and pressed the door handle. He smiled and welcomed them into the house. He had a square face and thick eyebrows, giving off an easygoing and gentle aura. He poured tea into the cup. Your mother took Jing to buy crayons. They'll be back soon. Lin Jiao replied, where's sister Yu? Xu Shuiyu was the daughter of Xu Taiyao's ex-wife and was a year older than Lin Jiao. She's still in Bin City. I heard from her some time ago that she's preparing to be promoted to form teacher. How is she now? She didn't. She doesn't want to get promoted again. Xu Taiyao chatted with her about Xu Shuiyu. He turned to look at Pei Jai. When did you two get together? It's so sudden. Since August. Pei Jai had seen him many times and was not as nervous as he was when facing Lin Hongyuan. He said, at first, I was busy chasing after her. Then we went to Paris, so I didn't have time to tell you. Are you two planning to get married? Yes, we are. When Pei Jai talked about his future plans, Xu Taiyao could feel how much he valued this relationship. He placed his right hand on Pei Jai's shoulder and raised his chin at the kitchen. Do you usually cook? Yes, occasionally. Then come over and help. Pei Jai took off his coat and walked to the kitchen. Lin Jiao, who was left in the living room, picked up the remote control and looked for an interesting television channel. As she watched, she ate the fruits on the table. Sister, Xu Jing pounced on her from the entrance, his eyes bright. When did you arrive? Half an hour ago. Where's brother-in-law? He's in the kitchen with your father. Lin Jiao carried him to the sofa and handed him the remote control. She forked a piece of fruit and looked at Lan Ying. Miss Lan, you've become prettier again. Is that so? Yes, your face is very bubbly. Lan Ying patted her cheek and smiled like a teenage girl. This means that the skincare I've been using recently is quite effective. It has nothing to do with skincare. Lin Jiao touched her face. You are a natural beauty. Her serious tone made Lan Ying overjoyed. Lan Ying was grinning from ear to ear. She looked at Xu Jing. Jing, don't you think I look like a fairy? Xu Jing looked at his mother. Mom, you're so narcissistic. Although Xu Jing also admitted that his mother was beautiful, he still thought his sister was way prettier. Lan Ying crossed her arms and shouted into the kitchen. Xu Taiyao, your son is saying something bad about me. Xu Jing. Xu Taiyao, who was holding the spatula, rushed out of the kitchen the next second. Are you itching for a beating? He looked like he was about to hit Xu Jing's palm with the spatula. No, Xu Jing guessed that his mother would complain to his father, so he hid behind Lin Jiao. He whispered, I just said she's narcissistic. How can you say that? Xu Taiyao put his arm around Lan Ying's shoulder. How is your mother narcissistic? She said she looked like a fairy. Your mother did so much to bring you up. Why can't she be a fairy? Xu Jing nodded. Sure. He apologized to Lan Ying. Mom, I'm sorry. I'll forgive you this time. Lan Ying pinched his chubby face. Seeing that he was instantly obedient, Xu Taiyao lowered his hand that was holding the spatula. If this happens again, see if I'll beat you up. Xu Jing, who did not want there to be a next time, praised his mother repeatedly until Xu Taiyao left. While Lan Ying was in the bedroom, he said to Lin Jiao like an adult, Mommy is becoming more and more like a child. That's because your father dotes on her. Does brother-in-law dote on you? Of course. Lin Jiao leaned against the sofa. Your brother-in-law also dotes on me like a little kid. Why is that? It's a way to show your love. She played with his chubby hands. You'll understand when you grow up. Xu Jing did not think too far ahead. His attention was attracted by the two bears on the TV. It was not until Xu Taiyao called for dinner that he was led into the washroom by Lin Jiao to wash his hands. Brother-in-law. When he picked up his chopsticks, he said to them sensibly, Thank you for cooking for us. Not at all. Pei Jai picked up some food for him and treated him as his own brother. Jing, eat more vegetables. I don't want veggies. What did you say? Xu Taiyao glanced at him, making Xu Jing quickly change his words. I want more veggies. Lan Ying, who was watching their interactions, smiled. She picked up a piece of fish and looked at Pei Jai and Lin Jiao's fingers. What's the brand of the ring you are wearing? Cartier. Is there a style that suits me? Most of them are suitable for you. Lin Jiao ate braised pork ribs made by Pei Jai. You can find it on their official website. Xu Taiyao then opened the official website. Buy whatever you like. He fed Lanying as if no one was around, his eyes filled with warmth. How is the one with diamonds? Not bad. Pei Jai put his arm around Lin Jiao's waist and finished the meal in silence. He held her hand and led her back to the living room. It's rare to see someone as loyal and devoted as Uncle Xu. 172 Stealing the Pei family's money. Are you not? I am, he whispered into her ear. As long as I'm alive, my feelings for you won't change. Okay. Lin Jiao interlocked her fingers with his. Most promises in the world would turn into bubbles, but she was willing to trust Pei Jai this once and give him enough time to prove it. Jiao Jiao. Lanying sat opposite them. Where are you planning to spend the new year this year? On Dad's side. Her choice was different every year, but Lanying had always respected her choice. What about your grandfather? They are about to reconcile. Lin Jiao briefly explained what happened a while ago. He'll go to the countryside to pick up Grandpa next week. That's good. Lanying knew that Lin Hongyuan had been tormented by guilt and naturally hoped that they could reconcile. She did not talk about this topic anymore. She mainly wanted to talk to Pei Jai and get to know him better. When they were about to leave, she and Xu Taiyao stuffed a lot of things into his car and asked him to bring them back for his family. Pei Jai smiled and accepted the couple's kindness. He drove Lin Jiao back to Red Maple Forest. Just as he changed into slippers, he received a call from Pei Chisheng. Yao Qianing came to the old residence. His unexpected words made Pei Jai stop in his tracks. What's she there for? Pei Chisheng looked at the car driving away and slowly explained what happened. Yao Qianing came to visit in the evening. When she entered the house with a pile of gift boxes, Pei Jin was playing chess with Chu Kui. Uncle Pei, I'm here to see you. Hearing the voice, Pei Jin turned around to look at her. He gestured for Yao Qianing to sit down. Qianing, I'm already so old. It's more suitable to call me Grandpa. Yao Qianing did not meet Pei Jin often. Have you had dinner? She placed the gift boxes on the coffee table and sat on his right. Yes. Pei Jin picked up a piece and continued playing with Chu Kui. Why isn't your father here? He has business to take care of and can't leave at the moment. Yao Qianing chatted with him for a long time. From his physical condition to his hobbies and interests, Chu Kui started to have a headache. He couldn't stand it anymore and changed the topic to Pei Jai to prevent her from nagging. Old Pei, is Pei Jai coming back tonight? No. Does he still live in Red Maple Forest? With Chu Kui taking the lead, Yao Qianing also started asking about Pei Jai. Yes, Pei Jin answered bluntly. Then he said to Chu Kui, he should be on a date now. A date? The smile on Yao Qianing's face froze for a moment. Is he in a relationship? He's been dating for months. Really? Brother Pei even said before that he wanted to develop a relationship with me. I didn't expect him to be in a relationship. Pei Jin still looked indifferent. Did he say that? Why didn't I know? He said so to my father. Your father must be mistaken. He picked up the teacup and took 2 sips. Pei Jai is not someone who likes to make promises. Yao Qianing's expression stiffened. She didn't have any evidence to prove that Pei Jai did. She smiled awkwardly and said, I just didn't expect him to be in a relationship so quickly. He's already 30 years old. 30 is still considered young. She paused for a moment before asking curiously, did you introduce his current girlfriend to him? No. Have you seen her? We met her grandfather in the countryside. Chu Kui shook his head and clicked his tongue. Her grandfather is a farmer and is very rough. Her grandfather was here. That's right. He was here to beg. Don't be so mean. Pei Jin added, that old man looks quite pitiful. Is her family poor? Quite so. Chu Kui gestured. There is a hole this size in his house. Yao Qianing showed her disdain on her face. She pretended to be worried and said, Grandpa Pei, you have to be careful. What for? She might have designs on the Pei family's money. Indeed. Chu Kui thought about it seriously. I think we should get them to hold the wedding first. Pei Jin nodded. All right. He placed a piece on the chessboard. I'll ask that old man tomorrow. Yao Qianing was no longer smiling. She looked at them and asked in confusion, Grandpa Pei, what do you mean? I want a daughter-in-law to spend time with me. Aren't you afraid that she will steal the money? In any case, Pei Jai is capable. Pei Jun did not care about money at all. I believe he can earn it again. Who is stealing our money? Pei Chisheng asked curiously as he entered. Qianing said that Pei Jai's girlfriend wants to steal the Pei family's money and asked us to keep an eye on her. I said it's possible that she will do it. How did you come to that conclusion? Pei Chisheng's gaze was very oppressive. Yao Qianing stammered for a long time but could not say a word. Seeing that her face was red, Chu Kui continued, did Pei Jai make a promise to her? Pei Chisheng frowned when he found out what happened. No, he said bluntly, even if he's single, he won't like someone like you. Why? You're not his type. Yao Qianing tightened her grip on her knee. She refused to admit that she was inferior to that woman. Even if she was already sobbing, she still wanted to retort, I don't believe you. If he's interested in you, why doesn't he even have your WeChat? Qianing, you don't have to lie to yourself. On account that she was his friend's daughter, Pei Chisheng did not say anything too harsh. However, his words still hurt Yao Qianing. Not having my WeChat doesn't mean anything. Just as her tears were about to fall, she stood up and said goodbye, I'll visit you another day. Her departure did not affect Pei Jun from playing chess. He fiddled with the chess pieces calmly. Chisheng, your friend's daughter is too scheming. Pei Chisheng understood what he meant, so he called Pei Jai immediately. He told the story from beginning to end to Pei Jai before adding, in my opinion, she will try her best to see Jiao Jiao next. I won't give her a chance. Can she find Jiao Jiao's address in Mingshan Mansion? She won't be able to find anything soon. Pei Jai hung up and sent question shower WeChat message. Seeing that he was standing by the window without moving, Lin Jiao, who was nestled up on the sofa, slowly approached him. She hugged him from behind. What's going on? I was dealing with an annoying fly. Pei Jai held her slender hand and pulled her into his arms. Why aren't you doing your skincare routine? 173 Jiangyi, I think I'm in love with you. There's no hurry. Lin Jiao, who was not wearing slippers, stepped on his foot and looked up to ask, have you done dealing with the fly? It'll take a while. Will it affect you? No. Pei Jai picked her up and lay on the soft sofa with her. I have a fly swatter. Lin Jiao suddenly thought of Chu Yoju's gift. Where did you put the gifts we haven't unwrapped yet? In the safe. Pei Jai kissed her red lips to divert her attention. Lin Jiao, who was kissed until her eyes were blurry, was immersed in the temperament of his lips and forgot about the gift. She calmed her breathing. You kissed me for so long again. Pei Jai smiled and brushed her hair back. He kissed her lips. I can't control myself when it comes to kissing you. You've never controlled yourself. I did. There were times he secretly controlled himself from crossing the line. However, Lin Jiao did not know if he did not tell her. She looked into his eyes. Can you control yourself next time? I'm curious what you'll look like. Pei Jai nodded meaningfully. He held her in his arms domineeringly and watched the TV in the long and silent night. The cold wind collided with the glass window crazily, but it was to no avail. It could only drift away with the fallen leaves, looking for an unobstructed place. In the movie town, many production teams were filming outdoors day and night. The cold wind howled past the actors under the lamplight, causing them to tighten their coats. Jiang Yi, who was trembling, focused when he heard the word action. He alternated between his role and reality until Friday evening before he could have time to take a break. How many days off? Wu Rui, who came to the shooting site to see him, sent him home when he heard that he was going to take a break. A day. Back tomorrow night. The morning after tomorrow. Jiang Yi adjusted the passenger seat and leaned back to relax. He looked at the calendar. It's the 4th today. Aren't you tired of counting the days? Not at all. Wu Rui was really impressed. He looked at Jiang Yi's tired eyes. I suggest you post it tomorrow. Jiang Yi suddenly looked up. You think I'm doing the right thing? Of course. He handed him a cigarette while waiting for the light to turn green. The sooner you make it public, the sooner you can get rid of one thing on your mind. Brother Rui, thank you. Jiang Yi smiled, as if all the fatigue in his body had been swept away. The joy he showed infected Wu Rui. What's there to thank me for? He retracted his gaze and continued driving. Hurry up and tell her. All right. Jiang Yi sent Pei Yulin a WeChat message. Not long after he sent the message, Wu Rui stepped on the brakes at the door of Mingshan Mansion. Remember not to let her show her face. I know. He closed the car door with a smile and walked towards the building. The house Jianshan rented for him was in Unit 10. The elevator in Unit 10 happened to be under repair. Jiang Yi had no choice but to climb the stairs. Jiang Yi, a female voice that sounded like she was crying and laughing entered his ears. Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks and leaned against the safe passage on the 6th floor, looking up casually. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "How may I help you, young lady?" "I want to go home with you." "Home for what?" "Eat you." Pei Yulan slowed down her speech, creating a scary atmosphere. Jiang Yi almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "Then come down." He pulled open the door on the left and coughed to hide his laughter. "Give me a bite first." "I didn't take a shower." "It's fine. I'll boil the water." "Are you going to scald me with boiling water?" Pei Yulan rushed down the steps and pounced into his arms. "The piglet needs to be scalded to taste good." "You're the pig." Jiang Yi did not retort. He held Pei Yulan's hand and walked to the apartment on the left. As he opened the door, he asked her, "When did you arrive?" 10 minutes ago. "No wonder you didn't reply to my WeChat. What did you send?" Pei Yulan changed into the couple slippers he bought. "I haven't had time to look at it yet. Our relationship can be made public tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" She stood on her tiptoes in surprise and wrapped her arms around his neck. "What do you plan to post?" "I'll show you after I post it." Jiang Yi leaned down and kissed her between her eyebrows gently. He looked into the kitchen. "What's for dinner?" "The noodles you cooked." "Okay." He asked Pei Yulan to sit on the sofa and turned around to walk into the kitchen to take out a piece of beef. Listening to him wash and cut the vegetables, Pei Yulan felt like she was living a life after marriage. She opened the takeout app and ordered some fruits and snacks to prepare for staying here overnight. "Yulan, it's ready." Jiang Yi stood at the dining table with 2 bowls of noodles and called out to her. "Wait." Pei Yulan opened the door to get the takeout before walking over. "What did you buy?" "Fruits." She rolled the noodles up with her chopsticks and blew on it twice before bringing it to her mouth. Last weekend, Jiang Yi showed off his culinary skills. She had only tasted it once before her stomach was conquered. "Jiang Yi." She held her stomach and looked at him sincerely. "I think I'm in love with you." Jiang Yi paused. Before he could respond, she continued, "I can feel it in my stomach." Her expression and familiar words reminded him of a line from Leon, the Killer. "Is it warm there?" "Yes." She immersed herself in acting. "I always had a knot there and now, it's gone. I'm glad you don't have a stomachache anymore." Jiang Yi played along with her. "But the noodles are going to become sticky." Pei Yulan walked out of her role the next second. She quietly finished a bowl of beef noodles and asked him, "How is my acting just now?" Jiang Yi washed the cherries. "It's especially good." It was so good that he thought she meant every word she said. "Who else have you acted with?" "Jiao Jiao." Pei Yulan put her hand in the running tap water and hooked his little finger. "We all like to watch dramas." "Which type?" "Anything that's good. It doesn't matter what type it is." Jiang Yi held her hand and wiped it with a tissue. He picked up the fruit plate filled with cherries and held her waist as they returned to the living room. "Then choose one and we'll watch it together." At the mention of watching something, Pei Yulan thought of after. She opened her laptop and projected it onto the TV without hesitation. "This is very good." "You've seen it?" "No, I heard that the plot is very exciting." Jiang Yi took off his slippers and lay on the sofa on the right with Pei Yulan. He covered himself with a blanket and enjoyed the movie. "Is this about school love or something?" Pei Yulan nodded. "The first one is 174 spend the long years with her in peace." The first half of the movie was monotonous. It was probably about the male and female leads having feelings for each other and becoming intimate. At first, Jiang Yi thought it was normal. After all, kissing was a common way to express love. However, in the latter half, the story development started to change. He looked at the 2 overlapping figures on the bed and quickly covered Pei Yulan's eyes. "Where's the remote control?" He removed his hand from her waist and looked around for the remote control. "What's wrong?" Pei Yulan shuffled back and sat on the remote control. She listened to the voice coming from the speaker and pretended not to understand. "Are they fighting?" "No." He lifted the blanket and continued searching for the remote control with a red face. The female lead's foot was hit by something. "It doesn't sound like her foot is hit." She tried to pull his hand away. "Let me see." "Wait." In his hurry, Jiang Yi forgot to turn off the screen on her laptop. He stepped on the ground and ran to the TV the next second. He pulled out the plug. There's something wrong with this TV. Pei Yulin was speechless. She looked at him with a smile and patted the seat beside her. Come here. Jian Yi, who was sweating profusely, sat back down beside her. Perhaps because it was too hot, he did not get too close to her this time. That movie is too boring. Which scene are you referring to? Everything. Pei Yulin leaned forward. I saw it. She lowered her voice. The scene just now was very beautiful. As her warm breath brushed past his ear, Jian Yi's back stiffened, not knowing how to react. He picked up the cigarette box on the table, swallowed, and lit a cigarette before changing the topic. I know a thriller movie that's not bad. You want to see it? A little. He mainly wanted to use the scary scenes to shake off the thought in his mind. Little did he know that his suggestion was exactly what she wanted. Pei Yulin suddenly found the remote control and asked him to turn on the TV to choose a new movie. She held his wrist and pulled him onto the sofa, leaning into his arms like before. Jian Yi, turn off the lights first. Jian Yi reached behind the sofa. He pulled her in and focused on the screen, immersed in the plot. The light reflected from the screen scattered in every corner of the living room, gradually making the atmosphere creepy. The horrifying scene and music that appeared from time to time frightened Pei Yulin so much that she grabbed the corner of his shirt and pressed herself against him. Don't be afraid. Jian Yi patted her back, his gentle voice out of place in the strange atmosphere. However, his comforting words did not work. Pei Yulin was so frightened that she did not even dare to put her feet out of the blanket. She held on until the ending song sounded. It's 9:30. Jian Yi turned on the lights and fed her 2 cherries. Shouldn't you go home? I'm scared. Pei Yulin stepped over his leg and sat cross-legged between his knees. You know how dark the alley outside my house is. Do you think I'll let you go back alone? No, she looked up and pretended to be pitiful. But I'm still too scared to go back. Why? My parents are not at home. Jian Yi pushed aside the long hair on her cheek and asked her to spit out the core. Where's your grandfather? He went to the countryside to look for Grandpa Lin. What a coincidence. Really? Pei Yulin hugged his neck, looking like she was about to cry. You actually suspect me. Her sobbing voice made Jian Yi speechless. I didn't suspect you. Instead of exposing her, he asked patiently, then what do you think we should do? Let me sleep with you. What? Pei Yulin sniffed. Sleep there. She pointed in the direction of the second bedroom. Is that okay? Jian Yi did not give an answer immediately. He stared into her almond-shaped eyes and his heart softened. Not really. Then I'll go home. Pei Yulin lowered her head and chose another tactic. In any case, there's no one to accompany me. I'll sit until dawn with all the lights on. Where do you plan to sit until dawn? The balcony. She went full swing with her acting. I'm resistant to the cold. I won't catch a cold. Jian Yi had never realized that she was so good at acting. I'm afraid you'll be blown away. He smiled helplessly and pressed his forehead against hers. Do you remember what I said before? Which one? I want to take it one step at a time with you. Pei Yulin pursed her lips. I remember. She tightened her grip on him. Jian Yi, I just want to spend more time with you. I know. Jian Yi was the same. He kissed her eyelashes. No, next time. I promise. If you can't do it, I'll reconsider whether or not to live together with you in the future. Pei Yulin really did not dare to go back on her word this time. For the sake of her upcoming sweet life, she did not forget to lock the door before falling asleep to avoid sleepwalking to find him. The endless starry night was replaced by the sun. At noon, Jian Yi, who had 8 million followers, posted an official Weibo post at 11 o'clock. Jian Yi, I just want to spend the long years with her in peace. /photo/. The photo posted was very sweet. He stood under the street lamp with his arm around the person he liked and lowered his head to kiss the top of her head. Finally, you've finally found the person you like after searching for so many years. Flowers.jpg. I wish you happiness with tears in my eyes. I haven't eaten yet, but I'm already stuffed with dog food. I hope she cherishes you. Jian Yi in love is so gentle. We'll also spend the long years with you. Love.jpg. Most of the fans were against his relationship, so the comments section was very harmonious. After Pei Yulin finished reading his Weibo, she smiled sweetly. Jian Yi, I like you so much. She hugged Jian Yi and rubbed her cheek against him. Her soft hair brushed past his neck, making his heart flutter. I like you too. Jiang Yi hugged her. I especially like you. Pei Yulan caught the affection in his eyes and couldn't help but raise her chin to kiss him. As they breathed, the joy in their hearts deepened and their hearts got closer and closer. Jiang Yi. After the kiss, she leaned on his shoulder. Where are we going to play this afternoon? How about the aquarium? Where is it? Close to the outskirts. Jiang Yi showed her the photos of the aquarium. I'll go change first. Not long after he walked into the bedroom, Pei Yulan, who had finished looking at the photos, took a screenshot of his Weibo post and sent it to the WeChat group with her besties. Ling Jiao asked, what photo did he post? Qian Yu, a passionate kiss. 175 Can we be together? No. Pei Yulan sent the photo Jiang Yi posted. He's too good at finding angles. Indeed. Yulan. Jiang Yi came out after changing and interrupted their conversation. Do you want to put on makeup? I'll put on lipstick. Her skin was fair and there were no spots or pores. She could go out without makeup. We're going out. Let's talk tonight. Pei Yulan sent a message in the group chat. After putting on her lipstick, she was led out by Jiang Yi. On the other end of the screen, Qian Yu put down her phone and was about to take a nap when she received a call from Zhu Yinshan. Qian Yu. His gentle voice entered her ears like an electric current. Are you up? Not yet. What time is it more appropriate for me to pick you up? 4 or 5 o'clock. She turned over lazily, unwilling to leave the warm bed. I haven't slept enough. All right. When Zhu Yinshan heard her yawn, he couldn't help but chuckle. Then I'll come at 5. Where are we going tonight? Secret. Qian Yu was too sleepy to guess. She slept until the alarm rang at 4 o'clock. After dressing, she went out to meet him. You just finished meeting a client. She fastened her seatbelt and looked at the suit he was wearing. No. Zhu Yinshan did not explain further. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the city. The restaurant, which was located halfway up the mountain, was shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun. The blue pool at the door was decorated with a bright light, like a layer of gauze dancing on the water. The cobblestone road by the pool led to the entrance of the restaurant. Through the sensor door, there was a small indoor fountain. Occasionally, one could see goldfish wagging their tails and playing happily in the water. Zhu Yinshan held Qian Yu's waist and walked up the European-style staircase to the private room by the window on the second floor. The roof of the private room was triangular and was made of glass, through which one could admire the sky. He pulled out the chair at the dining table and pressed the call bell on the right, signaling the waiter to serve the dishes. This place is so beautiful. Qian Yu looked at the mountains in the distance through the French window, admiring the beautiful scenery carved by nature. She rested her elbows on the table, her curly chestnut hair hanging in front of her shoulders. How did you find out about this place? My secretary recommended it. Zhu Yinshan hung up the coat he had just taken off and sat opposite her. He tidied the collar of his suit and stared deeply at her side profile. This shop has just opened. There aren't many people yet. No wonder. Qian Yu said, as long as they do a little publicity, business will definitely be booming. But they only serve 5 tables of customers a day. The boss of this restaurant is interesting. Yes. Zhu Yinshan took 2 sips of lemonade and looked at the waiter who pushed the dining cart in. He's probably opening it for fun. The dishes are ready. The waiter placed the dishes he had ordered in advance on the table. Please enjoy. Thank you. Qian Yu picked up her chopsticks. Eating under the setting sun was a very romantic thing. Even the food became special. She tasted the drooling delicacies and shared the interesting news with Zhu Yinshan in this undisturbed environment. There's cream at the corner of your mouth. Zhu Yinshan stared at those juicy lips, unable to look away. Where? To the left. Qian Yu wiped it with a tissue. She looked up. Before she could ask if she had wiped it clean, the faint smell of tobacco reached her nose. Zhu Yinshan, who was leaning forward, reached out his well-defined hand and placed his finger on the corner of her lips. As soon as they got closer, their gazes inevitably met, and the atmosphere became strange. Left from my side. Zhu Yinshan looked into those eyes and smiled. He brushed her hair away from her ear, his actions so alluring that Qian Yu's heart skipped a beat. She felt the warmth of his fingers and the tips of her ears turned red. Is it clean? Yes. Zhu Yinshan sat back down. He scooped up a spoonful of dessert and put it in his mouth to taste. As if he felt that it was too sweet, He put down the spoon. Where will you spend Chinese New Year this year? Lin City. Qian Yu's parents were temporarily away. They'll come back during the holidays. That's not so bad. They were leaving for Italy on the third day after Chinese New Year. It would be a lot of trouble if she had to take a trip back to Lin City. And you? I'll spend time with my old man. Qian Yu had never heard him mention his parents, so she was very curious. Are uncle and the others overseas? Yes. Zhu Yinshan lowered his eyes and puffed on his cigarette. His expression was calm. They come back twice every 6 months, but we hardly see each other. Why? We quarrel the moment we meet. I can't be bothered to see them. Qian Yu did not ask further. She looked at the clouds that were covered by the night sky and changed the topic. It gets dark early in winter. Even the stars are out early. Really? There are 4 lining up over there. Zhu Yinshan looked in the direction she was pointing. He looked at the watch and guessed that they had probably set up the venue. He stood up and said, Qian Yu, let's go out and walk around. Qian Yu followed him out. As they walked along the corridor, Zhu Yinshan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Close your eyes first. Close my eyes? Qian Yu had a vague guess. At Zhu Yinshan's signal, she reached out her right hand and placed it on his palm. Is there a surprise for me? Of course. Zhu Yinshan let her go up the steps. He held her hand and walked to the open-air garden. Then he gave the 2 waiters at the side a look. When the beautiful violin music sounded, he whispered into Qian Yu's ear, "You can open your eyes now." Qian Yu's eyelashes fluttered. What entered her sight was candles forming a heart shape. She stood in the middle of the candles, her feet covered in rose petals. Qian Yu. Zhu Yinshan, who was holding a bouquet of red roses, stood outside the heart and called her name softly. He looked into her eyes. Perhaps it was the first time he had officially confessed to his girlfriend, but he had already forgotten the opening line he had thought of. He subconsciously got to the point. Can we be together? The light from the LED light softened his face and silently magnified the gentleness in his eyes. For a moment, Qian Yu really wanted to pounce into his arms. She clenched her fists at her sides and gradually regained her senses. Mr. Zhu, do you like me? I do. Zhu Yinshan thought that he liked her and that he could do what Lin Jiao said. How much? I can't say for sure. He was telling the truth. But you give me a very different feeling. 176 Don't push me away. When they were together, he felt very comfortable. He was trying to get to know her and care about her. At least, he was not as irresponsible as he used to be. Qian Yu could feel that he liked her, but it was far from enough. Mr. Zhu. She suppressed the urge to fall in love and rejected him tactfully. I think it's too soon. Why? We don't know enough about each other. If we get together too quickly, I'll feel insecure. I'll give you the sense of security you want. Zhu Yinshan's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Qian Yu, trust me? Okay. It's not about whether I trust you or not. Qian Yu took 2 steps forward and looked up at him. Mr. Zhu, I still need time. The feeling of being rejected for the first time made him feel powerless. Zhu Yinshan held her hand. The moment he felt her body temperature, his helplessness turned into compromise. He asked in a low voice, "How long do I have to wait?" "I'm not sure." Qian Yu did not give a specific time, but she would not disappoint him. A conflicted look flashed across her eyes. Maybe a week. Maybe a month. Zhu Yinshan could feel that she was having a hard time making a decision. He did not force her or push her. He just stared at her with burning eyes. "Do you have feelings for me?" "Yes." Qian Yu glanced at him and lowered her head in embarrassment. "Otherwise, I wouldn't go out with you. I'll wait." Zhu Yinshan let out a long breath and couldn't help but pull her into his arms. "When you think through it one day, remember to give me a hint." "Why do I have to give you a hint?" "So that I can confess to you again." Qian Yu smiled. "All right." She fiddled with the roses in front of her. "Thank you for all this. Don't stand on ceremony with me." Zhu Yinshan let go of her hand and handed her the roses. "Can you keep the flowers?" "Sure. It's cold outside. Let's go in first." Qian Yu turned around to look at the well-decorated venue. She remembered it deep in her heart and smiled sweetly and happily while he could not see. From that day onwards, Zhu Yinshan became even more attentive. Not only would he spend a lot of time with her, but he would also run a few kilometers to buy her favorite delicacies. He would even personally choose gifts for her. From bags to accessories, he had given out countless gifts. In just half a month, He had invested much more in her than in any other relationship he had been in before. He had also unknowingly deepened his feelings for her. He was prepared to be accepted by her, but he did not expect that a woman who came out of nowhere would ruin everything. President Ju. At the elevator door on the top floor of Star River, Yu Hui called out to Ju Yunshin, who was about to go downstairs. In order to get a chance to interact with Ju Yunshin, she deliberately tried to build a good relationship with the staff on the top floor. She only wanted to come up and meet him. Naturally, she did not want to miss this excellent opportunity. Do you have time? Why? I want to talk to you. Star River had too many celebrities, so Ju Yunshin really had no impression of her. However, he still showed her some respect and stopped in his tracks. He said calmly, "Get to the point." Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, Yu Hui mustered her courage and said, "I've liked you for a long time. So, can you give me a chance?" Ju Yunshin raised an eyebrow. "I'm not interested in you. What type do you like? I can change myself to suit your taste. No matter who you become, it's useless." He smiled. "Do you understand?" Yu Hui's eyes instantly turned red. She bit her lower lip, and tears welled up in her eyes. "President Ju, you haven't even tried to get to know me. Do you think I have time to play with you? I don't expect to stay by your side for long, even if it's 3 days or a week. I just hope you can pay more attention to me." "You mean you want to be my sugar baby?" Ju Yunshin sized her up, not knowing where she got the courage to make this request. "If you want. I don't want to." Seeing that he refused, Yu Hui deliberately took 2 steps forward and fell on him. Ju Yunshin subconsciously held her arm. Just as he was about to let go, a plastic bag hit his back and landed on the ground with a bang. He turned around and happened to see a familiar face in the slowly closing elevator. "Qian Yu." He strode forward and pressed the elevator button to let the elevator stop. "President Ju, what's wrong?" Yu Hui walked to his side in confusion, as if she wanted to repeat her old trick. Her approach made Ju Yunshin extremely angry. "Get lost." He pushed her away and walked into the other elevator, quickly closing the door. It only took him dozens of seconds to reach the first floor, but it felt especially long to him. Even his thoughts were extremely chaotic. Fortunately, he was not late. As soon as he walked into the hall, he saw Qian Yu. "Qian Yu, let me explain." "Let go." Qian Yu retreated, trying to break free from his hand. "I saw it with my eyes. What do you want to explain?" She looked at him coldly with her red eyes. Even her voice became choked. Ju Yunshin's heart felt like it had been pierced by a needle. Instead of letting go, he tightened his grip. "That person sprained her ankle just now. I was just helping her up. I didn't do anything. She's already in your arms." When Qian Yu shouted at him, tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. Her lips trembled slightly. "I thought you would reject another woman for me. Apparently, I overestimated myself." Her tears made Ju Yunshin completely panic. "Qian Yu, don't cry, okay?" He gently wiped her tears away. "I really didn't do anything to let you down." In the past, when his ex-girlfriends cried in front of him, he never felt so bad. But now, he felt extremely uncomfortable. "How can I trust you?" Qian Yu pushed his shoulder away, unwilling to let him touch her. She told him about her grievances. "You told me that you wanted to eat pan-fried buns at the entrance of my hospital. I went to buy it for you after the surgery this morning. I was afraid that it would turn cold, so I kept it in my coat. In the end, you treated me like this." Ju Yunshin's heart ached even more. "It's my fault." For the first time in his life, he put down his dignity in front of a woman. "Qian Yu, I promise to keep a distance from them. This will never happen again. Can you forgive me?" Qian Yu did not soften her heart because of his attitude and soft tone, nor did she plan to let it go. "Stop it." She was crying so hard that her voice was trembling. "I want some time alone. Let me keep you company." "No need." Ju Yunshin, who was pushed away again, held her waist tightly, as if he wanted to glue himself to her. He said hoarsely, "Qian Yu, don't push me away." 177 Play hard to get. Mr. Ju. She took a deep breath and said rationally, "Can we give each other some space?" Ju Yunshin knew that she was determined to leave. He rested his chin on her shoulder and chose to give in helplessly. "Promise me you won't cry again." "I won't." Qian Yu pulled his hand away. She looked up at him and got into a taxi by the roadside without saying anything else. Through the car window, she could feel Ju Yunshin looking at her, but she did not look back. Miss, where are you going? The taxi driver put down his phone and stepped on the accelerator. Sycamore Road. Qianyu stopped crying and took out her phone to send a WeChat message to her besties. She got out of the car on Sycamore Road and walked into the milk tea shop. What happened between you and brother Yunshin? Lin Jiao stared at her red eyes, looking a little anxious. Pei Yulin frowned. Tell us quickly, we'll think of a way together. Qianyu explained under their concerned gazes. She explained everything clearly and did not forget to repeat what he had said at that time. Pei Yulin asked, did you see that woman fall into his arms on purpose? I also heard him refuse that woman. Then why are you crying? Qianyu blinked and smiled. I want to use this chance to make him keep a distance from those women. It's best if he can be as loyal as Pei Jai. So you were acting from beginning to end? Not entirely. She took 2 sips of milk tea. It's true that I bought pan-fried buns. It's also true that I felt bad. I understand. Lin Jiao was very empathetic and knew how she felt. If it were me, I would feel bad too. Indeed. Pei Yulin could not even stand the thought of the scene. Are you feeling better now? Much better. Qianyu leaned back in her chair. Actually, quarreling can also improve the relationship. In the future, when you are angry, quarrel. Don't keep it to yourself. Do we have to cry while quarreling? It depends. She started class again. Don't cry if it's not something serious. Crying too much will make the other party want to stay away from you. Got it. Pei Yulin took a mental note of it. She held her rumbling stomach and first sent a WeChat message to the boss next door to ask him to send her rice noodles. Which noodles do you want? Lin Jiao put down her milk teacup. Seafood. She waited for Qianyu to finish ordering before asking, how long do you plan to leave him hanging? At least a week. You won't see him for a week. No, Qianyu stirred the toppings. If he really wants to be with me, he'll think it through during this period of time. Pei Yulin asked, about what? Qianyu said, he has too many women around him. Similar things will happen again. I hope he can handle everything well while I'm not around. Lin Jiao understood. Brother Yunshin knows what he should do and shouldn't, but is not as considerate as Pei Jai. Yes, I want him to strengthen that part. He'll definitely learn after this lesson. Pei Yulin moved the milk teacup away to make room for the rice noodles. She pushed the bowl forward. Hurry up and eat. Qianyu tore open the wrapper of the chopsticks. While she was eating the steaming rice noodles, Ju Yunshin was rummaging through the trash can at the other end. He found the plastic bag that was thrown away by the cleaner, took out the square box inside, and walked straight back to the CEO's office. President Ju, this document needs your signature. The secretary knocked on the door and entered with a document. Okay. Ju Yunshin wiped his freshly washed hands. He picked up a piece of cold pan-fried bun and browsed through the document as he put it into his mouth. Every time he chewed, he would see Qianyu crying and saying that she was keeping the pan-fried bun in her coat. Drink some water. The secretary poured him a glass. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, she did not ask further. Ju Yunshin's thoughts were pulled back by her. He let out a long breath and signed his name at the end of the document. He picked up the second piece of pan-fried bun and said, turn down tonight's social gathering. The secretary paused for a moment. All right. She picked up the document and asked him, are you going to attend the banquet President Xiao is holding? When? 8 o'clock the night after tomorrow. Ju Yunshin agreed. You can leave. He finished the pan-fried buns in the box, closed the curtains, and lay on the sofa alone. He opened the chat box with Qianyu. Qianyu, I just finished eating the pan-fried buns. What happened today is my fault. I'll be more careful in the future and won't let you down again. Can we meet tomorrow night? Ju Yunshin waited until night fell, but he did not see the reply he wanted to see the most. He sat on the carpet in the living room and took a sip of red wine. He couldn't stop the urge to call her. Beep beep. It wasn't answered. Anxious and uneasy, he dialed the number again, but she hung up. Qianyu, I'll have a gathering tomorrow night. Seeing the message from her, he finally felt relieved. Then when are you free? She replied 10 minutes later, I'm not sure yet. Ju Yunshin could feel that she was still angry. He rubbed his wine glass. In order to give her enough space, he could only suppress the thought of seeing her for the time being. Are you busy today? Very busy. Have you eaten? I'm about to eat. Her words were curt, making him unable to continue the conversation. In the next 2 days, Ju Yunshin would report his schedule to her at all times. Even if they did not meet, he would try his best to make her happy, including when he went to the Ryder Hotel to attend the banquet. He would take a photo and take the opportunity to chat with her. A group of celebrities and investors gathered at the round table. All of them had just the right smile on their faces. They looked like they were chatting happily, but in fact, they had their own thoughts. Xiao Hekyu, who was holding the banquet, looked around the hall and locked his gaze on a person. He walked to the sofa on the left and sat down beside Ju Yunshin. Is something on your mind? No. Ju Yunshin looked up. He looked at Xiao Hekyu, who was 20 years older than him, and smiled. I heard your son is back. Tianxu Pictures, founded by Xiao Hekyu, focused on marketing and distributing online dramas, movies, and television dramas. Tianxu and Star River worked together all year round. In addition, they had seen each other many times, so they were quite familiar with each other. Yes. Xiao Hekyu crossed his legs and held a cigar between his fingers. I'll introduce you to him when he comes over. How old is he? 28. 2 months younger than you. Ju Yunshin turned off his phone and asked casually out of boredom, which country did he stay in before? Spain. As soon as Xiao Hekyu finished speaking, a man who looked a little like him walked over. 178. Give each other some space. Dad. Xiao Song stopped in front of him. The smile on his face gave off a gentle feeling, as if he was easy to get along with. Why are you drinking wine? The waiter gave it to me. The alcohol content is too high. He reminded Xiao Hekyu to watch his health. I'll get you another glass. Xiao Hekyu smiled and took the glass from him. He turned around and introduced the two of them. Yunshin is the same age as you. You can learn from him. All right. Xiao Song raised his glass to toast Ju Yunshin. He had heard of Ju Yunshin before. Didn't CEO Ju bring a female companion? No. Then should I find one for you? No. Ju Yunshin leaned back, smoke coming out of his lips. I have a girlfriend. When did it happen? Xiao Hekyu looked at him through the smoke and teased. Why didn't I see any media report about it? Every time he had a relationship, he would be on the trending searches. Last week. Ju Yunshin tapped the cigarette casually. She's not in the entertainment industry. Hearing that, Xiao Hekyu understood. I'll take Xiao Song to toast people over there. Xiao Hekyu wanted to introduce more people to Xiao Song and did not plan to sit here for too long. Ju Yunshin nodded faintly. He sat alone in the corner, wanting to avoid unnecessary conversation, but someone still came to disturb him. President Ju, cheers. A beautifully dressed female celebrity showed up in front of him. Ju Yunshin, who had learned his lesson once, casually moved to the side, unwilling to get close to her. He did not look at her twice. I'm sorry. What's there to be sorry about? The female celebrity did not seem to understand his rejection and even winked at him. I don't want to drink. Are you feeling unwell? Seeing that she was getting closer, Ju Yunshin glanced at her coldly. If you don't want to lose your job, get lost. Under the dim light, his cold gaze made the female celebrity shiver. She left tactfully. Not long after that, another woman came. Ju Yunshin, who had rejected 4 or 5 people in a row, picked up his coat in frustration and strode out. Yunshin? Chao Ru chased after him. She picked up her dress with her slender hand and stopped in front of him. Are you leaving? Why? I have a headache. Can you send me home? Ju Yunshin pressed the elevator button. There are many taxis downstairs. Pick one. I'm afraid it's not safe at this hour. It's only 10 o'clock. I'm still afraid. Chao Ru adjusted her shawl and walked into the elevator with him. Ju Yunshin looked at her with a faint smile. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of meeting crazy fans and perverts. You're overthinking it. Chao Ru pouted. Yunshin. Her voice was soft. Send me home. Ju Yunshin could understand her hint, but he did not want to play with her. I can't. He strode out of the elevator that stopped on the first floor. My girlfriend is still waiting for me. Girlfriend? Chao Ru's expression changed. She deliberately took 2 steps forward, wanting to bump into his broad back. Yunshin, help me up. 179 Birthday banquet for the old man. Ju Yunshin frowned and subconsciously dodged to the side. Bang! Chao Ru, who was caught off guard, fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth in pain. Yunshin, it hurts. Ju Ju Yinshan knew at a glance that she had a bad fall. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and kept a distance from her. Can you get up? I don't think so. In order to get his sympathy, Chaoru put on a pitiful expression. I'll get someone to help you up. Ju Yinshan called 2 female employees over at the front desk and watched as they helped Chaoru to the sofa. What he did made Chaoru dumbfounded. Yinshan. She reached out to grab his hand, but she missed. Can you hug me? Are you daydreaming? Call an ambulance for her. Ju Yinshan, who had lost his patience, turned around and left. He met the designated driver at the door and returned home in the hazy night. He tried his best to talk to Qian Yu. Location: Friday, the old man's birthday banquet. 2 concise messages popped up. Ju Yinshan found the birthday gift he had prepared in the study and went to the Lin family's villa on Friday. It was rare for Lin Hongyuan to hold a birthday banquet for Lin Kanglu. He originally wanted to invite all the famous people in Lin City, but Lin Kanglu refused this idea. Therefore, he only invited the Pei and Chu families, as well as Ju Yinshan and Shen Yi. The garden outside the villa was specially decorated. Whether it was the branches, flower pots, or railings, they were all hung with red lanterns of different sizes. The stone path leading to the living room was also covered with a red carpet, showing the festive atmosphere. Dad, have some tea. Fan Lu poured him a cup of tea and brought it to him with both hands. Lin Kanglu took the teacup and took 2 sips. He tugged at the hem of his tang suit and looked at her kindly. Where did Hongyuan go again? He went to the entrance of the neighborhood to pick up Uncle Chu and the others. Is there a need to pick them up? Fan Lu scooped up a spoonful of cake. There are many residents in this neighborhood. He's afraid they won't be able to find here. I think he's too excited. Lin Hongyuan had been busy doing this and that since early in the morning. Those who did not know better would think that he was the one having birthday. He's nervous. Fan Lu was about to tell him why when her stomach churned again. Seeing that she was retching, Lin Kanglu patted her back twice. Are you okay? Maybe I ate something I shouldn't. Get Hongyuan to accompany you to the hospital. It's fine. Fan Lu took 2 sips of water to warm her uncomfortable stomach. I'll be fine after taking some pills. You can't take pills casually. Lin Kanglu asked Fan Lu to make an appointment with a doctor, his strong attitude mixed with concern. Fan Lu agreed with a smile, afraid that he would be worried. The moment she put down her phone, footsteps came from the door and several faces appeared. Old Lin. Chu Kui glanced at the red lanterns hanging in the living room and clicked his tongue. It looks like you're celebrating the new year. Yo, you're even wearing a red jacket. Pei-jin sized up the dark red tang suit on him. The moment the 2 of them entered the house, the atmosphere became lively. 180 Reunion. Lin Kanglu corrected him. This is called a tang suit. Only old men wear this kind of suit. We're still young, unlike you. Pei-jin admired the decorations around him. Old Lin is indeed having a comfortable life. Look at this villa. Lin Kanglu rolled his eyes at them. He knew that if he went along with them, they would continue to make fun of him, so he pretended not to hear it. Did you 2 come empty-handed? Of course. Are you expecting us to give you a gift? Chu Kui crossed his legs and took 2 sips of tea. You actually have the cheek to come empty-handed. We don't have money. He looked at Lin Hongyuan. If we don't give gifts, will we be allowed to eat? Yes. Lin Hongyuan was amused by him. If you want, you can eat here with Uncle Pei for a month. Look. Pei-jin gave Lin Kanglu a look and said teasingly, your son is even more sensible than you. Lin Kanglu narrowed his eyes. He looked at old Pei and suddenly laughed. It's normal for juniors to not know manners. I won't take it to heart. Who is junior? Pei-jai calls me grandpa, so you are supposed to call me uncle. Old Lin, do you have any shame? Chu Kui's laughter mixed with the bickering made the living room much livelier. They were about to fight when they were stopped by Lin Hongyuan. After a while, they sat at the mahjong table as if nothing had happened. In the evening, Pei-jai and Lin Jiao arrived at the villa. They put down the birthday gift they had prepared for Lin Kanglu and sat at the square table, looking at the mahjong tiles. Pei-jai, give me some cash. Pei-jin did not have much cash on him. Is 500 enough? That's enough. Pei-jai took out some cash from his wallet and placed it on Pei-jin's right. He picked up the fruit plate and fed Lin Jiao a cherry. How long have you been sitting at the mahjong table? Not long. Lin Kanglu looked up at him. Less than 3 hours. Who won? Your Uncle Chu and I. Who can say for sure until the end? Pei Jun did not agree with him. Right, Hongyuan. Lin Hongyuan, who had always been a noob at mahjong, nodded in agreement and asked Fang Lu to help him look at the tiles. Jiao Jiao. He took out a tile and placed it on the table. Ask Yinshan where he is. He's almost there. Lin Jiao spat out the fruit core and opened WeChat to look at the message she received 3 minutes ago. Not long after she finished speaking, Ju Yinshan walked in unhurriedly with 2 gift boxes. He put his hand on Lin Kanlu's shoulder. Old man, you are quite lucky today. You won so much. Of course. Lin Kanlu smiled from ear to ear and glanced at the losers on both sides proudly. He stood up midway. Honyuan and Old Pei are about to lose everything. Let them win a few rounds. All right. Ju Yinshan sat down with a cigarette in his mouth. Lin Honyuan, who was sitting on the right, saw his bloodshot eyes clearly. Have you been fooling around outside again for the past 2 days? In order to meet Lin Kanlu, Lin Hongyuan had bribed Ju Yinshan many times and also got closer to him over the years. He treated Ju Yinshan as his son and gave him more love and care than Ju Yinshan's biological parents. I'm not fooling around. Ju Yinshan was used to being nagged by him, so he was not impatient. I've been busy chasing someone recently, someone in the entertainment industry again. How many times have I told you that those women are getting close to you for fame and fortune? She's a doctor. After being told that the girl Ju Yinshan was chasing was actually Lin Jiao's friend, Lin Hongyuan reminded him, if you want to be with her, take it seriously. Ju Yinshan replied seriously, I know. After they finished playing, Pei Yulan and the Pei couple arrived at the villa, followed by Shenyi and Chu Yaju. Chu Yaju's parents were still on a business trip. He slowly handed the gifts to Pei Jai. I'm so tired. He took a deep breath and looked at Pei Yulan. Where's Jiang Yi? He's on set and can't leave. What a pity. I wanted to drink with him tonight. Brother Yinshan can drink with you. Pei Yulan held Bai Ying's arm and sat down with an ambiguous smile. They all walked into the dining room to celebrate Lin Kanlu's birthday. Grandpa, I wish you all the best. Lin Jiao raised her glass and toasted him. Lin Kanlu was happy as long as Lin Jiao was around. He took out a stack of red envelopes from his pocket and stuffed one into her hand. I hope you and Pei Jai can have a baby soon too. It's still early. Lin Jiao looked at Pei Jai and her face suddenly turned red. The next second, Pei Jai held her hand tightly. Don't worry, I'll bring you a great-grandson in 2 years. Lin Kanlu laughed heartily and said, then I'll wait. He then gave Pei Jai another red envelope and waited for the others to toast him. After saying I wish you a long and happy life, Ju Yinshan received a red envelope too. However, before he turned around, he whispered into Lin Kanlu's ear, you'll have a granddaughter-in-law soon. Lin Kanlu was stunned. Really? Of course. He briefly explained his relationship with Qian Yu to reassure him. I'll bring her back after the new year. Don't lie to me. Definitely not. Lin Hongyuan, who had drunk a lot of white wine, stood up with a cup and said, Dad, I've let you down in the past. I'm really happy that you're willing to come back and let me fulfill my duty as a son. Some time ago, he was wondering if it would be awkward since they had not lived together for many years. However, the moment Lin Kanlu returned, he realized that the bond between father and son had never changed. The only thing that changed was that he wanted to follow him around every day. Let the past stay in the past. Seeing that Lin Hongyuan's eyes were red, Lin Kanlu said awkwardly, sit down. Don't embarrass me. Lin Hongyuan suddenly smiled and held back his tears. The huge rock that had pressed down on him for many years finally disappeared amidst the laughter and chatter. After Lin Kanlu cut the cake, the group of people either played mahjong or chatted in the living room. Ju Yinshan and Shenyi each carried a box of beer and called the young ones to the lounge on the top floor. He sat on the carpet by the window and started talking about him and Qian Yu. We haven't seen each other in 6 days. 181 Don't look and don't talk. Lin Jiao and Pei Yulan did not speak. Shenyi, who was next to him, asked, did you quarrel? There's been a misunderstanding. Ju Yinshan opened the tab of the beer can and started talking about what happened at noon that day. He took 2 sips of the beer. I really just helped her up. I didn't want to have anything to do with her. Pei Jai asked, why did you hold her up? Wouldn't you help me up if you were there? No, he hugged Lin Jiao gently and looked at Ju Yinshan with an expression that said, are you so stupid as to fall for these tricks? I didn't think too much about it at that time. Ju Yunshin really didn't notice if she was acting. Maybe she has flat feet. Shinyi explained to him, for people with flat foot, it's impossible to fall without running or jumping. Brother Yunshin, you're really a kind person. Chuyeju couldn't help but tease. There are so many old ladies on the street. Aren't they enough for you to hold? Ju Yunshin was speechless. He did have the inclination to take pity on beautiful women, so he did it subconsciously out of habit. Brother Yunshin, you really should learn from uncle. Pei Yulan saw that he was frowning, so she gave him an idea. Hearing her say this, Ju Yunshin looked up at the pair of lovey-dovey lovers opposite him. He placed a soft pillow on his back and asked Pei Jai seriously, how do you usually do it? I'm afraid you can't do it. Chuyeju poured cold water on him. He didn't even say, how do you know I can't do it? I won't hold other women. Pei Jai said, especially women who have feelings for me. Ju Yunshin was speechless. He rubbed his short hair and rubbed his ear stud with his fingertips. Other than that, is there anything else you do? Keep your distance from the opposite sex. To what extent? Pei Jai said, don't talk to them and don't look at them. He said it casually, but it was actually as difficult as ascending to the heavens for some men. Lin Jiao continued, as long as you like her enough, you will naturally prioritize her feelings. To put it bluntly, you need to be willing to do it. Although Shinyi had never been in a relationship, he knew, Qianyu can't keep an eye on you at all times. Ju Yunshin pondered for a long time. He recalled how Qianyu cried and really did not want that scene to happen again. I can do it. That's what I call a man. Chuyeju patted his shoulder in admiration. I'll wait for you to take down the title of the prodigal of Lin City. He'll definitely be able to make it. Shinyi could tell that Ju Yunshin was serious this time. As for you, how many more years do you want to fool around? I haven't met the right person yet. How can you possibly meet the right person if you mess around every day? I'm done messing around. Chuyeju planned to turn over a new leaf. I'll stay single until next year to see if there will be any sparks of love with anyone. Next year? Do you mean after the first day of Chinese New Year? I mean after December this year. Shinyi was speechless. He raised his beer can and clinked it with them. Seeing that Ju Yunshin was still in a daze, he asked, are you still thinking about her? Ju Yunshin did not hide it. Yes. He was deeply tortured by his longing for her. She's still angry and refuses to see me. Why don't you go look for her then? Pei Jai said. Now, you can continue waiting if you want. Ju Yunshin was about to get up when he thought of something and stopped. I'll drink 2 more cans. You want to get drunk to gain her sympathy? It's foolproof this way. Perhaps because he did not want to make any mistakes, he reminded Lin Jiao, don't tell her. Lin Jiao and Pei Yulan looked at each other. Thinking that Qianyu's 1-week deadline was coming up, they agreed. Then talk it out with her tonight. Definitely. I don't think 2 cans are enough. Chuyeju opened 5 cans for him in a row and said seriously, you need to smell like alcohol for her to soften heart. Lin Jiao yawned. Brother Yunshin, you don't have to drink so much. How can you talk properly if you're really drunk? I only drank 7 cans. Ju Yunshin lowered his head and sniffed his collar that didn't smell of alcohol. I'm afraid she won't believe me if I go over like this. Give me your jacket. Pei Yulan poured some beer into her palm and sprinkled it on his jacket. Do you do this often? Chuyeju asked curiously when he saw that Pei Yulan was skillful. Very occasionally. Thank you. Ju Yunshin put on his jacket and smiled. I'll treat you all to a meal another day. Don't forget to call a designated driver. Got it. Chuyeju retracted his gaze and asked Pei Yulan, aren't you afraid that Qianyu will find out? Find out what? About you helping him. Pei Yulan rolled her eyes at him. I'm afraid he'll disturb Qianyu's rest if he goes too late. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Are you being sarcastic with me again? Seeing that the two of them were about to bicker, Shinyi immediately suggested playing a game. The house was filled with laughter. The gradually rich fragrance of wine slipped out of the half-open door. The neon lights flashed past the car window, contrasting with the trees on both sides of the road, forming a beautiful overlapping shadow. There was a distance from the villa to Qianyu's house, but Ju Yunshin's anticipation did not diminish at all. He got out of the car in the parking lot and took the elevator to her floor. In the silence, he pressed the doorbell. Who is this? Qianyu asked. No one replied. She raised her guard and looked out through the peephole. When she met that familiar face, She opened the door almost without hesitation. Qian Yu. Ju Yinshan went forward and hugged her, overwhelming her with the smell of alcohol. His voice was very low. I miss you. How much did you drink? Qian Yu closed the door and helped him into the living room calmly. I don't remember. When he approached the sofa, Ju Yinshan stopped in his tracks and pretended to fall while pulling her to lie down with him. Their eyes met, and his breathing became even more rapid. He held her waist and stared at the face that he had wanted to see for a long time but could not. Qian Yu, I miss you very much. You said it. Qian Yu blushed at the smell of alcohol. She was clearly not drunk, but she looked like she was drunk. She avoided eye contact and tried to break free from the restraint around her waist. Mr. Ju, let go of me first. I don't want to. You're making me uncomfortable. Ju Yinshan softened his grip slightly, but the difference in strength between a man and a woman still made it difficult for her to break free. He pinched her chin. Look at me. 182 But he still went back on his word. His slightly hoarse voice resembled the sound of one stepping on fallen leaves in late autumn. Qian Yu felt like an electric current was running through her ears, hitting her nerves and tugging at her heartstrings. She was forced to look into his eyes. What do you want to say? I was wrong. Ju Yinshan swallowed hard. He resisted the urge to kiss her crazily and stroked her skin with his fingertips. Can you forgive me? It was an expected question. Qian Yu said, Mr. Ju. She moved her hands away from his chest. What I want is your partiality. I can give you. Then I'll wait until you give me that. What she wanted was not just a hollow promise. Ju Yinshan moved closer. I'll prove it to you with my actions, but you can't be absent. What do you mean I can't be absent? You can't ignore me and refuse to see me. Qian Yu nodded slightly. I won't be absent. Her soft attitude was enough to explain everything. Let go of me first. Hug me again. No, she glared at him angrily. We're not in a relationship yet. Ju Yinshan knew that she was different from others. Out of respect, he let go of her with regret. Qian Yu. He pushed himself up from the sofa, his throat extremely dry. Can you get me a glass of water? Wait. Qian Yu picked up the kettle. Her beautiful figure was reflected on the wall by the light. Ju Yinshan looked away from the wall and raised his left hand to take the glass from her. He drank half of it. Are you free tomorrow? Why? There's a hot spring resort near Xiangnan Mountain. Let's go and relax. Qian Yu caught the nervousness in his eyes, the nervousness of being rejected. I don't have a swimsuit. She suppressed the smile in her eyes and agreed indirectly. It's fine. Ju Yinshan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. I'll buy it for you tomorrow. They should be selling it at the resort. The style over there might not look good. He only wanted to do his best to give her the best. Qian Yu nodded. She sat in the living room with Ju Yinshan until 11 o'clock. Neither of them mentioned what happened in Star River again. After agreeing on a time to meet up tomorrow, Ju Yinshan looked at her gently before walking to the entrance. Good night. The two words that contained countless emotions were even more touching than a hug. Qian Yu smiled back. Good night. She held the door handle and stared at the figure wrapped in the corridor light until he disappeared from the corner before closing the door. Under the dark night, a taxi swept past the quiet street and stopped at the entrance of Liufu Bay. The car door opened and Ji Yuquan, who reeked of alcohol, walked out. During this period of time, he had been busy day and night, meeting different partners at different occasions and drinking wine with them. Ji Yuquan was very tired. He was so tired that he did not even know how late it was. However, he knew that this was the only way to secure the position of the general manager of GU Corporation. He could not slack off. Meow. Two wild cats ran through the grass with their backs hunched, and the shadows that flashed past condensed beside the bench. There were two mottled and worn bowls behind the bench. One was filled with water, and the other was filled with brown cat food. Ji Yuquan stopped in his tracks and sat on the bench. He looked down at the two cats. A memory that hadn't popped up in a long time flashed through his mind, but it was clear enough. It was midsummer. Not long after Lin Jiao moved into Liufu Bay, she went out with him on a starry night to familiarize herself with the neighborhood. Ji Yuquan, did you hear the cat meow? She looked up at the man beside her. No, Ji Yuquan did not notice. He watched her look around and followed her to an ordinary bush. The closer they were, the more audible the meowing became. Lin Jiao followed the sound and pushed aside the weeds when two skinny wild cats entered their sight. They're too skinny. She frowned, her clear eyes filled with love. They probably haven't eaten for a long time. There's a convenience store over there. Ji Yuquan pushed aside the hair on her cheek and held her hand as they walked forward. They bought canned cat food, a large bottle of mineral water, and 2 blue plastic bowls. He was allergic to cat fur, so he did not approach the cats during the feeding process. He just sat on the bench and watched Lin Jiao play with the cats quietly. I won't hurt you, Xiao Hua, don't snatch it. There's more in the bag. Good girl. She watched as the 2 cats finished eating the cat food. In the end, she had no intention of bringing them home to raise. She only said to him with a smile, Ji Yuquan, let's come to feed them every day from now on, okay? Ji Yuquan agreed, but he went back on his word. In the beginning, Lin Jiao would talk to him about the 2 cats, but seeing that Ji Yuquan didn't seem to be interested, she stopped mentioning them. That summer would never come back again. Mr. Ji Yu. The security guard with the flash walked up to him. Do you need help? The dazzling light from the flash and the voice pulled Ji Yuquan back from his thoughts. No need. He stood up and looked at the 2 fat cats one last time. He walked in a different direction from the security guard. With his back facing the flash that seemed to shine into his heart, he walked into the mansion. The lights in the living room were still on. Su Tian, who was watching television, heard footsteps. Quan, did you drink again? I didn't drink much. He was still sober. Ji Yuquan leaned lazily on the sofa, too tired to say a word. However, Su Tian, who had something on her mind, could not calm down. Are you going to take a break tomorrow? No. What about the day after tomorrow? I am not planning to take a break recently. Ji Yuquan narrowed his eyes and looked at the oil painting hanging opposite. Su Tian leaned into his arms. You promised to bring me home before. It's been a month. This period of time was very difficult for her. She was asked to keep Xiao Song's friends entertained twice a week. If she met someone kinky, she would come back home with scars. Afraid that Ji Yuquan would see those scars, she had not done it with Ji Yuquan since she met Xiao Song. Fortunately, he was busy and was not in the mood to do it with her. However, living in fear was a torture to her, which made her yearn to marry into the Ji Yu family more and more. 183 It's not just her imagination. I'll take you back next month. Ji Yuquan had tested his parents' attitude last week, but Ji Yuchenjiai's attitude remained the same. He did not know if taking Su Tian home would help at all, but he still made a promise. What day next month? Su Tian looked up, the hope in her eyes obvious. About the 15th. Can you be done being busy by the 15th? More or less. He stroked her hair, too tired to even open his eyes. Tian, it's time to sleep. Su Tian's back stiffened. It had been too long since they had sex, so she thought he had something on his mind. You go first. She still had scars on her body, so she did not dare to have sex with him. I'll finish watching this episode. Ji Yuquan nodded slightly before going upstairs. He lay on the bed after taking a shower. As he entered the dream, he seemed to have returned to that summer. The clouds that were covered by the night quietly appeared. The noon sun shone through the clouds, as if it could dispel the cold. Su Tian, who had woken up naturally, reached out to touch the cold pillow on her left and went downstairs under the urging of hunger. Ding dong. The doorbell rang just in time. She walked down the stairs and opened the door in a few seconds. Tian Tian. He was like a hungry wolf. As soon as he caught his prey, he couldn't wait to bite it. Su Tian blushed. Don't be like this. Seeing that he wanted to continue, she pushed his shoulder away. I haven't eaten yet. Chi's heart ached for her. Half an hour later, after Su Tian dressed up, he drove Su Tian to the CBD and went to the Chinese restaurant on the top floor. It was Saturday, and there were many customers in the restaurant. Tian. After ordering, Chi hugged Su Tian's waist. You haven't spent time with me for a week. I just joined the company and am too busy. Su Tian lied to others that she was an administrator of a media company. I'll find time to spend with you next week. Can you be with me this afternoon? Chi did not want to wait too long. He's not around anyway. He'll be back in the evening. I'll ask him after we finish eating. It was rare for her to go out with him alone. He did not want to let go of this opportunity. Don't think too much. Su Tian had no choice but to agree. She disentangled his hand from her body. In less than 2 seconds, he wrapped his arms around her again. she said in frustration. I have to go to the washroom. Together. Don't mess around. He smiled. What are you thinking about? No matter how eager he was, he would not mess around outside. Seeing him disappear in the male washroom, Sutian turned around and walked into the female washroom. She pushed open the third cubicle and locked the door. Taking the little time she had, she called Jiu Quan. Quan, have you eaten? A sweet female voice sounded in the washroom. Lin Jiao, who was about to leave, stopped and looked at the cubicle on the left. Yes, she asked again, are you working overtime tonight too? Most likely, then rest well. Don't be too tired. Lin Jiao's thoughts were in chaos. She subconsciously followed the woman and hid behind the female washroom, watching the woman being intimate with another person. They turned to look at each other, and the side of their faces reminded Lin Jiao of the memory she had lost for a long time. They all say that you look like Sutian, but I think you're not even a third as good as her. You're just a plaything for me. We will compensate you for what you've done for the past 2 years and try our best to make it up to you. If I came back earlier, you would have broken up long ago. Do you really think he loves you? Countless voices sounded in Lin Jiao's mind. She leaned against the door with a splitting headache, her beautiful face turning as pale as a sheet. Like a person who did not know how to swim, she was forcefully pushed into the ocean. There was no way out or escape. Suddenly, she seemed to feel the seawater rushing towards her, like a sharp knife cutting into her nerves, making her unable to withstand the pain. Her grip on the hem of her shirt tightened. The moment she fell back, a faint fragrance of cypress swept over, and she was held up from the bone-chilling ground. She looked up before her vision blurred, but she only heard him call her Jiao Jiao gently and anxiously. Pei Jai brought her to the hospital as quickly as possible. He looked at the emergency room with a cold expression. The phone in his hand was about to be crushed by him, and the veins on the back of his hand were bulging. The wind in the corridor blew. When the doctors and patients passed by him and felt the coldness coming from him, they silently quickened their pace. Only when the door of the emergency room opened and the nurse said that the patient was fine did the coldness dissipate. When will she wake up? Pei Jai walked to the bed and held her hand like it was a treasure. An hour or two. Is there a need for further checkups? No need. The nurse summarized the results of the checkup. The blood clot on the back of her head is gone. Pei Jai was not surprised. Thank you. He dragged a chair over and sat down. He said that he was prepared, but as time passed, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He had stolen her for the past 2 months. He shouldn't have too much expectation, but he could not control himself from wanting more. His heart, which had broken out of its cage, could not be calmed down no matter what. Like a vine, it took root and grew crazily. The medical staff in the emergency room came and went. The clock pointed to 2, and the person on the bed moved. Lin Jiao opened her eyes in hunger. She fluttered her long eyelashes and slowly looked at the man on the right. Another round of memories swept over her. Images of hugging, sleeping in the same bed, kissing, and other intimate scenes quickly flashed across her mind. She seemed to be with Pei Jai. As soon as this thought appeared, her originally pale face turned noticeably red. Perhaps because she felt that it was unrealistic, she raised her head with difficulty to confirm if the evidence that appeared in her memory existed. Jiao Jiao. Pei Jai, who had been observing her for more than 10 minutes, raised his left hand to let her see the ring. Are you looking for this? He stroked the ring and looked at her with unrestrained affection. Lin Jiao opened her eyes and closed them again. She repeated it 4 or 5 times before finally confirming that everything in her memory was not just her imagination. 184 You are lying. Bad girl. Lin Jiao looked at the ceiling at a loss, her face as red as a freshly cooked tomato. She fiddled with the bedsheets, her thoughts turning into a ball of thread. Suddenly, he placed his warm palm on the back of her hand. It was like a fire brushing past her skin. It was hot and itchy. Pei Jai tickled her skin. The calluses on his fingers were like thorns, making her arms go numb. He leaned down. Are you hungry? The only response he got was a rumble from her stomach. Lin Jiao's neck turned red. She stole a glance at him and was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. You. His thin lips pressed against her forehead the next second. Pei Jai kissed her lightly, helped her up, and squatted down to help her put on her shoes. His movements were natural and practiced, as if their relationship had not changed and they were still a couple in love. Lin Jiao was led out of the emergency room like a robot without the ability to think. The way she walked made Pei Jai want to laugh, but he did not dare to. However, he was not as nervous as before. He opened the passenger door and saw that she was still rooted to the ground. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Jiao Jiao, do you want me to carry you?" Lin Jiao was stunned. No, she got into the passenger seat in frustration, her face burning. "What do you want to eat?" "I want to go home." Her mind was in a mess. She couldn't think while he was around. "Let's go back after we finish eating." Pei Jai habitually put on her seatbelt and kissed her. "Be good." His gentleness was killing her. Lin Jiao followed him to the dining room in a daze and sat on the chair without saying a word, waiting for him to order. The sun was shining brightly. A few rays of light landed on the trees outside the window and shone on her face. She sat there quietly like a painting. No matter how simple the surrounding was, as long as she was around, Pei Jai would be attracted to her. After the waiter brought the food to the table and said that the dishes were all served, he looked away. "Don't think too much." Pei Jai picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of base in her bowl. "Eat first." He could understand her complicated feelings, and he never thought of asking her to give him the response he wanted immediately. In any case, she had already written the guarantee. She could not escape. Lin Jiao filled her stomach in silence. She wiped her lips and looked up at him secretly. After being caught doing it, she quickly lowered her head. Pei Jai wanted to kiss her even more. After getting into the car again, he took a deep breath to suppress the urge to approach her. "Which home do you want to go back to?" "Mingxin." "Then I'll pick you up tomorrow." His meaning was obvious. Lin Jiao rubbed her seatbelt. "Yuan." Just as she was about to say it, she suddenly felt that calling him uncle was especially strange. She pursed her lips. "Pei Jai, I have to think about it." "For how long?" "A week." Pei Jai was not satisfied with the time she gave him. For the first time, he did not give in. "Jiao Jiao, I can't wait that long." If he hadn't been with her for those 2 months, he might have been able to restrain himself and keep on waiting. But now, he could not wait at all. A week is not long. Just as Lin Jiao glanced at him from the corner of her eye, a shadow fell on her. Before she could react, a warm touch landed on her lips, causing her to stop breathing. She, who was kissed until her eyes were blurry, heard a hoarse voice. "Is 3 days enough?" "Jiao Jiao, answer me." "Yes." Lin Jiao, who had clearly fallen into a trap, agreed without thinking. She tilted her head to calm her breathing, her heart beating like a drum all the way to the apartment. "Tell me when you get home." Pei Jai kissed her again, but not as fiercely as before. He sat back down reluctantly, his voice sexy and pleasant. That was the goodnight kiss. Lin Jiao left with a red face. It was Saturday. 8 or 9 children were gathered in the garden to play hide-and-seek. Their playful voices slipped in through a window on the 8th floor. There was laughter downstairs and sighs upstairs. Lin Jiao, who was lying on the sofa, took 2 sips of the red wine from the wine cabinet and looked out of the window. She narrowed her eyes, her long eyelashes decorated with a layer of golden light, but it could not hide the confusion in her eyes. From the moment she mistook Pei Jai for her husband and insisted on going home with him, the scene of her being taken care of and intimate with him was like a movie playing in her mind. Every scene was filled with warmth and sweetness. At first, Lin Jiao, who was immersed in her memories, smiled involuntarily. However, when she thought of how she seduced him in her sexy nightgown and how she wanted to touch his abs, she could not bring herself to smile anymore. His deep eyes and the words "good girl" that he said on the bed were like a curse that trapped Lin Jiao. She held her red cheek and put her legs on the other sofa, flailing around like a fish that had accidentally entered a deep pool. Lin Jiao was about to go crazy. She drank the red wine in the wine glass in one gulp and lay on her back with the blanket in her hand. She took a few deep breaths to calm her heartbeat. Buzz. The phone on the table vibrated. "Jiao Jiao, it's time for you to cut your nails." Picture. Pei Jai sent a selfie. The camera was aimed at the scratches on his abs. She had accidentally left them when she touched his abs last night. Lin Jiao moved the phone closer, staring at the few drops of water on his chest without blinking. He must have just taken a shower. He used the shower gel she bought some time ago. That smell. Wait, what was she thinking? "Don't send it to me again." She was angry and embarrassed. "Don't you like it very much?" "I don't like it." "You're lying. Bad girl." Spank.jpg. The spanking sticker triggered a lot of memories. Lin Jiao patted her burning cheeks, not planning to talk to him anymore. She threw her phone back to the table and drank 2 glasses of red wine in a row before falling asleep to relax. It was almost 7 o'clock when night fell. A gust of cold wind and the doorbell broke the dream. Lin Ran went to open the room to get the takeout. The sound of the takeout bag being opened filled the room. Even through the plastic box, one could smell the nice fragrance. Lin Jiao did not need to guess to know who ordered this takeout for her. She slowly finished her meal and looked absent-mindedly at the television that was not turned on. She sat on the carpet in a daze, not even knowing where her thoughts were going or when they would return. 185 She likes Pei Jai. On Sunday evening, Qian Yu and Pei Yulan rushed to Mingxin Mansion with beer and skewers to help Lin Jiao solve her problems. Jiao Jiao. Pei Yulan opened the beer and sat cross-legged on the carpet. Let me tell you something that only you don't know. What? Uncle has liked you for many years. Lin Jiao's eyes widened. Many years? She looked up in disbelief, her voice trembling. Are you lying to me? No, her expression was especially serious. Chu Yeju told me himself, but I'm not sure how many years. Qian Yu put on disposable gloves and looked at Lin Jiao, who was clearly stunned. Is it possible that it was love at first sight? That's unlikely, Pei Yulan recalled. Jiao Jiao was only 18 years old when she met him. When she was 18 years old, Pei Jai was already 24. I was not 18 yet. Lin Jiao corrected her. The day after you brought me to meet him was New Year's Eve. Underage? That's indeed unlikely. I think he fell in love with you when you were in university. Ask him when the time comes. It's rare to see someone so devoted. Qian Yu fed her a piece of roasted potato. Cherish it. Lin Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She chewed on the potato, her mind filled with thoughts of the past, but she could not find any evidence that he was in love with her. Before she could go deeper into her memory, she was interrupted by Pei Yulan. Did you do it with him? No, I don't believe you. Qian Yu pinched the tip of her red ear and deliberately teased. Don't be shy in front of us. Lin Jiao chewed on the duck palm. During the period of time I lost my memory, he had always respected me. That means all your previous plans failed. Yes. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. If not for the fact that they were indoors, they would not have heard her clearly. Let's not talk about this. Seeing that she was embarrassed, Pei Yulan and Qian Yu looked at each other and tacitly stopped talking about this. Gradually, half of the skewers and beer on the table were gone, and the air was filled with the smell of alcohol. The cold wind hidden in the night slapped against the window. Jiao Jiao. Pei Yulan's face was red from drinking, but she was still rational. Do you like him? Did she like him? Lin Jiao thought of the time when she was picked up by Pei Jai every day. She was used to his tenderness, enjoyed his consideration, and allowed him to be intimate with her. If it wasn't a sign of love, what was it? She let out a long breath. I like him. After thinking about it carefully, her answer was solemn. I liked him before the accident happened. It's just as I thought. Qian Yu did not look surprised. Without having feelings for him as a premise, even if you lost your memory, you wouldn't fall in love with him that quickly. So what are your plans next? Pei Yulan pinched her delicate cheek twice, bringing Lin Jiao back to her senses. I haven't thought about it. Do you have any concerns? Not really. Lin Jiao pursed her lips. I just recovered yesterday and haven't gotten used to it yet. Qian Yu understood how she felt. She took 2 sips of beer. Let him chase you for a while. You can consider it after you get used to it. How long is a while? It depends on you. 2 or 3 days, maybe. You've slept together anyway. She was too direct. Lin Jiao held back her embarrassment and listened to her suggestion. In order to be prepared to go to the battlefield tomorrow, Lin Jiao went to bed before midnight and fell asleep. On the other side, one of the houses in Red Maple Forest was much quieter. Without the woman in his arms, Pei Jai could not sleep. He leaned against the bed and looked at the chat history with Lin Jiao. He looked at it a few times, wanting to ease his longing, but he fell deeper and deeper into the memory. The time spent with her here was too beautiful. It was so beautiful that it felt unreal. While smoke lingered in the bedroom, the ashtray on the table was filled with lit cigarettes. It was not until dawn that they were extinguished by a glass of water. Boss, did you not sleep last night? Questioned Xiao realized that his eyes were dark. The blood clot is gone. What blood? She's back to normal. She recovered on Saturday. Page-Eye rubbed his eyebrows and was exhausted. Buy me breakfast. No wonder she's not here, Shao muttered. He stopped in front of the bakery and got into the car with a plastic bag in less than 2 minutes. Boss, do you want to go over and pick her up? She didn't answer me. She won't see you? Page-Eye's lungs were in pain. She said she needs time to think about it. He opened the bag of bread and took 2 bites expressionlessly. Do you think she can think it through? Why not? Shao pursed his lips and did not ask further. He drove to Xinheng. When they arrived at the CEO's office on the top floor, he asked with concern, why don't you sleep first? Page-Eye took off his coat. No need. He sat by the sofa and finished an hour and a half of the video conference. He drowsily flipped through the documents. The densely packed words formed several black circles in front of him, urging him to sleep. He flipped to the 5th page and his eyelids started to droop. No matter how hard he tried to keep it open, he could not resist the surging sleepiness. Boss? Shao realized that he had fallen asleep and let out a long sigh. He took out a blanket from the lounge and was about to cover him with it when something flashed across his mind that made him stop in his tracks. Wild cricket, Miss Lin, do you have time to come up? The boss didn't sleep all night yesterday and seems to have fainted. 5 minutes passed, but the other party still did not reply. Just as he was about to give up, he heard footsteps approaching. Lin Jiao pushed open the door. How is he? Her breathing was ragged, and there was still panic in her eyes. She clearly cared about him. I was mistaken. Shao frowned in frustration. Afraid of disturbing Page-Eye's sleep, he lowered his voice. Boss is just asleep. 186 So sleepy that she took advantage of him. Sunlight was blocked out by the blinds. Lin Jiao sat on the carpet on her knees and stared at the dark circles under his eyes and his slightly furrowed eyebrows. She smoothed his eyebrows and brushed her fingertips across the bridge of his nose, touching his thick eyelashes. In his sleep, Page-Eye muttered, Jiao Jiao. In the quiet environment, his hoarse voice was like a grinding board beside her ear, making her feel numb. Hearing the person she liked call her name in her dream, Lin Jiao couldn't help but smile. She looked at the time on her phone and saw that there were still 19 minutes before lunch break. She did not plan to go downstairs again. It was easy to get sleepy in a dark environment. After lying on the sofa and looking at him for a long time, Lin Jiao's eyelids started to droop and her feet went numb. She climbed onto the sofa where Page-Eye was lying and closed her eyes. In a daze, she approached the source of the warmth and found a comfortable position. She leaned against his chest and fell asleep. Page-Eye, whose arm was being pressed down, habitually held the person in his arms tightly. It was only when a familiar alarm clock rang that Page-Eye opened his eyes slightly and reached for the phone on the bedside table that he realized that something was wrong. The alarm clock stopped ringing 3 seconds later. Lin Jiao, who was leaning in his arms, seemed to be dissatisfied with him moving around. She tightened her grip on his collar. The worry, frustration, and uncertainty that had lasted for 2 days was swept away at this moment. Page-Eye moved his lips down from her forehead to the tip of her nose. He stared at her red lips like a hunter eyeing his prey and kissed her without hesitation, wanting to taste her sweetness. Lin Jiao, who was woken up by the kiss, met his deep eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. She pushed him away the moment she was about to run out of breath. She was stunned by a low laugh and her face turned red. Jiao Jiao, do you miss me? Page-Eye's palm landed on her butt. Perhaps he felt that 2 pats was not enough, so he pinched it gently. This was something he had never done before. Lin Jiao felt an electric current running through her body. Even her heart was racing. She glared at him. No. Then why did you come up? Brother said you fainted. I came to take a look. Take a look. Page-Eye's breath landed on her skin, making it impossible for her to avoid it. Take a look in my arms. Lin Jiao was speechless. She avoided his gaze, her eyelashes fluttering twice a second. I was just too sleepy. Yes, so sleepy that you took advantage of me. Who took advantage of who? I didn't do anything to you when I was lying here. You kissed me first. You touched me. Page-Eye held her hand and placed it on his abs with a serious expression. Otherwise, why do you think I woke up? I didn't touch you. You did. His firm tone made Lin Jiao waver. She thought for a moment and said, so what if I touched you? You touched me too. Where did I touch you? There, Page Eye was amused by her answer. He kissed her lips again gently and lightly. We're even now. How is that even? You still want to kiss me? No. Lin Jiao lifted the blanket and put on her shoes. I'm going back to the planning department. Page Eye put his arm around her waist from behind. He looked sideways at the fine hair on her cheek and asked with a smile, have you eaten? No. We'll eat together then. Lin Jiao's rejection was futile. She watched as he opened the plastic bag Xiao sent over and approached him unhurriedly. He picked up a piece of sweet and crispy fish and brought it to her lips. She took a bite without hesitation, swallowed the fish, and stole a glance at him. There were a few times when she wanted to say something but hesitated. Shall I send you back after work? Page Eye took out a tissue and wiped her lips skillfully. No need. Don't you have something to tell me? He could tell. Lin Jiao did not deny it. I want to eat seafood from that restaurant in the city. Bring it back tonight. All right. Page Eye rubbed the ring on her finger, not panicking at all about their conversation tonight. He leaned against the sofa. Jiao Jiao. Yes. Come and get kissed. Lin Jiao returned to her desk at 2:15. She pursed her slightly swollen lips and realized that their relationship was not clear enough. She opened the WeChat chat box and kept typing on the keyboard with her thumbs. Don't kiss me without my permission. Be a good girl and I'll kiss you tonight. He did it on purpose. Lin Jiao ignored him. She focused on her work and perfected the 2 pending proposals before sending them to Zheng Yi before she got off work at 6. When rush hour arrived, there was a traffic jam. As time passed, the afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded away from the horizon, leaving only a few faint lights. Downstairs in Unit 9, many residents holding ingredients and children were waiting at the elevator door, chatting with their neighbors. As soon as they arrived on the 8th floor, the sound of conversation was drowned out by the closing elevator door, causing the surroundings to fall silent. When Lin Jiao returned home, she changed into her pajamas. She turned on the heater and sat cross-legged on the carpet, watching television as she waited for him. At almost 7:30, the doorbell rang. Page Eye stood at the entrance and changed his shoes. He placed a bag of packed seafood on the coffee table before leaning over to kiss her cheek. You haven't finished watching this drama. He took off his coat and glanced at the LCD screen when he sat down beside her. There are 4 or 5 more episodes. Lin Jiao took out a plastic box filled with different seafood. Her eyes lit up. It smells so good. Glutton. Page Eye tapped the tip of her nose. He opened the box and fed her a piece of oyster meat. Then, he put on gloves and peeled the prawns. How does it taste? Lin Jiao was very satisfied. Not bad. She scooped up the oyster meat with a spoon and fed it to him. This is very nourishing for men. Page Eye raised an eyebrow and looked at her meaningfully. Do you think I need it? His gaze became deeper and deeper, like an endless whirlpool that wanted to pull her into it. Lin Jiao turned around the next second. She ate the oyster herself, her ears covered in a faint redness. I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? I don't mean anything in particular. Don't let your imagination run wild. It seems like Page Eye deliberately dragged out the last word and smiled mischievously. It's time for me to prove myself. 187 When did you fall in love with me? Even without looking at him, Lin Jiao could feel his burning gaze on her face. She waved away the image that appeared in her mind and said without thinking, You're very good. You don't need to prove yourself. Page Eye's smile widened. Really? He suddenly closed the distance between them. Tell me how good I am. The seafood is getting cold. Change the topic. Looks like I'm not good enough. Lin Jiao didn't fall for his trap. Be serious. She stuffed a prawn into his mouth. Don't talk. Her face was even redder than a prawn's shell. Page Eye was afraid that he would tease her too much to make her angry, so he let her off for the time being and thought about discussing this matter in the future. He followed her gaze and looked at the LCD screen. Occasionally, he would ask about the plot and unknowingly finished dinner with her. Page Eye. Lin Jiao waited for him to clean up the coffee table before pulling him to sit on the sofa. I've thought about it. Page Eye met her serious eyes and stopped acting frivolously. He took her hand and gestured for her to continue. I want to start over with you. She held his warm hand. What happened before was too sudden. Although we've been through a lot, that was when I lost my memory. Page Eye was not surprised at all. He leaned over and hugged her waist. Jiao Jiao, I don't want to start from being friends with you. Can we skip this stage? I didn't say I wanted to be friends with you. Lin Jiao gave him a look to let him understand. She coughed lightly. Do you understand? Get married directly. Pei Jai pretended not to understand. I have to find a good wedding day. In your dreams. Isn't that so? He grabbed the hand that was pinching his waist and said, then do you want me to woo you? Yes. Lin Jiao's heart raced, but she looked calm. Pei Jai smiled and agreed. All right. He indeed hadn't confessed his love to her seriously. Pei Jai. Lin Jiao looked at his face and asked what she wanted to know the most at this moment. When did you fall in love with me? 4 years ago. 4 years. Her eyes glazed over as bitterness and joy welled up in her heart. Pei Jai said, to be precise, it was on your 20th birthday. On the 29th of June, 4 years ago. The night breeze was cool and filled with stars. The crabapple trees planted on Peach Creek Road were rustling in the wind. A few bright petals floated towards the entrance of Xuan Shang Club and landed on Pei Jai's shoulder, who had just gotten out of the car. He looked sideways and waved them off with his slender fingers before following the waiter to the second floor. That day was Lin Jiao's birthday. Ju Yinshan and Pei Yulin kept calling him in the afternoon to urge him to come, but he still came late. He walked along the stone path towards the karaoke room. When he approached the corner, a graceful figure bumped into his arms. She was wearing thin summer clothes, and he could feel her soft body through the fabric of her shirt. For a moment, he was in a daze. Lin Jiao retreated in time. The light on her left poured down and landed on her fair skin, adding a luster to her fair skin. She looked up at him, her clear eyes like a lost deer in the forest with a trace of panic. Uncle, did I hurt you? No. Pei Jai's expression was calm. Where are you going? Bathroom. You are going the wrong way. What? Lin Jiao turned around at his signal. When she saw the sign, her face burned even hotter. She pointed back. Then I'll. Go ahead. Pei Jai walked into the karaoke room with the birthday gift for her. His appearance made the room quiet for a moment. Many of Lin Jiao's female classmates stole glances at him. Seeing Ju Yinshan move to his side, they started whispering again. I thought you weren't coming. Ju Yinshan put his arm around his shoulder, reeking of cigarettes and alcohol. You just started. It's been going on for an hour. Pei Jai took the cup from him and glanced at Pei Yulin, who was singing. He leaned over and held the dice cup. Before he could have a round with Ju Yinshan, he was distracted by a gust of wind on his left. Lin Jiao walked to the table and chatted with her classmates. With her back to the LCD screen, she watched as they took out the cake. The candles were lit, and the birthday song sounded. She pressed her palms together and made a wish. When she leaned over to blow out the candles, her red dress fluttered slightly, leaving a ripple. Happy birthday. Several cheers sounded after the candles were blown out. Their applause drowned out the song. Lin Jiao cut the cake and handed it to them one by one. When it came to Pei Jai, she smiled respectfully and cautiously. Uncle, try it. Thank you. Pei Jai gave her the gift and said, Happy birthday. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Pei Jai picked up his phone and patted Ju Yinshan's arm. I'll get going first. So early? I have something on tomorrow. All right. Ju Yinshan looked up, his gaze wandering around the private room. Jiao Jiao isn't back yet. See if you can find her and ask her to come back. What happened to her? I think she went to make a call. Pei Jai looked around the corridor but did not see anyone. He walked towards the garden and his gaze landed on the figure by the lawn. Seeing her squatting on the ground, he quickened his pace. Lin Jiao? He squatted down. Before he could ask, the corner of his shirt was grabbed. Are you here to look for me? Lin Jiao's eyes were misty. She was obviously drunk. All right, let's go back first. No. She stood up and took 2 steps forward unsteadily before falling into his arms. Did you hear that? Her warm breath spread out on his chest, and the heat penetrated his shirt and tickled his skin like a feather. The numb itchiness made Pei Jai uncomfortable. He held the hand around his waist. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. I'm asking you. Lin Jiao was unhappy with his silence. She frowned and repeated, Did you hear me? Hear what? They're singing. Pei Jai pulled her away. You're hallucinating. In less than 2 seconds, she leaned against him again, wanting to dance with him. He sighed and held her right hand to twirl her. As she twirled, the red dress floated in the air like a blooming flower, making everything around her seem like a background. Her black hair flowed like a galaxy under the moonlight, unknowingly messing up his heart. Why don't you dance? Lin Jiao, who was dizzy, stopped and let him hold her waist. It's fine if you don't know how to dance. I'll teach you. 188 As long as you are here, everything is worth it. Pei put his arm around her waist. The silky fabric was pressed against his palm. He felt like he was touching fire. Even his fingertips were burning. Under Lin Jiao's guidance, he took a few steps forward and back, finishing the dance move she created. Can we go back now? He stared at that beautiful face, his voice hoarse. You haven't learned it yet. I know it already. Lin Jiao did not believe him at all. Let's dance again. She taught him like a strict teacher, getting closer and closer to him. Every time she got close to him, Pei Jai's mouth would go dry. He couldn't stand the racing heartbeat. After dancing twice, he stopped. It's cold outside. Can we dance next time? I want to play hide and seek. Dancing without music was already strange enough, and she still wanted to play hide and seek. You seek? Lin Jiao asked him to close his eyes. Don't peek. Don't go far. Not far. I'll hide under the table. Pei Jai looked up and laughed. He paced back and forth at the table with the warm lights. On the count of 5, he squatted down. I found you. Lin Jiao, who was playing with her fingertips, looked up and smiled when she heard the voice. She reached out to grab him and pounced into his arms without warning, making Pei Jai lean back. Her soft lips brushed past his chin the next second. Like a flame, it brightened up his entire summer and stirred his heart. Lin Jiao, who was lying on top of him, was still moving around. Her red lips opened and closed, as if she had a lot to tell him. The moment Pei Jai looked her in the eyes, his brain received a message that it had never received before. He was in love. Do you like it when I embarrass myself? Her voice was filled with embarrassment and anger, covering the faint sound of the television. You were very cute back then. Lin Jiao took a sip of water and asked, how was I cute? You're cute in every way. Pei Jai chuckled. When you hid under the table and waited for me to come looking for you, you looked like a ragdoll. I don't even remember. Drunk kittens have poor memory. He tickled her waist with his fingertips. I understand. Lin Jiao, who was ticklish, laughed. She covered her lips that were about to kiss him, her eyes still sparkling. Why didn't you tell me? How could I tell you when you were that drunk? That's not what I meant. Pei Jai kissed her palm and passed his right hand under her leg, easily carrying her to his knee. He stroked her long hair. I originally wanted to wait for you to graduate before confessing, but in the end, she got together with Ji Yu Quan. Lin Jiao could not imagine how he would feel when he saw her in a relationship with someone else, nor could she imagine his disappointment. She hugged his waist tightly. For some reason, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat and her voice became choked. It's very hard, right? Not at all. Liar. Pei Jai patted her back comfortingly. As long as you're by my side, everything is worth it. He was smiling, but Lin Jiao couldn't help but cry. She leaned close to his chest and cried until her shoulders were slightly hunched. Pei Jai could feel the wetness of his sweater. He had always known that she was very empathetic, but at this moment, he felt that it was not a good thing to be too empathetic. Jiao Jiao. He rubbed her slender waist through the thin layer of pajamas. Do you want to cry somewhere else? Where do you think? Lin Jiao looked at him with tears in her eyes. When she saw the darkness in his eyes, she stopped crying. No, she glared at him and let him wipe away the tears. We're not in a relationship yet. We can't do that. Then can I kiss you? No. A trace of hurt flashed across Pei Jai's eyes. He threw the crumpled tissue into the trash can and asked again, can I kiss you just once? Lin Jiao's heart softened. She grabbed his collar and touched his thin lips. Now you have it. Pei Jai did not give her a chance to retreat. He held the back of her head with his palm and pulled her back. He was still not satisfied after stalling the kiss for more than 10 minutes. Pei Jai, Lin Jiao, who had come back to her senses, retreated. You're pushing your luck. Her breathing was still unstable, and the corners of her eyes were red. Just looking at her made one want to bully her. Pei Jai swallowed. I only kissed you once. Then call that once. She pursed her lips. From now on, you're not allowed to kiss me without my permission. Do you hear me? Where exactly am I not allowed to kiss? Everywhere. Pei Jai agreed reluctantly. He picked up the glass and fed her 2 sips of fruit juice. Jiao Jiao, do you like me? I do. Since when? After I started working in Xinheng. Lin Jiao did not know when exactly. Anyway, I liked you before we went to Paris. However, she did not face her feelings seriously. That's a long time. Peijai felt like his heart was filled with joy. Perhaps there was nothing in this world more joyful than having his love reciprocated. Lin Jiao thought of what he had once asked. Jiao Jiao, can you like me more? She whispered into his ear, not long enough. I'll like you every day from now on, even more than before and now. Peijai had never heard such touching words. He pressed his forehead against hers, and the love and joy in his eyes seemed to be about to surge out. Me too. His love for her was like the mountain range that remained consistent for every spring, summer, autumn, and winter. You're not allowed to kiss me. Sensing his intentions, Lin Jiao turned her head. Then can you kiss me? No, she grabbed his collar. Don't go back on your word. I'll let you kiss me in the future. Afraid that she would be angry, Peijai could only give up. He looked up at the clock. Jiao Jiao, can I sleep in the guest bedroom tonight? Sure. Lin Jiao let him sleep here for once on account of him taking the initiative to ask for it. I'll go take a shower first. The sound of running water could be heard. The night was as dark as ink. As time passed, the lights in Unit 9 went out one by one, enveloping the area in darkness. Peijai, who was lying in the guest bedroom, could not fall asleep. He counted the time and only opened the door when it was about time. He quietly climbed onto the bed in the master bedroom. Jiao Jiao, he called out tentatively. After making sure that she was in a deep sleep, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Under the faint moonlight, he stared at those lips that he had not tasted enough. His heart was itching as he leaned closer to her, enjoying the unfinished kiss. 189 Good girl. Lin Jiao, your flowers. Zhuo Yuan walked to her desk with a large bouquet of champagne roses. After receiving different roses for 3 consecutive days, the table beside Lin Jiao was almost full. Thank you. She smiled and took it. Do you have an empty vase? I'll go and take a look. Lin Jiao, your boyfriend is really considerate. Ailey turned around and looked at her enviously. The other colleagues added, that's right. I've only received 3 bouquets in 2 years of marriage with my husband. It's already good enough that you received 3 bouquets. A single person like me can only watch. Lin Jiao, how long have you been dating? Zhuo Yuan returned with 2 vases. More than 2 months. Lin Ran unwrapped the bouquet and placed the roses in the vase one by one. How did you two meet? Through a common friend. She was not asking private questions, so Lin Jiao felt no pressure answering it. Zhuo Yuan, put this on your table. Lin Jiao handed over a vase filled with roses. Thank you. Zhuo Yuan lowered her head and sniffed. I feel much better when I smell the fragrance of flowers. Lin Jiao thought so too. She placed the other vase on Ailey's table and went to find the other empty vases to share with the others. Fortunately, no one in the planning department was allergic to pollen. Otherwise, she would have nowhere to put the roses. Buzz, buzz. Senior, your phone is ringing. Hearing Meng Qi's voice, Lin Jiao, who had just returned from the washroom, quickened her pace and picked up her phone. She answered the call. Dad, Jiao Jiao, are you free tomorrow night? What happened? Lin Hongyuan briefly summarized how he had received an invitation to the auction banquet. If you're free, come with me. Lin Jiao had never attended an auction banquet with him. To the outside world, the daughter of the Lin family had always been a mystery. In the past, she had never agreed to it because of the conflict between him and Lin Kanglu. However, now that Lin Kanglu had moved back to live with him, the situation was different now. For the first time, she did not reject and only asked, is Auntie Fang going with us? Your Auntie Fang is pregnant. At the mention of this, Lin Hongyuan's voice was filled with joy. It's not convenient for her to go out now. Lin Jiao was shocked by this news. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Less than 2 months. At first, we didn't believe it, so we visited 2 more hospitals. We only confirmed it yesterday. When Fang Lu was married to her ex-husband for 3 years, she was found to be infertile and was forced to divorce her husband by her in-laws. Now that she was already 40 years old, logically speaking, there was indeed no chance of her getting pregnant again. They were afraid that they would be happy for nothing, so they were so cautious and saw many doctors. Did Auntie Fang have a big reaction? Quite big. Then hire someone to take care of her. Lin Jiao couldn't help but worry for her. Also, stop smoking and drinking. Your grandpa is always watching me. Lin Hongyuan didn't even have a chance to smoke or drink. He walked downstairs happily. I'll get the driver to pick you up tomorrow night. Remember to dress up and make your father proud. Lin Jiao smiled and replied, got it. As it took a long time to deal with the roses, she arrived at the parking lot 10 minutes later than usual after finishing her afternoon work. Coincidentally, she heard someone say, President Pei, can we talk? Meng Qi did not expect to see him and immediately stopped him. And you are? My name is Meng Qi. I'm an employee of the planning department. Pei Jai stood in front of the car. The light split his figure into two. One half was hidden in the darkness, and the other half was covered in soft light. His expression was very cold. Even when he heard the words planning department, he did not change his expression. What's the matter? I like you. Meng Qi had always been bold. She looked at the man's especially superior face. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous, but there was not much admiration in her eyes. Pei Jai frowned. I have a girlfriend. An unsurprising answer. Meng Qi chose to take a step back. Then can we add each other on WeChat? We can be friends. I'm not interested. He opened the car door and glanced at her coldly, his eyes filled with warning. Do you want to be transferred to work in the parking lot? Meng 11's back stiffened. No. She couldn't stand the pressure coming from him and ran to the car opposite. Seeing that the car was whooshing away, Lin Jiao walked over with a smile. President Pei, why are you scaring people like that? She annoyed me first. When she appeared, the coldness in Pei Jai's eyes was replaced by gentleness. He rubbed the top of her head. Are you angry? How is that possible? I'm not that petty. Or rather, he gave her too much sense of security. There was no need for her to be jealous or paranoid. Seeing that she did not look angry, Pei Jai waited for her to get into the car before walking to the other side. He stepped on the accelerator. Jiao, I'm going to Lin City tomorrow to discuss a collaboration. I'll be back on Sunday. Then don't drink too much. I won't. While waiting for the traffic light, he turned to look at her. Can I stay at your place tonight? Lin Jiao did not know about him climbing into her bed on Monday night, so she quickly agreed. Don't send flowers tomorrow. There's nowhere to put them. Yes. Pei Jai did not expect to win her heart with just a few bouquets of roses. How about we go to Changning Ancient Town next week? Is it fun over there? Xiao said it's not bad. Lin Jiao adjusted the height of the seat and relaxed her back. How long will it take to go back and forth? 3 hours. He briefly introduced the scenery he had seen on the video and did not go into detail to preserve the novelty. By the way, I have to attend an auction banquet tomorrow night. Who held it? I'm not sure. Lin Jiao told him about Fang Lu's pregnancy. My father is overjoyed. It's indeed something to be happy about. Pei Jai smiled faintly. When I come back, let's go and see them. He looked very gentle under the sunset. Lin Jiao only took a glance at him, but she could not take her eyes off him. Pei Jai could not stand the way she looked at him. He had a feeling that she was seducing him at any moment. He unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his neck and drove the car into Mingshin parking lot. After stepping on the brakes, he brought her into arms. Jiao. His hot breath landed on her face, seducing her with his beauty. Do you want to kiss me? Lin Jiao indeed wanted it. She looked into his deep eyes and subconsciously closed her eyes when he leaned over. When their lips touched, the temperature suddenly rose. In the cramped environment, a hoarse voice filled with love entered her ears. Good girl. 190 Meeting an old friend at the auction banquet. At the auction center, in the hall that could accommodate more than 100 people, there were several round tables. On each round table were the names of the invited people. The more famous corporate representatives in Lin City were all arranged at the front. The chandelier lit up the hall, and soft light shone on every corner. Lin Jiao held Lin Hongyuan's arm and walked on the red carpet, instantly attracting the attention of many people. She was wearing a black velvet gown. The close-fitting design showed off her slender waist and exquisite curves. The diamond belt around her waist was emitting a dazzling light, but it still could not suppress that beautiful face. President Lin, a middle-aged man greeted Lin Hongyuan. This is your daughter, right? She's really good looking. Lin Hongyuan, who received many gazes, smiled proudly and patted her hand to introduce her to them. His voice was not soft. At least, everyone at the auction table could hear him clearly. Those who had a collaboration with Hongyuan Group or were prepared to collaborate went forward to chat with Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao smiled so much that her face stiffened. Seeing that Lin Hongyuan was getting more and more excited and smug, she whispered, "Dad, I'm still wearing high heels. Tired? Then let's go over and sit." Lin Hongyuan's heart ached for his daughter and he could not be bothered to show off anymore. He pulled her to the table where two young men were sitting. "Jiao Jiao, do you want juice or wine?" "Anything is fine." Lin Jiao brushed the corner of her dress and looked up to see a familiar face. She was stunned. She really did not expect to meet someone she had not thought of for a long time here. The moment their eyes met, Ji Yuquan's expression softened. Even the fatigue from working overtime seemed to have disappeared. Before he could speak, Songjin beat him to it. "Sister Jiao, I haven't seen you in a long time." His tone was as familiar as before. Lin Jiao smiled brightly without revealing her emotions. "Indeed, it's been a long time. Is this your father?" Songjin was shocked and in disbelief. Before this, no one could associate the boss of Hongyuan Real Estate with Lin Jiao. She was really too low-key, so low that people thought she was from a poor family. "Yes." Lin Jiao introduced them to Lin Hongyuan, who was curious. "They are my university classmates, Ji Yuquan and Songjin." "Ji Yuquan, that name sounds familiar. You should know his father." Afraid that Lin Hongyuan would flare up, she did not mention their past. Ji Yuquan and Songjin were representing the Jiyu and Song families at the auction tonight. Their name tags were all written with their father's name. When Lin Hongyuan saw the name tag with the words Jiyu Chenjiu written on it, he understood. "Uncle Lin, let me toast you." Ji Yuquan stood up with a glass of wine. Not only was he humble, but he was also respectful. He smiled warmly from the bottom of his heart, looking more sincere than those with ulterior motives. Lin Hongyuan chatted with him. "I heard from your father that you're taking over the Jiyu Corporation now." "Not really." Ji Yuquan took 2 sips of wine and glanced at Lin Jiao unintentionally. He rubbed the wine glass. "He's the one handling most of the matters. I'm still in the learning stage. Young people learn quickly." Lin Hongyuan pushed the fruit plate to Lin Jiao. "It won't be long before you can take charge. I'm afraid it's still too early. A few social engagements are already giving me a headache." That's how it goes for everyone. As they chatted, Lin Jiao sat at the side and listened quietly. The conversation in the hall stopped when the lights were half out, including the table she was sitting at. The host went on stage and went through the procedures. Then, he gave the podium to the auctioneer and let him introduce all the items tonight. The first and second items were all ink paintings, but they came from different eras and backgrounds. The starting price also jumped from 3 million to 5 million. The third item was a blue diamond necklace with a total of 207 diamonds. It weighed 87 carats. The auctioneer introduced in detail and raised his voice. "The starting price is 20 million. 23. Lin Hongyuan raised his bidding sign without hesitation, scaring Lin Jiao. When she heard someone else raise the price, she quickly stopped him and reminded him, "Dad, it's 25 million now." "I heard you. Why are you bidding for this?" "For you." Lin Hongyuan looked into her eyes. "Do you think it doesn't look good?" "It's not about whether it looks good or not. This is really too expensive. I can't accept it." "Why can't you accept it?" "Jiao Jiao, don't keep thinking about saving money for me. I earn money for you to spend." Lin Jiao said, 25 million is enough to buy 5 houses in the city. If you use this money to buy a necklace that I usually can't wear, you might as well give the cash to me." Lin Hongyuan was speechless. He watched as someone else bid for the necklace and said, "Then I'll get you something else." Lin Jiao knew that with his status, it was not good to go back empty-handed, so she did not refuse. She only said, "I don't want anything worth over 10 millions. "All right." Lin Hongyuan knew his daughter's temper very well and did not ask her to choose the expensive one. The conversation between the father and daughter entered Ji Yuquan's ears, causing his thoughts to wander. He had brought Lin Jiao to an auction once. At that time, he wanted to bid a 3 million bracelet for her, but she rejected him. He remembered her saying, "Although this bracelet looks good, it's too slippery. It's not worth it if it drops. You might as well keep the money for socializing. At that time, she really thought for him and said that it was not easy for him to enter the GU Corporation. If his family found out about him squandering money, it would cause conflict. She did not even touch a single cent in the bank card he gave her. His friends all said that she was petty, which made him feel embarrassed at one point. However, now that he thought about it, all her good points became clear. She was really thinking for him. Brother Kwan, what do you think of this vase? Song Jin elbowed him and did not notice the change in his mood. Ji Kwan calmed himself down and looked at the stage. Not bad. He raised the bidding sign and bought the vase for 3.7 million. Lin Honyuan originally wanted to bid for it too, but his family did not lack this one vase, so he did not raise the price. Kwan, do you like vases too? My father likes it. He praised casually. Your father will wake up laughing in his sleep with a filial son like you. Ji Kwan smiled faintly. Jiao Jiao is also very filial. When he called Lin Jiao by her nickname, there was an indescribable gentleness. 191 as a classmate. There were many people whispering in the hall. Lin Honyuan did not notice anything wrong with Ji Kwan's tone. Dad, do you like this calligraphy painting? Lin Jiao interrupted him, preventing him from praising her excessively to others. Not bad. Lin Honyuan raised the bid at a glance, looking like he was here to burn money. Calligraphy, porcelain, and jade all had collection value, so Lin Jiao did not stop him from bidding. She rested her chin on her palm and focused on watching the auctioneer explain the items one after another. Finally, she found what she liked a moment later. The Ruiao porcelain that was sent to the stage was one of the 5 famous porcelains. It was a porcelain that represented the Northern Song dynasty. The one auctioned tonight was called the Double Dragon Ears. There were 2 external dragon heads on the sides of the porcelain. It was a tribute to the royal family back then. The auctioneer said, the starting price is 10 million. Lin Jiao stared at the double dragon ears and hesitated for a moment before raising the bidding sign. 11 million. Jiao Jiao, you're not adding enough. Is adding 1 million not enough? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard someone shout, 13 million. I'll do it. Lin Honyuan had seen countless treasures and could tell that this was a good item. 17 million, 18 million, 20 million. This time, no one followed. The auctioneer made the final decision. Lin Honyuan got the porcelain for 20 million. He turned around and smiled. We made a killing tonight. Lin Jiao, who did not know much about the collection market, heard Lin Honyuan analyze the value of this porcelain and was glad that he had won the bid for 20 million. She did not pay attention to the auction items after that. After all, she had already obtained what she wanted. There was no need to spend more money. After the auction ended, she went to the washroom alone while Lin Honyuan was paying. She wiped her fingertips and had just come out of the corner when she was stopped by a handsome man. Miss Lin. He took out his phone and smiled charmingly. Can I add you on WeChat? I don't add strangers. We won't be strangers if we get to know each other. I'm sorry. Lin Jiao refused bluntly. Just as she walked around him, he blocked her way again. Miss Lin, I'm not a frivolous person. It has nothing to do with me. Jiao Jiao, Ji Kwan interrupted. He glanced at the man half a head shorter than him and said gently, Uncle Lin is still waiting for us. Okay. Lin Jiao followed him out of the long corridor. She only treated him as a university classmate just like how she had introduced him to her father earlier. Thank you for what you did just now. Ji Kwan put his hands in his pockets. I'm fine. His expression was very natural. Why have I never heard you talk about Uncle Lin before? I did, but I didn't say his name. Did he have a conflict with your grandfather? He thought about it but could only remember one thing or two. Lin Jiao replied, they're back on good terms now. She did not talk about her family in depth, nor did Ji Kwan ask. He stared at her side profile and played with the lighter where she could not see. Qian Yongjun said you're in a relationship. Qian Yongjun? Old Qian. He said, the one who often helps me send you things. Only then did Lin Jiao remember. How did he know? She did not deny it. Ji Kwan felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He pressed the tip of his tongue against his back teeth and tried not to let his emotions get the better of him. He saw you at Charles de Gaulle Airport last time. I see. How long have you been together? More than 2 months. Lin Jiao stopped at the door and held Lin Hongguan's hand, who had just come out. They said goodbye to each other and quickly disappeared into the corridor covered in white light, leaving Ji Yuquan standing there alone. Brother Quan, let's go. Songjin came out with 2 items and gestured for him to leave from the other side. He got into Ji Yuquan's car and commented, I think many people will be fighting to marry Lin Jiao in the future. She has a boyfriend. She told you that? Yes, they just started dating not long ago. When Ji Yuquan heard that it had been more than 2 months, his mood inexplicably improved. Who is it? I don't know. He pondered for a moment. But it's unlikely that she would choose someone introduced by her family. That's true. Songjin lit a cigarette. Speaking of marriage, my father wants me to get married immediately. Ever since the incident at Boyu Club, not only did he have to pay a lot of money, but his business also went downhill. During this period of time, he did not have much money left to fool around and find girls. He went home on time every day and listened to his father's arrangements. Even a marriage that he had never thought of was put on the agenda. Who did they choose for you? Ji Yuquan opened the windows on both sides to let the smoke out. The girl from the Yuan family. They are in the construction materials business. Have you met her? I met her once. Songjin felt a headache coming on when he thought of her personality. She's too bossy. She's not my type at all. Ji Yuquan comforted him. She's the only child. It's normal for her to be bossy. Try spending more time with her. You might be able to develop a relationship with her over time. But I don't want to. Is there any room for negotiation? No, it was precisely because of this that Songjin was so dejected. He was unhappy when he got out of the car. Other than comforting him, there was nothing else Ji Yuquan could do. He retracted his gaze from Songjin and drove in the other direction, returning home in the company of the night. Quan, why are you home so early today? Sutian had not seen him at 9 in a long time. She was surprised and happy. The auction ended early. What did you bid? A vase. Ji Yuquan bent down and placed the wooden box on the coffee table, planning to take it home on the 15th. He took off his suit and looked at the pile of shopping bags on the sofa. Did you go shopping this afternoon? That's right. I just came back not long ago. Sutian hugged him and continued to open the bags. She took out 2 bags lovingly and smiled brightly and contentedly. These 2 are new arrivals. They look good, right? Yes. Ji Yuquan glanced at the logo on the shopping bags. How much did you spend in total? 200,000. Do you have enough money left? Sutian thought that he was going to give money to her and even looked at the balance. There's still more than 700,000 left. It can last for about a month. 700,000 for a month. Ji Yuquan subconsciously frowned. He sighed to himself. Suddenly, he was not in the mood to watch her unwrap the expensive bags. Tian, I'll go upstairs first. Are you going to sleep? Yes, I'm very tired. When Sutian looked up, he had already entered the room. She did not catch the emotions in his eyes and was immersed in the joy of being rich. 192 Not worthy of his attention. Mingshan Mansion. The light was still on in the house on the right of the 8th floor of Unit 9. A graceful figure flashed past the window and entered the bathroom at the other end. After showering, Lin Jiao walked into the master bedroom with a cup of hot milk and lay on the bed. She opened the WeChat chat box and had just replied to Pei Jai when the video invitation popped up. Jiao Jiao. Pei Jai stared at her beautiful face. He could see the water droplets that had yet to dry. He rubbed the screen. I miss you so much. The words I miss you so much carried all his strong feelings and were worth more than 1,000 words. Lin Jiao pursed her lips and smiled. How much do you miss me? I really miss you. The voice from the speaker was so gentle that it seemed to want to wrap around her. I want to come back immediately. The warm light on his right wrapped around his smooth jawline, making him look mesmerizing. But you can't come back. Lin Jiao turned over and lay on her stomach. She rested her chin on her hand. The collar that she had yet to button was slightly open, revealing a large area of fair skin. Pei Jai gulped. I'll see you tomorrow night. He took 2 sips of water, but he didn't remind her. Didn't you say you'll be back on Sunday? The signing of the contract is brought forward. Then let's go see Auntie Fang the day after tomorrow. Lin Jiao did not notice her collar and remained in her original position. Pei Jai swallowed. All right. His gaze landed on the long hair that was sticking to her collarbone. What did you bid for today? "A Ruiao porcelain." She said, "This is the first time I've had such an expensive thing. Ruiao porcelain has always been very expensive, but it will increase in value in a few years. It's not bad as a collectible." "Yes." Lin Jiao picked up the milk cup. "It's more valuable to me than a necklace worth more than 20 million. She raised her head and took 2 sips of milk, revealing her slender neck. Pei Jai lit a cigarette to calm himself down. "Jiao Jiao, lie down and talk to me." Lin Jiao thought that he could not see clearly, so when she lay down with her phone, she turned on the night light. She moved the glass away and pulled out the strand of hair that had entered her collar. "I met Ji Yuquan today. Did you talk?" "We chatted for a while." She did not hide anything and even repeated the conversation she remembered. Pei Jai listened calmly. He knew very well that Ji Yuquan was not a threat to him. His expression was as calm as hers. Lin City is only so big. It's normal to bump into him. The smoke that filled his surroundings covered his long and narrow eyes, and Lin Jiao could not see his emotions clearly. She was silent for a moment. "Are you angry?" "No, a mere old friend was not worthy of his attention." "Don't think too much." "Then why aren't you laughing?" "I'm thinking about something. About work. About eating you." Pei Jai did not tell her his thoughts and followed her lead to talk about the collaboration he was working on. He explained in detail. In the past, Lin Jiao would have shown interest, but she was sleepy today and gradually closed her eyes as she listened. Pei Jai could not bear to hang up when she fell asleep. He found his earphones and put them on, listening carefully to her soft breathing as she fell asleep. "Jiao Jiao." He closed his eyes and deliberately lowered his voice. "Good night." Hash. Wild cricket, picture. Wild cricket, at everyone. "Which hotel do you want to stay in? I'll book it now." On Saturday afternoon, the people in the group chat received this WeChat message at the same time. The first person who saw it was Chu Yoju. "Landlord, so early. Wild cricket, didn't you look at the calendar? The 29th of this month is the 3rd day of the Chinese New Year." "Landlord, I thought New Year's Eve was in February." "Yue, the second one is not bad." "ZJ, the second one." Sleepless Lin City, let them decide. "Lan, brother question, did you rent a jet?" "Wild cricket, of course." "At Sai, have you found a captain?" Sneering.jpg. Sai, done. Shinyu copied a phone number and sent it to him, asking him to tell the captain about the schedule. Just as he was about to turn off the screen, a message from Jiangi popped up again. "Are you guys free tonight?" Sleepless Lin City, are you going to treat us to a meal again? ZJ, I have time. Yue, me too. Yi, at Sleepless Lin City, I'm done filming. Landlord, why don't we gather at Boyu Club? I'll get someone to reserve a luxurious private room. Yi, then let's meet at Boyu. When the sun set, a group of people rushed to Boyu from different directions. After eating, they went to the private room to drink. Where are Pei Jai and the others? Shinyi handed a cigarette to the men present and turned to ask Lin Jiao. He just got off the plane. He'll be here soon, then. Without Pei Jai around, I'm the most alcohol tolerant of you all. A smug voice entered everyone's ears. Chu Yuju triggered everyone. Ju Yinshan, who was sitting beside him, sneered. With me around, you don't get to be so arrogant. I'm telling the truth. He rolled up his sleeves and stepped on the chair to shake the dice cup. If you have any doubts about what I said, come challenge me. TSK, Ju Yinshan glanced at him in disdain. He stood up and patted Jiangyi's shoulder. I'll go to the washroom first. Play a few rounds with him. Jiangyi then held the dice cup. He sat opposite Chu Yoju with Shinyi, making the dice shake. While they were teaching Chu Yoju a lesson, the three besties on the other end were drinking and singing. Yulin, did he ask you to move in? Lin Jiao knew about their agreement to live together after filming ended and looked at her curiously. At the mention of this, Pei Yulin smiled from ear to ear. Yes, I'll move in tomorrow. In the same room, separate rooms. She raised her legs and placed them on the soft stool, swinging her feet happily. But I believe we'll be able to sleep in the same room soon. Qian Yu put down the microphone. Are you ready? Ready for what? To test the goods. Her expression did not change. A harmonious life is very important. If you want to get married, you have to test it in advance. Hearing that, Pei Yulin and Lin Jiao were embarrassed. The former leaned closer to Qian Yu. What if it's not harmonious? It depends on you. It's fine if you can accept it. I can accept it. Pei Yulan did not hesitate and even prepared for the worst. As long as I can get pregnant. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow. Are you already planning to have a child? She had not thought that far ahead. It's only a matter of time. Once Pei Yulan made up her mind, she would insist till the end. She smiled. I want to have a family with him. 193 Mrs. Pei became a cat. Have you seen his parents? At the mention of home, Lin Jiao asked about Jiang Yi's family. No. He never mentioned them to you. Pei Yulan's gaze landed on his back. Even through a thick sweater, she could accurately find the location of the 2 whip marks. He didn't have a good life in the past. She suppressed the pain in her eyes and drank the wine. There's no need to mention them. Lin Jiao and Qian Yu tacitly changed the topic. It's more appropriate to have a child before the age of 30. Qian Yu touched Pei Yulan's stomach. I'm just waiting to be your daughter's godmother. Her action was quite misleading. Chu Yaju happened to see it when he came over to get the wine. He raised his voice in shock. Pei Yulan, you're pregnant. Jiang Yi was shocked by his voice. He pushed away the dice and turned around. Seeing that Qian Yu's hand was still on Pei Yulan's stomach, he asked worriedly, Yulan, are you feeling unwell? He did not think that she was pregnant. Firstly, it was because they had not slept together. Secondly, he was certain that she would not cheat on him. Pei Yulan shook her head. We're joking. She glared at Chu Yaju. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of a joke? Let me hear it. Go and play your dice. Before Chu Yaju could say anything else, Ju Yinshan pulled him back to his seat. The clock pointed to 8. Pei Jai and Question Xiao, who had returned, arrived at Bo Yu Club. In order to celebrate Jiang Yi's end of filming, they first drank 2 glasses before finding seats to sit down and join the group game. Have you had dinner? Lin Jiao whispered into his ear as she shook the dice. She had just drunk peach-flavored fruit wine, and her breath carried a fresh and sweet fragrance. Pei Jai stared at her lips. Yes. He leaned to the left and casually placed his long legs on the chair. Perhaps because they were discussing business, he was dressed more formally today. His black suit was straight and there were almost no creases. Lin Jiao's gaze moved down from his collar to his sleeves. Why aren't you wearing the black and gold pair? It was scratched by a cat. What cat? The cat Mrs. Pei transformed into. Pei Jai touched her earlobe and said in a sexy voice. His touch was like a feather brushing past her skin, making her feel itchy. You're not married. How can you have a wife? She pushed his shoulder away and looked at the cufflinks. I'll compensate you with a new pair next time. I don't want cufflinks. Then what do you want? You. Pei Jai put his arm around her waist and said, how about giving yourself to me as a compensation, Mrs. Pei? Lin Jiao turned her head away. In your dreams. She pretended to be calm and held the dice cup to play with them. Don't touch my waist. I'm only touching your clothes. If you continue talking nonsense, you'll go back to Red Maple Forest to sleep tonight. She even threatened him. Pei Jai tightened his grip on her, but he did not dare to say anything else. Lin Jiao, who was used to him being shameless, let him be. Or rather, she had tacitly agreed to let him be intimate with her from the beginning. You lost. Ju Yinshan opened the dice cup and glanced at the arrogant Chu Yoju. The loser drinks 3 glasses. No wonder I feel thirsty. Can you be more shameless? Why is feeling thirsty a shameless thing? Chu Yoju raised his chin, looking even more smug than a winner. Then how about 5 glasses? Sure, I'll pour it. Shen Yi couldn't stand him being smug anymore. He took out 2 empty wine glasses from under the table and filled them up before placing them in front of Chu Yoju. Chu Yoju finished 3 glasses in a row, looking even more arrogant than before. I'll make you cry when I come back. He opened the door under everyone's gaze and swaggered out. Perhaps because his alcohol tolerance was really good tonight, when he came out of the washroom, he even started humming. Pa. A loud sound interrupted his humming. In a private room near the garden, a man's angry voice sounded. Stupid B***tch, why are you pretending to be high and noble? Tang Ni, who was being stared at by countless pairs of eyes, had red eyes, but she did not bend down. She took half a step back from the glass shards scattered at her feet. I'm sorry, Bo Yu doesn't provide special services. I'm just asking you to drink a few glasses. Don't you understand? She's wearing an artificial cochlea. The woman beside him said sarcastically, maybe she really didn't understand you. Someone suggested that he speak into the microphone. He grabbed the microphone and shouted into it. He sized up Tangni greedily, all his nasty thoughts obvious. Deaf, come and have a drink with me. Tangni clenched her fists. She had heard harsh words since she was young and thought that she was immune to it, but she wasn't as strong as she thought. She held back her tears and took a deep breath to calm herself down. I'm just a waiter. I don't drink with customers. You drink with me when I ask you to. He gave the short man on the right a look. Get her over. Try touching her. The door was kicked open and a figure wrapped in light entered the room. Tangni, who was about to run, was stunned on the spot. She looked at that unfamiliar face. Before she could react, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her behind him. Chuyeju said with a dark expression, Boyu doesn't welcome trash like you. Get lost immediately. Who the F***ck do you think you are? I'm your father. The man picked up the wine bottle and rushed up, but before he could get close to Chuyeju, he was pressed to the ground by the 4 bodyguards who rushed into the private room. The club manager ran in and saw the wine bottle in that man's hand. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Boss, are you all right? No. Chuyeju glanced at the frightened man disdainfully. Beat him up and throw him out. With that, he walked out. Hearing the sound of that man shouting in pain, Chuyeju felt extremely satisfied. B-boss. Tangni, who was still being held by him, stared at the hand with a red face. Where are you taking me? When her gentle voice entered his ears, Chuyeju remembered that he had brought her out. He turned around, his eyes reflecting that face. Tangni had a good girl face. The corners of her eyes were slightly lowered, making her look pitiful and innocent. She was very beautiful, so beautiful that even if she was wearing a waiter's dress, it did not diminish her beauty at all. I'm sorry. Chuyeju retracted his hand, surprise flashing across his eyes. Are you new here at Boyu Club? Yes, I just started work the day before yesterday. She felt the lingering warmth on her wrist and her heart raced. She was a little nervous. You're not suited to be a waitress. What? I mean you're easily bullied. Especially that face. It was too attractive. 194 No wonder she was bullied. Tangni thought that he was going to fire her and was so anxious that she even freaked out. Boss, I really need this job. Give me another chance. I promise I won't make the customers angry. What happened today is not your fault. Chuyeju knew at a glance that she had misunderstood. He leaned against the wall and took out a cigarette from the cigarette box. I mean to transfer you to the logistics department. Only then did Tangni feel relieved. She looked up at him and quickly lowered her head. The logistics department doesn't seem to be short-staffed. Leave this to me. Chuyeju blew out a mouthful of smoke. How old are you? 22. You don't look so. She looked like a high school student. I can show you my ID card. Tangni looked extremely obedient. No wonder she was bullied by those bastards. That's not necessary. Chuyeju stopped the club manager who was passing by and told him about transferring Tangni to the logistics department. Thank you. Tangni looked at Chuyeju gratefully and followed the club manager downstairs. Chuyeju, who had retracted his gaze, had just pushed open the door of the private room next door when a few gossipy gazes landed on him. Shinyu raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect I'd ever live to see young Master Chu saving the damsel in distress. How did you know? I saw it. Question Shao happened to witness everything when he went to the washroom. He smiled and said, how does it feel to hold hands with her? I don't feel anything. He couldn't even remember. If you didn't feel anything, why did you transfer her to the logistics department? Ju Yinshan put down the lighter. Don't try to fool us. She's my employee. Chuyeju sat down beside him casually. It's normal for me to help her out. Yes, she's indeed yours. Chuyeju was embarrassed. There's really nothing between us. Can you guys stop it? It can develop into something in the future. Question Shao poured beer into his glass and said with a serious expression, to be honest, you two are very compatible. How are we compatible? In every aspect. Chuyeju did not want to talk about this topic, nor did he want to recall that innocent-looking face. Playing dice. He shook the dice cup and changed the topic. I haven't tortured you enough. After the unexpected episode, the game continued. In the dim light, they sat around the table, chatting and laughing like they did at every gathering in the past. Ling Jiao, who drank both beer and wine, was quite stoned. She climbed onto Pei Jai's neck, clamoring to go home. When she felt the cold wind blowing at her, Her eyes were even more blurry than before. When she got into the car, she was still very obedient. She leaned into Page-Ai's arms and did not move, but when she got home, she seemed to have become a different person. Page-Ai, yes, Page-Ai. Lin Jiao repeated his name more than 10 times and suddenly sat up from the sofa. She took the makeup cotton from Page-Ai's hand and threw it on the ground. I want to check the goods. Check that Ruiao porcelain. I don't like Ruian. Page-Ai chuckled. Then who do you like? He patiently took out a new makeup cotton and squeezed a few drops of makeup water on it. I like you. I don't believe you unless you prove it. When Lin Jiao was not sober, it was easy for her to take the bait. When she was asked to prove it, she sat up straighter. She watched as Page-Ai licked his thin lips and stared at him for a few seconds before going forward to kiss him. Their breaths intertwined. Page-Ai knew very well that he could not continue, but as if their lips were glued together, he couldn't pull himself away. It was not until the moment she fell into his arms that he came back to his senses. Jiao Jiao, can I help you remove your makeup first? His slightly hoarse voice was like an old wine, making people intoxicated and unable to reject him. Lin Jiao leaned back. Okay. She felt the slightly cold makeup cotton rubbing against her skin. I want to take a shower with you. No, Page-Ai was focused. You can't even stand straight. How are you going to take a shower? You can carry me and wash me. She might as well kill him. Are you tired? Lin Jiao asked. Yes, I drank too much. Then let's take a bath. Another day. Page-Ai suppressed the urge and stood up to look for the trash can. I'm not feeling well today. Lin Jiao looked at him in a daze and did not force him. She yawned. After washing up in the bathroom, she lay on the bed in the master bedroom. Page-Ai, I want to test you. Test me for what? Page-Ai unbuttoned his shirt and casually took off his shirt. He leaned over slightly, and the muscles on his abdomen looked even more alluring under the night light. Lin Jiao couldn't help but reach out and touch them gently. Her fingertips were very warm, but as soon as they touched his skin, his back tensed. I'll tell you when you come closer. Lin Jiao poked him with her knuckles, her gaze fixed on him. After getting drunk, she was much bolder than usual. She would not be shy easily, but she was extremely annoying. Page-Ai pulled her hand away and changed into his pajamas. I'm coming. He lifted the blanket and crawled into the bed. Lin Jiao grabbed his collar and pulled him closer. She repeated what Qian Yu said to him, showing no sign of shyness. However, the more this was the case, the harder it was for him to resist. Are you ready? Her tone was very serious. Page-Ai swallowed. No. I'll give you 10 minutes to study. How? Aren't there videos online? She pointed at the wardrobe. Page-Ai let out a long and helpless sigh and pulled her into his arms again, locking her soft waist. Jiao Jiao. There was an imperceptible meaning in his eyes. I don't like to do things in a rush. I'll learn it next time, okay? When's the next time? The day you are awake and willing. Lin Jiao did not understand what he meant. She looked into his deep eyes and forgot what she wanted to say. She even forgot about the test. Kiss me. She pouted her red lips, her gentle voice like an electric current that brushed past Page-Ai's limbs. He kissed her lightly and said, be good and go to sleep. Without giving her a chance to make a fuss, he covered her eyes. Lin Jiao, who was patted on the back, calmed down and fell asleep. The moment the night light went out, the bedroom fell into darkness. When a light breath brushed past Page-Ai's palm, he finally had a chance to catch his breath and relax. He threw away all distracting thoughts and whispered good night into her ear. 195 I can't bring you home. What was broadcasted to be a sunny day didn't happen. Dark clouds gathered and bin-sized raindrops fell. The lawn outside Mingxin Mansion that had been washed by the rain emitted a refreshing fragrance. Holding an umbrella, Pei Yulan walked into the building. It was clearly gloomy weather, but the smile on her face did not diminish at all. She stood outside Unit 8 with the rain-drenched suitcase. Ding dong. The doorbell rang every 2 seconds. Jiang Yi, who was squeezing toothpaste on his toothbrush, stopped and walked to the entrance in his pajamas. Unexpectedly, a familiar face entered his vision. He frowned and looked at her from head to toe. There was no surprise, only worry. It's raining so heavily outside. Why didn't you wait for me to pick you up? I'm in a hurry to see you. Come in first. He placed the slippers at her feet and turned to get a towel. You're still smiling even though you're all wet. Pei Yulan smiled even more sweetly. Don't be angry. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed the side of his face. I'm not cold. There are many people outside without umbrellas. Why are you comparing yourself to them? I just want you to not worry about me. Jianqi held her hand and led her to the living room. He gently wiped her hair and shoulders, showing no signs of anger. Did you have a hangover after drinking so much last night? No. Pei Yulan looked up and was gradually enveloped by the warmth on his body. Did you just get up? Yes. Jianqi dried her hair and carried her suitcase to the bedroom. I'll help you unpack. You can watch TV first. Okay. Her raised voice showed her joy, making him smile. He squatted down and unzipped the suitcase. First, he took out a few coats, then sorted out her socks, bags, and underwear. This time, she brought 5 sets of underwear. 2 of them were normal, and the remaining 3 were sexier. When he saw the lace on it, the tips of his ears burned. This was the first time he had touched a woman's personal things. No matter how hard he tried to restrain himself, he still couldn't help but imagine her wearing it. Jianqi. Pei Yulan walked over and asked in all seriousness, which one do you think looks better? Jianqi's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he had been caught red-handed, and his ears seemed to be bleeding. He pretended to be calm. They're all about the same. What if you had to choose one? The white one. At least it looked normal. You actually like the white one? Pei Yulan unfolded the underwear he had folded and showed him the hollow-out design. Jianqi was speechless. He quickly looked away as if he had been dazzled. I wasn't paying attention. Then do you still choose the white one? The deep blue one. Are you sure about the deep blue one? Pei Yulan held back her laughter, wanting to show it to him. The next second, Jianqi quickly stuffed all the clothes into the wardrobe. In order to shake the thoughts in his mind, he changed the topic and said, you brought too few clothes. Someone will send the rest over. Pei Yulan came in a hurry today and did not have time to pack up. What did your parents say? Nothing. She sat on the edge of the bed. My mother even prepared a gift for us. Jianqi found a gift from the bottom of the suitcase. He opened the square black box and closed it with a bang. Yulan. He gripped the square box tightly, his heart pounding. Are you sure this is a gift from Auntie? I'm sure. Pei Yulan pretended not to have seen it and asked curiously, what makes you so excited? Jianqi, who was usually eloquent, was lost for words. Nothing. He walked into the other bedroom with the hot potato and found a place to hide it first. He leaned against the wardrobe and pondered for a long time. The moment the drawer locked, his heart finally calmed down. Jianqi, where's the gift? Pei Yulan had enough of laughing in a place he could not see. When he returned, she looked at him innocently. I put it away. Jianqi continued to put away the remaining clothes and said without changing his expression, Auntie gave it to me. Can't I see it? Not at the moment. I'll show you one day. All right. Pei Yulan knew very well that with his personality, he would not take it out, so she did not force him. The empty suitcase was placed in the storage room. Jianqi walked into the bathroom with her makeup bag and placed the bottles on the sink before picking up his toothbrush to brush his tooth. The rain outside the window had yet to stop. The water vapor condensed by the raindrops formed a faint fog that blocked everything outside the window. The sound of running water could be heard in the kitchen. After washing the dishes, Jianqi wiped his fingers and walked towards the living room. He leaned against the sofa and put his arm around Pei Yulan's waist, spending a tranquil weekend with her with romantic comedy. Yulan. When night fell, Jianqi mentioned visiting her parents. Ask uncle and auntie when they are free. Pei Yulan sent a WeChat message to her family group and quickly received a reply. Next Saturday. What do they like? Grandpa likes to play chess. My mother likes to go to the beauty shop. My father likes to smoke. Jianqi remembered it by heart. Other than smoking, does uncle like anything else? He couldn't possibly send cigarettes as a gift. He also likes my mother. Pei Yulan really could not remember what other things he liked. Buy whatever you want. As long as it's not too expensive. Okay. He rubbed his phone, thinking that he would ask Wu Rui, who was already married, tomorrow. What about Pei Jai? Ignore him. He is going to take Jiao Jiao out to have fun. Pei Yulan tore open the bag of potato chips and curled up in his arms to eat slowly. Jianqi rested his chin on the top of her head and listened to the clicking sound, feeling inexplicably at ease. He narrowed his eyes. Why don't you ask about my parents? Pei Yulan paused. I forgot. She did not turn to look at him. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Jian Yi knew what she was thinking. He tightened his grip on her and said calmly, my mother ran away with someone when I was 7 years old. 3 years after she left, my father was also sentenced to 8 years in prison for intentional assault. In order to escape from my father's control, I came to Lin City after graduating from high school. I haven't contacted him all these years, so I can't bring you home. Pei Yulan could not imagine what kind of experience and pain he had gone through. She grabbed a handful of potato chips and stuffed them into her mouth to stop herself from sobbing and the tears from flowing out. Yulan, Jian Yi's gaze was still on the TV, so he did not notice anything wrong with her. Do you mind my family background? 196 trying to provoke her. Pei Yulan shook her head repeatedly. She swallowed the potato chips in her mouth and clenched her fists to prevent her from finding out she was sad. I don't mind. She took a deep breath and deliberately raised her voice to make her tone sound relaxed. You are you, and they are them. Jian Yi, who was lost in his memories, came back to his senses. When he looked down, he saw a pair of red eyes. Why are you crying? He stroked the corners of her eyes, his smile as gentle as ever. I'm not crying. Your eyes are already so red. My eyelashes fell into my eyes. Pei Yulan made up an excuse and emphasized, it's making my eyes uncomfortable, so it's red. Jian Yi did not expose her. He leaned over and picked up the glass of water on the coffee table. He fed it to her and watched her drink. I'm glad he didn't beat that person to death back then. If he has taken a life with his hands, no matter what, he would not be with her. The reason was very simple. He was not worthy of her. Let's not talk about this anymore. Pei Yulan did not want him to bring up his past, nor could she bear to hear it. She leaned close to his neck and rubbed against it. Jian Yi, how about we buy a house next year? I want to have a home with you. When he suddenly heard the word home, Jian Yi, who didn't have a place called home, felt endless hope. He felt her warmth and his blood was boiling. Like a lost bird that had found its habitat, he felt a sense of security he had been longing for. Okay. Jian Yi stroked her long hair. The moment he closed his eyes, his eyelashes were a little wet. Actually, wherever she is, it's home. The rain stopped on Monday morning. After the morning meeting in the planning department ended, many employees rushed out of the meeting room and walked to their desks. Lin Jiao turned on the computer. Just as she was typing, Meng Qi, who was sitting beside her, edged closer. Senior, are you free at noon? She took 2 sips of iced Americano. I'll treat you to a meal. Why are you suddenly treating me to a meal? I'm about to resign. Lin Jiao turned to look at her. So suddenly, she thought about it carefully. Are you not used to the work here? I'm too tired. Meng Qi had already lost the bet. She really did not want to work 9 to 6 anymore. She brushed the short hair on her shoulder. I'm here to experience life anyway. There's no need to stick to the end. You've already submitted a resignation. Yes. She was still on probation and did not have to go through many procedures like a regular employee. Lin Jiao did not say anything else. She opened the product information sent from Zheng Yi and made a proposal for Xingheng's next product. She worked until noon, when a few rays of sunlight shone down. The restaurants on Sycamore Street were packed as usual. Even the vendors rushed over after the rain, pushing their tricycles filled with flowers. Meng Qi had always been picky. From the moment she entered the Western restaurant, she started to complain. In addition to complaining about the dining environment, she would also compare the dishes of the restaurant with the dishes in other restaurants. It was very tiring to eat with her. If not for the fact that it was the last meal, Lin Jiao would not be sitting here. Under constant complaining, Lin Jiao ate half of the steak with poker face without even drinking the mushroom soup. Senior, are you full? Meng Qi finally stopped complaining. I'm full. Then I'll get the bill. Fortunately, the way she treated the waiter was polite. Lin Jiao walked out of the restaurant. When she breathed in the fresh air after the rain, she felt much more relaxed. She chatted with Meng Qi casually. They did not have much in common and were just talking nonsense most of the time. Miss Lin. A Maserati stopped beside Lin Jiao and a woman's voice came from the back seat. Yao Qianing got out of the car. Can we talk? She smiled gently, but Lin Jiao could see a trace of hostility and disdain in the depths of her eyes. Yes, she asked Meng Qi to go back first. Her gaze landed on the cafe opposite. Do you want coffee? Sure. Yao Qianing followed her. There were no private rooms in the cafe. They chose a window seat and sat opposite each other. The melodious music filled the space. It was not noisy, but it could calm people down. The waiter brought 2 cups of coffee. The coffee had turned cold, but none of them said a word. Lin Jiao was very calm, especially when facing her love rival. The indifference and fearlessness she showed was unmatched. However, Yao Qianing was used to putting on an act. No matter how unhappy she was, she did not show it on her face. She stirred the coffee with a silver spoon and sized up the woman opposite her. Miss Lin, you're very beautiful. Thank you. It's just that beauty is sometimes useless. Lin Jiao suddenly smiled. So? She was flamboyant and charming when she smiled. Yao Qianing had to admit that Lin Jiao had a certain advantage over her in terms of appearance, temperament, and figure. But in terms of family background, Yao Qianing said bluntly, what Pei Jai needs is a woman who is his equal, not a vase that has no real value. What's the use of being beautiful? You can keep him for the time being, but can you keep him forever? If you're referring to his ability, I don't think there's anyone in Lin City who's his equal in that regard. If you're talking about his family background, mine can't compare to his, but can yours? Yao Corporation. Miss Yao, people with a good upbringing won't jump to conclusions about others, and nor will they label others casually. Lin Jiao's sarcasm made Yao Qianing's expression change. She picked up the coffee cup and took 2 sips before saying calmly, Pei Jai naturally has his reasons for not choosing you. Instead of wasting my time, you might as well ask yourself why. Yao Qianing was so angry that she clenched her fists. She struggled to maintain her remaining elegance, unwilling to be at a disadvantage in front of Lin Jiao. The Yao Corporation can become Xing Heng's right-hand partner, but what can Hong Yuan Corp do? The real estate industry hasn't been as good as before in the past 2 years. Xing Heng can develop to its current scale not because they rely on the so-called right-hand partner. My relationship with Pei Jai is pure and not mixed with anything else. Even if my family is poor, he will still like me. He doesn't need it, but what about the Pei family? Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow. Why do you have to bring benefits into everything? In your eyes, is love just a deal? I'm telling the truth. What you think is true has nothing to do with us. The calmer she was, the more fluctuating Yao Qianing's emotions were. She could not even breathe smoothly. She could tell that this tactic would not work, so she gritted her teeth and used other tactics to provoke Lin Jiao. Miss Lin, Pei Jai and I are not ordinary friends. 197 One woman after another. Lin Jiao swiped open the screen to look at the time. Thinking that it was still early, she decided to listen and see what she was up to. How unordinary is the relationship between you? We went to the same dinner party at the end of last year. Do you know what happened that night? Tell me about it. He was drunk that night. Yao Qianing did not hesitate to lie. I was the one who accompanied him for the night. How? We're all adults. Do you need me to tell you in detail? She pushed aside the hair at her temples and revealed a shy expression. Lin Jiao was disgusted by her. She first sent Pei Jai a location before calling him. She asked unhurriedly, so you slept with Pei Jai? Yes, he likes me very much. Do you believe it yourself? Yao Qianing said without changing her expression, Miss Lin, I know you feel bad, but that night did happen. You're quite good at daydreaming. Lin Jiao leaned back and looked into her eyes lazily. From the beginning to the end, she was very calm. Yao Qianing could not stand her putting on an act and tried her best to provoke Lin Jiao. Pei Jai is just playing with you. Don't think too highly of yourself. He proposed marriage to me. How is that possible? She raised her voice, obviously losing her composure. Lin Jiao smiled even more brightly. She raised her left hand and rubbed the ring. How do you think this ring came about? The diamonds on the ring shone brightly. In Yao Qianing's eyes, it was especially dazzling. She calmed herself down. Even though she already had an answer in her mind, she still did not want to believe it. He proposed marriage just like that. With Pei Jai's wealth, would he buy Cartier for you? It has nothing to do with wealth. Lin Jiao looked up at the man who was rushing over. Whatever I like, he'll try his best to satisfy me. The prerequisite for him to satisfy you is that he's still interested in you. Don't tell me you think he's really in love with you. If I don't like her, who else do I like? A cold voice suddenly sounded. Yao Qianing looked up and saw a pair of dangerous and cold eyes. His gaze was like a wind blade, piercing into her skin, making her shiver. Just as Yao Qianing was racking her brains to make up a lie, she heard his angry voice again. Yao Qianing, do I know you very well? I'll get a lawyer to talk to you about slandering my reputation. Pei Jai leaned over slightly, and a suffocating pressure weighed on Yao Qianing. He sneered, the daughter of the Yao family is indeed different. The word shameless is vividly displayed by you. Being described as shameless by the person she liked, Yao Qianing felt like her heart had been stabbed. Her eyes were red. Pei Jai, it's not what you think. I was in a fit of anger just now. Pei Jai did not even want to look at her. He held Lin Jiao's hand. The collaboration between Xingheng and the Yao Corporation will end today. Save yourself the energy to explain it to your father. The sound of footsteps gradually faded. Yao Qianing, who was left alone, came back to her senses and covered her face as she sobbed. Lin Jiao could see the lonely figure clearly through the French window. She retracted her gaze indifferently without any sympathy. Jiao Jiao. Pei Jai put his arm around her waist and slowed down as they walked towards Xingheng. What else did she say? The anger in his eyes was replaced by gentleness, and even his voice was not as cold as before. Nothing. Lin Jiao could not be bothered to repeat it. She thought of Fang Yanwen from a while ago and glared at him. President Pei is really popular. Women come after you one after another. The smell of jealousy was too strong. Pei Jai kissed the top of her head and did not notice that they were in Xingheng. Jiao Jiao, I'm doing my best to keep myself away from them. Is there anything I don't know? Not much. Is that so? Lin Jiao pressed the elevator button, forgetting to hide their relationship from the surrounding employees. If you dare to hide it from me, you'll be finished. I wouldn't dare. Pei Jai hugged her from behind. Considering that you have a good attitude, I'll forget you this time. Lin Jiao smiled and walked into the empty elevator with him. When the door closed, the employees standing 100 meters away were still in a daze. They really could not believe that President Pei, who was serious and unapproachable, was actually like this in private. Was that the lady boss just now? One of the PR department employees was the first to speak. Why does she look so familiar? I think so too. President Pei really dotes on her. When he kissed the lady boss, he was completely engrossed in it. And the way he hugged her from behind. It makes me want to fall in love too. Ali, Zhuo Yuan, and Sun Haoran, who were standing behind them, looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Especially Sun Haoran. When Question Xiao asked him to take care of Lin Jiao, he did not think too much about it. Unexpectedly, this was the reason he was asked to take care of Lin Jiao. They returned to the planning department in silence. Unable to hold back the urge to gossip, they created a group chat of 3 people to discuss crazily in private. The other employees who witnessed the entire process also talked about this in their department groups. In just a moment, it reached Question Xiao's ears. He knocked on the door of the CEO's office at 2 o'clock. When he reported to them about what had been circulating in the company, he was still smiling. Boss, this time, it's out of hand. Lin Jiao, who had just woken up, had a brain fog and couldn't think properly. After being fed 2 mouthfuls of water by Pei Jai, she thought about what Question Xiao said and asked calmly, do they know it's me? I'm not sure. Question Xiao paused. But a lot of people saw it. If you go downstairs and walk around, you'll be recognized. Pei Jai put down the glass of water. Do you want me to clarify it? He tidied her collar and hair, his expression unchanged. No need. It was only a matter of time before their relationship went public. Lin Jiao left his arms and rushed back to the planning department to start a new round of work. Zhuo Yuan and the others took a few more glances at Lin Jiao before starting to gossip in the group. However, gossip was gossip. They did not tell anyone that the lady boss was in the planning department. Senior. Meng Qi leaned closer to ask her, have you heard about it? Are you referring to President Pei? Yes, his girlfriend is at the company. You still like him? Lin Jiao typed on the keyboard, adding lines of words to the document. I don't like him anymore. She was not enthusiastic about chasing someone who did not belong to her. Meng Qi packed up her stuff. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to see his girlfriend. Lin Jiao smiled but did not say anything. She glanced sideways at her, but in the end, she did not tell her that she had actually seen her countless times. 198 Page I, Lin Jiao, Forever. Friday evening. Lin Jiao did not need to hide her relationship anymore. She went to the parking lot with the other colleagues and got into Page I's car. She adjusted her seat. Because of you, 2 colleagues added me on WeChat today. Why didn't you refuse? They use work as an excuse. I can't refuse. Ever since they were seen interacting intimately on Tuesday, many colleagues swarmed over to add her on WeChat. Does it bother you? Page I leaned over and put on his seatbelt. Not really. She took a bottle of juice out of the glove compartment. They don't talk to me often. If anyone harasses you, tell me. I'll get question Xiao to handle it. How do you plan to handle it? It depends. Page I stepped on the accelerator and left Xingheng's parking lot. If it's not too serious, I'll just warn them. What if it's serious? Fire. He glanced at the GPS and drove towards the road on the right. Xingheng doesn't need employees who can't behave themselves. Lin Jiao chuckled. Don't worry, they're nice people. I hope so. Page I lit a cigarette while waiting for the traffic light. Jiao, are you hungry? I'm not hungry. Then let's eat when we get to Changning. Lin Jiao tightened the bottle cap. All right. She played a relaxing song and leaned against the back of the seat to take a nap. The afterglow of the sunset faded on the way, and the sound of the music accompanied them to Changning. The old street in the ancient town was unique. On both sides of the street, there were lush trees. LED lights hung between the trees, and together with the light from the street lamps, they decorated the not-so-wide road. As they walked along the stone road, many vendors selling accessories and snacks on both sides shouted to attract tourists in different ways. Lin Jiao stopped in front of a takoyaki stall. She looked at the octopus balls and her stomach let out a soft growl. Boss, how many are there in one serving? 6. Then I want 2 servings. Please wait a moment. The boss placed the octopus balls in a paper box and spread it with bonito flakes and salad dressing. 20 in total. Page I paid for it with his phone. He took 1 serving from Lin Jiao and put 1 octopus ball into his mouth with a bamboo fork. Their overly outstanding appearance attracted the attention of many tourists. Occasionally, they would hear people say that they were a good match. Lin Jiao was so focused on eating that she did not notice the gazes of others. Before long, she stopped at a stall. Page I want to eat this. She pointed at the squid skewers on the griddle, her eyes bright and her mouth watering. How many skewers do you want? 10 skewers. 5 for each of us. Page I picked 10 skewers of squid and handed them to the boss. While asking for the price, he did not forget to ask the boss to put less chili. Receiving the gaze of the hungry cat beside him, he whispered into her ear, "You still have 3 days of your period. You can't eat too spicy food." Lin Jiao pursed her lips. All right. Page I held the squid skewers in the lunchbox and fed the hungry cat. They bought cold noodles and fried potatoes. They sat at the wooden table behind the skewer stall and ate slowly. Which do you think is the best? Lin Jiao wiped the red oil from her lips and took a few sips of milk tea. Squid skewers. How about you? The same. She chewed on the pearls. Shall we buy a few more skewers when we go back? Sure. Page I's gaze landed on her lips and he couldn't help but peck it. There is oil. Why are you kissing me when there's oil? I'm helping you wipe it clean. Lin Jiao glared at him. Liar. She threw away the empty milk teacup and walked forward alone. However, before she could take 2 steps, he placed his warm palm on the back of her hand and interlocked his fingers with hers. She suppressed the smile on her face and leaned closer to his arm. Accompanied by the evening breeze, they walked to the end of the street. At the end of the street was a river. In the empty space on the bank, 2 or 3 tourists were gathered and studying the sky lantern. Jiao. Page I held her hand and led her to the stall. How many lanterns do you want? 1. I want to release it with you. All right. He took a pen from the stall owner and handed it to her. Write your wish. Lin Jiao opened the packaging of the sky lantern and carefully unfolded it before placing it on the chair. She wrote a line of words that put Page I almost immediately on cloud 9. Page I, Lin Jiao, forever. Let's go over there. She returned the pen to the stall owner and walked to the right with the sky lantern. He took out the lighter from his pocket and lit the candle to let it burn for a while. Jiao, hold the top with both hands. Lin Jiao did as she was told. Can I release it now? Page I saw the faint candlelight reflected in the depths of her eyes. He hugged her waist from behind and kissed her face. Yes. He gestured for Lin Jiao to let go. The gradually rising sky lantern carried their wish and took off from the ground. They watched as the lantern flew higher into the sky, embellishing the dark night with a warm light. Lin Jiao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was driven to the hotel booked by Pei Jai with a bag of squid skewers. After checking in at the front desk, they took a room card to the top and found the room they would be staying in. With a beep, Pei Jai inserted the room card into the slot and pressed the light switch. He closed the door and stood in front of the sofa to take off his black coat. He sat down with Lin Jiao. Is the squid cold? Not yet. Then eat first before taking a shower. Lin Jiao picked up the first squid skewer and leaned into his arms to look around at the furnishings in the suite. At this moment, she realized that there was only one bedroom in the suite. Pei Jai, why didn't you book a 2-bedroom room? Don't you want to sleep in the same room as me? We're not a couple. Pei Jai interrupted, but we're more than a couple. He rested his chin on her shoulder. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. 199 You're the one who took advantage of me. His voice was irresistible. Lin Jiao's expression did not change, but the tips of her ears turned red. You won't even have a chance to do anything. I do. Pei Jai sucked her earlobe and said, try me if you don't believe me. His unexpected action made half of Lin Jiao's body go numb. Even the nerves in her brain started to scream. I believe you. She did not intend to cross the line at this moment. Pei Jai said meaningfully, really? Yes. She pretended to be calm and threw away the skewer stick. I realize you're getting more and more overboard. What's worse is yet to come. Pei Jai, I'm here. He rubbed her waist and smiled even more dangerously. Mrs. Pei, do you want to try? Lin Jiao covered his lips to stop him from talking. She avoided his burning gaze. Do you want to sleep on the sofa tonight? If you do, keep talking. No. Pei Jai kissed her palm. He held her slender wrist and caressed her wrist with his calloused fingers. Jiao Jiao, feed me a skewer. Lin Jiao leaned over and picked up 2 skewers of squid. As she fed him, they quickly emptied the box. After filling up her stomach, she walked around the suite for 10 minutes and watched television with him for half an hour before entering the bathroom to take a shower. The sound of running water mixed with the sound of the television. Steam seeped out from under the door. Even from a distance, Pei Jai could feel the heat. He took off the watch on his wrist and slowly lit the cigarette. He looked straight at the LCD screen. After smoking a cigarette, he calmed down. I'm done. Lin Jiao walked to his side, her eyelashes still wet. A nice and faint fragrance disturbed Pei Jai's heart. He kissed her eyelashes. Be good. Go in and wait for me. Lin Jiao nodded. Remember to lock the door. She picked up the phone on the table and turned to walk into the bedroom. The hem of her pajamas disappeared behind the door. Pei Jai retracted his gaze and let out a long breath. He stood in front of the sink and took off his clothes. Just as he walked into the shower, he heard a soft voice outside the door. Pei Jai, I forgot to wash my underwear. Although he could not see her expression, he could still feel her embarrassment. It's fine. I'll wash it for you. Forget it. It's not like I never washed it for you before. Pei Jai chuckled when he heard the footsteps go away. He squeezed 2 pumps of shower gel into his palm and applied it from his neck to his chest. Then, it flowed down his body, making every inch of his skin smell the same as hers. Pei Jai wiped the water off his body and put on a bathrobe. He picked up the lace underwear that was left in the basket and spread it under the tap to wet it before applying soap. Jiao Jiao, I'm done showering. He lifted the blanket and slid into the soft bed. Is there a reward? What reward do you want? Kiss me. She knew it. Lin Jiao turned off the screen and put the phone aside. She leaned into his arms and raised her chin. Once a prey that stepped into a trap was caught by a hunter, it would have no chance of escaping. The kiss lasted for a long time under the night lamplight. In the cramped environment, the temperature suddenly rose. Before it reached an uncontrollable level, the hunter let go of his prey. Don't touch me. Lin Jiao pushed him away to show her dissatisfaction. Are you going to act like nothing happened? How dare you say that? You're the one who took advantage of me. You call this taking advantage of you? Pei Jai put his arm around her waist and pulled her into his arms. Then what about what will happen in the future? His words made Lin Jiao's imagination run wild. Lin Jiao's face was even redder than before. She buried her head in his neck and pressed her delicate skin against his collarbone. We'll talk about it in the future. Do you still remember that you said I could do whatever I wanted? Lin Jiao pinched him. I remember. She asked him to turn off the night lamp. I'm going to sleep in tomorrow. Let's go out at noon. All right. After getting the answer he wanted, Pei Jai stopped teasing her. He set the alarm. Do you want a good night kiss? No. Good night, Lin Jiao said. In order to prevent him from launching a sneak attack, she did not even look up. She rested her head on his arm and closed her eyes. Even though she was in an unfamiliar environment, she could still sleep peacefully with him by her side. When the first rays of sunlight shone in from the window, they were still sleeping in each other's arms. At this moment, Jiang Yi and Pei Yulan were heading towards the Pei family's house with many gifts. He drove along the street beside the market and stopped at the Pei family's house. Yulan, he unbuckled his seatbelt nervously. Isn't it too early to come? No, they're all up. Then let's go. Okay. Pei Yulan leaned closer and kissed his lips. Don't be nervous. My parents are very easy to talk to. Jiang Yi was put at ease by her words. He picked up the gift box in the back seat and followed Pei Yulan to the entrance. Grandpa. Pei Yulan changed into slippers with him and approached Pei Jun, who was reading the newspaper on the sofa. She smiled and said, I brought Jiang Yi back. Hello, Grandpa. Jiang Yi placed the gifts on the coffee table and stood up straight. I brought you something. Pei Jun asked him to sit down. He put down the newspaper and looked at the gifts. Yi, next time you come back, don't buy anything. He said come back. Jiang Yi looked at that kind face and felt an indescribably warm feeling. He relaxed. Yes, I'll listen to you. Pei Jun had always been good at reading people. From their casual chat, he could tell that Jiang Yi was a good person. He was very satisfied with Jiang Yi's personality, especially more so after knowing that Jiang Yi knew how to play chess. Come and play with me for a while. He sat at the chess table happily. Jiang Yi pulled out a chair. He picked up a white piece and asked Pei Jun to place it first. He respected Pei Jun and did not deliberately lose to him. Pei Yulan, who did not understand the chess at all, held a fruit knife and started to peel an apple. Grandpa, are my mother and the others not up yet? They are up. Pei Jun stared at the chessboard and did not even look at her. They went out to buy groceries. 200. Do you want to marry me? Pei Chisheng would definitely be the one cooking today. He was especially good at cooking, and Pei Yulan wanted to try it. She cut the peeled apple into pieces and washed a plate of cherries before putting them on the fruit plate. Grandpa, have some fruit. Okay. Pei Jun picked up a piece of apple. He was so focused on playing chess with Jiang Yi that he did not even notice Pei Chisheng and the others coming back. Jiang Yi. A voice sounded in their ears, scaring them. If you make a wrong move, you are going to lose. Jiang Yi looked up and greeted them gently. When he smiled, he exuded a gentle aura, like the warm sun in early spring. Bai Ying thought of that night when Pei Yulan cried and talked about his background to her. At that time, she wondered what a person who had a traumatic childhood would look like, but when she really saw him, her heart ached. She hid the emotions in her eyes and patted his shoulder gently. What do you want to eat for lunch? Auntie will make it for you. Jiang Yi was touched. I'm not picky. Can you eat spicy food? As long as it's not too spicy. Bai Ying asked for his opinion before pulling Pei Chisheng into the kitchen. Time passed quickly. The sound of cooking finally stopped at noon, and the dining room was filled with fragrance. There were 7 dishes and a soup on the dining table in the dining room. Wisps of steam rose from the bowls and plates, making people drool. Yi, try this. Bai Ying picked up a piece of braised beef brisket with potatoes that she had made for him, her eyes flashing with anticipation. The others did not touch their chopsticks. They looked at Jiang Yi with sympathy. Jiang Yi picked up the brisket in confusion. He chewed twice. When the sour taste spread out in his mouth, he finally understood why they looked at him with sympathy. How's that? The beef is very tender. He narrowed his eyes from the sourness and swallowed it without chewing. Pei Chisheng ate a piece skeptically. For a moment, he felt so sour that he wanted to vomit. It's delicious. Against his conscience, he gave her a thumbs up and moved the plate away to prevent her from eating it. It tastes too strong for you. Bai Ying had always eaten lightly. Hearing that, she did not suspect anything and quickly picked up some food for Jiang Yi. Fortunately, she did not cook much. Other than scrambled eggs with tomatoes, everything else was cooked by Pei Chisheng. Dad, do you want beef? Bai Ying recommended with a smile when she saw that Pei Jun did not pick up a single piece of beef. No, Pei Jun said that his teeth were not good. He clinked glasses with Jian Yi and looked at Pei Chisheng. Chisheng, you've worked hard recently, eat more. Pei Chisheng's lips twitched. He finished the 5 or 6 pieces of beef that Bai Ying picked up and drank 3 glasses of water to wash off the sourness in his mouth. After the meal, Pei Yulan took the initiative to clean up the dishes together with Jiang Yi. There was a dishwasher in the kitchen, so they didn't have to do it themselves. Therefore, after wiping the oil off the table, they sat back in the living room and started chatting. Old Pei, are you done eating? A familiar voice entered everyone's ears. I'm done eating. Playing chess at 2 o'clock. Pei Jun walked to the window with his walking stick and looked at Chu Kui. Not today. He leaned against the window sill. Jiang Yi is here. Let's play mahjong. All right. Chu Kui took a sip of water from the thermos. I'll take an afternoon nap before coming over. Pei Jun then closed the window. He walked unhurriedly towards the staircase, not forgetting to let them rest too. Yulan, bring you back to your room to rest for a while. There were only 4 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. No matter how embarrassed Jiang Yi was, he went upstairs to rest for a moment under the urging of the Pei couple. Pei Yulan's bedroom was not big. There was a long red wooden table opposite the door. The table was filled with items. Not only were there cosmetics, jewelry boxes, and photo albums, but there were also 2 teddy bears. Jiang Yi, are you sleepy? Pei Yulan held his hand and sat on the sofa, leaning on his shoulder. Not really. Jiang Yi leaned back. He looked up at the yellow wall and could vaguely see the traces of time on it. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that their living environment was so simple. He suddenly said, Yulan, I finally know why you're different from others. Because of my family. Yes. He held her waist tightly. They're the least arrogant and the kindest people I've ever met. If they don't like you, they won't be kind. I can feel it. From the moment he entered, he felt the warmth they gave him. Are you nervous now? No. Jiang Yi looked at the table again. He picked up the photo album and flipped through it with Pei Yulan. The first page was filled with photos taken during her childhood. Her chubby face made people want to pinch it. The second and third pages were photos of her preschool age. After that, there were photos of her teenage years. Did you grow up with Chu Yeju? Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask after seeing many photos of Pei Yulan and Chu Yeju together. Yes, he used to play with me when I was young. That's nice. Are you jealous? Pei Yulan did not know what he meant and quickly said, it's definitely impossible between us. No, Jiang Yi did not think in that way. He closed the photo album and lay down on the soft blanket with her. I'm just very envious. What's there to be envious of? Pei Yulan rested her head on his arm. We have a whole lifetime to spend together. Jiang Yi was comforted by her words. He stared at her eyes and suddenly had the urge to marry her. Yulan, on impulse, he asked, do you want to marry me? Pei Yulan did not react for a moment. Her eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly, flapping its wings to cast a faint shadow on her skin. The long silence made Jiang Yi feel uneasy. He pursed his lips and was about to say, I'm just asking. However, he saw her raise her left hand. Where is the diamond ring? Pei Yulan raised her chin, the excitement and joy in her eyes almost overflowing. She cleared her throat. Hurry up. I don't have it. You didn't bring it. He hadn't even bought it. Jiang Yi pulled her into his arms, his heart racing. He kissed her forehead. I'll give it to you next year. Then you have to give me a big one. Definitely. Pei Yulan imagined him kneeling on one knee and couldn't help but smile sweetly. She believed that that day was not far away. 201 Beauty and the Beast. As New Year's Eve approached, Lin City became even colder. The howling wind rustled the trees. There were no more kids playing in the neighborhood anymore, and even fewer residents came in and out. Lin Jiao got up from the bed and walked to the entrance with sleepy eyes under the urging of the doorbell. The moment the door opened, the cold wind blew in, making her shiver. Didn't you go back to the old mansion? She rubbed her arms and asked Pei Yulan and Lin Jiao to come in quickly. We'll go back tomorrow. Jiang Yi put his arm around Pei Yulan and walked towards the living room. They took off their down jackets and sat side by side on the sofa. Jiao Jiao, have you had lunch? Pei Yulan held the cup to warm her. I have. I'll help you dress up. Tonight, Chuyoju was having a party at the villa. The theme was Beauty and the Beast. Although they did not understand why he chose this theme, they had no objections to it and were surprisingly enthusiastic. I don't know which one to wear. Lin Jiao was choosing among the evening gowns. The one with champagne color or the one with sapphire blue color. The end of the dress is not puffy enough. Pei Yulan took out a black gown. This is puffy. This evening gown was graceful and sexy. Lin Jiao had yet to wear it since she bought it. She walked behind the curtain and changed into it. She stood in front of the mirror while lifting up the hem and looked satisfied. Help me get my gloves. Pei Yulan opened the second drawer. She found a pair of black gauze gloves that matched the evening gown and slowly put them on her. Jiao Jiao, do you have a crown? I don't think so. Then I'll comb your hair like a princess. Okay. Lin Jiao opened the jewelry cabinet and took the opportunity to choose an accessory while Pei Yulan was doing her hair. At Pei Yulan's suggestion, she put on a floral necklace and earrings before sitting in front of the dressing table to put on makeup. When Pei Yulan was done doing her hair, Lin Jiao put down the makeup brush and proceeded to the last step. She put on lipstick. How is it? You are simply gorgeous. Pei Yulan brushed her curly hair away from her shoulder, her eyes filled with smiles. After leaving the apartment, the three of them wrapped in down jackets headed to the parking lot and arrived at the party before 6 o'clock. A black SUV drove past the golf course and stopped outside the elegant European-style villa. Melodious music came from inside the house, covering the sound of the wind and the rustling of the trees. Hey! A man in a big-mouthed monkey mask poked his head out from behind the door, scaring them. Lin Jiao was taken aback. She sized up the man in the suit in front of her and could tell who he was from his figure and voice. Chuyoju, it's me. Chuyoju leaned against the door and touched the hair on the monkey mask. Am I handsome? Ugly? Pei Yulan was so frightened by him that she almost screamed. How am I ugly? Are you blind? You're the blind one. Are there any more masks? Jiangyi looked interested and wanted to try. Of course. As soon as they walked to the sofa, they saw many animals looking up. Juyanshan, who was wearing a demon rabbit, played with a dagger with his legs crossed. There was a circle of blood on his lips, making him look terrifying. Sitting next to Juyanshan, Shanyi was wearing a black rhinoceros mask. His eyes were half closed, and his long mouth was slightly open, revealing two fangs. On the other side, Question Xiao was wearing a pig mask. There was a long scar on the pig face, and the skin around his eyes and mouth was festering. It was so realistic that it gave people goosebumps. Jiangyi, which one do you want? Question Xiao pointed at the masks and headgear on the coffee table and asked him to choose. The demon panda is not bad. Panther is pretty cool too. In the end, Jiangyi chose the demon panda. He put it on and looked at himself in the mirror. He wanted to take a photo with them when he realized that not everyone was here yet. Is uncle still on the way? He's here way before you. Juyanshan raised his hand that was holding the dagger and pointed in the direction of the washroom. The moment he looked up, he happened to catch Qianyu's gaze. Do you want to play with the dagger? No, Qianyu whispered into his ear, her warm breath brushing past his skin. When does it start? After dinner. Is everything ready upstairs? Yes. Juyanshan lowered his head, his gaze landing on her fair collarbone. Are you cold? It's not cold. The heater is on. Qianyu picked up her glass and chatted with Lin Jiao. When she saw Pei Jai come out, she raised her chin to remind Lin Jiao. A shadow loomed over her. Lin Jiao turned around and met that dark gaze. Jiao Jiao, you are beautiful today. Pei Jai's fingertips ran across her shoulder and landed on the black veil, as if he was helping her tidy it up. He was wearing the suit he bought in Paris last time. His hair was carefully styled, and his shirt was buttoned to the top. There was a simple silver collar pin on his tie, making the suit look very formal. On his straight nose was a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. Under the light of the chandelier, they shone with a dazzling metallic luster. From his glasses to his cufflinks, they were all to Lin Jiao's taste. She smiled. Why are you suddenly thinking of wearing a tie? It looks good on this suit. Pei Jai walked around the sofa and sat beside her. Does it look good? It does. I don't believe you. He held her hand tightly through the gauze gloves. Unless you kiss me. He wanted to trick her into kissing him again. Lin Jiao stuffed the candy into his mouth and asked him to choose a mask. We'll take a group photo after you put it on. Pei-Jai glanced at the coffee table. He picked up the fierce-looking grey wolf mask and slowly put it on. Then, he led his little white rabbit to the middle. The selfie stick that had been adjusted stood in front of the window. They stood in front of the camera, laughing and joking. Cluck! The shutter clicked. Jiangyi brought the camera over to show them. Laughter filled the villa. They each saved the photo to their phone and went to the dining room to eat. 202 Pei-Jai's confession on New Year's Eve. The lights in the villa shone on the group of men and women sitting on the carpet drinking. The sound of glasses clinking stopped. Chu Yeju cleared his throat and suggested, "How about we re-experience our childhood?" "How?" "By playing the games we played in childhood." "What kind of game?" Qian Yu took the tissue from Zhu Yinshan. He glanced at Lin Jiao. "Hide and seek." Zhu Yinshan said, "That sounds fun." He looked around. "This place is big enough. It's not easy to find. Who's playing the seeker?" "Rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses will play the seeker." Lin Jiao thought that no one wanted to play, but to her surprise, they were cooperative. She clenched her fist and reached out her right hand. Then, she and Question Xiao lost. "Stand at the back." Chu Yeju found a suitable spot for the two of them. Question Xiao, set the alarm. "For how long?" 3 or 4 minutes. Question Xiao agreed. "It's starting." He and Lin Jiao faced the white wall and listened to the footsteps leave. As soon as the alarm went off, he turned off the screen. "I'll be in charge of the first and second floors. You go to the third floor and the rooftop." "Okay." Lin Jiao slowly turned around. She walked up the spiral staircase and was about to go up to the third floor from the corner when she stopped because the floor was filled with small lamps. She stopped at the staircase on the third floor nervously. An arrow made of roses came into view. She followed the arrow to the left. Wherever she passed, LED lights in the shape of stars lit up. Under the light hung different photos. The first photo was taken 3 years ago on Pei-Jai's 27th birthday. She stood on his right and smiled shyly. The second photo was taken 2 years ago. On the night of the second day of Chinese New Year, they sat at the entrance of the Pei family's small courtyard and set off fireworks. The third photo was taken a year ago. They cosplayed as Joker and Harley Quinn on Halloween and went to Zhu Yinshan's house for a party. In the past, they didn't have many photos together. Now that she looked at the photos, she realized that he was looking at her sideways in every photo, his eyes filled with unconcealable gentleness. Lin Jiao walked forward with red eyes. This year, there were more photos of them together on different occasions. Be it in Paris or at his house, every photo brought back many memories. Walking to the end of the arrow, she gently pushed open the glass door. Hundreds of silver-white balloons were blown into the night sky by the wind. There was a note hanging on every balloon string. She could clearly see every line of words. "Jiao Jiao, I like you. Be my girlfriend, okay?" The moment the balloons floated away, the mist in Lin Jiao's eyes turned into tears. She retracted her gaze with tears in her eyes and looked at Pei-Jai, who was standing at the end of the sea of roses. She picked up her dress and ran towards him. The moment Pei-Jai pulled her into his arms, fireworks shot up into the sky. The P and L-shaped fireworks lit up the ink-like night and bloomed with a dazzling light. "Jiao Jiao." He wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and leaned over to touch her forehead. "I like you." His voice was trembling, indicating his nervousness. Lin Jiao sniffed. She grabbed the corner of his suit jacket tightly and sobbed. "I like you too. I haven't asked yet." "Then ask." Pei-Jai looked into her tear-stained eyes. "Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" "I'm willing." "Say that again." Lin Jiao stood on her tiptoes. "I am willing." She pressed her lips against his and closed her eyes to feel his breathing. A cheer came after they kissed. Zhu Yinshan, who was leaning against the wall, witnessed the entire confession and suddenly felt that the love candle he used last time didn't look as good. He looked sideways at Qian Yu. When he saw the envy in her eyes, he decided to ask Pei-Jai for advice before confessing next time. "I want to be in a relationship too." Chu Yeju sighed, causing everyone to look at him. "Then do it." "But no one wants to be in a relationship with me." "I don't think so." Question Xiao blew out a puff of smoke and elbowed him. "The one you saved last time is not bad." Chu Yeju was speechless. He shook the images of the girl in his mind and followed them back unhurriedly. The glass door opened and closed. A cold wind swept up the roses, making them dance in the air. The heater in the living room rushed in from all directions, dispelling the lingering coldness on them along with the alcohol. New Year's Eve is in 4 hours. Jiangyi looked up at the clock opposite. Time passes too quickly. That's right. Shinyu sat on the carpet. I feel like I didn't do anything this year. Chuyeju said, me too. He forked fruits from the fruit plate and asked Pei Jai, Brother Pei, how many bedrooms are there upstairs? 6. Then we'll sleep here tonight. Pei Jai said, they're all king-size beds. Go up and pick whichever one you like. Is this villa yours? Yes, I bought it a few years ago. Then why aren't you staying here? Lin Jiao leaned on his broad shoulder and took 2 sips of red wine. It's too big and I feel lonely here. Indeed. Ju Yinshan understood his feelings. It's suitable for a family of 3 to live here. That's why I'm not buying a villa. Xiao raised his glass and toasted them. But I don't mind if my boss gives me one. It's not like you can't afford it. How can buying it myself and getting it for free be the same? His reply made everyone laugh. Ju Yinshan placed his hand on his shoulder and smiled playfully. In your dream, you can have everything you want. Are you in my dream? If not, I don't want to dream. I think you're thirsty. He picked up the red wine bottle and filled Xiao's glass. Xiao carefully placed the glass on the coffee table and found the dice cup from the cabinet. It's boring to just drink. Who wants to play? All of us. Why don't we take turns? Shinyu got some more dice cups and placed one in front of each of them. 203. I won't let you off. The sound of dice colliding echoed in their ears. They opened the dice cup together and started the first round of the game. The wind outside the window gradually stopped, but there were more and more empty bottles piled up by the sofa. Perhaps because she was in a good mood, Lin Jiao could still stay sober at the end. She held Pei Jai's arm and stepped into the second bedroom on the left on the second floor. She locked the door to block out the other sounds. Jiao. Pei Jai, who reeked of alcohol, pressed her against the wall and leaned over to kiss her lips. His breath brushed past her skin, making her feel itchy. Lin Jiao was in a daze from the kiss. She wrapped her arms around his neck and placed her hands at the back of his head. Pei Jai's eyes darkened and he kissed her even more passionately. He held her waist tightly and moved towards the bed, whispering into her ear, I like you so much. She did not know how excited and happy he was the moment she said I am willing. Not only was his heart beating wildly, but even the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. A faint fragrance of cypress enveloped Lin Jiao. She asked out of the blue, do you want to take a shower together? Pei Jai swallowed hard. No, he buried his head in her neck and sniffed the sweetness on her body. Veins popped out on his hands. He was clearly restraining the desire that surged in his heart. Then move aside. Lin Jiao retracted her hands and pushed his shoulder, stepping on the floor barefooted. She took off the accessories on her neck and elbows and placed them on the round table beside her before looking at a man lying on the bed. There was only one night light on. He lay still and did not move his gaze away from her, making her heart soften. Lin Jiao unzipped her gown, but at this moment, the unzipping sound was magnified in his ears. She took off her heavy black gown and smiled seductively. Are you really not going to shower with me? Then I'll lock the door. Pei Jai's eyes darkened. All his rationality crumbled at this moment. A second before the figure disappeared into the bathroom, he raised his hand to grab the door handle and entered before slamming it shut. The sound of flowing water was endless. Their overlapping figures were reflected on the frosted glass for a long time before they separated. Are you still going to be naughty? Pei Jai stared at her flushed face and smiled. Lin Jiao glared at him. Who's being naughty? Who do you think it is? It's not me anyway. She turned on the tap to wash her fingertips. Pei Jai pinched her chin and rubbed it. Before she could open her mouth and bite his fingers, he pulled his hand away. He hugged her as usual as they lay on the soft blanket. If you are naughty again, I won't let you off next time. Did you let me off just now? Did I not? Lin Jiao opened her palm. Say that again. I'm not talking about this. Pei Jai kissed her eyelashes and whispered into her ear. His throat felt like it had been soaked in good wine, sounding especially mellow. Lin Jiao's face was burning. She lowered her eyes and leaned close to his neck to avoid looking at his bewitching face. I'm going to sleep. Don't talk. As soon as her slightly hot skin touched him, Pei Jai had no choice but to swallow the words that were stuck in his throat. He stopped teasing her. Good night, Mrs. Pei. The night light turned off and the bedroom fell into darkness. Two heartbeats of different frequency intertwined. The hour hand quietly turned half a circle. On New Year's Eve, the sun that had disappeared for an entire week finally shone through the clouds and onto the streets. A faint sound of footsteps came from the stairs and stopped in the dining room. They did not sleep for long last night and were still sleepy. However, because it was New Year's Eve, they had to go back home and must only set off before 10 o'clock. Gather here at 2 in the afternoon on the third day of the new year. Shall sent a location in the group chat. Bring everything you need. Is it cold over there? About the same. Are we flying straight to Milan? Chuyaju pressed the car key and walked out unhurriedly. Rome. Shall zipped up his down jacket and said, I'll get going first. Pei Jai sent Lin Jiao to Juyanshan's car. Jiao, I'll come and find you tomorrow. Then I'll go to your house the day after tomorrow. Okay. He kissed her forehead and watched her get into the back seat with Qian Yu. Be careful on the way. One after another, cars drove away from the villa in different directions. The old district was still lively. Children were playing in the alley, the candied hawthorns in their hands contrasting with the red lanterns hanging on the streets. Their laughter and the couplets that every family pasted at the door made the festive atmosphere even stronger. Jiangyi stepped on the brakes at the entrance of the Pei family's house and walked into the warm living room with them to make dumplings together. Jiangyi, teach me. Pei Yulan didn't know how to make dumplings. Jiangyi looked at the grotesque-looking dumplings. He held back his laughter and patiently explained the steps. There was a lot of flour on his fingertips, covering the veins on the back of his hand, but it looked even sexier. Did you get the hang of it? Not yet. She was too busy looking at his hands. Jiangyi followed her gaze and looked down. Helpless, he walked behind her and took her hands, taking her how to do it step by step. His breath landed on her face. Don't get distracted. Okay. Pei Yulan's ears were already numb. She resisted the urge to kiss him and studied seriously. Pei Jai, who was standing opposite them, chuckled and shook his head. After making more than 20 dumplings, he took out his phone to take a photo before sending it to Lin Jiao. Pei Jai, picture. Pei Jai, I just made dumplings. Lin Jiao, it looks awesome. Starstruck.jpg. Pei Jai, is there a reward? Lin Jiao, what reward do you want now? Pei Jai, I want to hear you call me hubby. Lin Jiao, expressionless face.jpg. Pei Jai, come and hang the lanterns. Pei Jin saw that he had finished making dumplings and assigned him a new task. Right away. After Pei Jai replied on WeChat, he took the lanterns. He hung one lamp each at the place Pei Jin pointed at and wrapped LED lights around the trees at the door to hype up the New Year atmosphere. 204 I'll wear it for you on your birthday. At night, red lanterns lit up at the entrance of the residences in the neighborhood. The television station was broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala, transmitting the joy to every house. In the television tower not far from the old city district, fireworks were set off at 12 o'clock. One only needed to stand in front of the window to see it. Jiao. Pei Jai called Lin Jiao and looked at the fireworks in the distance. Happy New Year. His affectionate voice entered her ears, as if he was murmuring beside her. Happy New Year. Lin Jiao smiled and listened carefully. Are you still watching TV? Yes. How about you? I'm preparing to go upstairs. Then wash up first. We'll talk after that. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned off the screen and lowered his right hand. Pei Jai returned to the living room and helped Pei Jin, who was drunk, up the stairs. Not long after they left, Pei Chisheng turned off the television and stood up to say to Pei Yulan, don't stay up too late. I know. Pei Yulan put down the fruit plate and watched him disappear around the corner before going upstairs with Jiang Yi. It was rare for them to share a bed. While Jiang Yi was showering, she changed into lace pajamas and waited for him to come out to be surprised. The sound of water gradually stopped, and the steam accompanied his footsteps as he approached the bed. Jiang Yi lifted the blanket and a hot figure entered his vision. Before his brain could react, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him onto the bed. He looked at the nymph in his arms in a daze, his back stiff. His throat was so dry that he could not even make a sound. Do I look good? Pei Yulan sat up straight and pushed aside the hair on her shoulder, letting him see the exquisite design of this nightgown. Jiang Yi did not answer. Aren't you cold? Not cold. She cupped his cheek, forcing him to look at her. Don't you want to look at me closely? I'm sleepy. Sleep after you take a look. He did not want to take a look at it at all. Jiangi couldn't take it anymore and wrapped her in the blanket, covering even her neck. You look good. He clenched and relaxed his hands at his sides, his voice extremely hoarse. Yulin, change back first. Why? You'll get cold in the middle of the night. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. Is there no other reason? Pei Yulin moved into his arms, the smile on her lips becoming more and more sly. Her approach made Jiangi feel even worse. He tried his best to ignore the temptation and not give her a chance to mess around, but the veins on the back of his hand were getting more and more obvious. He kissed her forehead and coaxed her to change. Pei Yulin could not bear to torture him anymore. She sat at the end of the bed and changed into normal pajamas. Can I hug you now? Okay. Jiangi stretched out his arms. He put his arm around her waist and crawled into bed, no longer thinking about what he had just seen. There's another reason. Is it what I think it is? Probably. Pei Yulin raised her chin and kissed his lips. I'll wear it for you to see on your birthday. There were still 3 months before his birthday. Jiangi chuckled. All right. He reached out and turned off the night light, shrouding the room in darkness. Pei Yulin, who was leaning in his arms, felt extremely at ease. She closed her eyes and fell asleep with him when the fireworks outside the window stopped. Early in the morning on the first day of the new year, children woke up early to play around in the courtyard. The barking of dogs mixed with firecrackers resounded everywhere. According to the weather forecast, the temperature in Lin City had plummeted from 6 degrees to 1. It was so cold that they had to put on more clothes. After sending red packets to his niece and nephew-in-law, Pei Jai got into the car and quickly drove away. Most of the shops on the street were closed, and there were not many cars on the road. He stopped at the mall behind the CBD and walked straight to the gift area on the first floor to choose a New Year gift for Lin Jiao's family. Coincidentally, he bumped into 2 acquaintances. Tian, it's enough. Ji Yuquan glanced at the shopping cart full of stuff and stopped Su Tian from putting the tea into the cart. Is it enough? We have plenty of tea at home. It's fine. Tea won't expire. Su Tian put the box of tea into the shopping cart and looked left and right at the shelves. The fact that she insisted on buying unnecessary stuff gave Ji Yuquan a headache. He looked away in frustration and noticed the man standing opposite him choosing wine. President Pei? He had seen Pei Jai's interview in the financial newspaper and recognized him at a glance. Pei Jai looked up. He sized up Ji Yuquan indifferently, the oppressive aura he exuded making it difficult to approach him. You are? Ji Yuquan spoke to him unflatteringly. I'm the vice president of the GU Corporation, Ji Yuquan. What's the matter? I want to discuss a cooperation with you after the new year, he said bluntly. Can I have your business card? Pei Jai picked up 2 bottles of wine from the shelf and placed them in the shopping cart. You can find the number on the official website. Can't I talk to you directly? I don't have time. A trace of disappointment flashed across Ji Yuquan's eyes. He knew very well that with his status as the vice president, he wasn't qualified to talk directly to Pei Jai, so he could only give up. The tea here is not bad. He stopped talking about work and said casually, take your time. We'll get going first. Okay. Pei Jai did not look at him. His godlike appearance and noble temperament made Su Tian curious about him. She asked Ji Yuquan, who is he? Xing Heng's boss. The company that sells robots. Her eyes lit up as she asked curiously, he must be very rich, right? I think he has a net worth of more than 60 billion. Ji Yuquan could not remember the exact number. In any case, it was a height he could not reach at this stage. More than 60 billion, probably even higher after the new year. Su Tian's heart started to race when she smelled money. He looks so young. She held Ji Yuquan's arm. Is Xing Heng his family business? No, he founded it himself. That good? Yes. Ji Yuquan admired him. He's very famous in the industry. Many people want to get to know him but can't. Su Tian thought for a second and asked, is he married? No, he walked to the cashier and took out the stuff from the shopping cart. Quite a lot of women want to marry him though. 205. It's good for everyone if you'll take the money and leave. It's normal. Su Tian opened a box of mints. It's hard to find a handsome and rich man like him. However, with her status, it was impossible for her to be with him. Ji Yuquan held the gifts and led her to the car. He thought of his parents' attitude towards her and stopped talking about Pei Jai. My mother is soft-hearted. Talk to her more later. On the 15th, the Jiyu couple rejected Sutian's visit with the excuse that they were not at home. She thought that the outcome would be the same this time. She did not expect them to agree. I know. Sutian put on her seatbelt and smiled as sweetly as ever. I'll definitely perform well. Jiyu Quan stared at her smile, and for a moment, the figure of another person flashed across his mind. He composed himself and drove towards the Jiyu residence. Sutian picked up a portion of the gifts and held Jiyu Quan's arm as they approached the door. When they reached the door of the living room, they heard laughter. When they looked around, they realized that there were guests sitting on the sofa. Mom. Jiyu Quan interrupted them. He placed the gifts on the coffee table and patted his mother gently on the back. These are the gifts Tian bought for you. Sutian greeted obediently. Hello, Auntie. She revealed the most perfect posture and smile, looking gentle and harmless. Zhang Wanlian nodded. Sit down first. Her attitude was much better than the last time they met. Sutian smiled even more, but before she could find a topic to talk about, she was beaten to it. Brother Quan, do you still remember me? There were two girls sitting on the sofa opposite them. The one who spoke was the same type as Sutian, but in comparison, this girl was much prettier. Jiyu Quan searched for her name in his mind. His gaze stopped on that familiar face. Looking at him, Sutian thought that he was attracted to this girl so much that he was in a daze. She suppressed the emotions in her eyes and sat closer to him, as if she was declaring that Jiyu Quan was hers. Tan Mangsh. He did not notice Sutian's actions and thought for a long time before coming up with a name. I thought you didn't remember me. Tan Mangsh sat up straight and looked at him with sparkling eyes. During the summer vacation in high school, she came to Lin City to play for a month and stayed with the Jiyu family. During that period of time, they often played together and got along very well like a pair of siblings. However, she did not want to be his sibling anymore. Why would I forget you? Jiyu Quan's expression softened. He held Sutian's hand and glanced at the young lady beside her. Is this your friend? She's my younger sister. Tang Mangsh pinched Tang Enai's arm and asked her to look up. Tang Ni. This voice made Tang Enai's hair stand on end. She endured the pain in her arm and looked up, revealing her beautiful face and forcing a smile. Seeing that she was wearing a hearing aid, Jiyu Quan suppressed the curiosity in his heart and smiled gently. He looked away. Where's my father? Making a phone call upstairs. Zhang Wanlian looked at Tang Mangsh as if she was looking at her own daughter. Mangsh, when will your parents come? On the 3rd day of New Year. Let's have a meal together. Sure. Tang Mangsh looked at Jiyu Quan. Brother Quan, my family moved to Lin City. How long ago? At the end of November. She ignored Sutian and said ambiguously, we can see each other more often in the future. Zhang Wanlian put down her coffee cup. Quan, bring your two sisters to look around in the garden. I'll call you when it's time to eat. All right. Jiyu Quan slowly stood up. Before he could take a step forward, he heard her say, Sutian, stay and talk with me. Sutian stayed in the living room alone. She took the lemonade from the nanny. Her movements were natural and graceful. Auntie, your skin condition is really good. She started the conversation with praise. Unfortunately, Zhang Wanlian did not buy it. She crossed her hands and placed them between her knees. Miss Su, when do you plan to break up with Quan? What do you mean? We've decided to let Quan get engaged to Mangsh. It was a short sentence, but it sounded like a drum beating in Sutian's ears, making her ears hurt. She gripped the glass tightly. He agreed. It doesn't matter if he agrees or not. You made a decision without his permission. Have you considered his feelings? Zhang Wanlian asked. Who do you think he will choose between you and the Jiyu Corporation? You're forcing him. I'm forcing him. Aren't you forcing him too? Sutian was speechless. She looked at Zhang Wanlian with tears in her eyes, her face as pale as paper. There's 10 million in here. Zhang Wanlian took out a bank card and placed it on the coffee table. It's good for everyone if you take the money and leave. To Sutian, 10 million yuan was a huge sum of money, but she did not want it now. She did not believe that they would be so heartless as to force Jiyu Quan to make a choice, so she decided to take a gamble. I don't want it. You think it's not enough? You've misunderstood. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said stubbornly, I won't break up with him. Zhang Wanlian was not surprised. She asked the nanny to make another pot of flower tea and sent a WeChat message to Jiu Chenjiai. Miss Su, I hope you won't regret it. Do you hate me that much? I don't hate you. Su Tian saw that figure from the corner of her eye and cried even harder than before. I beg you, please don't separate us, okay? With just one sentence, Jiu Quan understood what happened while he wasn't present. He hurriedly walked up to Su Tian and frowned in frustration. Mom, what did you say to her this time? You know very well what I said. Zhang Wanlian's annoyance was written all over her face. She switched off the screen on the phone and glanced coldly at Su Tian, who was crying non-stop. Stop crying, it's annoying. I'm sorry. Su Tian humbled herself and trembled in Jiu Quan's arms in fear. Hearing her sobbing, Jiu Quan's thoughts were in a mess. There was nothing else he could do other than comforting her. He took out a tissue to wipe Su Tian's face. Just as he was about to bring her to the washroom, Jiu Chenjiai's voice came from upstairs. Tian, wait for me. He picked up the glass of water and fed her before turning to go upstairs. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. In the quiet environment, the sound of the door closing was amplified. Su Tian became even more flustered. Every second she waited became so long that she wanted to escape. At this moment, her uneasiness and Zhang Wanlian's calmness were in stark contrast. 206 Suspecting this love, Auntie. As soon as Tang Manch returned to the living room, she realized that something was wrong. What happened? Nothing. Are you done looking around the garden? Yes. She leaned against Zhang Wanlian affectionately. Brother Quan said he'll bring me to watch a movie tomorrow. Her sweet tone was like a sharp knife that stabbed Su Tian in the heart. What movie do you want to watch? She took a deep breath and took out her phone from the new Louis Vuitton bag. I'll book the tickets. Whatever movie Brother Quan likes. He rarely watches movies. He's not picky. It's fine. I'll wait for him to come down and choose one with him together. Su Tian wanted to slap her. Due to Zhang Wanlian's presence, she had no choice but to swallow her anger and face them with a gentle and agreeable smile. 20 minutes later, the father and son upstairs finished talking. Jiu Quan went downstairs exhausted. Without even saying goodbye, he held Su Tian's hand and walked out. His departing figure made Tang Manch panic. She subconsciously chased him to the courtyard and reached out to block Jiu Quan from leaving. Brother Quan, where are you going? Why? I haven't chosen a movie with you yet. Jiu Quan's gentleness disappeared. I'm sorry. He walked around her and said bluntly, I have a girlfriend. I can't go with you. His completely different attitude said it all. Tang Manch guessed something from this change of attitude. In order to give him some space to think, she was not in a hurry to force him. She took half a step back. Then be careful on the way. Jiu Quan did not respond. He got into the driver's seat and drove out of the villa area with a dark expression, eager to leave the oppressive home. Quan. Su Tian asked carefully, did uncle ask you to get engaged to her? Yeah, what do you think? Impossible. Jiu Quan lit a cigarette while waiting for the traffic light. I treat her as my sister. He glanced at the trees that were blown by the cold wind and thought of what Jiu Chenjiai had said. I'll give you 2 months. If you can't make up your mind, I'll get someone else to take your position as the vice president. I am not forcing you to marry Manch, but you absolutely can't marry her. I've analyzed the pros and cons for you. If you want to ruin your future for a woman, I have nothing to say. Did you and uncle argue? Su Tian asked, pulling him back from his wandering thoughts. It was more than just arguing. Jiu Quan stopped thinking about Jiu Chenjiai's ultimatum and stepped on the accelerator when the light turned green. He blew out a wisp of smoke. Don't worry. It was impossible for Su Tian not to worry. She could not see the future, nor did she know when they would ever get married. It was inevitable that she would try to think of a backup plan for herself. Quan. She looked at his side profile. What are you going to do if they use the company to force you to break up with me? They won't. I said if. Jiu Quan did not know. He was very determined to be with her in the past, but after interacting with her for a period of time, he became less so. No ifs. He took a deep breath, unwilling to be troubled by this question. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'll handle it, okay. Su Tian did not ask further. She leaned back in her seat and listened to the soothing music as she looked out the window, silently planning the future. After her fiancé left, Tan Manch was no longer in the mood to chat with the GU couple. She found an excuse to leave. She and Tang Ni got into the GU family's car and were driven to a high-end residential building. Press the elevator. With no one familiar around, she revealed her true colors and ordered Tang Ni around like she was a servant. Tang Ni pressed the button silently. She stared at the rising number of floors. After the ding, she followed Tang Manch into a house that did not belong to her. Put my shoes away. Tang Manch casually kicked off her high heels. She leaned against the soft sofa and slowly lit a cigarette. Tang Ni, do you know how to talk? Yeah is not what I want to hear. Tang Ni was about to go to the guest bedroom when a cushion was thrown at her. She clenched her fists. What do you want? Come here. Tang Manch suddenly became irritable, her overly high-pitched voice almost penetrating the ceiling. She pointed at the tip of Tang Ni's nose and counted to 3. Seeing her walk over, she smiled and said, "Isn't your hearing aid broken?" "No." "Then why can't you hear me?" "I can hear you." Tang Ni met her gaze. There was no fear in her eyes, only numbness. She and Tang Manch were half-sisters. To be precise, she was the child of Mr. Tang's mistress. Her mother died young. In his later years, Mr. Tang felt guilty and brought her over from her grandmother's house when she was 18 years old. Initially, she was glad to have the fatherly love she had been longing for, but as time passed, she realized that Mr. Tang could not give her the love she wanted. She even had to face the humiliation that she had never suffered in the past 18 years. Mr. Tang's wife and daughter would treat her worse than a dog when he was on a business trip. They would torture her in all kinds of ways, even beating and scolding her. She treated it as a debt repayment for her mother and endured it for 4 years without thinking of retaliating or complaining. But now, she did not seem to want to go on living like this. "I didn't ask you to come over to watch you stand there like a dummy." Tang Manch kicked her knee, her expression gradually turning ferocious. She did not use much strength, but Tang Ni still took a few steps back to distance herself from her. "If you have something to say, just say it." It was tiring enough to put on a show with her in the GU family. She just wanted to rest. "Bring me the ashtray. And, mop the floor again and wipe the windows." Tang Manch looked around. "After that, go out and buy groceries. I want to eat lobsters." Tang Ni turned around and returned to the guest bedroom. She locked the door and let Tang Manch kick it with all her might like a maniac. "Tang Ni, who allowed you to lock the door? I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, don't even think about eating tonight, let alone getting a single cent." 10 minutes later, the cursing stopped. Tang Ni swiped open the screen of her phone and checked the balance in her bank card. She sighed silently when she realized that it was less than 3,000. She opened her WeChat and sent a message to the supervisor of Boyu Club. "Can I move into the staff dormitory after the new year?" "Sure." The supervisor replied and asked out of concern, "Are you in trouble?" "No." "Then I'll see you after the new year." "Alright, Bo.jpg. After sending this message, Tang Ni wrapped herself in the blanket and fell asleep. 207 Leave it unknown. On the 3rd day of the new year, it started to snow. The temperature of -1 degree, coupled with the snowflakes carried over by the wind, made the airport several times colder than the streets. The snowflakes filled the sky. The group took the shuttle bus to the private plane and got in to avoid the cold wind. The interior of the cabin was very spacious. There were 2 beige sofas placed side by side on the left and 3 marble square tables on the right. There were 4 sofa chairs at each square table. Behind the chairs were 2 brownish-red wooden doors, one of which had an LCD screen on it. Behind the wooden door were 2 beds more than a meter wide. Near the end of the cabin was the food area and the resting area for the flight attendants. Not bad. Chuyeju sat on the sofa in satisfaction. He took off his down jacket. "When will it take off?" "At 3 o'clock. 20 minutes to go." "How long will it take to fly to Rome from here?" Lin Jiao sat at the marble table and adjusted her seat to find a comfortable height. Question Xiao said, 11 hours. He handed the others a cigarette and threw a match over. "Are there any poker cards here?" asked the flight attendant. Ju Yinshan walked to the end of the cabin and asked the flight attendant to bring over 2 decks of poker cards and dice cups after takeoff. He sat down beside Qian Yu. "They only serve wine. Do you want it?" Pei Yulan leaned on Jian Yu's shoulder. "A little bit. We can sleep after drinking." As she spoke, she yawned. Jianqi placed his palm on the top of her head and rubbed it gently. Perhaps because yawning was contagious, Shenyi said, I didn't sleep until 4 in the morning. I'm too sleepy. Where did you go? Nothing. Insomnia. Peijai told him to rest in the back to avoid being disturbed by their talking. At 3 o'clock sharp, the plane slid forward. The moment the plane left the ground and flew steadily in the air, 2 flight attendants brought over the wine and fruit plates they needed. The lively atmosphere lasted until evening. After dinner, Shenyi played with them until 10 o'clock before returning to sleep. The passenger cabin that was filled with the fragrance of wine gradually fell silent. The group of people who were tired from playing lay on the sofa and chairs and fell asleep under the blanket. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the plane stopped at Rome's Ciampino airport. The 11-hour flight ended. Xiao took the group of people through the airport to meet up with Venol. Long time no see. Venol, who was wearing a neon green down jacket, shouted the moment he saw them. Xiao asked, where's the car? In front. Venol shook hands with them one by one. After introducing himself, he gave Peijai, who paid for this trip, a hug. Venol, which car is yours? Xiao asked. The red one. Don't tell me it's this one. Xiao pointed at a small bus covered in graffiti. Venol nodded. Put your luggage down first. He opened the luggage compartment and helped stuff the luggage in. This car is quite cool. Chuyoju sized up the graffiti that filled the entire car. The only flaw is that it's too red. It goes with his down jacket. Green goes with red? You are bullsh*ting again. Venol couldn't be bothered to argue with Xiao. Alright, let's get in the car. January was the coldest time in Rome. The temperature in the morning fell to -5 degrees Celsius. It was really cold to stay outside for too long. They took a 12-seater bus and drove 16 kilometers to the hotel. The currency used in Italy was also in euros. After getting the room card, Xiao tipped the receptionist €2. There were a total of 5 two-bedroom suites on the top floor. There were 10 of them, and 2 of them shared a room. In order to help Qianyu and Juyanshan get closer, Xiao arranged for them to stay in one room. Chuyoju and Shenyi shared a room. Xiao and Venol shared a room, and the remaining 2 couples each shared a room. How many days are we staying in Rome? Shenyi dragged his suitcase and walked out of the elevator first. 2 days. Where to after that? Florence, Venice, Milan. Peijai opened the door. Ask Venol about the specific attractions. He's making arrangements. Qianyu said, it's better not to know where we are going. That way, she would be looking forward to it. They agreed to go out at 12 o'clock and return to their rooms to pack their luggage and rest for a while. The furnishings in the room were the same as the photos they saw on WeChat. It was decorated in a European style and was extremely elegant. A cold wind swept in from outside the glass door. Lin Jiao turned on the heater in the room. When the temperature gradually rose, she took off her down jacket. She placed the toiletries in the bathroom and unpacked her luggage with Peijai. Are we going to take them all out? Leave the ones that don't crumple easily in there. Okay. She hung up her coat and was led to the sofa to rest. Did you tell your parents that you arrived safely? Not yet. Peijai took out his phone from his pocket and swiped the screen to find that it was out of battery. While Lin Jiao was sending a WeChat message, he found a charger to charge his phone and put his arm around her waist. I saw it just now. Yes. You brought 2 sets of lace hollow-out nightgowns. He deliberately lowered his voice and breathed into her ear. So what? Do you want to wear it for me to see? The warmth of his breath was like an electric current that ran from Lin Jiao's neck to the top of her head. No, she tilted her head to avoid looking at him, her face flushed red. Peijai kissed her lips the next second. His fingertips passed through a few strands of long hair and held the back of her head, enjoying the moment when their breaths intertwined. Jiao Jiao. He let go of her in time and coaxed her gently. I want to see it. Lin Jiao calmed her breathing. When we get back. Then I want to see you in a nightgown. Which one? The one you surprised me with last time. Peijai touched her face. A scene flashed across Lin Jiao's mind. It was clear enough to make her blush. She pinched his waist. You don't get to choose. 208 The Mouth of Truth. I'm not picky. Peijai had no right to be picky. You can wear whatever you want. His compromise could always make her heart soften. Lin Jiao wrapped her arms around his waist. She did not tell him which one she would wear. I'll show you when the time comes. Good girl, don't say that. Pei-Jai chuckled. Can't I even praise you? He caressed her cheek, his calloused fingers brushing past her skin. Try another way. Awesome. She chose to remain silent. Lin Jiao rested her head on his shoulder and took a nap for more than 20 minutes. At 12 o'clock, Chuyeju's voice came from outside the door. He called everyone to go out. After having lunch nearby, they headed to the filming location of the Roman holiday, Plaza de España. Plaza de España is located at the foot of the hill of Trinity Church and is known for the Spanish staircase that leads to the church. No matter what season it was, there was a lively scene in front of the stairs. Tourists were standing in front of the fountain to take photos. One could vaguely hear the melodious singing from the church. Jiangyi, help us take 2 photos. Pei Yulan pulled Lin Jiao and Qian Yu up the stairs. Okay. Jiangyi squatted down to find an angle. He got the 3 of them to pose and included the church behind them in the camera. Pei-Jai walked back and forth on the stairs with Jiangyi and Zhu Yinshan. Apart from admiring the scenery, he also took many photos of them. The remaining 3 bachelors followed Ven all around the church and competed over long jumps on the stairs. I won, Shenyi shouted, not caring about the opinion of the tourists. Will the winner treat us to coffee? Where is the coffee shop? Xiao looked around. Over there on the right. Shenyi called Pei-Jai to ask what they wanted before ordering 10 cups. Just as he handed Chuyeju's cup over, he saw him throw a wink at him. Brother Yi, he exclaimed, attracting the attention of the other tourists. Will your girlfriend be angry if you buy me coffee? Shenyi found it embarrassing to be with this fool and walked out of the coffee shop with 2 paper bags. He met Pei-Jai and the others by the fountain and handed them coffee cups. Just as they were about to head to the next attraction, Chuyeju pestered Zhu Yinshan and put on a good show in public with him. He took a sip of Zhu Yinshan's coffee and said, Brother Yinshan, if I drink your coffee, will your girlfriend be jealous? Qian Yu, who was amused, laughed so hard that she almost spat out the coffee in her mouth. When she laughed, the others were affected and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Jiao was also in the mood to play. Brother. She shook Pei-Jai's arm and called out to him in a soft voice, but before she could say her lines, she laughed out loud. Pei-Jai's eyes darkened. Do it again? No, I can't help but laugh. Then we'll do it tonight. He suppressed the darkness in his eyes, determined to get her to call him brother more. After having enough fun, Chuyeju hummed a tune and got on the bus under Zhu Yinshan's disdainful gaze. They shuttled through the ancient streets, admiring the grand buildings. Ven all brought everyone to Cosmedin Church for a tour. On the way, he picked up the identity of the tour guide and introduced the scene to them in detail. After listening to him talk about the history of churches, Pei Yulan asked curiously, how many churches are there in Rome? More than 700. He walked around the fountain. We'll only watch this one. We won't go to the others. What's so special about this place? Xiao looked around and did not find anything novel. There's a Bocca della Verità. What did you say? The mouth of truth. Pei-Jai summarized Ven all's introduction in one sentence. A lie detector. They approached the round object carved from marble and sized up the slightly strange face. It was said that as long as a liar put their hand into the stone statue's mouth, they would be bitten. Does anyone believe it? Shenyi, the atheist, thought that this was a place for couples to show off their love. People used to believe it. Which one of you wants to try? Let me do it. Chuyeju rolled up his sleeves and reached his hand into the mouth of the stone statue first. It's a little cold here. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. I just feel strange. It looks strange. Jiangyi looked at Chuyeju, waiting for him to lie. Chuyeju thought for a moment and said, I'm the ugliest. 5 seconds later, he frowned and pretended to be frightened. It bit my thumb. Really? Help me. Xiao could not stand it anymore. He grabbed his arm and pulled him to the side before showing him what acting was. Oh, my God. He looked at the ceiling, his right arm trembling. It hurts. Everyone watched as he acted like he was suffering from epilepsy. The moment he rolled his eyes, they laughed. Laughter that echoed in the wind floated out of the church, but it could not take away the joy that belonged to them. Oh. Night fell quietly, and the temperature dropped again. At night, there were fewer people on the streets. Only the restaurants by the river that enjoyed the night scenery were still filled with laughter. The soothing music lingered in their ears, as if it could help them relax. The neon lights outside the window shone in and landed on everyone, adding a touch of light to their eyes. This ham is not bad. Ju Yunshan forked a piece to Qian Yu's plate and let her try it. His considerateness along the way made Qian Yu's heart melt. She swallowed the ham and clinked glasses with him. She looked at him and smiled. Eat. Don't worry about me. 209 We will have a future. Ju Yunshan smiled. As your future boyfriend, shouldn't I be taking care of you? I don't even know if we have a future. Of course we have. His smile was especially wide. Qian Yu did not refute. She avoided his burning gaze and stuffed a piece of foie gras into his plate before continuing to eat. She rarely voiced her concern and only let Ju Yunshan feel it at all times. What time are we leaving tomorrow? Chu Yaju asked his friends. About 10 o'clock. It's too cold early in the morning. That works too. When winter came, the bed became the most comfortable place. No one wanted to get up early. Lin Jiao put down her knife and fork to admire the night scene. The neon lights were reflected in her eyes, looking like a sky filled with stars. Pei Jai, who was sitting beside her, could admire the beautiful scene outside in her eyes without looking out the window. He held her hand and let the laughter and chatter accompany them to the hotel before they disappeared into a suite. The sun and moon alternated, and a few rays of warm sunlight shone on every corner on the earth, waking up everything in the world with a warm light. The well-rested group set off at 10 o'clock. The first stop was the Colosseum, a landmark building that could accommodate 50,000 people. The Colosseum was built during the Roman Empire and was once a place for gladiators to fight lions. Under the introduction of the tour guide, Venol, they walked around the first and second floors before heading to the ancient Roman ruins beside them. There were many scenic spots in the ancient Roman ruins, like an open-air museum. It was almost 2 o'clock when they finished admiring the entire ruin. The moment Pei Yulan left the ruins, she finally felt hungry. Is there a restaurant nearby? There's one 500 meters ahead. Western restaurant. I don't care Western or Eastern. Let's eat first. Chu Yoju was starving. I feel like I can eat a cow. You're exaggerating. Really, I'm starving. Then I'll order 3 steaks for you later. Shin Yu placed his hand on his shoulder. I'll devour whatever you order. Are you sure? Positive. Chu Yoju finished 2 steaks in the restaurant and his stomach was about to explode. He stopped Shin Yu from ordering. Brother Yi, if I don't stop eating, I'll be hospitalized. Didn't you say you can eat a cow? I'm just saying. Why did you take it so seriously? Old buddy, you're disappointing. Ju Yunshan crossed his legs and smiled at him mockingly. Chu Yoju pretended not to hear him. In order to ease the thirst in his throat, he slowly drank a glass of water and said, let's continue the tour. When Jiangyi walked out of the restaurant, he handed them cigarettes. He looked back at the ruins. I realized that the buildings in Rome are relatively close to each other. We should be done touring this afternoon. Indeed. Smoke seeped out of Pei Jai's lips. He tidied the hood of Lin Jiao's down jacket and turned to ask, where to next? Venol said, the Trevi Fountain. The Trevi Fountain, near the Piazza Venezia, is the most famous fountain in Rome. The gorgeous sculptures intertwined with the water curtain, forming a beautiful visual feast. There were a few couples kissing near the wishing well. They were so immersed in each other's breathing that they did not care about what others thought. Are you going to kiss? Venol asked bluntly as he looked at the 3 couples. The question he threw out made Pei Yulan blush. She looked up at Jiangyi and asked, do we have to kiss? No, no, no. He looked at the wishing well. My girlfriend and I think kissing is very romantic. Jiao Jiao, do you like romantic? Not too bad. Pei Jai treated not too bad as like. He leaned close to her red lips. The next second, Jiangyi held Pei Yulan's cheek and gave her a romantic kiss. Ju Yunshan, who was more or less envious, gave the side of Qian Yu's face a light kiss under everyone's urging. The warm touch was tempting. Qian Yu looked up at his deep eyes. Her red ears revealed her emotions and indirectly encouraged him. Before she could react, Ju Yunshan pulled her into his arms and tasted her sweet lips without hesitation. The moment their lips connected, a numbing sensation overwhelmed the both of them, making them feel intoxicated. Everything around them seemed to have blended into the background. Even the conversation of the tourists was drowned out by their heartbeats. I'm sorry. Ju Yunshan stopped at the right time. He moved away from the lips that fascinated him and said in a hoarse voice, "I couldn't help it." Qian Yu suppressed the joy in her eyes. "There won't be a next time," she warned in a low voice and turned to look for Xiao to get the coins to make a wish. Zhu Yinshan smiled and followed her. When they got the coins, Ven all turned to face the wishing well and demonstrated, "When a couple throws the coin together, their love will last forever. How many wishes can we make?" 3. Page I held Lin Jiao's hand and walked to an empty spot. They closed their eyes and made a wish. At the same time, they threw the coin and let it fall into the clear wishing pool. Lin Jiao looked at the pool filled with coins. "I can't even find the coin I threw." Page I chuckled. "You don't have to." He pinched her soft cheek. "Our wish will definitely come true." "Yes, definitely. Do you want to eat ice cream?" Ju pushed through the crowd and raised his chin to the right. "No. Ice cream is too cold for winter. It's better to drink milk tea." They walked to a nearby bubble tea shop and strolled around Venice Square with milk teacups in their hands. They finished touring all the scenic spots worth going to before nightfall. The next morning, they dragged their suitcases to Florence. When it was noon, Ven all changed into a fluorescent down jacket and dazzled everyone again. "Don't you have any normal clothes?" Xiao face-palmed. "Doesn't this one look good?" "It's too dazzling. You want one?" Ven all thought Xiao was complimenting him. "I can give you one." Xiao quickly shook his head. "No need." He looked away. "Show us the way." 210 End of the group trip. The group admired the Catedrale Santa Maria del Fiore and the Uffizi Art Museum as well as the building that had many exquisite sculptures. They spent a day and a half appreciating the quaintness of Florence before heading to Venice. Venice was a city on the water with a particularly strong artistic atmosphere. Chuyoju sat at the bow of the boat and sighed. No one paid attention to him. He imitated Ven all's tone and said to the 6 people on the other boat, "Are you going to kiss?" "No." "Why aren't you answering?" He put on an act. "Are you afraid I'll be angry?" Zhu Yinshan, who had goosebumps from being disgusted by him, glanced at him in disdain. "Get lost." "You can't get lost on the boat." "I can't swim." "I realized that you really deserve a beating." Chuyoju grabbed Shen Yi's arm and leaned over. "Brother Yi, your love rival wants to beat me up. Can you be more shameless?" Shen Yi couldn't take it anymore. He scooped up a handful of lake water and splashed water on Chuyoju. Chuyoju, who was splashed with water on the face, spat nonstop and frowned. "This water is too dirty. Do you want to poison me to death? You deserve to be poisoned." They bickered all the way while the others admired the scenery in peace. Be it the Rococo Palace or the Moorish houses, they could see everything. In addition to the main island, Venice has a fairy-tale rainbow island and a glass island that produces art. They stayed in Venice for a day and night, rented a small bus, and drove to Milan, their last destination. "Oh my God!" Ven all suddenly slowed down after racing for more than 100 kilometers on the highway. "What's going on?" To be on the safe side, he parked the car on the side and observed the commotion in front. "There is a robbery taking place." The word robbery instantly swept away the sleepy atmosphere in the car. "What the F***ck?" Chuyoju quickly stood up in fear. "How many of them are there?" "I don't know. I only have 3,000 euros on me." Xiao took out his wallet and started counting the money. His actions made the atmosphere even more tense. Page I calmly walked to the driver's seat and looked at the white car that was forced to stop through the windshield. He said calmly, "They are not here to rob us." "Then who?" "Jewelry." A deafening sound was heard. The 9 people surrounding the driver's seat watched as the robbers took away 3 boxes and left the white car. How exciting. This was the first time Zhu Yinshan had seen such a big robbery in reality. Chuyoju had the same thoughts as him. However, he couldn't help but say, that jewelry company is too stupid. They actually put the company name on the car. It's no different from shouting "I have money in the car and you can rob me." Maybe the robbers have an insider giving them information. I don't know if there's an insider, but the 3 boxes of jewelry they took must be worth a lot. Pei Yulan went online to check. The most expensive jewelry in that company is $300 million US. What about the cheapest? 40 million. Does something like this happen often? Jian Yi took out a lighter and looked at Venol. "I think so." He stepped on the accelerator and talked about the recent cases. With that, the topic started. Everyone chatted for the next 100 kilometers. The 2.5-hour journey passed in the blink of an eye. After checking in, it was lunchtime. After enjoying a seafood banquet, they went to Mont Napoleon Avenue to shop. I want to buy 2 pairs of shoes. Lin Jiao stopped outside the shoe store and looked at the window. Yulin, do you want a pair? Yes. Pei Yulin held Qian Yu's hand and followed her. Under the recommendation of the shop assistant, they each chose 2 pairs of shoes. Before they could pay, Jian Yu swiped his card. He entered the PIN number, took the shopping bags, and handed them to Qian Yu and Lin Jiao. New Year's gift. Thank you, Jian Yu. Chu Yeju placed his hand on his shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Men and women are equal. Shall we go and see menswear too? Let's go. Jian Yu let the men present choose a piece of clothing and swiped the card. He and Pei Jai walked side by side, carrying more and more shopping bags in their hands as time went by. They are too good at shopping. Ju Yinshan looked at the figures that disappeared behind the door of Fendi. To be honest, I'm tired. Why don't you rest for a while? I have nowhere to sit. There's one over there. Pei Jai found a public seat not far away and rested with them for a moment. He took out a cigarette box from his pocket and handed them a cigarette. Where did Chiyoju and the others go? The cafe on the right. Which one? The one with the green umbrella at the door. Jian Yu pointed in a direction and blew out 2 puffs of smoke. Pei Jai took a look before looking away. He leaned back in his chair and relaxed. When the girls came out, they went to meet up with the others. I saw someone stealing something just now. As soon as Chiyoju saw them, he exaggerated what he saw. However, there were indeed many thieves nearby. Ven all waited for him to finish before saying, check if your wallet is in your pocket. It's still there. Let's put the things in the car. Shen Yu thought of the robbery he saw on the way. It won't be fun if we're targeted. Yes. Ju Yinshan glanced at the shopping bags in everyone's hands. The logo on the bags is too obvious. When we were outside, it was better to keep a low profile. On the way to the parking lot with them, Question Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked, will the car be broken into if we leave the bags there? The probability is very small, but it's not very unlikely. Then find something to cover it with. Just put it in the luggage compartment. Pei Jai asked Ven all to open the luggage compartment and stuff the bags in before getting into the car. As the sun set, the noisy city was enveloped in a faint glow, leaving behind the last bit of warmth for the tourists. A bus carrying 10 people shuttled through the capital. The 8-day trip ended. The group of people said goodbye to Ven all at the airport and boarded the private jet that came to pick them up. It was already late at night when they arrived at Lin City. They got in different cars parked outside the airport and drove in different directions in the heavy snow. 211 Wifey. In order to fulfill her promise, Lin Jiao went back to Mingxin Mansion alone the next evening to find a new nightgown she had bought before the new year. She picked up the black bag and walked into the convenience store outside Red Maple Forest. The reason she came to the convenience store was very simple. She wanted to buy condoms. The variety of packaging was confusing. She stood on the spot, hesitating which one to buy. The tips of her ears that were hidden under her hair gradually turned red, but she did not move for a long time. Half price for the second box. The cashier smiled at her and continued to scan the code. While there were no other customers around, Lin Jiao quickly placed a box on the counter. She did not look at the cashier. After paying for it, she left and quietly put the box in her pocket. Is it cold outside? Pei Jai, who was wearing an apron, took the bag and led her in. Not really. Watch TV for a while. He kissed her forehead and turned to go into the kitchen to cook. After the door was closed, Lin Jiao took off her coat. She held the box, not knowing where to put it. After thinking for a long time, she stuffed it back into her pocket. The sizzling sounds came out of the kitchen from time to time. A fragrance wafted out from the door and filled the air. Pei Jai came out with bowls and plates. He poured the wine into a wine glass and placed it in front of her. He picked up her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and fed it to her before asking, "What did you get when you went back?" "Clothes. Isn't there still a lot of clothes in the cloakroom?" "The style is different." Lin Jiao ate 2 mouthfuls of rice with her chopsticks. She only started drinking after filling her stomach. Perhaps to boost her courage, she even refilled her glass twice. Pei Jai put away the wine bottle when he was clearing the dishes. He wiped the water off his hands and realized that she was frequently casting glances at the down jacket. Thinking that she wanted to hang it up, he subconsciously picked it up. Plop! A box fell to the ground. Pei-Jai bent down to pick it up and chuckled. He raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, Mrs. Pei? Lin Jiao's heart skipped a beat and her face turned red. She did not answer. She took a step forward with the bag in her hand. I'm going to take a shower. You can't take a shower right after dinner. Then I'll go brush my teeth. There's no hurry. Pei-Jai put his arm around her waist and lay on the sofa comfortably. Wash up at 9. He put the box aside and twirled a strand of hair between his fingers, his actions indescribably ambiguous. Listening to his breathing in her ear, Lin Jiao's thoughts became even more chaotic, and her face turned even redder. Pei-Jai could feel her anxiety. Jiao, can we still watch the movie from last time? I think so. Then can you project it on the screen? Lin Jiao swiped open her phone and found the movie in the cloud storage before projecting it on the screen. She leaned into Pei-Jai's arms and asked him to turn off the chandelier before enjoying the movie with him. The scene on the screen changed from the bar to the bedroom. Soft music and a touch of light created a hazy vibe. The two of them hugged each other on the sofa and their breaths intertwined. Neither of them was in the mood to continue watching the movie. Aren't you going to take that? When he carried her to the bedroom, Lin Jiao looked back. There's one in the cabinet. When did you buy it? Pei-Jai lowered his head to look at her and smiled. Before the new year. He kicked open the bedroom door and closed it heavily to isolate the outside world. From the living room, the sound of a piano played in the movie could be heard. The overlapping and harmonious black and white keys were closely pressed together, creating a melody that belonged to this winter. The sound of the piano stopped when the snow became heavier. It seemed like the piano song had never played, but every note left a faint warmth in the living room. Lin Jiao, who had done admiring piano music, nestled in the soft blanket on the bed and frowned. She cleared her throat. Pei-Jai, wifey, I'm here. Pei-Jai came back from the living room with a glass of warm water and sat by the bed to feed her. His eyes were filled with joy, and the smile on his thin lips was still there. His smile was like the sun that could melt the snow, but Lin Jiao was not in the mood to admire it. I think I'm allergic. Where? Leg. She pointed at the red skin and couldn't help but want to scratch it. I'm having a rash. Pei-Jai frowned. Don't scratch it. He held her ankle. Is it caused by shower gel? No. What else did you touch? I didn't touch anything else. Lin Jiao thought for a second and finally pointed at the bedside table. Maybe it's because of this. Pei-Jai frowned. Ask Qian Yu. He came back to his senses and covered her with the blanket. I'll go get a towel. Okay. Lin Jiao made a call. She explained the situation to Qian Yu on the phone and sent her a photo. Looking at Pei-Jai, she said, Qian Yu said there's an 80% chance it's an allergic reaction. Ask her what to apply on the skin first. Right away. She forwarded the name of the ointment Qian Yu mentioned to Pei-Jai and asked him to find it in the first aid kit. Lin Jiao, I'm actually allergic to condoms. Weeping.jpg. You, link. You, this one is anti-allergic. Snicker.jpg. Lin Jiao, shy facepalm.jpg. What did she say? Pei-Jai squeezed out some ointment on the cotton swab and gently applied it on her. Lin Jiao let out a long breath when the cold ointment came into contact with her skin and showed him the chat history. She picked up the cup to take a sip. Buy another one. Let's go to the hospital tomorrow. Pei-Jai was afraid that she would have an allergic reaction even if they tried another one, so he did not plan to buy it for the time being. That works too. Are you still feeling unwell? He stroked her soft hair, his eyes filled with heartache. I'm much better now. Lin Jiao looked down at his neck where there was a bite mark. She called the seam just now and touched it. Does it hurt? No. Pei-Jai lifted the blanket and lay down. He pressed his forehead against hers and looked at her with his long and narrow eyes. Wifey, you look good in that nightgown. Hearing him call her wifey in a hoarse voice, Lin Jiao went weak. Even the tips of her ears felt numb. I don't want to wear it anymore, but I want to see it. In your dream. Lin Jiao retracted her hand from his grip, a smile flashing across her eyes. Pei-Jai saw that smile. He whispered into her ear, trying to soften her heart. Wifey, can you wear it for me a few more times? 212 Don't push your luck. Lin Jiao's heart indeed softened. We'll talk about it next time. She pulled the blanket up and leaned against his neck out of habit. I want to sleep. Kiss me again. I kissed you a lot today. Not enough. After getting a kiss, Pei-Jai turned off the night light in satisfaction. Good night. They fell asleep under each other's warmth and woke up leisurely under the urging of the alarm clock. The snow outside the window did not stop all night. The trees on the street were covered in a layer of snow. When strong wind flew, the branches could not withstand the weight and snapped off, falling on the snow pile on the ground. There were not many cars and pedestrians coming and going. The originally 20-minute journey was shortened to 10 minutes. After registering in the dermatology department and doing the allergy screening, they took the report to the doctor. It's indeed a rubber allergy. After reading the report and Lin Jiao's leg, the doctor said, it's not serious. It'll go away in 2 days. Can I use polyurethane condom? Sure. She said a few materials for the young couple to write down. I suggest you try again in 2 days. Pei-Jai replied, thank you. He held Lin Jiao's hand and went downstairs to get the medicine before walking to the parking lot in the snow. The doctor's words still lingered in his ears. Pei-Jai leaned against the driver's seat and tilted his head to look at the woman who was more charming than usual. She cried last night. He took pity on her and gave it to her in half an hour. Now that he thought about it, he became restless. He could finally be intimate with her, but now he had to wait for 2 days before doing it again. It was too torturous for him. Why aren't you driving? Lin Jiao adjusted the seat and turned to face him, confusion flashing across her eyes. Pei-Jai sighed. I'm thinking about something. He drove to the district near the city government. He told Lanying last night that he would go to see them. What is it? About last night. Hearing that, Lin Jiao recalled what happened last night. She avoided that scorching gaze and turned to look at the snow outside the window. Watch the road carefully. Yes, wifey, I'll listen to you. Pei-Jai shook off the scenes in his mind to avoid torturing himself. He stopped at a residential building and took out a few bags of things he had bought in Italy from the back seat. He held her waist and walked up the stairs. Xu Jing opened the door. Sister, brother-in-law. He was wearing a black and white down jacket. The rabbit fur on his collar surrounded his round face, making him look extremely cute. Did Jing miss us? Lin Jiao patted his head and held Pei-Jai's hand as they walked to the living room. Yes. He sat on the stool obediently and grinned sincerely. I've missed you too for a long time. How long is a long time? It's been especially long. Pei-Jai was amused by his gestures. He handed him the red packet he had prepared in advance and asked, are you alone at home? No. Xu Jing put the red packet in his pocket and clapped his hands. Mom is in the bathroom. The others went out to buy groceries. The others, Dad and Sister Shuiyu. Only then did Pei-Jai remember who Sister Shuiyu was. He helped Xu Jing unwrap the gifts. After Lanying came out after washing up, they sat around the coffee table and chatted. The sound of laughter and TV filled the living room. Hearing the laughter, Xu Taiyao, who was outside the door, knew that Lin Jiao and Pei-Jai had arrived. He turned the lock and entered the apartment with Xu Shuiyu with a smile. The first impression Xu Shuiyu gave people was that she was very quiet and reserved. She rarely saw Lin Jiao and they did not have much in common. After chatting about their recent situation, she brought the ingredients into the kitchen. Xu Jing, turn down the volume. Xu Taiyao roared from the kitchen, scaring Xu Jing into quickly taking the remote control and lowering the volume. A rich fragrance gradually wafted out from the kitchen. The dining table was filled with delicious food, making one drool just by looking at it. The family sat at the table in a delightful mood until evening. When the two of them returned to the red maple forest, night fell. Lin Jiao was lying on the sofa and scrolling through her phone when she accidentally saw the news of Xiao Heng robot. She looked up and asked, when is the release date of the second generation of Xiao Heng robot? In June. Are you going to attend the press conference? Yes. Pei-Jai poured her a glass of warm water and fed her the medicine first. Do you mind if I agree to be interviewed by the media? Why would I mind? They'll ask about my relationship. So be it. Lin Jiao swallowed the pill and took 2 sips of water to suppress the bitterness. Everyone in the company knows anyway. After receiving an answer that was not unexpected, his heart still skipped a beat. Then I'll get Question Xiao to make an appointment with them. All right. She lowered her head and continued scrolling through her phone. Pei-Jai whispered into her ear, Wifey. Yes. I want to eat peaches. He put down her phone and held her waist, twirling a strand of long hair with his fingertips. The peaches don't ripen until June. But I want to eat it now. You can't eat fruits that are out of season. Lin Jiao wrapped her arms around his neck. Before she could coax him, her lips were kissed. She vaguely heard a low groan. His hoarse groans made her feel like she had fallen into a wine cellar and was drunk before drinking. The light from the chandelier became even dimmer. She narrowed her eyes and pushed Pei Jai's shoulder away. Don't push your luck. Why is kissing my wife pushing my luck? You're not allowed to kiss me anyway. Her angry tone made him chuckle. Pei Jai suppressed the sadness in his eyes and said, "It's so sweet." Lin Jiao ignored him, but her heart was racing. She leaned into Pei Jai's arms and spent 2 days peacefully. On the morning of the third day, she fell into his trap with the arrival of a packet Pei Jai ordered online. "Honey, don't take a bath for too long." A hoarse voice came from outside the door. "I know. Do you want cherries? I'll wash them," Lin Jiao replied lazily. She raised a leg and stepped out of the bathtub. She stood in front of the sink and wiped the steam off the mirror. She looked up and saw a few mottled marks on her snow-white skin, looking like red plums on the snowy mountain. She remembered the way he guided her to look at herself in the mirror as they joined together physically. She looked away to calm her racing heart and slowly put on her pajamas. "Honey," Pei Jai, who was standing outside the door, came over with a bowl of cherries. "I'll feed you." His fingers brushed past her lips. Lin Jiao's eyelashes fluttered as she bit the red fruit. She chewed twice and said in a muffled voice, "Don't think I'll forgive you just because you did this." 213 I've had crush on her for 4 years. Pei Jai followed her into the bed and asked pleadingly, "Then how can you forgive me?" Lin Jiao spat out the fruit core into his palm and pointed at the bedside table. "You're not allowed to use it for 3 days. Honey, there's no room for discussion." She realized that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. "How about 2 days?" Pei Jai pressed his forehead against hers, his voice coaxing. Lin Jiao didn't budge. No, she stuffed another cherry into her mouth. "Not even half a day less. I will lose my sleep if you are so cruel to me. Why didn't I see you lose sleep in the past? It's different." Pei Jai threw the fruit core she spat out into the trash can and said in a low voice, "In the past, we never did it." He thought it was very difficult to quit smoking. But now, something even harder to quit than smoking appeared. "Anyway, no." Lin Jiao fed him a cherry to shut his mouth. "If you dare to do what you shouldn't, it'll be 4 days. Pei Jai thought for a moment. "Okay." He pretended to be unwilling, but he had already thought of a solution. "I don't want to eat anymore." "Then I'll put it back." He went out to put the plate of cherries back and turned off the light in the master bedroom. "Wifey, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "No." Lin Jiao set the alarm and went to bed early with him to be ready for work tomorrow. After the new year, many companies resumed work. After the long holiday, the employees of Xinheng walked to their desks in high spirits. The media company sent their best reporters and photographers to the top floor at 10 o'clock sharp for the exclusive interview. "This way, please." Xiao led them into the CEO's office and sat behind the cameraman to listen. He glanced at the man who exuded an unapproachable and noble aura and waited quietly for his expression to soften. The reporter asked about his entrepreneurial experience and the progress of the second generation of Xiaoheng robot. Finally, the reporter asked about his relationship. She stared at his ring. "Can you tell us about your relationship? For example, how long have you been with her?" Pei Jai's expression indeed softened. He smiled. "We haven't been together for long, but we've known each other for a long time." "Childhood sweetheart?" No. Without needing the reporter to ask further, he told her how they met. The reporter was envious. She glanced at the notebook and continued to ask him with a smile, "So, did you like her first?" "Yes." Pei Jai rubbed his ring as images flashed across his mind. "I've had a crush on her for 4 years. His interview became a trending topic at noon. The moment he said that he had a crush on her for 4 years, the crowd on Weibo was in an uproar. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone in Lin City knew that the president of Xinheng was a devoted man. President Pei is really a good man. Indeed. I could tell when he whispered to the lady boss in the hall last time. Even rich and handsome men are so loyal. I really don't know why those losers want to be scumbags. I have to send it to my boyfriend and let him learn from President Pei." Everyone in Xinheng was discussing this. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Lin Jiao walked out of the hall and went to Sycamore Street to have lunch with Pei Yulin. Jiao Jiao, did you see the interview? Pei Yulin asked excitedly. I did. Are you touched? Lin Jiao nodded with a smile, especially when she heard him talk about how they met. He even remembers many details. Pei Yulin said in a low voice, Jiao Jiao, tell me about the experience first. It's nothing special. What do you mean nothing special? Lin Jiao could not describe the feeling in any case. It's not bad. Why don't you find a chance to try it with Jiangyi? I still have to wait for more than a month. Did you talk to him about it? Sort of. Pei Yulin recalled what happened on New Year's Day and a smile flashed across her eyes. Lin Jiao took a bite of the food. Did he join the filming crew? No, she took 2 bites of rice. He will go to the audition at the end of the month. He's been shooting advertisements for the past 2 days. When will the movie he played before the New Year be aired? March the 9th. It happens to be Saturday. Lin Jiao turned off the screen and discussed with her about doing something to root for Jiangyi. After lunch, she slowly walked towards Xinheng Hall. The employees were still discussing the interview. The trend lasted until Monday the next week before it was replaced by something else. Pei Jai was going on a business trip again. He set the departure time to be in the afternoon so that he could spend more time with her during the lunch break. Wifey, I'm leaving for 5 days. You already told me 3 times. Is there a reward after I return? Lin Jiao looked up to look at him. She was suddenly struck by an idea and smiled charmingly. Of course. Pei Jai swallowed his saliva. Don't go back on your word. He kissed her red lips again and again as if he was addicted. I won't. Lin Jiao's breath seemed to be filled with sweetness, making him want to drown in it. After the long kiss, she held his hand and placed it on her stomach. Help me rub my stomach. He remembered that she only felt uncomfortable on the first day of her period in the past. Did you eat something cold without me knowing? No, I'm just too full. Only then did Pei Jai feel relieved. He found some digestive pills from the first aid kit and fed her a few before rubbing her stomach. Wifey, do you want a driver? Lin Jiao was afraid of driving and felt that she would hit someone, so she did not get a driver's license. She shook her head. I'll just take a taxi, then remember to tell me when you get home. Pei Jai emphasized, don't forget it. The incident at the cafe gave him a lingering fear. He had to ensure her safety. Got it. Lin Jiao smiled, feeling warm to know that he was concerned about her. What time are you leaving? 2 o'clock. Back on Saturday afternoon? I think so. Pei Jai reported in detail about his business trip, giving her a sense of security. I'll bring you a gift when the time comes. I don't want a gift. Then what do you want? You. Lin Jiao teased him brazenly. I only want you. Pei Jai unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his neck to cool down his burning body. He lowered his eyes. Say that again. 214 Implementing the revenge plan. Lin Jiao hooked him. We'll talk when you come back. She left a kiss on his face before leaving the CEO's office under his passionate gaze. That night, she carried out her first plan. In order to take revenge, she came out of the shower and put on a red velvet nightgown to video call him on WeChat. Pei Jai, who was still dealing with work, leaned against the office chair in the hotel and held a fountain pen with 2 fingers. He looked up. Did you just take a shower? Yes. Lin Jiao turned on the night light. After confirming that he could see everything clearly, she said in a coquettish voice, Hubby, I miss you so much. With that, she kissed the camera. Pei Jai's eyes darkened. He closed the distance between him and the screen and rubbed his fingertips against her beautiful face. He said gently, I miss you too, wifey. Why didn't you kiss me if you missed me? How? Like what I did just now. Lin Jiao kissed the screen again. Pei Jai put his lips on the camera of the phone. As soon as he moved away, he saw her reach out to grab his kiss and press it to her heart. It was too seductive. I felt your kiss. Lin Jiao pushed aside the hair. Pei Jai's throat became even drier. He drank half a glass of water to relieve the heat. Aren't you cold wearing so little? I'm not cold. Lin Jiao lay down with her phone in hand and undid the strap on her shoulder. Hubby, what time do you plan to sleep? Before midnight. Will you have insomnia if I'm not around? That's very likely. Pei Jai's gaze wandered over her collarbone and he raised an eyebrow casually. Lin Jiao took his calmness as a provocation. She found the right angle and let go of the phone. Pretending that she was hit by the falling phone, she cried softly, "Ouched." Pei Jai asked in a hoarse voice, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts." Lin Jiao raised her phone and touched her skin with her fingertips. "You know how tender my skin is. It's already red." "Where?" "If you don't believe me, look." She pointed at her not-so-red skin. "Hubby, do I have to apply the ointment?" "You don't need ointment. You can just use moisturizer, then I'll go and find it." He watched as she applied the moisturizer on her skin. Pei Jai wanted to go home immediately to apply it on her. He rested his chin on his hand. "Honey, I'm going to take a shower." Hearing his extremely hoarse voice, Lin Jiao felt secretly satisfied. She said good night and ended her first plan. She was smiling all the way until she fell asleep. However, she did not know that Pei Jai was driven crazy by her seduction, nor did she know what kind of revenge she would receive. At the GU Corporation, GU Quan, who was busy until the afternoon, was woken up after sleeping on the sofa for an hour. It was Zhang Wanlian who called. "Manch's wallet was stolen. Go and pay for her. Can't you just transfer the money to her? Her phone is dead. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence?" He sneered. "Don't tell me she went shopping alone. Why would I lie to you?" Zhang Wanlian showed no signs of anger and said softly, "No matter what, she's still your sister." Ji Yuquan took a deep breath. "Send me the location." He arrived at the mall 20 minutes later and found Tang Manch in a luxury shop. "Brother Quan." Her lonely expression disappeared when she saw him, and her smile became sweet. She did not have any friends in Lin City. She did come alone and her wallet was indeed stolen. However, Ji Yuquan was not in the mood to listen to her explanation. He bought the bag she liked and asked impatiently, "Do you still want to shop?" No. Tang Manch picked up the shopping bag and held her stomach with one hand. "I'm very hungry. Can you take me to eat?" She lowered her head, as if she was afraid that he would turn around and leave her at the mall. Ji Yuquan rented a charger for her. "I still have to go back to the company." As he spoke, he walked towards the escalator without looking at her. His cold attitude made Tang Manch indignant. She immediately said, "Brother Quan, I told Auntie Wanlian to not force you. Can you not treat me like this? You can't force me either. Then why are you still alienating me? I'm very busy." Ji Yuquan left the escalator and was about to walk out when a familiar face entered his line of sight. He stopped in his tracks and Tang Manch followed his gaze, her eyes flashing with interest. She exclaimed, "Brother Quan, isn't this your girlfriend? Why is she with someone?" Su Tian and He Chi looked up at the same time. She retracted her hand from his arms. Her back was covered in cold sweat, and her thoughts were running wild, but she did not show it on her face. "Brother Quan." He Chi suppressed the emotions in his eyes and greeted him with a smile. What a coincidence. He had not seen Ji Yuquan for a long time and did not know what he was up to. Their friendship was also more distant than before. Ji Yuquan looked into his eyes and for some reason, he felt an indescribably strange feeling. The image of Su Tian holding his arm appeared in his mind again. He couldn't help but frown. "Why are you two together?" He Chi asked me to help him choose a gift for his girlfriend. Su Tian thought of a lie instantly. She went forward and held his arm, pointing at the shoes at her feet. "These shoes are too difficult to wear. I've sprained my ankle a few times." Hearing that, Ji Yuquan was less suspicious, but he still felt strange. He glanced at the shopping bag in He Chi's hand. "Why didn't you buy a new pair of shoes then?" "I haven't had time yet." "Brother Quan, this is..." In order not to make him suspicious again, He Chi stared at Tang Manch and changed the topic. Tang Manch said, "I'm his sister." She looked at He Chi and Su Tian. "So you know each other?" "Yes." He Chi remained calm in front of them. "Since we bumped into each other, let's have a meal together, should we?" Ji Yuquan did not refuse. They went to the Chinese restaurant behind the mall and sat around the round table in the private room. "When did you get a girlfriend?" Ji Yuquan took the cigarette from him and slowly lit it. "More than a month ago." "Did your family introduce you?" "No." He Chi made up a story and told him. He glanced at Su Tian from the corner of his eyes. Ji Yuquan did not notice it because he was smoking, but Tang Manch caught it once. Based on a woman's intuition, she felt that there was something fishy going on between the two of them, but there was no evidence and she couldn't test them openly. Ji Yuquan said, "Next time we gather, bring your girlfriend along." 215 Unwilling to stand in the shadow. Chi said without hesitation, sure. He picked up the lighter, but she's shy. I have to coax her. The doting look on his face was inappropriate. Sutine was nervous as she listened, afraid that Chi would spill the beans. She tried her best to maintain a calm smile and asked Chi, do you have any plans to marry her? Yes. Chi was unwilling to stand in the shadow and watch her marry someone else. He crossed his legs. Brother Quan, how about you be my best man? Ji Quan suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in his heart and said calmly, if I have time. Sure. Chi was afraid that Sutian would be angry with him if he continued, so he changed the topic. How's Songjin doing recently? You didn't contact each other? No. He said that he has been busy investing and spending time with his girlfriend recently. I heard that he's getting engaged to the daughter of the Yuan family. It's not decided yet. Are they really going to marry? Probably. Ji Quan chatted with him casually, not as close as before. When the waiter pushed the dining cart in, Chi looked at the silent Tang Mansh. Why haven't I seen you before? I just moved to Lin City. No wonder. Chi secretly observed her and saw that her focus was always on Ji Quan. He smiled and asked, how do you know each other? Tang Mansh did not forget to emphasize how close they were when they were young. She picked up some food for Ji Quan. Brother Quan, how much is the bag you bought for me just now? About 100,000. I'll transfer the money to you when I get home. Ji Quan glanced at her. No need. He lost no appetite halfway through the meal. I still have something to deal with. I'll get going first. Sutian and Tang Mansh chased after him one after another. The former was so flustered that she held his hand. Quan, are you in a bad mood today? No. Then what's wrong with you? Ji Quan emphasized that he had something to do. He pulled out of her hand and looked at his watch. Tian, I can't send you home. It's fine. Sutian watched him get into the car and smiled gently. I'll wait for you to come back. Tang Mansh, who did not have time to talk to him, was furious when she saw the car drive away. She rolled her eyes. Pretentious. Sutian, who had been bumped into by Tang Mansh in the shoulder, stared at her ruthlessly. Miss Tang. Instead of being angry, she smiled. Quan told me that he will never marry you in his life. If he doesn't marry me, do you think he'll marry you? I think you forgot something. We're in a romantic relationship. It's inevitable that we'll get married. Tang Mansh, who had slammed the door of the taxi, glanced behind her and smiled provocatively. Then let's wait and see. A short confrontation ended. Sutian, who did not realize that Tang Mansh had hired a private detective to investigate her, turned around and left. The cloudy day was gloomy. The snowflakes wrapped in the wind rushed into the building in red maple forest, trying to follow the residents into the cramped elevator. A bone-chilling wind blew at Lin Jiao. The tip of Lin Jiao's nose was red. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she walked to the apartment in 2 or 3 steps. She carried the peaches she bought from the supermarket to the kitchen to wash them. When the clock pointed to 10, she was ready to carry out the second plan. Hubby. The moment the video call went through, a soft voice entered Page Ai's ears. Lin Jiao was wearing a dark green slip dress and lying on the bed with her chin in her hands. Are you done with work? Page Ai closed the folder. Yes. He stared at the eye-catching fair skin without changing his expression. Has it stopped snowing in Lin City? Not yet. Then turn up the heater in the room. Lin Jiao replied with a smile. I bought a fruit today. Guess what it is? Cherry? Nope. Page Ai named the fruits she liked, but he didn't get it right. He said gently, honey, you can reveal the answer now. Peach. She raised her voice and picked up the peach from the bedside table. It looks delicious. Unfortunately, you can't taste it. She was seducing him again. Page asked, how delicious is it? He watched as she bit the peach and lit a cigarette. Lin Jiao described the texture as fresh and juicy. She slowly swallowed the peach and shook her fair feet. But it's definitely not as sweet as last time for you. Was it sweet last time? I forgot. Then I'll help you recall. Page Ai, who was dragged into her memories, looked at her with a dark gaze. After Lin Jiao finished the piece, he said out of concern, honey, you'll feel uncomfortable lying on your stomach like this. Lin Jiao turned over. It's delicious. She inadvertently leaned closer to the camera and pursed her sparkling lips. I smell like peaches. Unfortunately, I can't smell it. Is that what you want to say? That's right. Pei Jai saw through her trick. Lin Jiao stopped fooling around and threw him a kiss. The second plan ended in success. Hubby, are you outside? It was dark on his side. Pei Jai put on his earphones. I'm in the car. He turned on the lights around him, making his face look gentle. Are you going on a date with someone? With you. Lin Jiao was tantalized by his angry voice. She looked into his eyes through the screen and said in a coquettish voice, Are you dating me in your dream? I can't. Of course you can. Good girl. Pei Jai glanced at the buildings flashing past the window and smiled meaningfully. Did you miss me? I do. How much? So much that I can't sleep at night. Lin Jiao turned the camera to point at her leg and pointed at a piece of skin. I was bitten by a mosquito just now. Pei Jai pretended not to see the nightgown she deliberately revealed. The ointment is in the second cabinet under the television. The ointment doesn't smell good. I don't want to use it. Then what are you going to do? It should be fine after rubbing it. Lin Jiao touched the non-existent mosquito bite. She observed Pei Jai's reaction carefully. When she saw that he had reached out to grab his collar, she turned the camera around. Hubby, if only you were here. I'll be back soon. There are still 2 days left. She pursed her lips. It's not warm in bed when you're not around, and no one is hugging me to sleep. Pei Jai rested his chin on his hand. Do you want me to hug you to sleep tonight? 216 Swearing not to provoke him again. Do you want to video call me for the entire night? Lin Jiao rolled over and lay on her stomach. She played with her hair, her smiling eyes looking like a seductive nymph at this moment. Pei Jai swallowed. No video call. Then how? I'll show you how later. He walked to the elevator in 2 or 3 steps and hung up on the excuse that there was no signal. The number in the elevator stopped at 19. When footsteps sounded in the quiet corridor, a few sensor lights were lit to dispel the darkness. He changed into slippers at the entrance and followed the weak light to the master bedroom. He gently pushed open the door. Lin Jiao, who was still lying on the bed and scrolling through her phone, did not notice that there was someone behind her. He held her ankle. Wifey. Lin Jiao screamed in fear, turned around, and saw someone who shouldn't be here at this moment. She was stunned. Why are you back? My heart aches when I heard that my wife was bitten by a mosquito. Pei Jai rubbed her skin and said in a hoarse voice, So I came back to cure you. There were only 2 words in Lin Jiao's mind. I'm finished. She looked at the dome light as the man crawled on top of her. You haven't showered yet. I have. With that, the night light in the master bedroom was turned off. Pei Jai hugged the crying kitten and kissed her forehead in satisfaction. Good night, wifey. Hearing his devilish voice, Lin Jiao closed her eyes in regret and swore not to seduce him again. On Saturday, there was a gathering. Ju Yinshan treated them to a meal before heading to Bo Yu Club not far away. He planned to confess tonight in the open-air garden outside the 3rd floor. Everything was prepared. At 8 o'clock sharp, he left the private room. In less than 15 minutes, a waiter who had received the script ran over and said to Chu Yeju, Your friend is being beaten up. Where? In the open-air garden. To make his acting more convincing, Chu Yeju threw away the dice and stood up, cursing as he ran out. Her exaggerated acting made Jiang Yu want to laugh. He lowered his lips and followed out with a cold expression, leaving the 3 women behind. Qian Yu was the one who was really anxious. She rushed to the garden in her high heels without even putting on her coat. In the end, she saw a scene that was different from what she had expected. The corridor was filled with white petals. At the end of the corridor was a heart shape made of white balloons. He stood there with a bouquet of champagne roses in his hand and looked at her attentively. Qian Yu. Ju Yinshan called her gently and said the same thing as last time. Can you be my girlfriend? As soon as he finished speaking, several balloons in the shape of a heart rose into the night sky behind him. The beautiful scene was unforgettable. Qian Yu, who was enveloped in the warm light, walked up to him with a smile. Do you like me? I do. Will you always like me? Yes. Ju Yinshan did not hesitate. He opened a brocade box and took out 2 gold rings. Are you willing to wear a couple rings with me? Qian Yu reached out her left hand. Yes. Something cold to the touch came into contact with her fingertip in the next second. She listened to the rapid heartbeat of her heart and nervously picked up the other one and put it on his finger. Ju Yinshan smiled and pulled her into his arms. He stared at those lips that he was yearning for and leaned over to touch them lightly before gradually advancing. Everyone stood in the cold wind and watched as they kissed. Only when the balloons disappeared did they return to the private room. The three of them picked up the dice cup and played games with each other as they drank. The shaking dice and laughter collided and only stopped at 1 in the morning. Chiyoju, who was so drunk that he could not open his eyes, sent them to the staircase, planning to go back upstairs to sleep. He dragged his tired body up the stairs. Before he could take 2 steps, his stomach churned, making him squat down in pain. "Boss!" The sound of footsteps stopped beside him. Tangni, who happened to pass by, bent down to observe his expression and said worriedly, "Don't sleep here. You'll catch a cold." Chiyoju narrowed his eyes at her. His direct gaze made her blush, but she couldn't stop him from looking at her. "Help me upstairs." "Okay." Tangni raised his arm and placed it on her shoulder. "Where are you going?" "Upstairs." "Which room?" "Upstairs." Chiyoju was so drunk that he could not even hear her question clearly. He leaned close to the top of her head. "I'm so tired." Tangni was enveloped by his smell. Her heart was beating wildly, and even the tips of her ears were red. She called the supervisor to confirm the location of his office before helping him up. "Boss, raise your foot." He was really too heavy. If not for the fact that she had done a lot of heavy work in the Tang family, she probably would not have been able to help him up. Chiyoju took 2 steps forward. "Open the door. We're not there yet." "Did you take me on a date or?" "No." Tangni walked along the corridor and pushed open the door of the office that was not locked. "We're here now." The supervisor ran over. "Boss." He glanced at Chiyoju and said to Tangni, "The lounge is behind the bookshelf. Keep an eye on him. I'll bring the hangover soup over later. Why don't you help him in?" Tangni remembered that there was still a lot of things to do in the logistics department. "I can't leave work for too long." "It's fine." The supervisor could tell that Chiyoju treated her specially. He pressed the door handle. "Take good care of him. I'll get someone to help you with the logistics department. Then give him my salary." The supervisor said, "It's also within your job scope to take care of the boss, so don't feel pressured." Tangni nodded. "Thank you, supervisor." When she helped Chiyoju push open the lounge and gently placed him on the bed, she was almost pulled down by him. "I'm thirsty. I'll get you some water." Chiyoju replied in a low voice, "Add some ice." Under the dim light, he watched as the figure disappeared and reappeared. "Sir, can you sit up on your own?" "My name is Chiyoju, not sir." Tangni did not use honorifics after that. She fed Chiyoju 2 sips of warm water and asked him to lie down. "Take off your down jacket before sleeping." "Help me." Well, she had never helped a man take off his clothes. Even just helping him take off the coat was enough to make her embarrassed. Chiyoju held her hand and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll show you how." 217 Jiyu Quan caught them in the act. The back of Tang Enai's hand felt like it was on fire. Led by his warm hand, she held the zipper of his down jacket and slowly pulled it down. Perhaps because she was too nervous, her hand was still trembling. "Focus." Chiyoju patted the back of her hand and asked like a dean, "Have you learned it?" "Yes." "Now, do it again yourself." He let go of her hand and pulled the zipper back up. Tang Enai's face turned red from the alcohol in his breath. She pulled down the zipper and helped him take off his down jacket. "Wait a moment. The supervisor is bringing the hangover soup." "I'm not drunk." Chiyoju opened his palm and said to her, "Give me 2 more bottles. The wine is sold out." Her voice was very soft and comforting. "Can you drink tomorrow?" "How can it be sold out?" "If you don't believe me, ask the supervisor when he comes." Her sincere gaze convinced Chiyoju. Then, he hooked her fingertips and played with them like a new toy. "How much longer do I have to wait?" "He's here." Tangni heard a knock on the door and broke free from his grip. She went to get the soup with a red face. She fed Chiyoju half a bowl and waited for him to fall asleep. "It's getting late. Go to sleep." Chiyoju held her hand tightly and looked at her as he drifted into a deep slumber. He said domineeringly, "Don't even think about leaving." "I'm not leaving." Tangni avoided his gaze, her cheeks burning hot. She leaned against the bed and fell asleep unknowingly. They held hands for the entire night. Chiyoju, who was woken up by thirst in the morning, opened his eyes and saw that innocent face. His eyes glazed over for a moment before he suddenly remembered how he taught her to take off his down jacket last night. "You." Chiyoju stopped mid-sentence and decided to let her sleep. He retracted his hand from hers and left the lounge without waking her up. He sat on the sofa in a daze with a glass of water in his hands. Not long after he left, Tanni, who had lost the warmth on the back of her hand, woke up and went out in a daze. "Boss." She stood at the door and called out to him. She looked very timid after waking up. "Are you feeling unwell?" "No." "Then I'll get going first." Chuyeju put down the cold cup and strode up to her. "Thank you for last night." "You're welcome." She tidied up her work clothes and was too embarrassed to look up. "It's only right to take care of you, but I touched you." "It's fine. You didn't do it on purpose." Chuyeju stared at the hair on the right side of her face and raised his hand to gently push it away. The moment his fingers touched her skin, he pulled back as if he had been scalded. "Your hair is covering your face." Tang Enai's heart skipped a beat. She felt like she was being roasted over a fire, her body heating up. "I'm going back to the dormitory. Remember to eat breakfast." Chuyeju watched as she escaped. He leaned against the door frame and lit a cigarette. At the thought of her feeding him soup with a red face, a smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps he had not met a girl so interesting in a long time. He actually enjoyed the feeling that quietly grew stronger in the depths of his heart and was willing to immerse himself in it. After half a week, the private detective hired by Tang Manch finally managed to snap a photo of the two of them having a tryst outside a Western restaurant. Not long after she received the photo, she rushed to the manager's office of the GU Corporation, wanting to ask GU Kwan to go and catch them in the act. GU Kwan, who was about to go to a social gathering, looked at Tang Manch with annoyance. "What's the matter? I saw Su Tian just now. Is that why you came?" "Not only that." Tang Manch clicked on the photo and showed it to GU Kwan. "Do you think it's normal?" GU Kwan was stunned. He frowned, and his hands were clenched into fists. Almost instantly, he was sure that these two people had betrayed him, but still, he chose to make a call first. Su Tian quickly picked up. "Kwan, where are you?" "Near the television tower." "Who are you with?" GU Kwan put on his coat and gave Tang Manch a look before walking out. "Jijia." She did not sense that something was wrong. "We shopped outside for the entire afternoon. I'm exhausted." "Just the two of you?" "That's right." GU Kwan snorted. He found an excuse to hang up and ask Tang Manch to show him the way. "Brother Kwan, don't be anxious." She hid the gloating look in her eyes. She might have her reasons. "Do you believe it?" Tang Manch hesitated. "Actually, I already felt that something was wrong last time, but I didn't dare to tell you." "Tell me now." He stole glances at her behind your back a few times. Every time, it was as if he was looking at his girlfriend. GU Kwan recalled the strange way He looked at him the last time they met and his smile became even colder. He gripped the steering wheel tightly. "Anything else?" "I saw him send Su Tian off." Tang Manch described the scene in the taxi and did not exaggerate. However, it was enough to make GU Kwan angry. He parked the car and walked to the hall of the restaurant with a dark expression. In less than a minute, he saw two familiar figures near the window. He was holding Su Tian's waist and feeding her a piece of steak, looking like a pair of lovers. "Brother Kwan." Tang Manch tugged at the corner of his shirt and comforted him gently. "Calm down. Don't let them laugh at you." "I can't calm down." GU Kwan strode over and instantly attracted their attention. When they suddenly saw the person they did not want to see the most, they were both stunned. He came back to his senses after being punched in the face. Before he could dodge, his collar was grabbed by GU Kwan, followed by a second and third punch. The plates and utensils were all scattered on the ground. The sound of the punches echoed in the dining hall. Every punch made one's hair stand on end and their hearts tremble. "GU Kwan, are you crazy?" He, who had been punched a few times, wanted to fight back, no longer treating him as a friend. "I'm crazy." GU Kwan dodged the punch He threw at him. He kicked He in the stomach. Then, he grabbed He's collar and pressed him against the wall to beat him up. The loud commotion attracted the restaurant manager. After Tang Manch explained to the manager and said that she would compensate, she went forward to stop GU Kwan. "Brother Kwan, stop hitting." Her voice did not stop GU Kwan. He punched He in the stomach a few more times until he was almost done venting his anger. "He, you are really a piece of trash." He spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Ji Yu-kwan's angry eyes and suddenly felt so satisfied that he couldn't help but laugh. What did I do to you? 218 Perhaps this is retribution. Ji Yu-kwan could not tolerate seeing him laugh. He stepped on his kneecap and listened to him groaning in pain. He gritted his teeth and said, "You still have the cheek to ask me after doing this to your brother?" The word brother became jarring at this moment. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze landed on Su Tian, and in an instant, he made up his mind to cut all ties with Ji Yu-kwan. However, before he could speak, Su Tian beat him to it. "Kwan." Su Tian's eyes were filled with tears. "It's not what you think. We've never crossed that line." Her tears were no longer a useful tool to gain sympathy. At least, Ji Yu-kwan was very annoyed to see her tears at this moment. He shook off the hand that was tugging at his sleeve. His expression was no longer as gentle as before. "Is hugging not considered crossing the line? We're putting on a show." Su Tian fabricated a lie, saying that they did it to anger He-chi's girlfriend. Tan Mangsh couldn't stand it anymore. If he really likes his girlfriend, why would he do this to push her away? He's just angry. She couldn't be bothered to argue with Tan Mangsh and said to Ji Yu-kwan, "Kwan, I'm not lying to you." In order to prove it, Su Tian begged He-chi to call his girlfriend to finish the show. She knew very well that he could find the right person in a short time, but she did not expect him to have no intention of cooperating. "Tian, I'm sorry." He-chi did not want to maintain this unclear relationship anymore. He wanted to compete with Ji Yu-kwan over Su Tian. He stood up from the chair and kept his eyes level with Ji Yu-kwan. "I've liked her for a long time. Can you let me have her?" Su Tian's face turned pale. She went forward and pushed He-chi's shoulder, her eyes filled with anger. "So you've been lying to me, Tian." He-chi held her hand and said, "I'll treat you better than Ji Yu-kwan." "I don't care." She slapped his hand away and repeatedly emphasized that she would not betray Ji Yu-kwan. The sound of sobbing filled the air. Ji Yu-kwan, who was watching coldly from the side, was calmer than everyone had imagined. Even his remaining anger seemed to be gone. "You can't have her as you wish," he answered He-chi and turned around without hesitation. "We broke up anyway." His determined attitude made Su Tian's mind go blank. "You deserve it," Tan Mangsh mocked mercilessly. She followed Ji Yu-kwan out of the restaurant. Before she could open the passenger door of the car, he locked it. "Brother Kwan." She looked at him worriedly through the open car window. "Where are you going? Can I keep you company?" "No need." Ji Yu-kwan stepped on the accelerator. He stopped under the narrow road shaded by the trees and looked at the branches that were bent by the snow. He lit a cigarette. At this moment, he could understand Lin Jiao's feelings when he left her. However, he did not know how desperate she was and how difficult it was for her to get over it. Perhaps this was retribution. Su Tian waited at Liu Fubei for 2 days before she finally saw him returning, reeking of alcohol. She carefully reached out her hand, but before she could touch the corner of his shirt, he dodged her. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Ji Yu-kwan took off his coat and sat on the sofa, unbuttoning his collar. His indifferent and distant attitude made her sad. Su Tian squatted at his feet, her eyes red as if she was about to cry. "Kwan." She grabbed the corner of his shirt tightly. "I've made it clear to He-chi that I won't see him again. It has nothing to do with me. Are you still angry? I've always treated He-chi as a friend. I never thought I would." "Su Tian." Ji Yu-kwan interrupted coldly and reminded her expressionlessly, "We've already broken up." He did not believe everything she said. "I don't want to break up with you." Su Tian, who had been shaken off, grabbed him again and cried hysterically. Now, she had yet to find another person who could compete with Xiao Song. Once she lost Ji Yu-kwan's protection, she would be completely reduced to a plaything. She was unwilling to live like that. "Don't leave me alone, okay?" Ji Yu-kwan rubbed his eyebrows impatiently. He gestured for Su Tian to stop crying and looked at the oil painting opposite. "I'm tired. Then I'll help you upstairs to rest." "No need." He was not only physically tired but also mentally. "Can you finish moving your things out tomorrow? You really want to chase me away? It's not appropriate for us to live together after breaking up." Su Tian bit her lower lip, her mouth filled with the smell of blood. She knew very well that she would not get what she wanted tonight. After weighing the pros and cons, she could only use other methods to buy time. "Kwan." She lowered her attitude. "The new apartment is filled with formaldehyde. Can I move out in a month?" Ji Yuquan knew about the newly renovated apartment. It was indeed not suitable to live at this moment. He frowned. You can't go home. Have you forgotten? My father married another woman 2 years ago. Su Tian smiled bitterly. They don't welcome me, and I can't go back. Ji Yuquan glanced at her red and swollen eyes and his heart softened. Move your things to the guest bedroom. All right. Su Tian relaxed. She went upstairs to pack her clothes and moved to the guest bedroom next to his. I'm done moving. Ji Yuquan stood at the door of the master bedroom and took a look. The disgust he felt made him not want to lie on that bed. He found his pajamas from the cabinet and walked straight to the room opposite. Just as his palm touched the door handle, he heard her voice. Quan, that's Lin. Su Tian swallowed her name in time. Why don't you sleep in the master bedroom? It's too messy. I can help you clean up. A nanny will come tomorrow. Ji Yuquan did not want to waste time with her, so he locked the door to block her. The furnishings of this bedroom remained the same. At that time, he thought that Lin Jiao would come back to pack, so he left the things untouched. He came out of the shower and lifted the blanket to lie on the bed with white lace. All the frustration seemed to have disappeared. A rare peace of mind made him fall asleep quickly. When his breathing became light, Su Tian, who was in the other guest bedroom, was still tossing and turning. She tried to think of countless ways to salvage the situation, but she was continuously getting distracted by the fact that Ji Yuquan was sleeping in the room Lin Jiao previously stayed in. She tried to comfort herself that Ji Yuquan was only doing this because he did not have an extra bedroom. However, the more she comforted herself, the more frustrated she became. She stayed up until 3 in the morning before falling asleep. 218 Perhaps this is retribution. Ji Yuquan could not tolerate seeing him laugh. He stepped on his kneecap and listened to him groaning in pain. He gritted his teeth and said, You still have the cheek to ask me after doing this to your brother. The word brother became jarring at this moment. Chi clenched his fists tightly. His gaze landed on Su Tian, and in an instant, he made up his mind to cut all ties with Ji Yuquan. However, before he could speak, Su Tian beat him to it. Quan. Su Tian's eyes were filled with tears. It's not what you think. We've never crossed that line. Her tears were no longer a useful tool to gain sympathy. At least, Ji Yuquan was very annoyed to see her tears at this moment. He shook off the hand that was tugging at his sleeve. His expression was no longer as gentle as before. Is hugging not considered crossing the line? We're putting on a show. Su Tian fabricated a lie, saying that they did it to anger Chi's girlfriend. Tan Mangsh couldn't stand it anymore. If he really likes his girlfriend, why would he do this to push her away? He's just angry. She couldn't be bothered to argue with Tan Mangsh and said to Ji Yuquan, Quan, I'm not lying to you. In order to prove it, Su Tian begged Chi to call his girlfriend to finish the show. She knew very well that he could find the right person in a short time, but she did not expect him to have no intention of cooperating. Tian, I'm sorry. Chi did not want to maintain this unclear relationship anymore. He wanted to compete with Ji Yuquan over Su Tian. He stood up from the chair and kept his eyes level with Ji Yuquan. I've liked her for a long time. Can you let me have her? Su Tian's face turned pale. She went forward and pushed Chi's shoulder, her eyes filled with anger. So you've been lying to me, Tian. Chi held her hand and said, I'll treat you better than Ji Yuquan. I don't care. She slapped his hand away and repeatedly emphasized that she would not betray Ji Yuquan. The sound of sobbing filled the air. Ji Yuquan, who was watching coldly from the side, was calmer than everyone had imagined. Even his remaining anger seemed to be gone. You can't have her as you wish. He answered Chi and turned around without hesitation. We broke up anyway. His determined attitude made Su Tian's mind go blank. You deserve it, Tan Mangsh mocked mercilessly. She followed Ji Yuquan out of the restaurant. Before she could open the passenger door of the car, he locked it. Brother Quan. She looked at him worriedly through the open car window. Where are you going? Can I keep you company? No need. Ji Yuquan stepped on the accelerator. He stopped under the narrow road shaded by the trees and looked at the branches that were bent by the snow. He lit a cigarette. At this moment, he could understand Lin Jiao's feelings when he left her. However, he did not know how desperate she was and how difficult it was for her to get over it. Perhaps, this was retribution. Su Tian waited at Liu Fubei for 2 days before she finally saw him returning, reeking of alcohol. She carefully reached out her hand, but before she could touch the corner of his shirt, he dodged her. Why aren't you leaving yet? Ji Yuquan took off his coat and sat on the sofa, unbuttoning his collar. His indifferent and distant attitude made her sad. Sutian squatted at his feet, her eyes red as if she was about to cry. Quan. She grabbed the corner of his shirt tightly. I've made it clear to He-Chi that I won't see him again. It has nothing to do with me. Are you still angry? I've always treated He-Chi as a friend. I never thought I would. Sutian. Ji Yuquan interrupted coldly and reminded her expressionlessly, we've already broken up. He did not believe everything she said. I don't want to break up with you. Sutian, who had been shaken off, grabbed him again and cried hysterically. Now, she had yet to find another person who could compete with Xiao Song. Once she lost Ji Yuquan's protection, she would be completely reduced to a plaything. She was unwilling to live like that. Don't leave me alone, okay? Ji Yuquan rubbed his eyebrows impatiently. He gestured for Sutian to stop crying and looked at the oil painting opposite. I'm tired. Then I'll help you upstairs to rest. No need. He was not only physically tired but also mentally. Can you finish moving your things out tomorrow? You really want to chase me away? It's not appropriate for us to live together after breaking up. Sutian bit her lower lip, her mouth filled with the smell of blood. She knew very well that she would not get what she wanted tonight. After weighing the pros and cons, she could only use other methods to buy time. Quan. She lowered her attitude. The new apartment is filled with formaldehyde. Can I move out in a month? Ji Yuquan knew about the newly renovated apartment. It was indeed not suitable to live at this moment. He frowned. You can't go home. Have you forgotten? My father married another woman 2 years ago. Sutian smiled bitterly. They don't welcome me, and I can't go back. Ji Yuquan glanced at her red and swollen eyes and his heart softened. Move your things to the guest bedroom. All right. Sutian relaxed. She went upstairs to pack her clothes and moved to the guest bedroom next to his. I'm done moving. Ji Yuquan stood at the door of the master bedroom and took a look. The disgust he felt made him not want to lie on that bed. He found his pajamas from the cabinet and walked straight to the room opposite. Just as his palm touched the door handle, he heard her voice. Quan, that's Lin. Sutian swallowed her name in time. Why don't you sleep in the master bedroom? It's too messy. I can help you clean up. A nanny will come tomorrow. Ji Yuquan did not want to waste time with her, so he locked the door to block her. The furnishings of this bedroom remained the same. At that time, he thought that Lin Jiao would come back to pack, so he left the things untouched. He came out of the shower and lifted the blanket to lie on the bed with white lace. All the frustration seemed to have disappeared. A rare peace of mind made him fall asleep quickly. When his breathing became light, Sutian, who was in the other guest bedroom, was still tossing and turning. She tried to think of countless ways to salvage the situation, but she was continuously getting distracted by the fact that Ji Yuquan was sleeping in the room Lin Jiao previously stayed in. She tried to comfort herself that Ji Yuquan was only doing this because he did not have an extra bedroom. However, the more she comforted herself, the more frustrated she became. She stayed up until 3 in the morning before falling asleep. 220 The way she looks at him says it all. Shao swiped open his phone screen. It's almost 7 o'clock. Why aren't they here yet? Ask in the group. Tang Li gradually calmed down. Fortunately, they were just as Chiyoju had said. Not only were they easy to get along with, but they also looked at her without any malice or disdain. Where's the dining hall? Shinyi put on the hood of his down jacket and slowly walked out. Keep going down this road on the left. How far? About 700 to 800 meters. Chiyoju slowed down to take care of Tangni, afraid that she would not be used to it. The temperature on the mountain was relatively low, forcing them to speed up slightly. The environment of the resort dining hall was not as good as in the city, but the various home-cooked dishes were surprisingly delicious. The 10 people sitting around a round mahogany table enjoyed different delicacies and chatted in a delightful mood. Do you still want some fish? Ju Yinshan pushed aside the hair at her temple and kissed her cheek under everyone's gaze. No, Qianyu was used to it. She said coquettishly, I'm already full. Let me rub your stomach. He fed Qianyu 2 mouthfuls of water and placed his palm on her stomach. Chiyoju was shocked. He could not believe that the person in front of him was Ju Yinshan. He teased jokingly, Brother Yinshan, are you possessed by a ghost? Get lost. You're too scary. Ju Yinshan glanced at him. Are you jealous? He did not stop rubbing Qian Yu's stomach. Unfortunately, you can't find anyone to rub. Just you wait. Chuyoju went to get the bill from the boss and couldn't be bothered to watch him show off his love. Shen Yu smiled. He put down his chopsticks and gestured for them to put on their coats. On the way to the hot spring, the path was illuminated by the flickering stars. The hot spring that was hidden in the forest emitted steam. The lingering steam spread out, making it look like a paradise. The strong fragrance of red wine wafted over from the pool that could accommodate 20 people and assaulted their noses. A group of men stepped into the pool and leaned against the wall, enjoying the moment of peace. While the girls were still changing into swimsuits, Jianqi looked at Chuyoju through the thin fog. He asked bluntly, "Do you like Tangni?" "I don't know." "What kind of answer is that?" "I really don't know." Chuyoju didn't even know how he felt. "What do you think? Are you possessive of her?" "I don't think so." Jianqi asked a few questions, but the answers he received were all ambiguous. "Forget it. Try spending more time with her." Question Xiao suddenly sighed. "You all have someone you like. Only Shenyi and I are still bachelors." Pei Jai said, "There's no hurry." He brushed away the few strands of short hair on his forehead. "Your fate has not arrived yet. Then I'll go to the temple to pray for my fate to arrive sooner. Even if you pray, you might not get it. At least it'll give me some hope." Question Xiao elbowed Shenyi's shoulder. "Why don't we go together?" "Not interested. You might as well become a mon." This made everyone laugh. While Shenyi was bickering with Question Xiao in the pool, a few familiar figures gradually approached. They stood by the pool and took off their bathrobes, revealing relatively conservative swimsuits. They were led into the water by their men. Chuyoju also went forward gentlemanly and pulled Tangni to his side. The heat emitted was enough to dispel the cold. The chirping of insects and birds did not sound noisy. Instead, it dispelled the silence in the forest and made people feel at peace. Pei Jai. Lin Jiao pulled his hand that was groping her away again and warned in a low voice, "Mind your behavior." "Can't I even hug my wife?" "Are you sure it's a hug?" Stared by those sparkling eyes, Pei Jai gave in. "I'm sorry." He pecked her lips and hugged her obediently. "Your swimsuit is too revealing." "I can't help." Lin Jiao lowered her head. "How is this revealing?" Other than her legs and collarbone, there was nothing else exposed. "Here." Pei Jai hooked a shoulder strap and looked at her skin. "And your legs. Other people even wear bikinis. Others are others." He held her waist and pulled her into his arms. "Did you see anyone else when you came out just now?" Yulan met someone. "Who?" Jian Yi, who was next to them, heard Lin Jiao mention Pei Yulan. A passerby drawled over her. "What did he do?" "Asked me for WeChat." In order to prevent him from being jealous, Pei Yulan said in time, "I didn't give it to him." She roughly repeated the conversation. Jian Yi was relieved to hear that the person did not harass her. He tightened the straps on her shoulders and said in a gentle voice, "I'll accompany you to the changing room later." Pei Yulan nodded with a smile. "Okay." She hugged his waist and lay on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. The group soaked in the hot spring for half an hour before walking up the stone path and stopping at a unique wooden house to take a sauna. Late at night, they returned to the cabin to drink and chat. Tangni was not as shy as when they first met. Under Chuyoju's lead, she held the dice cup and played games with them. He knew that she could not hold her liquor well, so he only took a sip every time she lost. However, he did not expect her to still be drunk. "I'm so sleepy." She looked at Chuyoju with a red face and fell on him the next second. Chuyoju quickly held her. Just as everyone thought that they would witness an ambiguous scene, they heard him click his tongue and say, "I've never seen anyone with this little capacity for liquor. I'll carry her up first." He bent down and carried her on his shoulder. "I'll drink when I get back." "Slow down. Don't make her throw up." "How can she throw up when she's asleep?" Pei Yulan could not be bothered to argue with him. She looked away from the staircase and finished the remaining wine in her glass. "I don't even know why Tangni likes him. Maybe she was attracted by his humor." "You call that humor?" Question Xiao suddenly smiled. "His humorous." He rolled the dice. "Does Tangni really like him?" "Yes." Qian Yu threw away the empty bottle. "The way she looks at Chuyoju says it all." 221 Forget that moment of heart palpitation. Chuyoju, who was being discussed, was very troubled. He shook Tang Ni's shoulders and whispered into her ear, Tang Ni, take off your clothes before you sleep. After he repeated it a few times, Tang Ni slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the face that was so close to her. Her round eyes were watery, making people want to take pity on her. Boss. She raised the corners of her lips and smiled. Her breath landed on his skin. What a coincidence. I met you again. Chuyeju was dazzled by her smile. He avoided her gaze and calmed himself down. You really should practice your alcohol tolerance. I didn't drink. Yes, you didn't. He didn't want to argue with a drunk person. Hurry up and take off your clothes. You'll catch a cold if you sleep like this. Tang Ni subconsciously touched her collar, but there was no trace of the zipper. Only then did she move to the hem of her sweater. Thinking of what she would do next, Chuyeju turned around and stared at the snow outside the window, his thoughts wandering. Tang Ni, who was only wearing a black thermal suit, sat by the bed in a daze and stared at his back. She did not say a word for a long time. Chuyeju spoke first. Are you done? Done. Then cover yourself with a blanket and lie down. Chuyeju turned around after 3 to 5 minutes and looked at the person hiding under the blanket. For once, he was patient. Close your eyes now. And then what? Count as many sheep as you can. Tang Ni counted silently in her heart. When she counted to 29, sleepiness swept over her. In just a few breaths, she drifted into a slumber. After confirming that she was asleep, Chuyeju went downstairs. He lit the cigarette in his mouth, held the dice cup, and played games with them. Gradually, he forgot that moment of heart palpitation. The weather in Lin City warmed up on Monday. After signing a contract with Xinheng, Ji Yuquan took the elevator down to the lobby and happened to see a familiar figure. He walked up in big strides. Jiao Jiao. Lin Jiao stopped in her tracks and turned around. She looked up, and the warm sunlight shone on her side profile. When her eyelashes fluttered, a small light fell from her lower eyelids. What a coincidence. She smiled. Ji Yuquan looked into her eyes and smiled. He followed her out of the hall to avoid blocking the other employees. I'm here to sign the contract with Xinheng. What about you? I work here. How do you like it working here? It's no different from what I imagined. Lin Jiao adjusted the collar of her down jacket. Did things go well in the GU Corporation? Ji Yuquan heaved a sigh of relief. Yes. He rubbed the folder in his hand. Other than feeling exhausted, everything else is fine. I can tell. She did not miss the redness in his eyes and said calmly, remember to take a break. I will. Perhaps the sun was good. Perhaps it was because it was very comfortable to stay by her side. The fatigue in Ji Yuquan's body seemed to have dissipated a lot. He felt the cold wind blowing and subconsciously stood to her right, blocking the cold wind for her. Where are you going? Sycamore Street. Yulin is waiting for me to eat together with her. A few hundred meters ahead was Sycamore Street. He accompanied her for a while, passing by pedestrians and finally stopping under the eye-catching blue road sign. Jiao Jiao. He lowered his head, his outline softened by the sunlight. Enjoy your time. I'll go back to the company first. Okay. She didn't say goodbye. Under his gaze, Lin Jiao walked into the rice noodles shop. She sat opposite Pei Yulin and told her the reason why she came late. Her expression did not change at all. Hearing Ji Yuquan's name, Pei Yulin did not flare up like before. Did Juxing send you a WeChat message? Juxing was their university classmate and had a good relationship with them before graduation. Yes. Do you know who she was engaged to? Lin Jiao shook her head. She didn't tell me. You'll never guess. Pei Yulin showed Lin Jiao a photo from her WeChat moments. She actually got together with Qian Yongjun. Business marriage. I think it's true love. Lin Jiao was surprised for a moment. Not bad. Do you want to bring uncle along to the engagement party? Pei Yulin held her arm and pushed open the glass door of the shop. I have to ask. Are you going with Jiang Yi? I can't. She rubbed her stomach. He was notified this morning that he'll be joining the crew on Thursday. What's the genre this time? Kung Fu. Lin Jiao was very interested in this kind of genre. She made an appointment with Pei Yulin to visit Jiang Yi at work before pressing the elevator to the top floor to tell Pei Jai about the engagement party. I can't on Friday. Pei Jai tapped his cigarette with his fingertips and held the cigarette between his thin lips. I have a dinner party. When will it end? Maybe 8 or 9? When the smoke filled the air, he narrowed his eyes. I'll pick you up when it's over. Lin Jiao leaned into his arms. Okay. She fiddled with his cufflinks. They've only been together for 3 months and they're getting engaged. It's normal. There are people who get married in 3 days. Do you know any couple who married that quickly? 2. Peijai stubbed out his cigarette and the last wisp of smoke seeped out of his lips. However, they married for businesses. Sake. That doesn't count. Do you know any? No. Lin Jiao changed the topic. Yulan told me that they're going to get married this year. Jiangyu proposed. Still working on it, she said casually, but he had the ring ready before the new year. That was fast. Well, I'm turning 25 in June. Her topic changed from engagement to age. Peijai finally sensed that something was wrong. He raised his eyebrows. You want to celebrate your birthday? A little. Lin Jiao accidentally took off his cufflinks and hid them in her palm. 25 is considered mature. Got it. His radar picked up the hint. Peijai curled her ring finger and took the cufflink. He leaned over and muttered, I'll give you whatever you want. A warm kiss landed on her forehead. Lin Jiao met his burning gaze and smiled. She pecked at those lips. This is your reward. 222. He repented. Nanyu Hotel was holding an engagement banquet. The invited guests arrived at the banquet hall one after another in the evening. They found their seating signs at the door. Yulan. Lin Jiao glanced at the seating sign and reminded Pei Yulan, who was sending a WeChat message, Wengeo is at the same table as us. Who? Wengeo. Pei Yulan tried to search her memory, but time had erased most of it. I don't remember what he looked like. He suits your taste anyway. Is he as handsome as Jiangyi? I don't remember. Lin Jiao could remember the name because she had helped him write a letter. The arrangement of the seats is really interesting. Pei Yulan stopped dwelling on the past. Ji Yuquan and the others are also at table 9. Lin Jiao replied calmly, I expected that. She walked into the hall with Pei Yulan and found table 9. The waiters pushing the food carts served the dishes one after another. At 7 o'clock sharp, delicious food was placed on the round table. Ji Yuquan and Songjin, who came together, exchanged a few pleasantries with some of their old classmates and sat in the 2 empty seats to Lin Jiao's right. He Chi, who came a step slower than them, looked at the familiar faces and sat on the other end decisively without saying a word to them. Wengeo, who was next to him, broke the silence and chatted with Pei Yulan. Yulan, where do you work now? He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, looking handsome and mature. Pei Yulan looked at him. Xingheng, is the income decent? Just barely enough to live on. She pushed aside the rose petals encircling the porcelain plate. How are you? Not bad. Wengeo smiled humbly. He stared at that face that was even more beautiful than he remembered. He was about to ask her if she was in love when he was interrupted by a voice on the stage. Chu Xing and Qian Yongjun went on stage hand in hand. They talked about how they met and fell in love before kissing in public with red eyes. The sweet atmosphere spread to every corner. A round of applause stopped, and a melodious and romantic tune accompanied the guests as they began to eat. The old friends who had not seen each other for a long time chatted non-stop. The liveliness continued to the resting area. Groups of 2 to 3 men and women gathered and drank. Lin Jiao and Pei Yulan found the surroundings too noisy and moved to the open-air garden to admire the stars and moon. The light and shadow landed on the black sofa like a thin veil, wrapping them in soft and blurry shadows. Sister Jiao, Yulan, a figure walked behind the sofa, temporarily covering the bright moonlight. Songjin took out the invitations he had prepared and handed them to them one by one. He smiled faintly. I'm getting engaged next month. With whom? The daughter of the Yuan family. Pei Yulan had heard about the daughter of the Yuan family. Her expression was indescribable. She opened the simple invitation and looked at the date. What day is the 20th? Saturday. Songjin drank half a glass of wine and sat opposite Wengeo and Ji Yuquan. Come, let's play a round of dice. The dice cup on the table then clinked. After the 3 rounds of games ended, a few old classmates who had gone to the garden to take a breather joined them, making the 2 sofas even more crowded. Ji Yuquan retracted his hand. Jiao Jiao. He raised his chin at the table and chairs on the right. Shall we talk? Okay. Lin Jiao picked up the champagne glass. She leaned against the back of the chair with balloons hanging on it, listening to them being blown by the wind, and waited for him to speak. Ji Yuquan took out his cigarette box. I bumped into He Chi and Su Tian outside some time ago. Do you know what they were doing? What? He Chi has his arm around her waist. He lit the cigarette between his lips, feeding her steak. Lin Jiao did not expect things to turn out like this. She rubbed the cup with her fingers, removing the fog that had gathered on it. They admitted it? Sort of. Ji Yuquan blew out a mouthful of smoke. He Chi told me that he likes Su Tian and asked me to give her to him. What did you say? I broke up with her. Lin Jiao looked at him with mixed feelings. I remember that you've known He Chi for more than 10 years. 13 years to be precise. He met her gaze through the diffuse smoke. I never thought he'd do this. Compared to Su Tian's betrayal, He Chi, who had been with him for many years and gone through thick and thin together, had dealt him a greater blow. A long silence spread between them. Lin Jiao took 2 sips of champagne and suddenly sighed. That sigh was not filled with pity or mockery, nor did it escape Ji Yuquan's ears. Jiao Jiao, I'm sorry. He looked up, his voice hoarse from the wind. I've told you I'm sorry many times in the past, but those apologies were not sincere enough. Now, he repented, and he received his retribution. 223 Pitiful as always. Lin Jiao smiled. Ji Yuquan, the past is in the past. Her voice was very soft, like the night breeze blowing around, enough to calm one's heart. Ji Yuquan stubbed out his cigarette. Yes, the gloom that had accumulated in his heart dissipated with the smoke. Thank you for chatting with me, it's fine. Lin Jiao played with the balloon string and saw He Chi from the corner of her eye. He's here. Ignore him, Brother Quan. As soon as Ji Yuquan finished speaking, someone said, what are you guys talking about? Does it have anything to do with you? Don't be so aggressive. He Chi had no intention of avoiding Lin Jiao. He smiled and asked, do you want to know about me and Tian? No. We've slept together many times. He observed Ji Yuquan's reaction. The first time it was at my house. His gloating face made Jiao Jiao extremely disgusted. She sneered, being secret lovers with her must be very painful, right? You're still as pitiful as ever. He Chi looked at Lin Jiao hatefully. No matter how pitiful I am, I'm not as cheap as you, understand? You plaything. Bang. Ji Yuquan kicked his chair. Just as he grabbed He Chi's collar and was about to teach him a lesson, Lin Jiao slapped He Chi. You're disgusting. He Chi blew the hair on his forehead away, not caring about the burning pain. You'll forever be a plaything. Watch your mouth. Ji Yuquan punched him in the face. He was angrier than when he found out that He Chi and Su Tian had slept together. The moment they fought, Pei Yulan rushed over with the dice cup and smashed He Chi's back. She scolded as she smashed, idiot. The scene was chaotic. The tables and chairs that had fallen to the ground were kicked far away. All kinds of sounds mixed together, making it extremely noisy. Wengyao and the 2 other men who came up to stop the fight were accidentally punched a few times in order to separate them. That's enough. He stood between them. It's Qian Yongjun and his wife's engagement banquet after all. Show some respect and stop fooling around. Heh, He Chi sneered. He looked at the man standing opposite him and said meaningfully, Brother Quan, her voice sounds especially nice when she's under me. Songjun frowned. He retracted his gaze and held Ji Yuquan's shoulder. In order to comfort him, he did not mention Su Tian at all. Brother Quan. He handed him a cigarette. You're bleeding from the corner of your mouth. Shall I go with you to get some medicine? Only then did Ji Yuquan feel the pain at the corner of his mouth. He patted the dust on his shoulders and pants and turned to look at Lin Jiao on his left. Jiao Jiao, are you injured? No. How are you going to go back? Do you want me to send you back? Lin Jiao refused bluntly. No need. She put down the champagne glass and pulled Pei Yulan to sit down. Go to the hospital first. Okay. Ji Yuquan and Songjun left together. Not long after they left, Pei Yulan, who was still angry, asked, what did that idiot He Chi say? I'll tell you when we get back. Ask uncle where he is. She couldn't wait to hear the gossip. Lin Jiao opened her unread WeChat message. Before she could reply, a call came in. Honey, Pei Jai's unique gentle voice came from the other end of the line. Why didn't you reply to me? 224 The happiness in bed doesn't last forever. I'm watching a fight. Lin Jiao picked up her bag and walked out with Pei Yulan. You're in Nanyu? In 5 more minutes. Then we'll go downstairs. Pei-Jai picked them up at the entrance of Nanyu Hotel. In order to avoid being too crowded, he let Pei Yulan sit in the front passenger seat and opened the door to the back seat. "Honey, how much did you drink tonight?" He leaned close to her neck, and the faint fragrance of cypress overwhelmed Lin Jiao. 5 or 6 glasses of champagne. "Jiao Jiao, tell me quickly." Pei Yulan, who was waiting to hear the gossip, turned around. "Why did Ji Yuquan and the others fall out?" "Sutian and He Chi got together." "Oh my god!" Question Xiao and Pei Yulan said in unison. The former slowed down the car. "How did he find out?" "He bumped into them at the restaurant." Lin Jiao repeated the conversation with Ji Yuquan and mentioned He Chi's provocation. "I wasn't going to interfere, but he was so disgusting, I couldn't help myself." Pei Yulan crossed her arms and sneered. "He Chi and Sutian are really a nasty couple. I regret not hitting him a few more times." "You guys even fought with him." Jiao Jiao slapped him. "I hit him a few times with the dice cup, then Ji Yuquan hit him again." Pei-Jai looked at her sideways. "Did he scold you?" "I scolded him a little." Lin Jiao leaned into Pei-Jai's arms and smiled. "Anyway, I taught him a lesson. One slap isn't enough. Then I'll slap him twice next time." "Good idea." He leaned against the top of her head, his narrow eyes dark as an abyss in the dim light. Question Xiao, who was looking at him through the rearview mirror, had goosebumps because of Pei-Jai's gaze. He thought to himself that some people were going to be unlucky. He sent Pei Yulan to Mingxin Mansion before driving to the Red Maple Forest. He hinted, "Boss, are you going to deal with them tonight?" "Tomorrow." Pei-Jai held Lin Jiao's hand and said goodbye to Question Xiao before disappearing into the elevator. When they got home, they took off their down jackets and sat on the sofa in the living room, drinking a cup of freshly brewed black tea. The steam from the cup rose and brushed past Lin Jiao's eyelashes, enveloping her pure and lustful fox eyes. "Hubby." She licked the water from her lips and looked up to meet his gaze. "Why are there so many people who are unfaithful to their relationships?" "Because they are fickles, and there are many people throwing themselves at them. It's very easy for them to not be able to resist the temptation." "But are they really happy?" "It's just a moment of happiness." Pei-Jai stroked her long hair. "The time in bed can't last forever." Lin Jiao thought of the old Juyanshan. Although he was not disloyal or betrayed people, he always lived a thrill-seeking life. She put down the cup and leaned into his arms. Her fair fingertips landed on his collar. "It's rare to see someone as loyal as you." Pei-Jai lowered his eyes. "I'm not loyal." His serious expression stunned Lin Jiao. She couldn't help but wonder if she had heard wrongly. She flexed her knuckles. "What do you mean?" "I like every aspect of you." Pei-Jai kissed her lips. "Especially when you wear a nightgown and seduce me." His hot breath brushed against her skin, and Lin Jiao was immersed in his eyes. She bit his Adam's apple and glared at him as intimidatingly as before. "Don't tease me with such things." Pei-Jai agreed gently. "Honey." He would not let go of any chance to act pitiful. "It hurts." "There are no teeth marks." "Why does it hurt?" "It really hurts." Lin Jiao kissed his Adam's apple. "Does it still hurt?" When her soft lips approached, it was as if there was a fine electric current drilling into his skin. "Are you seducing me again?" "Why is that seducing you?" "You are seducing me." Ever since they officially started dating, her being within 5 meters of him was a temptation to him. Seeing that his eyes gradually darkened, Lin Jiao's face turned hot. She could vaguely guess what was going to happen next. She hesitated for 2 seconds before climbing onto his neck. "I'm hungry now. Can you cook a bowl of noodles for me?" Pei-Jai smiled. "Okay." His fingers caressed her earlobe. "Take a shower first. You can eat when you're done." The words that were emphasized made one's imagination run wild. With a red face, Lin Jiao broke free from the restraint around her waist and walked towards the master bedroom without saying a word. She took 40 minutes to shower and remove her makeup. In the end, she only wore a wine-red silk bathrobe and appeared in front of him. "Hubby, aren't you eating?" She sat cross-legged on the carpet. Her fair legs were especially eye-catching under the warm light. "I'm not hungry for the time being." Pei-Jai took 2 sips of water to ease the dryness in his throat. "Eat slowly. I'll wash the bowls." Lin Jiao nodded without replying. She rolled up a mouthful of noodles and focused her attention on the LCD screen. The sound of water in the bathroom had stopped. Pei-Jai, who had come out of the master bedroom, picked up the empty bowl and held her hand. "Honey, Will you accompany me to the kitchen? You want me to watch you wash? Can you? Of course, Lin Jiao would not refuse. She glanced at the advertisement on the TV. She thought that she would be able to watch the next episode when she came out, but it took an hour before she could come out. Hubby, she snuggled in his arms, no longer in the mood to watch the TV. I want some juice. Pei-Jai tightened his grip on her waist. He first carried her into the bedroom, then returned to the living room to pour a glass of fruit juice and fed it to her lips. Does the grape juice taste good? It's good. Let me try it. Without giving her a chance to react, he leaned over and covered her red lips. Suddenly, Lin Jiao was pulled into his gentle trap again. She had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Buzz, buzz. The phone on the bedside table rang at noon. Lin Jiao patted him with sleepy eyes. Hubby, who is calling? I don't know. Pei-Jai picked up his phone and looked at the unknown number on the screen. Do you want to answer it? Give it to me. Lin Jiao cleared her throat. The moment she pressed the answer button, a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice sounded from the receiver. Miss Lin, are you free to talk? And you are? Su Tian. Su Tian had heard about the engagement party from He Chi and had not slept for almost the entire night. She had a feeling that if Lin Jiao appeared in front of Ji Yuquan again, the chances of them reconciling would be even lower. Therefore, when it was noon, she borrowed the Nana's phone to call Lin Jiao. She really couldn't wait. Why? Lin Jiao's attitude changed the moment Su Tian introduced herself. Do you want He Chi to push me again? 225 Ji Yuquan received anonymous email. Su Tian felt guilty. It was an accident last time. She apologized for He Chi and shirked responsibility. Didn't he compensate you? There's no point in saying that now. Lin Jiao had expected her to pretend to be innocent and couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Why are you looking for me? Has Quan talked to you? You can't find him? No, Su Tian was unwilling to admit it. We live together. How can we not find each other? He told me last night that you broke up. Lin Jiao's tone was mocking. You don't have to pretend in front of me. We didn't break up. She raised her voice. Lin Jiao, don't try to snatch him away from me. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. No matter what you do, Quan won't like you again. He only loves me. He only loves me. Her sharp roar was more hair-raising than the sound of chalk scratching the blackboard. Lin Jiao's ears hurt from the noise. She pulled away Pei-Jai's hand that was about to snatch her phone and turned on the loudspeaker. She smiled and teased. Does he love you for cheating on him? You're talking nonsense. He Chi personally admitted that you slept with him. Su Tian's mind went blank. She didn't believe that He Chi would break his promise and push her into a hopeless situation again. Lin Jiao, when can you stop lying? He Chi and I are innocent. There's nothing between us. Your innocence has nothing to do with me. Instead of harassing me, you might as well find time to explain it to Ji Yuquan. What do you mean I'm harassing you? You're the one who's been haunting us and ruining our relationship. Lin Jiao suddenly smiled. Su Tian, I think you need to consult with a psychiatrist. Su Tian took a deep breath to calm herself down. Lin Jiao, I don't want to argue with you. Please don't contact Quan anymore. Don't cause us any more trouble. Who's causing trouble for whom? I've broken up with Ji Yuquan for more than half a year, and you're still after me. I don't even know if I should say that you're petty or not confident in yourself. I'm not confident. If you hadn't contacted him repeatedly, would I need to talk to you? Why are you panicking? Am I right again? You. Lin Jiao spoke first. I'll get the staff from the mental hospital to pick you up immediately. You're welcome. She blocked the unknown number and turned to look at Pei-Jai. She hugged his neck and rubbed it gently. Hubby, don't be angry. She raised her chin and kissed those pale red lips. Don't take a lunatic to heart. Pei-Jai suppressed the anger in his eyes. He hugged her waist and placed his palm on the back of her head. Why don't you let me talk? Your voice is very sexy when you just woke up, Lin Jiao said bluntly. I don't want her to hear it. Pei-Jai was stunned for a moment before he smiled happily. Is my wife so possessive? You don't like it? I especially like it. He lowered his head and kissed those lips. An untimely rumble sounded. Lin Jiao pursed her sparkling lips and stared at him without blinking. What are we eating? Do you want to eat out or at home? Let's order takeout. Then you choose. Pei-Jai picked up his phone and went to the study. He called Question Shao. Sort out the information and send it to her friends in Lin City. What about He Chi? Throw him to the boxing ring first. When Sutian meets that man, let him see it with his own eyes. Xiao was excited. Okay. He picked up the iPad from the coffee table. I'll do it now. There's one more thing. Jai recalled what Sutian had said just now, and his voice was filled with ruthlessness. He had always been protective. Moreover, the person she was scolding was the person he loved the most. He would not let her off so easily. The blazing sun poured through the clouds and landed on the small bungalow in Lifu Bay. Ji Yuquan followed the sound to the living room. As expected, he saw glass shards on the carpet. He kneaded his eyebrows. Sutian. Hearing the familiar voice, Sutian, who was sobbing on the sofa, looked up in surprise and joy. She approached him barefooted, trying to win his pity. Quan, where did you go? I waited for you all night. I didn't ask you to wait. He stepped back, keeping an arm's length from her. Why are you smashing things? I got scolded. No matter who you get into a conflict with, you shouldn't vent your anger on other people's things, understand? Sutian was stunned. Her eyes reflected that indifferent and impatient face. She did not expect him to have such a reaction. She followed his figure with her gaze. As he headed for the stairs, she called out to him again. Do you know who scolded me? None of my business. It's Lin Jiao. She straightened her neck and said, I was scolded by your ex-girlfriend. Is it none of your business? Ji Yuquan stopped in his tracks. He stared down at her, his expression unreadable. How did she scold you? She called me B*TCH. Sutian fabricated many lies, wanting him to hate Lin Jiao. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. This isn't the first time she's insulted me. I just smashed something in a fit of anger. Ji Yuquan recalled what happened last night. The smile in his eyes disappeared when he heard the noisy sobbing. Jiao won't and doesn't know how to scold people. You don't believe me. I don't believe you. He glanced toward the living room. Not until you show me the phone call records. Sutian turned to ask the nanny for her phone. You can check if it's her number. Why did you call her? My phone's dead. I didn't answer when she called me, so I called back. Ji Yuquan sneered. Is it fun to play with me? He pointed in the direction of the coffee table. 2 minutes ago, your screen lit up. I charged it. Sutian thought for a moment and said, Quan, am I that untrustworthy in your heart? You know that too. He took out the vibrating phone from his pocket and turned to go upstairs. I don't have time to watch you put on an act. Quan, leave me alone. The sound of the door slamming from the study was like a punch to Sutian's heart, making her face turn pale. Her uneasiness and anxiety grew wildly, and her thoughts were in a mess. She really did not know how to deal with it. Just as she was deep in thought, Ji Yuquan, who was sitting in his office chair, opened the anonymous email from the computer. 226 Enough acting, you can leave. He thought that it was junk mail, but when he saw the words Sutian, he no longer hesitated and flipped through 20 pages of documents. Sutian's family background was poor. It was not easy for her to go to Spain to study. She could only rely on herself for her living expenses. In the beginning, she relied on her good-looking face to date 2 rich second-generation men in school and obtained a lot of money from them. Because of her extravagant lifestyle, her savings, which could have lasted until graduation, were almost depleted in just 1 semester. After all, there was only so much a rich second-generation man could give her. She was not satisfied, so she targeted men outside the school. She had traveled Europe with a married middle-aged man, had an abortion for a restaurant owner, lay in the lounge with the manager of the stadium, and had been involved with 12 or 13 men of different identities and ages. Later, in order to make more money, she tricked her classmates into sleeping with rich men and was known as Pimp Sue. Relying on the fact that she had someone to protect her, other than committing murder, she had done everything she could. However, a man would lose the novelty of a woman sooner or later. Sutian was abandoned in just half a year and owed a huge debt in the casino. In order to repay her debts, she had begged for help everywhere. In the end, Xiao Song had offered her a 2-year contract to tide her over. The content of the contract was very simple. She only needed to be ready at any time to accompany Xiao Song's clients. However, as time went by, she was tortured to the point of being unable to take it anymore. She yearned for a new life. She yearned to live a rich life where she could have everything without giving anything. Therefore, After knowing that there was a suitable candidate back in her own country, she fled without hesitation. The mouse stopped on the last page. After looking at all the unsightly photos and chat records, Ji Yuquan's mood changed from shock and disgust to extreme anger. He had never thought that Su Tian, who looked pure and kind, would be rotten to the core. Not only did she lie nonstop, but she even brought him into a hypocritical love game under the pretext that she couldn't forget him. He clenched his fists and slammed them on the desk. The moment he was about to get up, Su Tian, who was holding a cup of hot coffee, appeared in front of him. Quan. She moved forward cautiously, as if afraid he'd get angry. I knocked on the door earlier, but you didn't answer. Ji Yuquan sized her up and smiled. His cold smile made her tremble, making her feel like she was in a world of ice and snow. Su Tian. He leaned back on the sofa and looked at her with disgust. No, should I call you Pimp Su? Hearing these words from him, Su Tian's hand that was holding the coffee went limp. Her lips trembled. What are you talking about? Still pretending? Ji Yuquan lit a cigarette and resisted the urge to punch her. After all, she was too dirty. Although he was sitting, he seemed to be looking down at her. Looking at me being played by you. Are you happy? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Quan, what's wrong? I don't understand what you're saying. Who's gossiping about me behind my back? Are you really not going to take off the mask on your face? Have you forgotten about the red light district? Have you forgotten about your master? Plop. The coffee cup fell to the ground in an instant. Su Tian, whose skin was scalded, did not even feel the pain. It was as if her soul had been sucked away and she was stunned on the spot. Perhaps because she was too arrogant, she did not expect that the matter would be exposed one day, so she could not find a way to deal with it. This feeling was like a mouse in a ditch suddenly enveloped in sunlight. The mouse did not feel warmth, only fear. Ji Yuquan sneered. If I hadn't discovered it, what would your next plan be? Find someone to kidnap me, or blackmail me, or make me addicted to gambling and set me up to lose all my assets? I didn't. I never thought of it that way, Su Tian retorted. Her watery eyes revealed her sincerity, but Ji Yuquan did not believe it. He stubbed out the cigarette that had burned to the end. His stomach churned at the sight of her pitiful appearance. He wasn't in the mood to watch her acting. That's enough acting. You can leave. Su Tian, who was panicking, knelt at his feet out of habit and grabbed a part of his pants. Quan, I was forced. If I don't do as they say, they will torture me. Her kneeling posture was too practiced. Ji Yuquan thought of the photo in the documents and his eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. I don't have that kind of fetish. He raised his right foot to avoid her, treating her like a snake. And I'm definitely not your master. Su Tian kept repeating that she was forced. Other than that, she could not find a better reason. She cried until her eyes were red and swollen, and her shoulders trembled, but he did not pity her. Quan, can you give me another chance? Are you worthy of another chance? Ji Yuquan retracted his gaze. I'll give you 10 minutes to pack your luggage. His back gradually disappeared before her eyes. Su Tian was extremely indignant. She could only follow him to the second bedroom next door. She knelt outside the door and kept knocking, telling him about her grievances. She was delusional to think that Ji Yuquan would take pity on her out of love. However, when the nanny dragged her luggage and pushed her out, she realized that there was no room for negotiation. Although Lin City showed signs of warming up, winter was not over yet. The wind blowing from all directions still carried a chill. The surrounding trees rustled in the wind. Su Tian, who was only wearing a thin set of pajamas, crossed her arms tightly and looked in the direction of the second floor. After standing there for a long time, the tightly shut door finally opened. Unfortunately, the person who came out was not the person she wanted to see. Miss. The nanny only realized that Su Tian had forgotten to take her phone when she heard the phone ringing. Your phone is ringing. Su Tian glanced at the caller ID and picked up the call. Songjin. Su Tian, you're 2F** king cheap. Songjin insulted her right away. He warned, don't F** let me see you in Lin City, otherwise, I'll make sure you die. The sound of the phone being hung up pulled Su Tian back to reality. She thought of a possibility. With trembling fingers, she called her other friends. She dialed 5 numbers in a row, but no one answered. The beeping sound wrapped around her like a curse, making her feel like she had fallen into an icehouse. She clearly heard the sound of the mask breaking. The persona that she had painstakingly built was destroyed this evening. 227 He might not cooperate. Jian Yi, who was hanging from the wire, jumped down from the eaves in a white robe embroidered with cloud patterns. He held the fan in his hand. His graceful posture was like a snow lotus on a snowy mountain. He was unreachable, but it made people unable to help but look at him. He looks too good in that outfit. Lin Jiao had seen handsome men in ancient clothes before, but unlike Jian Yi, they did not give people a visual impact. Pei Yulan smiled. Yes, she could not bear to look away. I'll buy 2 more sets of ancient clothes for him to wear later. Wear it at night. You know me the best. She often said that she wanted to do this and that to him. It was difficult for Lin Jiao not to understand. The ancient clothes are a little heavy. Don't you find it troublesome? No. Pei Yulan's patience was endless. Seeing that he was done filming, she held Lin Jiao's arm and walked to the other side. Jiao, do you still remember your previous dreams? Hearing the word dream, Lin Jiao remembered Pei Jai, who was wearing armor. I remember. Do you want to buy some for uncle to wear too? Him? He might not like it. As long as you like it. Pei Yulan pushed open the lounge with Jian Yi's name on it and sat on the sofa. She poured tea into a cup. Imagine him lying in bed waiting for you to help him undress. Isn't that exciting? Lin Jiao's interest was piqued. Indeed. She suddenly thought of something and said, I don't think he will cooperate with me. They were so engrossed in talking that they did not even notice that there was another person in the room. Jian Yi coughed twice. What are you guys talking about? Pei Yulan was shocked by his sudden voice. Clothes. She immediately smiled at him. Are you tired? Let me get you a glass of water. I'm all right. Jian Yi had no intention of asking further. When he took the glass of water, he held her hand. As soon as they got close, the atmosphere became sweet. Lin Jiao smiled. How much longer do you need to film this drama? About a month. Are you going to stay on set for this period of time? Not necessarily. Jian Yi took 2 sips of water and leaned back on the sofa. I won't stay here overnight if there is no night scene. Lin Jiao was slightly relieved. After all, Pei Yulan would be lonely if she stayed alone in Mingxin Mansion for too long. She chatted with them for a while before the phone screen suddenly lit up. I'll go back first. Let's meet again another day. Pei Yulan sent her out of the corridor and walked back. She sat cross-legged between Jian Yi's knees and rubbed his temples with her long fingers. The director didn't change the script today, right? Not at the moment. Ever since Jian Yi joined the filming team, the director and screenwriter had changed the script more than once. His current role was very different from the script he had first received. I regret taking on this drama. You want to talk to him sometime? It's no use. He wrapped his arm around her waist. No matter how much we talk, the love scenes will only increase. However, he could not change anything. Pei Yulan kissed his lips lightly. Put up with it for a month. Next time, don't take on dramas, okay? Jian Yi was revived by the kiss. His palm moved up inch by inch, passing through her soft black hair and covering her lips again. Pei Yulan, who was kissed until her eyes were blurry, leaned her ear close to his chest and listened to his heartbeat. She suddenly thought of something. A fan asked when you would give your first kiss on screen. Not in this lifetime. Jian Yi admitted that he was not dedicated enough to acting and wouldn't do things he didn't want to do. He pinched her face gently, his smiling eyes filled with affection. I don't want to be kicked awake in the middle of the night. You are still mentioning this. Pei Yulan pouted. The last time she dreamed that Jian Yi was having an ambiguous relationship with an actress on set, she kicked him in her half-asleep state and even cried from anger. In the end, he had to hug her and coax her for a long time. He had to promise her a lot before he could coax her to sleep. Jian Yi chuckled. I won't bring this up again. He fed her 2 sips of water and looked at the time. Yulan, do you want to sleep for a while? Will I get a kiss when I wake up? Yes. He carried her and lay on the fold-out bed that was about 1.5 meters wide. I'll give you as many kisses as you want. Pei Yulan smiled sweetly. I'll wait for you. She pecked the corner of his lips and closed her eyes obediently. Jian Yi covered her with a blanket before leaving. Hanging on the wire, he finished filming the second scene of the day. When he rushed back, he was stopped by the actress playing the 3rd female lead in the corridor. Jian Yi. He stood in front of him and said gently, I have something to tell you. 228 Do you know what kind of a person she really is? Jian-yi stepped back. What is it? He kept a distance from strangers to avoid being scammed. I saw your girlfriend just now. She looked hesitant and asked him, do you know what kind of person she is? If I don't know my girlfriend, who does? She might not be what you think she is. You know her? Jian-yi could hear the ambiguity in her words. Without changing his expression, he asked, what kind of a person do you think she is? Hee-jia did not forget to add fuel to the fire. She doesn't have a good reputation outside. After breaking up, she still asked her ex for money and a shop. If her ex doesn't give it to her, she will harass him. There was jealousy in her kind reminder. Jian-yi knew countless people, and he could tell that she was up to no good. He said calmly, who did you hear that from? My cousin's friend is her ex. As if afraid that he wouldn't believe her, she clarified everything. Jian-yi sneered. He stared at her deeply. You're as bad as him. Hee-jia did not expect this reaction from him. Her eyes widened. When she came back to her senses, she went from stunned to angry. Can't you tell right from wrong? I'm helping you. You're helping me by sowing discord. His eyes were filled with disgust. How did I sow discord? You know very well. The moment Jian-yi brushed past her, he suddenly said, I forgot to tell you that you've got the wrong person. He left Hee-jia in a daze and returned to the lounge to tell Pei Yulan the whole story. Who's Hee-jia? She looked at him in confusion. Jian-yi's heart softened under her gaze. He put his arm around her shoulders and let her lean against his chest. Then, he looked for a photo from the filming team to show her. She's very hostile to Lin Jiao. He pointed at the woman on the screen. Remind Lin Jiao to stay away from this woman. Although Lin Jiao was not an actress, it was hard to guarantee that she would not play dirty tricks behind Lin Jiao's back. She pouted and complained, she's really too shameless. She probably learned it from that little White Lotus. White Lotus? Sutian? Who else could it be? She suddenly thought of something and asked, why did she tell you this? Did she like you? Jian-yi was slightly stunned. I don't think so. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. I can't tell. She didn't confess to me. She definitely won't confess in public. Pei Yulan felt uncomfortable at the thought of Hee-jia thinking about someone she liked. Are you jealous? No, she doesn't deserve to make me jealous. She turned on the phone screen and typed a long string of words. Jian-yi watched as she sent out the first paragraph and started typing the second paragraph. A smile flashed across his eyes. He hugged her tightly. Are you writing a small essay? Am I? Pei Yulan smiled slyly. I'm just explaining the situation and expressing my feelings. Buzz. Pei Jai walked out of the cinema and led Lin Jiao to the washroom. He took out his phone when he was waiting for her outside. He roughly read through it and sent a message to question Xiao and Juyanshan before replying with an okay. Hubby. Lin Jiao wiped the water off her hands and held his arm with a smile. Where are we going next? The arcade. Pei Jai walked next door and exchanged 200 coins from the staff. They played from the racing area to the shooting area, listened to different music and conversations, and finally stopped in front of a row of claw machines. Lin Jiao tried 3 times in a row but failed to catch the Stellaloo she wanted. She could not help but feel a little dejected. Hubby. She tugged at the corner of his shirt, her fox-like eyes glistening. Can you help me catch it? When she acted coquettishly, Pei Jai's heart itched. He was even willing to give her his life, let alone a Stellaloo. All right. He threw in 2 coins and placed his well-defined hand on the handle. I'll get it for my wife immediately. Seeing that he was controlling the handle, Lin Jiao leaned on his shoulder and stared at the claw without blinking. The claw fell but missed the target. Pei Zhai didn't think of catching it in one go. Instead, he tried to move Stellaloo towards the hole. He calculated the distance. When he put the coin in for the second time, he caught it. Great! Lin Jiao's eyes were filled with joy. She took the Stellaloo from Pei Jai and tiptoed to kiss his lips. Thank you, hubby. Pei Jai's Adam's apple bobbed. Just a kiss. There are other people here. Follow me. He turned to the 2-person compartment where the shooting game was played. He lifted the black cloth and pinned her against the partition. The next second, their gazes met. Lin Jiao raised her head slightly and felt his breath spraying at her. Lin Jiao pursed her lips and glared at him, making his heart itch. She lifted the black curtain. I want Lotso hugging bear. Hurry up and catch it. Is there a reward for catching it? What do you want? I want you to promise me something. Pei-Jai threw in 2 coins and hid the darkness in his eyes. Lin Jiao agreed without thinking. Staring at the machine, she got the lot so hugging bare he'd effortless caught before she remembered to ask, what is the reward you're talking about? 229 for real this time. I'll tell you tonight. Pei-Jai took advantage of the fact that no one was around to suck her earlobe. Lin Jiao leaned back as if she had been electrocuted. She met those smiling eyes and had a bad feeling, but she knew he wouldn't say and didn't intend to ask again. Shall we eat upstairs? She followed his slow footsteps and stepped into the elevator that was slowly opening. Pei-Jai pressed the button to the 5th floor. There's a new hot pot restaurant upstairs. Lin Jiao, who had not eaten hot pot for a long time, was tempted. She was taken to the table by the waiter and ordered many of her favorite dishes. Her stomach rumbled as she waited for the pot to be served. The pot that had been boiling for 5 to 6 minutes started to emit a mouth-watering fragrance. Eat more. Pei-Jai placed the tripe into her bowl and poured the quail egg into the pot. Lin Jiao dipped the tripe in the sauce and put it into her mouth. When her taste buds were satisfied, she narrowed her eyes. She picked up 2 pieces of beef and prawns for Pei-Jai. Hubby, the food in this restaurant tastes so good. Then we'll come back next week. He pulled out a tissue to wipe her red, slightly swollen lips. Lin Jiao smiled. Okay. She pouted and asked him to wipe it clean before leaning forward to kiss him. He rubbed the top of her head and went to the parking lot with her. Honey, are you still bloated? Not so much. Lin Jiao stroked her stomach through the sweater and drank the 2 mouthfuls of water he fed her. She was satisfied. She crossed her legs on the sofa and dangled her sockless feet. Any progress on Chuyoju? He and Tangni? Hearing this, Pei-Jai hugged her and said, he's still chasing her. Do you think he's serious this time? Probably. Lin Jiao recalled their last time together and guessed that this was very likely to work. Shall we meet again sometime? Next week. I'll ask Jianqi if he's free first. After all, it was not easy for him to take a leave, so they had to tell him in advance. After sending the group message and confirming the time, she was carried to the bathroom by Pei-Jai to take a bath together. Honey, let me show you a few things. He carried her into the study 40 minutes later and unlocked the safe. Lin Jiao, who was slumped on the soft chair, had an ominous feeling the moment she heard the bell. She looked up and stared at the clamps with bells hanging on them and the whip. Her face turned red. Hubby. She avoided his gaze. Her thoughts were in a mess when a cool touch landed on her collarbone. Pei-Jai's eyes darkened. Be good. The night outside the window was as dark as ink. A crescent moon hung in the sky. The bright moonlight shone through the half-open glass window and carried the evening breeze towards the overlapping figures. The lights in the study went out, and the lights in the master bedroom were turned on. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. The blush on Lin Jiao's face gradually disappeared the moment she lay down. She looked up at Pei-Jai and her heart raced at the thought of what had just happened. You're too much. There was a hint of softness in her voice, like the peaches he had eaten. Pei-Jai chuckled. How am I too much? Everything you did is too much. Don't you like it? He pushed her hair away from the side of her face. No. She buried her head in his neck, refusing to admit that she liked it. Stop talking. I'm going to sleep. Pei-Jai smiled even more. He planted a kiss on her forehead, turned off the night light, and fell asleep with her in his arms in the quiet environment. Good night. His low and hoarse voice entered her ears, just like his embrace, making her feel at ease. Hush. In an apartment, there was the sound of something being smashed. Even the door and windows shook. The setting sun shone through the gauze curtains into the living room, causing the broken glasses to reflect light. Sutian, who was squatting on the carpet, vented her anger and started to call He-Chi, but no one answered. She couldn't find him for 4 consecutive days, and her card had been frozen by Ji Yu-Quan. It was really annoying. She stared at the remaining 20,000 yuan and tightened her grip on the phone, as if she wanted to crush it. At this moment, a vibration came from her phone. She came back to her senses and answered Xiao Song's call. Her ferocious face was no longer there. What do you want? Downstairs. Xiao Song waited downstairs for 10 minutes. He held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at the woman beside him impatiently. His tone was cold. I hope you won't keep me waiting so long next time. Sorry, Su Tian apologized obediently. She sat meekly beside him. At the thought of not having money, she moved closer to him. Song, I only have 20,000 yuan left. What did you call me, master? Fortunately, she changed her words quickly. Otherwise, Xiao Song's expression would have become even colder. Ji Yuquan didn't give you money. He froze the card. So you went through all this for nothing? He raised his eyebrows, and a teasing smile flashed in his eyes. Su Tian felt extremely uncomfortable. Yes, can you transfer some money to me? How much do you want? 50 or 60,000? She didn't dare ask for too much at once, in case he became suspicious of her. I want to buy clothes. Xiao Song was not stingy with money. He transferred the money to Su Tian. When the Land Rover drove to the boxing ring, he got out of the car and walked in first. His meeting with Tian Peng this time was mainly to thank the group of people he had sent over. Otherwise, he would not have been able to open for business so quickly. We met again. Tian Peng's palm landed on Su Tian's butt. He patted it twice and hugged the other women. He pointed at Brother Dao who was sitting outside. My brother fell out with his girlfriend. Why don't you go out and accompany him? Su Tian knew what accompanying meant. She turned to look at Xiao Song. Go. Xiao Song instructed expressionlessly. Su Tian obediently left the private room and walked down the dark stairs to the sofa close to the boxing ring. She took off her coat and sat down beside Brother Dao, saying seductively, "Can I have a drink with you?" Brother Dao asked his lackeys behind him and learned that she was sent by Tian Peng. Only then did he lower his guard. He clinked glasses with Su Tian. Seeing that she kept moving towards him, he had no intention of stopping her. "What's your name?" she replied with a smile. Su Tian. 230. The victim is dead. He had just been quarreling with Fang Yanwen, and now he had met such an obedient woman. It was inevitable that he would be tempted, but at this point, he could still control himself. Nice name. Then can you call me Suzu? Su Tian hugged his arm and leaned against him. Seeing that he didn't mind, she rested her chin on his shoulder and stared at him intently. As soon as she got close, the floral fragrance entered Brother Dao's nose, causing him to gradually forget about Fang Yanwen. Suzu. He pulled her into his arms and sniffed her neck. You smell so good. Bad boy. Su Tian patted his shoulder. She did not use much strength and looked more like she was playing with him. Do you still want to drink? I'll keep you company. Let's go back to our room to drink. Brother Dao held her hand and walked to the back. He said that he was going to drink, but he did not bring a glass. He pushed her into the room and pressed her against the wall. The beard on his chin pricked her cheek and moved from her neck to her collarbone. They closed the door and had fun all night. Su Tian woke up at noon. Just as she was about to put on her clothes and leave, a male voice came from outside the door. Brother Dao, are you awake? Yes. Brother Dao opened the door, a cigarette dangling from his cracked lips. What's going on? The lackey looked into the room. He leaned closer to Brother Dao. You let her go so quickly. Aren't you going to the lounge to play with her for a while? What's interesting in the lounge? Brother Peng has just brought something. All right. Brother Dao turned around and told Su Tian. He held her hand and walked out. Let's go over and take a look. Su Tian had no choice but to follow him. They walked into the decorated lounge, unaware that Chi was tied behind a black cloth and was able to see everything. Suzu. Brother Dao locked the door. I don't want to use a condom this time. No. Su Tian was afraid of getting infected with illnesses. She pushed his shoulders. What if I accidentally get pregnant? If you're pregnant, give birth. I don't want to. Brother Dao did not care so much. He picked up the chain on the ground and grabbed her wrist. Before Su Tian could react, she was tied up by the chain. Chi's face reddened with anger as he watched. He rubbed the rope and used all his strength to break the rope in his left hand and untie the restraints under his feet. The unbearable scene made him extremely angry. He lost his mind and walked out, picking up the fruit knife on the fruit plate. You bastard! He grabbed Brother Dao's hair and stabbed him in the abdomen the moment he turned around. Bright red blood gushed out, but Chi had no intention of stopping. He vented his anger one stab after another. Su Tian screamed. The blood-curdling scream quickly made people realize that something was wrong. Fan Yanwen, who came to look for Brother Dao, followed a group of lackeys into the lounge. When she saw the man lying in a pool of blood, She felt dizzy and fell to the ground in fear. Brother Dao. Her brain was buzzing as she watched them carry him away. Someone. Su Tian shook the chain back and forth, her face as pale as paper. Put me down. Her sharp voice reached Fan Yanwen's ears. Fan Yanwen turned around and looked at her naked body, instantly burning with anger. B*TCH. She rushed up and slapped her twice before smashing the wine bottle at Su Tian. How dare you seduce Brother Dao? He Chi, who had regained his rationality, looked at his blood-stained hands and sat rooted to the ground. The police quickly arrived at the scene. After sealing the lounge, they handcuffed He Chi's hand and brought Fan Yanwen and Su Tian to the police station. This night was destined to not be peaceful. Jiao. Lin Hongyuan, who had received the news, called Lin Jiao. Something happened to Fan Yanwen. Go take a look. He was still on the way back to Lin City, and Fan Lu was pregnant. After thinking about it, she asked Lin Jiao for help. Where is she? The police station next to the city government. He briefly explained the situation. Compensate as much as you should. Her mother will pay for it. Okay. Lin Jiao turned off the computer on her desk. She applied for 2 hours of leave from Zhengyi and took a taxi downstairs to the police station. Sister Jiao. Songjin, who had arrived at the same time, called out to her when he got out of the car. Why are you here? I'm picking up a distant relative. She looked up at Ji Yuquan in confusion. What about you guys? Ji Yuquan said calmly, He Chi has committed a crime. He Chi's father felt embarrassed and didn't allow anyone in the family to come over, so his mother called them. For He Chi's mother's sake, they had to put their work aside to come here. What crime? Lin Jiao didn't expect such a coincidence. She vaguely felt that it was related to Fan Yanwen. I'm not sure. His mother didn't say. Let's go in and take a look first. Songjin went with them to look for the police and asked about the situation in detail. When they found out that He Chi had killed Fan Yanwen's boyfriend, the three of them were shocked. Ji Yuquan was in disbelief. The victim is dead. Yes. The police officer let them sit. He Chi stabbed the victim a total of 4 times and the victim died on the way to the hospital. He then explained the situation of Su Tian and Fan Yanwen. As they were not involved and did not know, they would not be detained. Su Tian, who was injured, also chose to settle the matter in private. Lin Jiao recovered from her shock and looked around the hall. Where are they? First office on the right. Thank you. She followed the directions given by the police officers and found them in the office. Fan Yanwen was displeased to see Lin Jiao, but because Lin Jiao was here to compensate, she could only hold her anger in. You can talk to her. With that, she went to sit on the bench outside the door to wait. Lin Jiao could not be bothered to argue with her. She met Su Tian's surprised and resentful eyes and said calmly, Miss Su, shall we go to the hospital to check your injuries? I'm busy. Then how much do you want for your medical fee? Su Tian controlled her emotions and did not plan to kick up a scene at the police station, but she would not hesitate to rip off Lin Jiao. She played with her phone. Medical fees, mental damage fees, and nutrition fees altogether will be 500,000. Miss Su, are you joking? No, she said maliciously. If you don't want to pay this amount, then forget about settling it privately. Su Tian, you're really shameless. As soon as Songjin reached the door, he heard 500,000 and could not help but retort. Su Tian was stunned and looked behind Songjin. Indeed, she saw a familiar figure. The malicious look in her eyes was instantly covered by her tears. She ran over while crying. Quan, are you here to pick me up? Ji Yuquan dodged sideways. You're thinking too much. He approached Lin Jiao in a few steps, his attitude obvious. 231 Degrading yourself and still trying to shirk responsibility. His actions made Su Tian's expression ugly. She suppressed the hatred in her eyes and wanted to gain his sympathy with a pitiful look. Then why did you suddenly come over? Songjin said, He Chi killed your lover. We're here to see him. His unconcealed contemptuous gaze was as if he was looking at a bug in the gutter. Su Tian clenched her fists. She opened her mouth, but before she could explain, Lin Jiao said, Miss Su, shall we settle our matter first? Can you not interrupt me when I talk to him? I'm here to solve a problem, not to listen to you talk about your own matters. Su Tian's face turned red. She clenched her fists and sat back down. Seeing that Ji Yuquan was also here, she didn't plan to rip Lin Jiao off. She said, if you pay 300,000, I will not press charges against Fang Yanwen. Since you're offering such an unreasonable amount of compensation, I can only hire a lawyer to talk to you. 300,000 yuan is unreasonable. People have to pay 30,000 yuan for a slap. You can ask them how she hit me. Lin Jiao looked straight into his eyes. The police told me the details. It's indeed wrong for her to hit you, but you're not in the right either. How am I not in the right? Did you forget about having sex with her boyfriend so quickly? I think you really need to go to the hospital to check your brain. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Tian raised her voice. Lin Jiao, stop slandering me. I'm talking nonsense. Lin Jiao sneered. Did the police wrong you? Then I'll get them to come over and you can explain to them what happened again. After Lin Jiao said that, the office instantly fell silent. 200,000, she did not dare to look at Ji Yuquan. She lowered her head and stared at the floor under her feet. I don't want to argue with you anymore. It's boring. I'll pay 60,000 at most. If you're not willing, I'll hire a lawyer to negotiate. 60,000? Are you kidding me? No. Lin Jiao turned on the screen and looked at the time. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider. Su Tian knew very well that she was at a disadvantage, but she was also helpless. There's no need to consider. She gritted her teeth and swiped open the screen. She clicked on an online bank. Lin Jiao scanned the QR code and transferred the money to her. She went to the hall to explain the situation to the police. After signing a series of documents, she left with Fang Yanwen. Hey! Fang Yanwen stopped by the entrance of the police station and said arrogantly, transfer another 100,000 yuan to me. Ask your mother for the money. Transfer to me first. She'll return it to you when the time comes. No. Lin Jiao didn't want to care about her. She had already done her part. Call her directly. You are so annoying, Fang Yanwen complained. Seeing that Lin Jiao was about to leave, she stopped her. Wait a minute. Anything else? I don't have a place to stay. She had been living with Brother Dao ever since she resigned. Now that he was gone, she couldn't go back. So, get Aunt and the others to help me find a house. Why? Lin Jiao sneered. My father and Auntie Fang don't owe you anything. How dare you make a request? I'm her niece. Why didn't you take her as your auntie when you scolded her? Fang Yanwen's face turned pale. She straightened her back and said, it's all your fault that I became like this. You have to take responsibility. You're degrading yourself and you're still trying to shirk responsibility. Jiao. Seeing that they were arguing, Ji Yuquan frowned and stood beside her. What's wrong? It's fine. I don't care. Fang Yanwen crossed her arms like a rich and arrogant lady. You have to either give me the money or find me a house. Do you want me to slap you? Don't you dare. Lin Jiao slapped her without hesitation and raised her eyebrows. Don't provoke me. Fang Yanwen pushed her messy hair aside and covered her burning face with her eyes wide open. Do you believe that I'll call the police right now? Go ahead. I'll sue you for extortion. You lunatic. TSK. Lin Jiao turned around and left. She stood by the roadside and was about to hail a taxi when Songjun approached in a BMW and asked them to get in. Quan, can you drive me back? Su Tian ran over and stood outside the front passenger seat. No. Ji Yuquan rejected her outright. He closed the car window and let Songjun drive. He turned to look at the back seat. Jiao, where are you going? Xingheng. Lin Jiao opened the call log and called Lin Hongyuan. Dad, her matter has been settled. How much did you give? 60,000. She summarized the situation. Don't tell Auntie Fang about it lest she be angry. Lin Hongyuan was furious after hearing the whole story. After scolding Fang Yanwen, he took a deep breath to adjust his emotions. Forget it, find time to come back for a meal. Lin Jiao replied softly, got it. She stopped thinking about those bad things and looked up, asking, how many years will he be sentenced to? More than 10 years. Did you tell his family? Yes. Ji Yuquan had called just now. It looks like he has been abandoned by the He family. They were afraid of the family business being affected, so they naturally would not care about He Chi anymore. Perhaps they would even cut ties with him. Songjun shook his head and clicked his tongue. He Chi has changed too much. I feel that there's something wrong with his brain. Well, he's changed since he was hospitalized. He was beaten up last time and was hospitalized, right? Do you think it was done by the 2 illegitimate sons of his father? It's possible. Ji Yuquan lit a cigarette. But it's not just because of them that he became like this. Sutian was also the reason. He liked Sutian too much and would kill someone for her. Songjin sighed. He stepped on the brakes at Xingheng's door and finally said, Sister Jiao, see you another day. Lin Jiao smiled and nodded. Okay. She walked towards the hall with her back facing the sun. When her figure disappeared from his sight, Jiyu Quan had yet to retract his gaze. Brother Quan. Songjin continued driving towards the Jiyu Corporation and asked in a low voice, do you still like her? Do I still like her? During this period of time, Jiyu Quan had asked himself this question countless times, but the answer he got had never changed. However, he could not change the current situation. He tapped his cigarette. She has a boyfriend. You can get close to her first. Songjin knew that he wouldn't do anything to ruin people's relationships. Find an opportunity to win her back. Will it work? They haven't been dating for long. I don't think their relationship is that deep. You still have a chance of winning. Jiyu Quan remained silent. He looked out the window at the scenes that flashed past, and his thoughts unknowingly drifted away. In the end, he did not give a response. 232 Everything is an illusion. It was Jiangyi's birthday today, and his photo appeared on the LED screen of Boyu Club. Do you like the gift I prepared for you? Chuyeju picked them up at the staircase, afraid that he wouldn't see the surprise. Jiangyi thanked him. I like it. A faint smile appeared on his lips under the mask. Although he couldn't see his smile, Chuyeju could read his emotions from his eyes. He put his arm on Jiangyi's shoulder and walked into a private room not far away. Lin Jiao played a happy birthday song. As the music sounded, Pei Jai lit the candle with the number 27 on it and listened to the voice that lingered in his ears. Happy birthday to you. A group of people gathered around the long table and finished singing the song to the birthday boy. Jiangyi, who had not celebrated his birthday for many years, looked at their smiles and felt warm in his heart. He pressed his palms together and made a wish. He blew out the candle on the cake and took the silver knife to cut it into 10 pieces. Birthday boy, it's time to drink. Ju Yinshan didn't like sweet food. He took 2 bites and asked him to play dice. Qian Yu patted his arm. What about the gift? If she hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about it. You and I picked this out for you together. A shopping bag was handed over to Jiangyi, and the others took out the gifts they prepared in turn. Thank you, we're all family, so don't stand on ceremony. Shenyi and Question Xiao helped him put the gifts aside and sit down to play dice. The faint fragrance of wine permeated the air, and the lively atmosphere made them immersed in it. The chatter and laughter never stopped. While the 6 men were having fun, Pei Yulan and the 3 women sat at the side and whispered to each other. I bought it. She took out a square-shaped item from her pocket and asked anxiously, is 2 enough? Tangni, who had never experienced it before, blushed when she saw what Pei Yulan was holding. Qian Yu said, enough. Is there anything to take note of? No, Qian Yu said with a smile. Haven't you seen a lot of movies? Didn't you learn anything? But I've never put it into practice. Pei Yulan put the item back to avoid being seen. Just thinking about it makes me nervous. It's not happening yet. Don't be nervous. I can't help myself. Lin Jiao was amused by her expression. She glanced in Jiangyi's direction and thought of another question. Is he going back to the filming crew tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Then 2 isn't enough. I'll see. Pei Yulan poured beer into her glass and drank 2 mouthfuls. He is not very interested in that. Where did you get that conclusion? Feelings. Don't be fooled by your feelings. Lin Jiao had experienced how unreliable feelings could be. Because it happens, what you feel is just an illusion. Pei Yulan felt that her feeling was not wrong, but hearing Lin Jiao say that, she began to waver. She put this matter to the back of her mind for the time being. She clinked glasses with them and stared at Tangni beside her. Ni, let me ask you something. What is it? How far have you progressed with Chuyeju? Tangni was stunned by the unexpected question. Her voice was so soft that they couldn't hear her clearly. There is no development yet. When are you going to say yes to him? She tightened her grip on the glass, keeping her thoughts to herself. I don't know. Lin Jiao's gaze lingered on her red ear for 2 seconds. Ni, you deserve his love. Indeed. Qian Yu smiled gently. It's not difficult to take that step. The key is whether you're willing to take that step or not. They could tell that Tangni was tempted. There were two reasons why she refused to take the step. One was her family background, and the other was her ears. However, they did not say it bluntly. They only encouraged her and let her make her own choice. Yes, let me think about it. Tangmi glanced at Chiyoju, who was looking at her sideways, and suppressed the throbbing in her heart. Pei Yulan changed the topic. I bought 3 nightgowns. See which one I should wear. Do you have these rabbit ears? Qian Yu asked, pointing to the head where the second female model was wearing. Yes, I have. Then this one. Qian Yu shared a few more nightgowns in her collection. Jiao Jiao, the cat girl suits you. Lin Jiao hesitated and said, it's too revealing. She did not dare to make Pei Jai too crazy, afraid that she would be eaten. Why are you afraid of wearing it in front of him? That's right. Pei Yulan opened the shopping website. Choose one too. I'll place the order. I don't need it, do I? Tang Ni's cheeks turned red at the sight of the photos. She couldn't even imagine what she would look like in it. You can wear it for yourself. In the end, they each chose one. Pei Yulan picked up her glass. Come and drink. She winked playfully and approached the table where the 6 men were sitting. The lively atmosphere lasted until midnight. Jian Yi, who was carrying many gifts, bade them farewell with the smell of alcohol and returned to Mingxin Mansion with Pei Yulan before 1 o'clock. He had drunk a lot tonight. Fortunately, his alcohol tolerance was not bad. Otherwise, he would have passed out now. Jian Yi, are you sleepy? Pei Yulan was in a state of excitement, afraid that he would not be in the mood to do it. Not really. Then go take a shower first. Jian Yi didn't notice anything wrong with her urging him. He found his pajamas in the closet and went into the bathroom. When the sound of running water came, Pei Yulan went to the second bedroom to prepare for tonight's surprise. She came out at the right time and approached him in a belted bathrobe. Jian Yi, you haven't kissed me today. Jian Yi leaned over and kissed her lips. Time to sleep. He let go of her. Before his outstretched hand could touch the overhead light switch, she pulled him back. Don't you want the surprise I prepared? What surprise? Pei Yulan held his hand and placed it on her waist to let him feel what she was hiding there. Jian Yi. She followed Qian Yu's instructions and said coquettishly, do you want to kiss me again? Jian Yi's eyes darkened. He pulled her snow-white arm into his embrace and covered her red lips. 2 isn't enough. After an unknown period of time, Pei Yulan drank the warm water he fed her to moisten her dry throat. She wrapped her arms around his neck. I want to take a shower. She felt sticky all over her body. Right away. Jian Yi picked her up.